afternoon, good evening, wherever you're watching from. Welcome. It is my absolute pleasure to welcome you into the Lima Major. Now we know where's the delay. Don't worry, we'll get you all up to speed with everything that's happening. And of course, we today get to witness some amazing Dota 2. I am joined here this morning by Jenkins, Sheep, and Purge. And the energy of the crowd that is also joining us is electric, isn't it, Jenkins?
That's right. Your camera shot was the only one that didn't have crowd in it, but obviously
really?
you could. Yeah, there was nobody behind you in that one section of the bleachers. And the crazy thing is, like, this already looks like a lot of people. There's a lineup of 2,000 people out there. They're just like trying to check everybody's badges and everything to get them in. It is actually the biggest crowd that I've ever seen at a Dota event. It's insane.
Yeah, and the other side of the stage is actually the more popular side because that's where the players walk in from.
Right.
So naturally, it's over there. It's a mega clump.
But
it's
this will
only gonna
fill
get better.
because there's enough people out there that it has to fill.
Yeah.
It has to, and it's sold out on like the finals weekend too. So no matter how many numbers we have here now, we have even more later. So yeah, there was also that the musical performance on the other side too, which was, super
really
hype.
good.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
Sorry.
We
It
had
was
a good.
really good. It
I had
was
a good
really
right
time.
good.
here.
Did you have a good time?
I had a great time.
I was
I had
dancing.
a great time. It is a 360 crowd. I think it's important to note that because yes, it's a 360 one, and the players are already on stage. They will be there for a little bit longer, obviously also to play, but it will be a little while before we get started into the game. So that gives us plenty of time to talk you through how they got there and how we got here, because of course this is the Lima Major. This is the penultimate of Tour 1 of the DPC, and earlier we had a fantastic group stage. We had 5 days filled with Dota 2, and I'm sure you watched games here and there. I don't think anybody could have watched everything. So we're here to keep you up to date. We love to have it colored in because it was a quite brutal group stage, Sheep, wasn't it?
It was, yeah. There were so many close games. Obviously, like the only standout is Liquid, who dominated pretty much everyone, you know. But otherwise, you have lots of 11s, lots of 10s, lots of teams that looked bad on the first few days and then came back, like Hellraisers. So overall, it was just a very even and competitive group stage.
It really was, and there were some crucial tiebreakers at the end. We somehow avoided them in Group A, even though it was like super likely. But Group B, we had the Hellraisers versus Geek Slate that ended in a tiebreaker. Astro Beast Coast played one as well to determine upper bracket, lower bracket. But there were some disappointments for sure. We lost TSM, unfortunately, in the group stage. That was a team that we thought would do better. But on the same vein, there's been some overperformances by some other teams, some slight underperformances by other. Tundra almost didn't make it. That was very, very close. They almost got eliminated in groups. But as a whole, really good group stage.
Yeah, Execration as well. They tied pretty much everybody and ended up getting relegated, which is a double-edged sword.
Yeah.
You know, it's nice because they know that they're good, but it's unfortunate they're going home.
Yeah, and all those group stage results will lead into this. It's the double elimination bracket that will be played out over the next 6 days, with of course grand finals coming to you coming Sunday. Today we actually have 4 series, and the losers of that will drop to that lower bracket where the teams are already waiting for them. But this is what they all play for, to be able to have that chance in that upper bracket, and then, better yet, win that first series. Because right now, even the teams that are in upper bracket, they are not guaranteed anything yet. Let's take a look at the prize pool to see what they're all playing for, because there's money on the line, which is of course very important. Only top 8 gets money, but I think, okay, I'm saying it like there's a lot of money on the line, but I think DPC points, Purge.
That's what matters, yeah.
That's what matters.
If you do well in your DPC region, you get DPC points just to even be here. So everybody's getting some points when they come home. But if you go farther, it's going to better solidify your chances of making it to TI. The first major gives less points than the subsequent ones by a little bit. But still, there's so many close calls when it comes down to TI. Last year, it was like half a point for a couple teams that lost in the slots.
Some rounding issues.
Yes, it is so important to get as many points as possible here. So getting top 8 it's a very possible thing, especially for those teams in the upper brackets. Much closer to getting that.
Yeah, it's incredibly important, and yeah, that 1 point actually, you reminded me. I forgot about that almost, but that just goes to show that these matches, they are everything. These teams need these points, and we're gonna see who picks on the lion's share, of course, towards the end of the week. Now, I did say we have got 4 series coming your way today, and all 4 of those are in that upper bracket. We are gonna end the day with the team that I think most people have as their favorite, especially after the group stages, Team Liquid versus Talon. We're going to have Shopify versus Team Spirit. Sheep, which one stands out to you, though?
Of the whole day?
Yes.
Definitely, well, Entity vs Evil Geniuses I'm looking forward to watching.
Yeah.
Obviously just because it's going to be the first game with the South American team in this arena, so the energy is going to be absolutely insane. Can't wait to hear the crowd on that one. Definitely interested to know after the match is played if we ever, if we get interviews, like how it ended up actually affecting them, because so far it's just been like, oh, do you think you'll do well? Like, yeah, we'll do well. It's like, but you don't know until you're playing in the booth. So
Yeah.
I think it'll be a fun match. Like EG will run at Entity. Can Entity deal with that? It's going to be hype.
It's going to be incredibly hype. And which one stands out to you, Purge?
I mean, yeah, the crowd noise stuff is what I'm very, very excited for personally. And we're kind of in this like large tent-like arena, so the sounds are everywhere.
Yes.
So like no matter where you are at this tournament, you are going to hear the crowd roars, which is the best part about being on LAN. So that's got to be the big thing for me. But there's still so many good matches. Is Shopify Rebellion going to keep looking really good? Is Team Spirit going to be the same? All of these matches are so good today, so you guys got to stay for them.
Yeah, I gotta say here for sure, our first matchup is gonna be between Team Aster and Gaming Gladiators. Both teams, of course, came second into their DPC regions. And they came here via different paths because I believe, Jenkins, Gaming Gladiators chose their opponent.
They did indeed choose their opponent, and I feel like they chose the team that had to do a tiebreaker. What does it mean if they, let's see, if they lose, they go against Tundra Esports, the TI winner, so it's looking rough for whoever loses that series as well.
Yep.
But Gaming Gladiators and Aster, I feel like they have pretty different play styles. Quinn has kind of been the carry for Gaming Gladiators, whereas Aster, they've spoken about Monet being their big, beefy boy, and I'm interested to see what style of this meta actually reigns supreme here.
Well, with that in mind, let's talk about that, because group stages gave us quite a large group of information of the games they've played. Both teams have played a lot of games. We learned a lot about their playstyles. We're focusing first on Gaming Gladiators. Sheep, if you were to describe their playstyle to someone who might have missed their games in the group stages, how would you describe that?
Oh, that's hard. I mean, Jenkins sort of summed it up by saying that they play around Quinn.
Yeah.
I think Quinn has opened up their style to be a lot more flexible than what it used to be. I think it was Duraccio that spoke of how when they had Boom on the team, they had to come mid a lot more and really focus on helping him play. But now they know that their mid will always go 50-50 or win, because they trust Quinn so much, and he is insane. So it means that they can focus more on their side lanes, or they can come mid. I think you can tell that everyone is a lot more comfortable. They have a very strong support duo, and when they're given that space to make moves where they want to make moves, I think this team just looks insanely good. And Ace has been awesome from the offlane for sure as well.
The only other really specific thing about them is that their support duo has a pretty limited hero pool, which isn't a huge deal because like the heroes of the meta are Tree and Undying, both heroes that they're really comfortable with.
Celery has played Tree and Undying in every single game. When we saw the walk-ons and I saw him like looking, you know, he's got this kind of dead inside look all the time. It's just how he looks, you know. He's a very happy guy, but he looks like the face of a guy that's been playing Tree and Undying every single game, just supporting his carry.
I mean, they'd also love to get their hands on the IO, but I feel like that's been banned all the time as well.
Yeah.
So it's it's definitely interesting support duo to keep in mind and to keep our eyes on. And if we ask ourselves the same question for Aster, how would you describe their playstyle? Because indeed, Jake, as you said, they focus a little bit more on Monet.
They do, yeah. And so to allow that, they've been picking XXS a lot of like summons heroes. So they kind of do this like map thing where they're just trying to like take over an area and like cause chaos so like Monet can get to his item timings. And the like flip side of that is the Gaming Gladiators, they're picking Ace like a lot of stunners, right?
Yeah.
And I think the reason for that is the mid lane, like Quinn's mid lane heroes have been, he's been like 3 heroes. Puck, Bat, and Leshrac. Like those are the 3 heroes, right? So he's running around, he's like causing chaos. And the opposite of that is like the offlaner being the guy that's doing that. So I guess we'll see like what is better, having your mid as the carry guy or having the carry as the actual carry guy.
Yeah, for sure. And the mid is on both teams. Player that got swapped out after TI, or at least a fresh face. I think some people might remember the runs that Aster had. Of course, top 4 at TI is definitely amazing. Gaming Gladiators 9-12, not as good, but they also swap things around. The question is, is it a solid improvement? Shape? Or
can I take
Yeah,
that?
go
I
for
think
it.
it's a great improvement for both teams. I think XWY has really been showing up. It's the guy right in the middle of the screen there. He's been playing really solid. He gives great interview answers, which is also very very nice
And
to
he's
have.
the new guy, so he's got to do that.
That's true.
He's earning his place.
So he's showing up. He's playing with these like legendary players that have been playing for a very long time. He's doing well. Quinn is a perfect fit. I think he's a huge upgrade over Boom. So I think both teams are coming in with really capable rosters.
I have a stat, an interesting stat. These teams have never played each other. Never.
Ever. Did they
Never.
dodge at the? Did they dodge at TI?
They've been dodging each other, and the only time that Aster has faced any of these players, at least recently, was Quincy Crew in the lower bracket round 1 of the hell was it? Something.
Of a tournament.
Of a tournament.
So they played
I
against
lost
Quinn.
it in my notes.
They played against Quinn 1.
They played against just Quinn.
Okay.
I think it was TI. I think it was TI. TI-10. It was TI-10. Yeah, it was Quincy Crew.
Okay.
And Quincy Crew eliminated them, by the way.
Well,
So they've got beef. They've
yeah.
got beef. It was just Monet, XXS, and Baboka at that time.
Gotcha.
But they've got beef with Quinn.
Yeah, but maybe they can get some revenge here on stage. We are very soon ready to head into a draft, so I would like to ask it if we have a clear favorite. Of course, in group stages alone, we saw Gaming do very well. They came top of their group. Aster has said they had to play tiebreakers to even be in the upper bracket. But I feel like being on a stage like this, everything changes. First, what do you reckon?
It does, but both squads have quite a lot of experience at this point. I mean, maybe Gaming Gladiators is a newer team to make it to majors consistently, but they've had enough now where I feel like they're both on equal footing. Neither of them is likely to have a fan base. I guess Quinn is more appreciated and has memes here, so he's got meme power, so maybe they're more likely to just cheer for him, but I don't really see the crowd going either way, so I just think it'll be about even.
I will say that we had earlier, there were some on the broadcast that is here live in the arena, we had some shots on all the players separately. Quinn on camera, big fan favorite. Like that was definitely louder.
Yeah.
Everybody cheered for everyone, which was very nice, but Quinn definitely got the loudest cheer.
It's from the streams, man. It's the US East pubs.
Yeah. They see him in his games, right?
They do. They do.
The streamers,
Going
they watch
straight down
there.
mid, right?
Well, sometimes, you know.
Yeah, North America, South America, definitely related in the player base there for
yeah.
sure. And Jenkins Sheep, do you have preferences as to who's going to take game number 1 here? Or the series, if you will.
It's you take the bias from the groups and you want to say Game-In. I do like Game-In. I think their game plan is going to be a lot easier, and I think they're more flexible. Like you'll see Doraccio sometimes play carries like the Lina, the Troll, and the Naga, but he can also play way more sacrificial. He'll talk about, sometimes Ace is playing this Nature's Prophet, Quinn's playing his Leshrac. There's no room for me to farm, and he's willing to take that hit and go like put himself out and take the hard farm. He'll feed a bit, but he's fine doing that because he knows he can rely on his cores. Whereas Aster is so focused on Monet as their win condition, as their key player, as their coach has said in this season, that if they are able to shut down that condition, then really I'm not sure who picks up the pieces. I think they're all still good, but I think their game plan is a lot more easier.
I have an argument on the flip side, actually.
Oh, go ahead.
Because I was looking at a lot of Game-In's drafts, and I noticed that so Quinn obviously is playing on a pretty small hero pool in this tournament because he's getting these heroes, right? And he's not getting these heroes in the first phase. They're second phasing his Bat Riders, his Leshracs, his Pucks, and he's popping off, and they're really relying on him to carry the game, just like Aster is relying on Monet to carry the game. What happens if they start banning out Quinn? You know, like that's a question that I have. Where they're obviously going to identify this in the drafting coming from Gaming Gladiators. It's something they could punish.
I mean, I see that, but I feel like both of the two teams kind of have like slightly different hero pools. So it's like it's maybe going to be less about countering their strats versus like just playing with your own comfort. Like both teams, you know that Gladiators are going to get like either Tree or Undyne for Celery. That's going to happen for sure. Aster's been consistently picking Phoenix, and it seems like Gaming Gladiators, I don't think has even played the hero yet. So I just feel like both teams are just going to get their own strat and just going to try to beat the other person with what they have.
Yeah, I mean, that's always a good thing to do in game 1. It is upper bracket. That's where you stick to your guns as well.
Yeah.
Big difference from group stage compared to here. Of course, this is the time where teams have had the chance to properly sit down and go over what they learned from the group stage, the daybreak, and who knows what they're going to come up with. Everything might have changed in the day that we didn't watch any game, right? We have to see what's going to happen. One thing that I still wanted to touch upon before we head into this game, we have on one hand the most the most close Bobby situation, in the words of Jenkins, on the side of Aster, with XXS and Baboka playing together for 7.5 years. Baboka actually has never been in a team without XXS. XXS was like in one team before that or so. I find that amazing. I think that is, I mean, it's unparalleled and probably will go unparalleled for a long time to come. Purge. That's insane, isn't it? 7.5.
I knew they played a long time, but when you said the years, I'm like, holy crap!
It's not even close. Second place is not even close to them. It's insane.
That's wild, but it makes sense, right? They're both very storied players. They've both been really good for very long. There's periods of time where maybe not XXS has ever been regarded as the best offlaner, but Baboka definitely has been regarded as the best for a long time. So it makes sense that they'd stick together if they get along. Their teams are still having success. Yeah, hopefully they keep going.
XXX definitely has been regarded as the best player on like certain meta heroes at a given point.
Legion Commander.
I was thinking Broodmother. I watched him to see like his Broodmother micro at some point. He's like, man, this guy's he's crazy. Spiders everywhere. Before there was like the hotkey for it. He just box selects all of them. He's just super quick. He's like a StarCraft player. It's insane. I couldn't believe it. I didn't learn a thing.
It's a good thing. Good talent to have for this tournament since Brood is the hero.
Well, I don't think it's gonna get through.
Yeah.
Yeah, every team that has second pick bans at first phase. Every single team does this, right?
You don't give XXS Broodmother, especially because they've been picking all sorts of other summons heroes in the off lane, even aside from the Broodmother.
That's very true. Just to counter the, you got the long-term best friendship Bobby situation ever with XXS and Baboka. I do want to then also say, maybe other duos haven't been together for that long, but the start of it is there because Ace and Tofu, they literally wanted to continue laning together. It's how they got on Team Tickles with the two of them like over a year ago because Ace used to be carry, Tofu was a 5, and they're like, okay, we want to continue laning together, and they're like, all right, 3 and 4 it is. They stuck together, Sheep.
It's honestly weird to look at the different dynamics between all these different things. Like, for example, if you look at Saberlight leaving his team, right? He was like, oh, I felt like I could learn more by moving to Shopify.
Yeah.
So when you move teams around and you start to play with new people, you learn a lot from the other experiences. And then you get to your XSS Baboka, they must not be learning anything, from each other anymore. But they can still learn together.
Got other teammates.
Yeah. And then you have these guys on Gaming in like the middle spot where they're pretty comfortable and happy playing together. I don't know if they're on that like honeymoon anymore, but I think you're in a good spot if you are making it work and able to work through any problems, because you see a lot of teams in like your East, for example, fall apart. Yeah. So it's always a good sign for me if people are like happy.
I feel like Quinn needed the like Game and Gladiators treatment the most. Like when we're talking about like learning from other players, like Saberlight going to Shopify, to me, is the same as Quinn going to Game. And even though like I know that's not why he went there. Like he went there because it's obviously a great opportunity for him. He wasn't thinking about that, but I think if he did eventually come back to the NA region, like this guy's going to be just a beast of a player. We'll see if he can break the Quinn curse on the main stage, because there has been issues of potential choking happening, and for a team that has been heavily relying on him to every game, he's like 17-2, owning Batrider, Puck, doing this crazy shit. We'll see if that hurts them.
I feel like he's just played so many games at this point that it just doesn't faze him. Like he's been to so many tournaments now. This is the best team he's ever been on, I think is safe to say. Even not that he hasn't had decent results in the past, but he's never really hit his true potential, and I feel like this is the team that can do it.
It is.
I hope so.
And one of the factors that comes into play when you're saying like can he continue basically be the force that he was in the group stages, it comes down to coaching, I think. I want to talk a little bit about coach, because both teams didn't just change their mid player. They also changed coach. Aster no longer has Lanham. They have ROTK, which of course, I mean, it's a veteran. It's a goated coach. So ROTK on one side, and then the other side, we got Gaming Gladiators coming in with a coach that before this event, before this season, before this tour, CY, not a lot of people would have heard about him. He played in a lot of Tier 2, had a little bit of a break, came back, apparently a friend of Ace and
I think the most interesting thing that Dyrachyo talked about in that long interview actually was that the coaching style is a little different. The previous coach was more like, here's the whole draft. Yeah. I'm going to make most of the decisions, then you guys play it. The way that they described it, what CY doing, is that the individual players get to make more decisions, which fits in really well with the whole choosing to protect Quinn if he needs it thing. Quinn can ask for runes,
Yeah.
but it's not always needed. So it just gives way more flexibility to the team, and that's going to mean that flexibility is what wins you games sometimes. Because then you let the players who know the game insanely well feel what they feel and use that to get victory. So I think this coaching style could really help with them.
It also helps that the runes always spawn on the side that Quinn is at.
Yeah,
that Ice
true.
Frog actually put that directly in the game, so that helps out.
That's a big buff. I didn't know there was a patch. I heard that people wanted a patch.
That's been in the patch for a long time.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
It's good, of course. You need to enable Quinn, and I think he is thriving well with this coach as well. I talked to him yesterday about it, and he said that he really likes this because he doesn't need a personal coach. He feels like he's engaged enough with the team and stuff, and has like his own ideas and strengths, and like he's already really good mechanically. Like he doesn't really need help with that. So this coach being more collaborative with the whole team and bringing everyone else like together and making the vibes really good, helping
like structure their lives in that way where they can be like positive and productive. He was limiting them on their drinks. He's like, okay, guys, 1 drink. We got to get that good deep REM sleep tonight so that we can strengthen those neural pathways. I kid you not. I was bonding with this guy about like sleep stuff.
Yeah, you've been talking about it for like months, and everyone's like, yeah, shut the hell up.
And he came and he's like, oh yeah, that deep REM sleep. And I'm like, holy shit, he knows what REM sleep is. My boy.
He talks about REM sleep all the time. I'm sick of it.
Yet he still drinks like 8 energy drinks. Oh, I'm sorry, 4.
I've cut it back. But he's limiting them. He's like, okay, guys, we're not going to go full Jenkins. We'll go half.
That is actually very valuable because when you live that D-Gen lifestyle to get as good as you need to at Dota to become a pro, you legitimately do have to put your life aside a bit. I think that's personally why young players tend to seem better than older players, because as you get older, you start balancing your life better, and then you have less time to mega grind. So like if you have a guy to come in and give you the easy mode, like schedule your life for you and tell you what you need to do to like really min-max your out-of-game stuff, that's certainly just going to translate to in-game performance as well.
Well, it has paid off tremendously for Gaming Gladiators. They are, of course, on top of their group. They did very well in the Western Europe DPC as well. I want to focus a little bit more on Aster because, yes, they were in upper bracket. They did have to play tiebreakers. And I feel like Aster is doing very well for the region. They are the only team from the Chinese region coming into the upper bracket. So I feel like they should have done better, though. I kind of like Aster is supposed to be. They are supposed to have broken the curse, Sheep, because they used to have a curse and they're like TI 4th. They broke it, yay, let's go. And then here they are. Yeah. I mean, still upper bracket, but not as good as they should be.
Yeah, it's crazy because they do get those high placements, but they don't cinch the victory. And they have spoken on that a little bit. They said that they were lacking energy during Arlington, so they weren't really able to carry any sort of momentum through to reach the end. And then during TI 11, they felt that they had real issues with being passive and non-aggressive. You look at their games this tournament, and I think that while they try and make moves, it seems like after a certain point they're running out of like ideas, and then everything sort of becomes very passive while they wait for Monet to carry the game for them. That's where I've felt that they've looked the weakest.
But they have good potential. I mean, they underperformed slightly in the group stage from what I expected, but they're still very good players. They clinched it. They're in the upper bracket. I could definitely see them make a turnaround here. Definitely possible.
I mean, they did just break the curse. Like, they are the premier Chinese team now, honestly, like over LGD. I really feel like after TI and the previous majors, but like this is like a new thing. And also, after TI especially, like we saw two last chance qualifier teams end up getting 2nd and 3rd, and you know, Puppy said it at TI. You don't want to just win. You don't want to win out. You also don't want to lose out, because if you lose out, you lose your confidence. If you just win, you're like too confident. You're egotistical. You don't have like replays to watch where like, okay, we can actually improve on these things. So I don't know. I feel like Aster, because of how well they did last year, and they have got a lot of games under their belt, and they've got a lot of stuff that they can learn from those games. I'm actually fairly confident that this is going to be a very close matchup, closer than people think, given how Gaimin performed in the group stage.
Would I have time to go back to the coaches a little bit? Because I think that probably affects them too.
I think so. We are waiting for the go signal on the draft. We are very close. At some point, I'm going to get a 30-second countdown, and then I need you to wrap it up. But I haven't gotten that yet, so feel free.
Love that. So obviously they switched from Lanham to ROTK, and they are quite different in terms of coaching style. Monet said that Lanham was very detail-oriented in-game, whereas ROTK looks more at the bigger picture in the laning stage. On top of that, it's been when we spoke to ROTK, he said that his goal was to bring 6 players together through daily life practice and understanding, and that he wanted to make sure that him and XWY were fitting into the previous player's playstyle. So it's less of like, I have ideas and I want you to ascribe to it. It's more like, we want to get used to you. So there might be just an issue of time here where they need to be able to fit themselves in better. And I know that Monet said that he was, he said he was trying to get used to the new lineup because Lanham was the leader before outside of the game.
Yeah.
So going from that leader to a new one or not having that, I'm not sure the dynamic now.
That's what I'm thinking. It's like, I feel like what's going to have to happen is one of the players in game is going to have to take that leadership, which it could happen in a group stage or it could happen in an entire tournament. Yeah. Obviously for their sake and their fans, we're hoping that it's in the group stage. They've figured it out, but it does take a while to integrate a player. And maybe even they try that and they're like, okay, this is not working. Let's like play to XWY, let's change a little bit. But that's also something that can take an entire tournament, maybe even like a couple of seasons to figure out.
Yeah, it could for sure. On the upside for them, I hope it doesn't take seasons. I hope it takes tours, because this is, of course, the pinnacle of Tour 1. So, the first major of the season, they still have that time to adjust, and they just want to get as much hours as possible playing, especially in front of this crowd, and get that experience and indeed evolve on the back of it. We're going to have to wait and see if they actually can do that, because we're not ready yet for the draft, and they are still coming in as, I would say, the Game Gladiators coming in as a favorite here, but there are also signals that Aster could do very well. A lot of people have said before the tournament started, Group A, not as strong as Group B, which would mean that Aster has faced stronger opponents. Of course, they have learned from Liquid. If you take Liquid as the team to beat, then Aster has more on-hands experience. Do we think that that's going to have an impact?
I mean, generally yes, but I'm just so sure that they're screaming teams from the opposite group as well. Like, that's something, especially on the day off, it's like your last chance to like pack some strategies in or try some weird stuff out, and certainly there's going to be some crossover there if you can get that. So I don't know if the Group A versus B talk is super founded, but with that said, by the end of the tournament, that sometimes happens. It's like all the top 6 teams are from one group, or the top 4 teams or whatever. I mean, look at TI. It's like, oh, wild card teams just crushed, went from wild card, smashed, broke faces, got to the finals. Now,
also at TI, there was something that was very obvious at some point, that the Western European teams were only knocking out each other, as in all the Western European teams were only knocked out by other Western European teams, and that made, I believe, XXS Jenkins be very, you told me this, you don't have to give me the face.
What did I tell you?
He went to study what the Western Europeans are doing.
Okay, yeah, so he said in an interview that he basically was studying the best European teams, and he listed off some of them, and the only one that he didn't list off was Gaming Gladiators, which is really funny. Oh, there he is. What a legend. The crowd goes wild. But, I assume he meant all of them, and he just listed, some of them. But, yeah, I think it's pretty widely believed among the players that Western Europe is kind of like, they've, leapt ahead in terms of who's really good at Dota. I mean, depending on, the year, it's a different region, and I feel like, you could even argue at different times, maybe SA is the second best recently, but it's pretty much been Western EU dominance for the last couple of years. And yeah, he said that he's paying attention to that, and we'll see if that comes back to bite him.
Yeah, we'll see indeed. I mean, let's see. There was for the Western European teams in Group A, Tundra wasn't doing too hot, and then you got Liquid obviously doing very well, and then the other team in Group B was. Why am I blanking on this?
I'm blanking too. It's the Heat.
Wait, sorry.
It's getting to me.
The other team in Group B.
We're talking about Europe.
Entity.
Oh, the other Western European team.
Entity is amazing.
And Entity also came second in their group, so
yes,
we know that they have had a great showing in the group stage as well, with only Tundra of the 4 Western European teams here falling short a little bit, but that does mean that Aster, they have also played against Entity, so they had 2 good Western European teams to practice against, while Game Gladiators, they only had Tundra.
It is true that it's
Does it sound mean?
Only.
It's a question of
only a TI winner.
They're going to be in their comfort zone for the next few matches, if they continue onward, or well, they're upper bracket. So even if they don't, even if they lose one, they'll be in their comfort zone. Is that a good thing? How much have things changed throughout the group stage in this major? I feel not that much in terms of the meta that was DPC Div 2, which was copying DPC Div 1. I feel like there's not been that much that has changed.
Are you saying that all these teams are taking strategies from Fart Studios?
That's exactly right. Shout out to Fart SJ, drafter and captain of Fart Studios.
How long did it take us to get to that one, huh? not that long.
I was
Longer
hoping it
than I
would never
thought,
come,
yeah.
but that's okay.
That was not bad.
All right, I wanna talk about some of those meta changes that you guys mentioned, because I feel like we have seen changes over the last 5 days, or over the last 6 days, I guess, during the group stages. We, of course, started it's the Lima major. Everybody's like, the Lina major instead. Lina's so good. And we did see a lot of Linas. We sort of ignored here or there. But I kind of feel like...
Unsuccessfully, I will say.
Yeah,
That's not
that's
true.
fair.
Liquid is the one team that's factually not scared of Lina. They
Yes.
like don't often ban it, so there are, and considering they're the top team, that's I think a good indication for the future. But it also could just be that they are so good. But it's banned often
Yeah.
Okay.
in first phase.
I was going to say, we've also seen teams try to copy what Liquid has done, like exactly Liquid Draft against Lina, and it doesn't work. It's like, it's one of those things that like requires so much coordination.
It's almost like you have to practice things.
You do have to practice
Yeah, maybe the
things.
one day
I
has,
mean, made a difference. Who knows?
has made a difference.
The biggest change from the start to now, though, is probably Undying swelling to like first pick material consistently.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
That's true.
That hero came a little bit under the radar. Everybody knew Tree was coming. Tree's still very good, but Undying is now being picked more, I believe, and has a similar-ish solid win rate considering the pick amount. So that's a hero we're definitely going to see on the Gaming Gladiator side. If they don't get Tree, I don't know which one they necessarily like more between the two, but they're very similar archetypes.
I will say that for me, the hero that popped up that I wasn't necessarily expecting it was the Bat Rider. We've seen it be very strong so far in the group stages. Why did Bat Rider? Did it come out of nowhere? Am I the only one that thought it was
You're
kind of
high?
I'm high?
I mean, I knew it was
I mean,
going
it
to be...
was there,
I
but
saw
it
it
wasn't
banned.
like
Yeah,
there.
I saw it banned a lot in second phase, but not often picked first phase. And
That's-
now
yes,
it's like
That's
a first
what
phase.
I was going to say. That's what came out of nowhere, is that nobody thought this hero was first phaseable.
Yeah.
It's like, well,
Wait,
surely
that's
they
not
just...
true at all.
It's definitely true. Are you
How is
kidding
that
me?
true?
It's
Like-
always second phase. Okay, people would
Okay.
first phase it on 8th pick. Is that what you're going to say?
yeah.
They, of course they would 8th pick it because they can protect it.
Yeah.
But
Well,
I'm
with
saying
people
their team's
wondering,
overall first pick
8th
game.
like
pick is
5?
actually second pick.
Okay, yeah.
Who's 5
the-
picking
yeah,
it?
fourth
As
pick.
in they
Yeah.
pick the Bat Rider when there are no picks left in the first phase, and then they have 3 bans for it.
Yes.
Because
Yes.
people believed that all you needed was to ban like Queen of Pain, Pango, Puck, maybe like you needed bans for it. But now people are like, go ahead, pick Queen of Pain. It's a shit hero.
Yeah,
pick Puck,
yeah.
pick Pango. We still have a Bat Rider. Like, deal with it.
I don't think Queen is that bad. I've heard good things about Queen. Like, I know Queen overall is a bad hero, but like we've seen people flexing the Queen of Pain to the safe lane, you know, to catch off the, like there's been Bat Rider teams that pick the hero, get Queen of Pain, they're like, okay, I'm gonna put Bat Rider in the off lane, haha, got you, and then they just put Queen of Pain safe lane, and then it owns the Bat.
Well, but then Bat farms Ancients and then gets huge.
And
Guys,
then
the
Queen
Queen
loses a
wins
lot.
these games.
I love the hero
Don't-
talk, but
don't
let's
talk.
be real.
I want to fight.
We have a dedicated panel for hero talk, so let's head over to them.
One and all, here to the draft panel. We are about to get into it. Game number 1 between Team Asta and Gaming Gladiators. This is a upper bracket matchup to determine who gets to proceed in the upper bracket and who drops down to the lower. My name is Snare. I'm joined by Fear and Estini. And Fear, this is a very intriguing matchup. For me, one of the interesting things about this matchup is that right now, Team Asta, there's only 2 other teams in the tournament that have a wider hero pool than them. Erstwhile, for the side of Gaming Gladiators, only 2 other teams have a shallower hero pool than them. Talk to me about this kind of matchup when one team has a very vast hero pool and the other one has a much more shallow one.
I mean, it comes down to specialization at that point, right? So, like, if you are good at your heroes, and you can just play a couple, you can make it go a long way. But then you have teams that have like a very vast hero pool that can play many different things. That's scary to play against as well. And like some of the heroes that I did want to talk about that are very scary to play against Asters is their Enchantress. They first picked the Enigma. This Enchantress, this Phoenix, has been like the crutch of like most all their lineup so far. They haven't lost with Ench yet. We'll see if they do want to pick it up here. They don't like always first pick it, but this is a hero we definitely have to look out for.
We certainly do, Astini. And one of the things that Game and Gladiators has learned, I think, from Team Liquid as well, whenever Team Liquid has second pick, they always open up with Nature's Prophet +1. And this Nature's Prophet hero has looked terrifying at the tournament so far. So what do you make of the opener from Game and Gladiators? Where do you think they're going to go with the draft at this point in time?
It looks really good because the Prophet's a hero that they can play on the offlane and as a carry. So it keeps the draft open. They get to see more heroes from Aster and decide if they want to counter the core-to-core matchups or counter lanes. It's a hero that they started playing on the European DPC when no teams were playing, so they definitely mastered the hero. But it was very unlikely that teams let them play this hero, so really looking forward to what they can show as Aster picks up Phoenix that Fear mentioned about. A lot of team fight from Aster's side.
Yeah, I mean, they love this Phoenix, and I think what's really scary is that Pichu and Baboka, they kind of like a shared hero pool. So when you see this Phoenix, you don't really know where it's going. It could be their 4, it could be their 5, but one thing is for sure, they do like this hero a lot. They like having like this overwhelming team fight. They got Black Hole and Egg. That is incredibly scary to like team fight into. But I did like the ban from Aster here. You were a little worried about Io getting through the pool. But they love playing that Io with the Leshrac. So they actually first phased the Leshrac and got it out of the pool there. And yeah, just to do a quick touch up on Treant as well. I guess that's their response to like Enigma, right? They're going to stop the Black Hole with the overgrowth and just a generally powerful meta hero now, getting all the trees on their side with NP and Treant.
It's also a strong laner. They've always choose a strong laner, either Undying or Treant. I personally like Undying a bit more than Treant, especially because Enigma can kick you out of the lane, and you want to keep your lane when you're Treant, right? You want to save the tower, you want to sit there on the dead lane, you get this farm on a position 5 hero, and then you kind of have 4 cores because you're farming all the sides of the map. But Enigma can kick off this hero out of his tower. So pretty decent still. A lot of team fight.
I like that Team Master is banning some of the more effective heroes that we've seen Gaming Gladiators use. The Ember for Quinn is not going to be available in this matchup. He's played that hero a lot, very successfully, as well as the Sniper being gone. Diracho's played this a couple of times in the safe lane, but the main thing is that whenever you have this Treant Protective here, it does enable these sort of squishier range heroes to be played in the safe lane. Right. Looking at that, it feels like Team Aster is expecting that this Nature's Prophet is going off lane rather than the safe lane, given the ban of the Sniper.
It's just leaving the possibilities open, right? Because like playing even Sniper as Enigma is very difficult. Natural Egg hitter as well. So like it's just one of those heroes that just looks like a nuisance for them to play against. So like, I mean, Ace will play this in the off lane, but they can also play it in the safe lane if they wanted to. That's like the beauty of Nature's Prophet here, especially on second pick. They can save this all the way into the last pick, right?
Yep. Puck gone, Batrider gone. So what's left in the mid lane here? We still have the Spangalia that we've been seeing coming up every now and then. On the side of Team Aster, XWY has played Tiny, Tusk, and Void Spirits. Tiny has gone away. Hey, can't really play Puck in this game. Are there any kind of Spirit heroes that you see still being available here, Stini? Or do you think that Gaming Gladiators aren't going to necessarily go for Reach and they might go for like a more Shell style with a Death Prophet or something?
I really like the Puck for them, but they just banned Puck, which might show they want a Pangolier. Because Puck's a hero on the mid lane that's good against Pangolier. It's really good for Void Spirit, but super early to pick a Void Spirit because this hero is just not good in the meta. So you want to see more heroes, should you make the decision to go in Void Spirit. I believe they would just pick a support here, generic support, so they don't need to show the mid lane yet, and then they get more information out of Aster.
Yeah, I mean, they've done this exact draft before, and they picked Tusk, but they were playing first pick, or second pick, sorry, not first pick. So they might change it up a little, but what they preferred in the last time they ran this Enigma plus Phoenix together was the Tusk. They ended up going Phoenix, Enigma into a Tusk. So like, they're very happy with this opening. This is actually their last match they won against Beast Coast. They did these combinations of heroes. But that being said, they were second pick last time, and this is going to be a first pick game for them. So maybe they consider going something else depending on what they see here, right? And they're probably just going to see a POS 4, most likely coming out of Gaming Gladiators here. But if they don't, Aster will counter that. And then if they're put in a situation where they do just need to pick a generic hero, they're going to have to counter something. And I think the best place to start is just like end up picking your mid most likely instead of your carry. So I do think the Tusk might come out. if there's, or the Pangolier. No, the
Pangol's
Pangolier.
gone,
So
yeah.
I think Tusk is highly likely to come out.
How do you guys feel about Snapfire here? Good against the Phoenix in some regard, but in particular, I like the combination with the Strian Protector. We've seen that a couple of times being done by GG and just throughout the tournament.
Yeah.
Just having that overgrowth with the Morty's Kisses, and always like some degree of lockdown if you are going to have the Snapfire come into the pool.
It's pretty decent, and it's also a teamfight counter. He's the biggest teamfight counter silencer. If you cannot press their spells, you're countered on the teamfight, or at least they can get a jump and silence, kill Enigma or kill Phoenix before she pops the egg, or Enigma before he pops the black hole. You can definitely also save for the black hole. It's kind of like on this situation that you actually want to use on two ways, but as a silencer against Enigma, you just hold. You just hold your ultimate, and you're going to counter him basically almost the entire game.
No, I like that a lot. I think a lot of teams in the group stage kind of forgot about shutting down the black hole, and they were picking more heroes just for like the laning stage, and then you'll see some late game black hole come out, and then Enigma's a great hero in the late game, and that's when this hero is most strong. Sure, you buy Greaves, you can take off global, but just be patient on the silencer. And if you survive the early game timing of the Enigma, I think he's the weakest of all the Zoo heroes as far as timing goes compared to like the Lycan and the Beast. If you shut down his late game potential in the black holes, it feels like you can always win the game. And there's the Tusk we saw. It looks like Aster's just kind of running it back. It's a great hero for the mid lane. It does provide some, BKB lockdown. But say if NP's hitting the egg, you can just knock him up for a little bit. So these type of things help a lot. And this hero just eats silencer. Like, if you can get on top of him, kill him right away, that's another win condition for being able to get these big teamfight ultimates later on in the game.
I'm worried about their lane, because Silencer, it doesn't seem like NP carries. Silencer NP, it's just a weird lane. Silencer needs some frontliner. Maybe you can go Troll, that's amazing against Tusk, but not that good against Enigma at all. The hero pool of the carry is going to be getting lower and lower. There is Naga, which would be a huge counter to every Aster hero here, in my opinion.
Death Prophet. So this Tusk is probably going to be going into the 4 position now if this DP is going to be picked up, because I can't necessarily see them putting the safe lane. So this will be the first game in the tournament that XWY is playing the Death Prophet, and it's not one of these heroes that necessarily requires you to be a specialist on to do really well with, right? It helps a lot, but you don't necessarily have to be in that particular position. Is there anything left mid that you think can deal well with what the Death Prophet is bringing to the table, especially considering that it has to be a hero that can survive rotations from the Tusk?
I mean, we've seen some Queen of Pain in the past be used mid. I guess Bat is gone. Sniper's gone. For Quinn's hero pool, I guess he will probably pick his hero. I mean, you could do NP mid, but that's not really a Quinn style type. So they have some interesting things. But what is Storm, that's not really a matchup you particularly win mid with normally. And you're against the Silence. I think this is a very risky pick in a lot of ways. I mean, Quinn is an amazing Storm Spirit player, to say the least. So I'm very interested to see how this goes. But what is very interesting for me is, will this DP be going mid? It kind of like has to. I agree with you in that regard. But at the same time, XYW, he hasn't played that style once. He's always been a Tiny, a Tusk, a Puck, an Ember. He's been the Storm himself. So Aster's like making some adjustments here, which makes you wonder, is this going to be improvement for them, or is this going to be something so new that they really have to adjust a lot to coming into this group main stage?
I agree with Fiorestini that the Storm Spirit does feel a little bit worrying in the laning phase, right? But after the laning phase, there's not that much lockdown for him. And at some point in the game, if he does pick up BKB, only really afraid of Black Hole at that point, right? You should never get hit by the Supernova. Tusk doesn't really do anything mid-game to the Storm Spirit anymore. So what do you think Team Aster need to do to try and address the Storm Spirit pick in the mid-game, given that they should have an okay lane against it?
Because when you think a carry against Storm, you think anti-mage, and then you think I shouldn't be thinking anti-mage. If they get a carry with the fast tempo.
Troll, I think, right? I mean, he has the perma root. Yeah. He loves the hero. He's playing for potentially Nature's Prophet. He doesn't get a last pick, right? So for a Monet hero, Troll's pretty decent for Storm in a lot of ways. If you get a lucky bash, a lucky root, and then it's over for Storm. So
how do you boys feel about Ursa as well? That feels like the other option that could potentially come out of him.
Yeah. I mean, I don't hate it. I mean, he does like playing it a lot. It's fine. But he is potentially playing into a counter pick that could be pretty nasty. But I'm just taking a look at their bans here. It looks like they're going to have Enigma. They're banning for Enigma here.
I like to throw a bit more because of the lane against Prophet.
Yeah, I mean, but it could get banned here by Gaming Gladiators. They have one more ban. I'm sure they've done their research, knowing, Monet's most played hero, Troll, with a crazy high win rate. It's gone. Yeah. So he's not going to get it. So is he really going to be that one-dimensional to just be like, pick me Ursa here? Or is there something better he can get throughout this pool? And that's always like going to be the question. Like, Drow Ranger has a silence. That's a hero he's played before. Is that better than the Ursa? Hard to say. I mean, this is not a very simple pick for him. He's played Bloodseeker. You don't want to play that for Storm. Storm is a hero that's been rising in popularity, I feel, a lot as we've been through this tournament. And a lot of people are like kind of re-remembering counters. And I feel like your carry's job generally isn't the one that deals with the Storm. And that's why the Storm came out, because it's mainly the supports, the mid laners that can really shut it down. And that is another hero he's played. Don't you just put NP maybe offlane now if you see this Morphling and pick something to deal with the Enigma at this point if you are gaming Gladiators?
And it seems that that's the option.
There's the Drow.
Drow comes out at the end of the draft here for the side of GG. Astini, talk to me about this Aster draft. When you look at it and how it's all come together, right? What's your feeling overall? What's your read on how they've constructed this particular 5-hero draft?
They're thinking a lot of team fights, purely team fight, but they need to get away with lanes. That's the thing. Like, if it's a 5-man team fight, they will win. But also, during the game, I don't know if they can match the pace, especially because there's an MP, Chauvin Waves, there's Storm. They don't have enough catch against the Storm, in my opinion. So I feel like GG can just avoid them in the map and avoid those big team fights. And if a big team fight happens and Aster uses a big cooldown, such as Black Hole or the Phoenix Egg or AXO, then you can do Roche and apply more pressure in the map. But I feel like it's easier for GG just to avoid Aster, get small pick-offs, and progressing the map without needing that huge team fight. Because Aster, you're gonna pop the egg, you're gonna pop Exo, but you don't have any catch. Like, how you start on a hero is just the Tusk. It's so much on the Tusk, and it's not a core Tusk.
And looking at this GG draft here, Afia, what's your read on the situation? What do you think they need to do to be able to shut down Aster and make sure that the Morphling doesn't come fully online for Monet?
They definitely need to make sure the mid lane, they make rotations here, because I think Quinn is not going to have the easiest laning stage against the DP. But if he comes out okay with it in the laning stage, and the Enigma plus Tusk also doesn't run over the Drow, they stabilize and just split push for a while. Like, you know, as Stevie said, they don't have a lot of catch. Their main catch is just going to be a Tusk, position 4. Keep dodging them. You have NP, you have Storm. Play that type of game. Get to your item timings. Play around the global later on. But just like, don't fight into the overwhelming team fight and just try to minimize your losses in the laning stage.
We're going to find out what's actually going to take place here in this opening game between Team Aster and Gaming Gladiators as we are about to head into game number 1. The first matchup in the main event, the first game of the upper bracket. And to bring you this hype, we of course had to bring some of the incredible casters. And now our duo, Cap, SVG, game number 1. Take it away, gentlemen. Bring us the hype.
Oh, I don't know if we need to bring you the hype because honestly, the crowd out here is already bringing enough energy, but we'll do what we can to match them. I'm Cap, this is Avery. We're going to take you through the opening match of the Lima Major. It is Aster, it is Gaming Gladiators, and it should be a pretty interesting matchup. I think we were excited to be able to see this series going on. Draft was pretty interesting. I mean, they pulled out the XWY Death Prophet.
I don't know where they pulled it out from.
Yeah,
it's hidden in a box under the stage or something. I haven't seen this the entire tournament. It's very off tempo for him as the mid laner for this team. I mean, you're looking at this draft. Who's initiating for Aster? It's Baboka.
Baboka.
It's all on Baboka
because
they have
baby.
no other jump. So you're putting it all on your 4, which is why the draft panel was talking about it's a bit of an unconventional pick for XWY because he has generally been playing those jumpers, playing the stunners, starting those fights. Death Prophet does it in her own way, though, right? Now you're looking at him to go in those Roche pit early, force the fights around all this team fight that Aster have. That's where their lineup shines. You need an objective forcer. Different playstyle for him, though, so we'll see if he can handle it. I don't know. RLTK has faith. I have faith. That's all I need.
Yeah, I saw the stack of papers he was rocking inside the booth, and they're setting up. He was ready to go.
Yeah,
and
if your drafter has at least 20 papers, then somebody's going to win.
It's like a 5% buff, at least.
Yeah, it's the paper buff.
The paper buff.
Yeah.
Started by OG with the paper meta.
You know there was nothing on those OG papers. They just did that to psych out everybody else.
Yeah, psych out everybody else.
There was never anything.
They were
just
masters
stacked.
of the psychological game, man.
That's why the next season you saw Bulba go in the booth. He had a full ream, 100 sheets. It's getting escalated here.
All right, well, what about the other side of things? I mean, I think the panel did a very good job of highlighting the strengths of both teams. And for Gaming Gladiators, Quinn on the mid lane, super important to this team. They chose the Storm Spirit in this matchup. panel wasn't quite feeling it, especially since the matchup against the Death Prophet. They said it's not super great for Storm Spirit. How do you feel about it?
Definitely not my favorite matchup. I think DP is super favored for most of that early mid game. The silence is debilitating. The lane is super free for Death Prophet. If Storm ever messes up his mana regeneration on the map, you can easily just take mid tower, especially if Storm gets ganked or falls behind in the levels. Again, that might come down to Evoke in this game. How much does he get done on the off lane and can go towards mid versus that Storm? But I was once told by the great Peter Pandam that Quinn is the best Storm Spirit in the world.
Damn, that is.
I don't think Sumail liked that comment, but I don't know how true it was either.
That guy won DAC for them. Huh?
Yeah,
that is so
I mean,
spicy.
Peter said that a lot about other things, but Quinn Storm is it is damn good. It never did anything for me, but it's damn good. You know what I'm saying? And of course, he has Silencer and Tree to back him up. Think about how these team fights are going to go. It's not Storm on an island, right? He's going to jump somebody. You're going to have Global to back him up. You're going to have Living Armor on top of it. Living Armor can maybe help him in the lane stage. And then you have Drow Armor to give him the extra agi.
Sure.
So this is a very high armor.
Oh, you forgot Nature's Wrath. Probably
Nature's
the
Wrath.
best.
I mean, I don't
the
know if
best
that's
follow-up.
helping him, but it's rooting somebody.
I mean,
sure.
it's doing a ton of damage. It's going to be rooting later on.
I agree. Like, this is a draft that can help the Storm engage in those fights and just fight through some of these spells, right?
Yeah.
And if you're looking towards that late game, the Storm gives you the initiation here, but it's a cheap initiation. He doesn't have to commit his whole kit to jump somebody here. They have 3 ranged cores with a 4 silencer. You can take these fights spread out. You can make the Enigma and Phoenix feel pressured to have to use their ults early or in an awkward position, and then they're just getting shot from very far. The Ballista, you wish it was still in the game. You're not going to have it here, but you have your homemade one. I kind of like gaming here, honestly. I feel like these team fights are going to be hard for XXS.
Okay,
and
but I got to stop you right there. What about this support duo?
What,
Tree and
Silencer?
Protector
What's wrong with that?
Silencer?
What's wrong with that?
I mean, you know, it gives me an unsettling feeling in my stomach. My gut is like, ew. That's a duo that has they have overgrowth, but they don't really have like easy stuns to be throwing around.
Yeah, it's Quinn's job.
I mean, it is Quinn's job because Ace, until you get level 20 talent, Sprout is like kind of okay. Drow Ranger is just providing a silence. You already have some silences from Silencer, so I feel like there's a weird overlap there. It's a lot on Quinn, the man on the screen right there.
I think the downfall of these types of support duos, I mean, okay, I will say Gaming have played these types of support duos the entire tournament, though.
Yes.
They've been playing a lot of Disruptor Tree, which I think can be similar, and that the downside is your damage out from the supports can be fairly low, especially in a burst situation. Let's say the XWY gets the BKB in this game, Monet gets the BKB, Scotty, Territory on this Morphling. Your supports are not dealing any damage to them. It's all in the cores. They have a very high tri-core damage lineup, which is why I think this works. But generally, yeah, you do not want to fall behind in the early game with this type of support duo.
I'm not sure how well you guys can hear it here, but the crowd has been super receptive. And honestly, for a day one of LAN, the very first series of the day, too, a lot of people in here.
It's pretty
loud.
A lot
of excitement
Honestly,
going
I don't
on.
think I've ever heard a crowd cheer more for Quinn.
Oh, yeah, they're doing a Quinn chant.
He was the highest cheers of anybody. I don't know what happened. That guy somebody should study that man's PR for how to turn it around.
Yeah, maybe he hired somebody.
I can tell you, South America was not fans of this guy for a long time. The pub culture did not do him any benefits there.
No. But he's won people over, maybe because of his performances in Game and Gladiators, or maybe because he's no longer playing pubs in US East.
That might help, yeah. That's what they're cheering.
They're like,
Quinn is no longer on the server.
He's in Europe now.
Thank God. Thank God.
All right, don't worry, everybody. We are getting the match underway. We see the loading screen going on right now. So we're getting into it here. See the lovely Ace there. That's an interesting guy. As a player,
he's very interesting.
Can you describe him as like what he brings to the offlane?
I was staring at this shirtless guy in the crowd. That took my. What does Ace bring off? I think Ace brings consistency, honestly. Okay. I think that's his strongest suit. You look at this guy, he knows what heroes he wants to play. As an opponent, you also know what he wants to play. He's just one of those offlaners that goes there. He's going to be on Tide. He's going to be on one of these team fight stunners, right? The Brood, the Summons heroes. You know what he does. But it seems like he gets away with it every game. Yeah. He's very consistent. Rarely does he feed. Rarely does he throw your game. Rarely does he mess up on where he wants to farm and what items he wants to buy. If you look at this gaming lineup, I view him as kind of the rock. He is the consistent factor that's always going to give you that stable output. Yeah. Then it means, Quinn and Duracho can go a little crazy. Maybe you have a little bad death here or there, and Ace is going to pick up the slack. I think it's nice to have those kind of guys in your team.
And I think some of that consistency, and maybe consistency as a whole, as a team, comes down to that support to and just their general playstyle, I feel like their playstyle is very much like, we can let them run at us, and we will be able to respond. I mean, when you don't have stunners out of your supports, right, in some ways it is, you're not necessarily always taking the initiation,
Whoa, who
right?
says
You're
tree's not a stunner?
I mean,
Who says that?
He's an ensnarer.
You get this shard. Now you're stunning some people.
Well, that's another ensnare.
It's as good as a stun. I mean, if you look at this Astra lineup, the roots are going to be pretty nice this game, honestly.
Yeah.
These heroes get really debilitated in the fight. You kite them out, BKB goes down, triple range core Drow lineup's going to go to work, right?
Yeah.
Especially if your one save is this Tuskar. Again, I feel like so much weight of this game is on Boca right now. You have to get good saves in the fights off potentially a storm jump later. You have to make sure the initiations go your way. You have to
how
make
do you
sure
get saves but also start the fight at the same time?
There's so much here for this Tusk. And
Yeah.
Tusk is, all right, this is a cheeky play
yeah,
right
this
here.
is interesting.
They're going to split the XP 3 ways, though.
Yeah.
Which I don't think is great for Ace.
I mean, maybe they wanted Dream Protector to get a faster level 2?
Well, I think the upside of what they're trying to do is they're trying to shove this wave in very fast to Monet.
Yeah.
Morphling, when he loses lane equilibrium, as we have a quick pause here. When Morphling loses lane equilibrium very early in the lane, it feels pretty bad for him. He's not that great at playing super far up until he has later on some mask for health regeneration, or the Linken's build used to go the ring, right?
Sure.
And you can kind of just walk him down the lane and right-click him. This is probably an equilibrium play here from Gaming. I kind of like it. The downside is you did split that ranged XP to 3 heroes.
Yeah.
Feels a little bad. I mean, Celery feels good about it.
yeah, he certainly does. He's going to show up to his Drow's lane and be like, what up? I got extra experience. And,
also, a little extra XP going the Treant's way in a lane versus Enigma, where he's going to get cut off a little bit.
Yeah,
so maybe
that's true.
Maybe it helps him there. I don't know. It's a very cheeky play.
I mean, I think level 2, level 3 is so important to Dream Protector's success in the laning phase if he's matched up against a hard lane, and this is one of the harder ones. I'm not sure if Enigma Tusk is stronger than Enigma Tiny, but it's pretty debilitating.
It's close, yeah. If you get caught off here on the Drow, you are done, especially level 2 or 3 Eidolons. Lane is going to be super strong. Quinn is probably mad about that pause because it messed up his CS, but you know, what can you do?
Already in his head. We did get 3 bounty runs picked up for Gaming Gladiators, though, so I'm sure he's at least happy with that little bit of extra gold that's going his way, which will help him get that faster bottle, which is needed in this matchup because you can see XWY is already trying to put the pressure on.
Yes, and Quinn's had a rough first wave, so he's going to bleed a lot of regen here. Really needs that bottle to come out ASAP. Still, I'm looking at the side lanes here for Aster. I think Aster need to execute these side lanes pretty well. They cannot give up bad deaths on the cores. You're going to fall too far behind on the map, especially playing versus a Nature's Prophet lineup. These early games are really important versus Hero, because if he snowballs, he starts taking your towers. Basically the ultimate map constrictor in the meta, outside of you're playing a dang strong Naga Siren match. So I would look, again, towards Ace. You want that rock in the game who's going to crumple up the map for Aster here, give him a good laning phase, and he's going to go off to the races.
Yeah.
This is one of his comfort heroes, too. And this guy used to play carry, so anytime you put a carry in the off lane, they generally like Nature's Prophet.
Yeah. Let's talk about the support duo for Aster, because their opener was the exact same opener. The first 3 heroes was the exact same as their last game in the group stage against Beast Coast. Enigma, Phoenix, go for the Tusk. This Pichu, a.k.a. Siamese Cat, like this Pichu Phoenix,
He's
they
gonna
just
have a
seem
rough
to
one.
be obsessed with like a lot of team fight, but it does cost them their lane.
This is not a fun Phoenix lane.
No.
I would expect this safe lane for Aster to lose hard. Silencer hard counters this hero on lane. You can't really play aggressive with the dive. You just get right-click down, get your insap. Furion's going to put Treants on you. Your Morph's going to get hit here. It's a very rough safe lane for Aster, and that's where XWI has to make up mid with it.
Yeah, he really does, Quinn.
He's going. One more Crypt Storm?
He's going to go for it. He gets it. XWI with the first blood.
And
Quinn got greedy for that double CS, man,
really
and he
did.
pays the ultimate price.
And XWI
Oh,
is
no!
not even losing
He got
anything on the lane.
silenced right before the dive away, so that means Pichu's going to die as well. Oh, dear.
Just misposition on this Phoenix once, you're going to pay the price. And of course, he does not feed the inch yet. You don't have the glaive up, so at least some saving grace there, but it is a tough lane for him. It's on top of the fact that, I mean, more Phoenix have no synergy on the lane, and you have to give solo XP to this Morphling as much as you can. At the same time, Phoenix is a very XP-intensive support, so you're stuck in this middle ground between, I want to leech all your XP, and I don't want to leech too much, and I can't really pull because there's Treants and a Silencer hitting me. It's a very tough lane for Pichu. He's going to have to hope he can make it up somewhere in that mid game.
Yeah. He can at least get to a situation where if we get the mask on Morphling, he can go ahead and go jungle, and then we can leave the lane over to the Phoenix.
A little bit, yeah. You still have to be worried about Gaming making any rotation down there, kicking the Morph out, taking the tower. It's good that XWY is off to a start here, because he's going to need the biggest start he can get. Their DP is their only hero who can kind of stop the early aggression, make moves of their own, take early towers. Solo kill Quinn, I guess. I guess you don't need the Boboka rotation if XWY can make it happen on his own.
That's true. Put faith in his Death Prophet.
Almost caught me there.
He almost did. He's going to go for it again. Damn, XWY is just giving no relief to Quinn whatsoever. He's level 5. He's got a huge level advantage here.
Yeah, this is massive.
And this is early enough that Quinn's not going to be super happy going jungle, right? Like some Storm tiers, he gets to level 5. Okay, I'm going to AFK jungle until I get 6 so I can safely do it without dying. But this early, that would slow down Storm tier a lot.
No, Quinn does not like jungling anyway. Typically, you want this guy to be in the lane because lane dominance is one of his greatest strengths.
That's true.
He knows all these 1v1 matchups. Remember, they picked the Storm into DP. Quinn does know this matchup, and he's not doing too bad in terms of net worth CS.
Yeah.
That first blood obviously inflates it a lot, but he's doing okay. As long as he doesn't die again, I think Quinn will be overall a little happy with this outcome. I mean, he's not going to be happy because he died, but that's a Quinn thing. The biggest thing here is you don't want to give up another kill when DP 6 and Storm is 5, and now you take a bunch of damage on your tower.
Yeah.
And that is something Boboka can look towards because you already have 6 on XWY here. Of course, Ace is sitting at the top of the chart. This is a very nice matchup for Furion. You can sit here, out CS Morphling with the extra tree and damage. Not a lot of offlaners can offer you this type of lane pressure versus a hero with, in theory, infinite regen.
14 denies. That's pretty rough. He's actually out, almost keeping up with the Enigma, but they do manage to get a kill. That'll help Monet out a lot when it comes to the experience department.
That's super nice. Not to mention Pichu gets a little bit extra, right?
Yeah.
Any XP on this Phoenix lane is to die for. And now Boboka pushing towards that mid-rotation. Storm's still level 5 here. You have Exorcism. You have Catapult.
They have Catapult. It's time to pressure. And who of Gaming Gladiators is going to come over and help him out? Looks like Tofu, off of that death, is going to show up, refill the bottle. Just his presence could do a lot here to stop this.
They want 6-minute rune. There's
Exo. Yeah, they're challenging already. They're going to push him back, and they do manage to get the block in with the shard onto Tofu. And they've got Pichu here as well to be able to join in, so Tofu's going to be run down pretty easily. And even better, the 6-minute rune, that power rune spawned bottom. So XWY just, get this kill, get this power rune, back to hitting the tower.
Maybe the one upside here is it's not Quinn dying. You get someone else to tank that for you. And the Catapult dies in the meantime, so that'll give him the level 6 here. Now
Super important.
He's eliminated the threat. Of course, you are going to get half tier 1 damage here. It's not that bad for your first Exorcism. And again, you're getting a little extra XP on supports. Your side lanes get solo XP. This is what Aster kind of won here, as long as nothing is getting fed away. Decent value out of the rotation. Not some chain feed they were hoping for on Quinn, but
sure,
can only ask for so much.
And you're going to lose some of those opportunities with Nature's Prophet getting level 6, because now, any aggressive move could be met with the Nature's Wrath teleport, which is going to be scary. But if they can get a kill on Tarantio, that'd be super nice. But he already got up the Gust, so he just pushes away the Tusk and heads back to the jungle.
That is the X factor you have to consider. On these aggressive moves by Boboka, you have this Furion that can come in. You have Silencer who's going to have some counter initiation. Tree can armor somebody. These dives are going to be difficult. You can't overextend. You can't overextend on these tower pushes, especially when you commit the Death Prophet to them. You have to be careful and you have to play it smart, or else Ace is going to punish you very hard. He doesn't even have to come to the fight necessarily. You can be killing your bottom tier 1, just ult. Maybe it wins you the fight.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of the MOs of Nature's Prophets right now aren't actually using that teleport. They're like, I'll do Nature's Wrath, but I'm going to split push for the most part. Duraccio pushing back the Enigma. XXS is going to be able to catch up to him, hit him with the Malphus, but they have lead seed and they have multiple TPs coming in. So Boboka is definitely going to die for this one. He falls, Duraccio stays alive, but they've moved all of their heroes up here.
I guess you baited out those ults. That's one way to look at it.
Yeah. Quinn
rune
goes back in. Hoping for the power rune, uses all of his mana. He's going to make a run for it. It's an illusion rune that'll help him get rid of the fire spirits as well and start battling up. A slowdown from Tofu with that curse, and Quinn's just going to be perfectly fine.
Not the worst outcome to get that first Wrath of Nature out and you get the double TP. Again, you have to be very careful on these overcommittals for Aster. And now you get space somewhere else, which is bottom. Baboka with the fast TP. Gonna secure this ace kill. Yeah, this is huge. Now your Morphling's in a very position, right? He did not go Mask. He did not go any region item. He's going Falcon Blade. And he's been able to stay on this lane. Not to mention you're killing a level 6.5 hero.
Why not go the Mask and why the Falcon? What's the concept behind going Falcon Blade then?
I mean, Falcon Blade's the meta. Don't question the meta, Cap.
Okay, all right, that's fair. I cannot really
Honestly,
disrespect
I haven't
that.
seen a lot of these morphs going early ringer Mask. Seems like just the extra regen from the tower, flag bearers, give it a couple tangos from the support is enough.
Yeah, those 5 positions just feeding you tangos nonstop.
Yeah, so if you get away with this build, it is more efficient.
Sure.
And he's been getting away with it.
Well,
Maybe it also speaks to how much Tofu is brought off the lane too, right?
Sure.
Let's say Silencer can just stay down there and pressure this morph with Ace. Maybe you're going to force a bit more regen out of Monet, but Tofu had to TP mid and tank the gank for Quinn. He had to TP top, secure that, then he got stuck in a mid rune fight skirmish. Silencer's been active, and now you're going to have to give him mid XP so he can get to his ult. As you were saying, this support duo for Gaming Gladiators a little clunky, which means you're going to have to prioritize their levels at some point. It's going to happen now. The downside is you're giving some breathing room to Aster, where early game was perhaps their slowest point, and now XWI.
Breathing room for Aster, but they're going to look to choke out Aces. They will manage to get the snowball on him. Celery's going to show up. Can they get anything out of this? Celery hiding away in the trees. Tofu's here as well. From a distance, they can get a decent amount of damage on Bulbaka and maybe get this kill inside of the tower range. Look at XWY. He tanked it for Bulbaka to allow Bulbaka to cut over the side and TP out. Now they go back in. Nice team play from Aster there to ensure no losses.
Juggle that aggro.
Invis rune from Quinn, though, could do a lot, so it's good that XWI didn't get too greedy. Backs away, doesn't try and use the exorcism to its full extent, heads back to mid.
Now you get some counterplay if you're gaming, though. Again, that's Exo down. You don't get a tower. Time to perhaps be aggressive here with the next Furion ult. You have Quinn lurking around, looking for something. Generally, you want to get at least a couple kills in this first 10 to 50 minutes with Storm so he gets some extra XP on the map, especially if he has to give up mid to a Silencer.
That was a close call. Quinn could have grabbed him mid-dive, and that would be a dead Pichu, but okay for now. But they got to deal with mid.
I feel like Aster's playing this early game pretty clean.
Yeah.
Again, this is a pretty slow early game lineup, so as long as you're not feeding away too many kills, you're getting the levels on your heroes. XWY can keep powering through. I mean, they're just taking mid without Exo here.
Yeah, what's going on? Gaming Gladiators, I thought surely they would fight for this.
I think they could have. They have level 8 Drow can come to that fight too. They have living armor. Silencer globals up. Storm with full resources and Wrath off cooldown. Is that not the fight you want to take here if you're gaming?
Apparently not. Gaming Gladiators would rather trade. And I guess, you know, if you're just content with trying to chill out, farm, and hit that Aghanim Scepter timing on the Nature's Prophet, that'll be a little bit better. But we're going to see Aster keep up that pace. They still haven't had to use the egg, so it's still a tool to be used. XWY will help XXS, just his presence here will help the Eidolons take the tower. The living armor is just really not benefiting at all. Gaming Gladiators, they're maybe slowing it down a bit, but if the tower still dies before 15 minutes,
yeah, and this is max living armor. I don't like to give up these tier 1s without a single fight. I think that's where Treant shines, too.
Yeah.
You bait the overextension from Master, you get a good overgrowth into Wrath and a Global before any of these Dispels or BKBs are out. These are the fights I think gaming should be happy to take. It's also the way you can get Storm accelerated in this game because Quinn is sitting down there and he's not going to have a huge amount of space on this map, especially the way this team operates. Their side laners are very farm heavy. If he's not involved in the skirmishes of the fights, it's easy for Quinn to fall behind on a hero like Storm, who doesn't naturally shove the waves out like a Shrek or a Pango will, which is generally what he's been playing.
Normally, when I think that teams are being a little bit scared to fight, I think it's a sign of nerves, right? I mean, we're here on land right now. There's a big crowd. They've had to wait a while to be able to get the tech issues solved. Maybe it's just the fact that Gaming Gladiators, a little bit nervous, don't necessarily want to take a team fight that, you know, could just blow up in the game for Aster if it goes wrong.
It's definitely true, but this team fight for Aster only gets stronger. You're talking about Silencer Tree. Another downside is the Dispels, the spell immunity, makes this support duo a lot weaker. and you're going to have a Greaves on Enigma. You're going to eventually get to some Dispel item on XWY. He's opting just for BKB Rush here. Pretty interesting. I kind of like it. There's not a lot that's going to punch through this. If he just gets BKB into an armor item, especially, BKB Shiva's Death Prophet this game is a menace.
Yeah. Global Silence going to be used because Quinn ran up into the high ground there, but did they chain the silence? I think that was not a whole lot of silence there. Meanwhile, they're fighting up in the top lane, and Ace is going to show up for this. XXS blocked in after the Midnight Pulse, but they're going to start backing away from XWY he's going to be slowed down by Celery. Dorachi does manage to finish off Bulbaca, so we're going to have a trade-off of supports here. With the Exorcism used, I feel like in some ways that was really great for Gaming Gladiators because they already lost that tower. So what's that Exorcism going to do?
That's one way to look at it.
Yeah.
Otherwise, they lost that tower before they had to take that fight.
True.
Still, they get out of there with minimal casualties. However, you do have Global down. You have that Tree ult down. At least Ag's up for Ace means this Wrath of Nature is on that 60-second cooldown. That's where this hero shines. That's why he's been picked so much.
Yeah.
Monet getting involved, pretty nice for Aster here. He's going to get some extra golden XP on this Dwarfling, who is, again, just going Manta first. So you are going to have triple Dispel first items here for Aster. It's going to help them take these early fights a lot. And the big question for them is, when do you do this Roshan? Is level 2 Exo plus the triple Dispel enough to force it? This is what this lineup's designed to do.
Yeah.
You don't want to get split on the map too much here if you're Aster, because the second one of you gets picked off by this Furion Storm combo, you're going to lose a lot of space.
Dispel is insanely valued to this game. Multiple silences, multiple ensnares.
You want as many as you can get.
Yeah.
And
nice little ancient stack going on here, though.
Yeah, but look who's taking it. It's Quinn, right?
Yeah.
Because he hasn't been able to find anything else in this game.
So he kind of needs to keep his farm going. If he had found kills, you're saying this would have been the Drow Ranger's farm, right?
Yeah, you'd rather have Quinn killing heroes than ancients.
Sure. He's going to try and complete his Witchblade off of this ancient stack. So maybe they'll feel like that damage will put them over the line. Meanwhile, Dorachi and Celery, really interesting that they still hang out here without a tower. I can't help but feeling like part of that is Nature's Prophet. Being this far forward without having a tower to TP to is super dangerous for a carry. But if you have a global hero like Nature's Prophet, and if Celery can just run interference, then maybe it's really good.
I mean, they have two global heroes. He already has a Hurricane Pike. And again, going back to this Aster draft, normally it'd be scary, but who is catching him? It's Tusk with a shard. That's
true.
it. There is no other jump or stun in this game. So you have a Hurricane Pike, you're invincible. He's a god.
Tofu is far from invincible, but the Tumbler Stoic gets him over the shard. Now that's just baited in Bulbaca. Silence goes out, but they don't need any spells to finish off Bulbaca. Beautiful bait from Tofu. Gets off the Tumbler's Toy just in time after the damage was taken.
Maybe Bulbaca just getting a little too anxious in this game. Has to recognize they have to get to these big items on their cores before they're going to take the head-on fight.
Yeah.
The skirmish is a bit difficult, and now Gaming maybe recognizing what I was looking at, which is I think they're pretty strong right now. This is when you want to fight with your spells before those first round of items come out for Aster and get Quinn involved more than just the Ancient stack. Pretty good ward. Free jump.
Pichu had just de-warded that. He threw the Fire Spirits over there. He does manage to get off the egg, though. They're going to turn around and kill it. That's not a problem. But Monet is going to try and take advantage of this by turning it into Star Spirit, but now he's locked in and he gets blown up. Where was the backup for Monet? He fought for his support's life, but nobody else was willing to. XXS seemed to be a little bit too far away, and XWY, well, he was leagues away. Awkward fight there. Feel bad for Pichu, who used the Fire Spirits to get vision on the high ground. He dropped a sentry on the low ground. Fire Spirits would give you temporary vision for the high ground, so he checked that cliff, but then immediately afterwards, Gaming Gladiators dropped the wards. If he did that like a second later, maybe he sees a ward and he goes, oh, time to leave.
Yeah, maybe you get the earlier dive out, and then that fight looks very different. Still, we're going to see the power of this global be really annoying for these heroes in the committal team fight. Sure, you wait for him in, and now you're just stuck. Stuck not even in Morph. You're stuck in another hero's body.
And Manta going to be even more delayed, so these silences and ensnares are even more powerful. And Gaming Gladiators, top 3 heroes in that network chart.
And I think Gaming's pretty happy scaling in the foreseeable future. Maybe 60, 70 minutes with refreshers on this black hole and stuff, it becomes a little annoying. But honestly, I think these drought lineups are very tough for Enigma to fight into. you just get outranged. You're not offering much in terms of spell capability. You're not going some early blink BKB, and you're not going to hit a big black hole even if you do. You're just kind of waddling in here with this Aster lineup, and you're letting Gaming get to these big damage items on all three of their cores.
And now they're actually evening out the tower advantage. As this mid tower looks to be falling, Aster are not going to fight for it.
I think XWY had a good early game here. He definitely created some pressure, but you haven't been able to capitalize on it.
No.
You're still stuck behind your tier 2 at 15, at 18, going 20 here. And where is the catch? Are you doing anything to this Hurricane Pike Drow? Doing anything to this tanky Furion who's going to have the Agi from the Drow aura with living armor on top? Remember, there's a lot of buffs for this Gaming Gladiators lineup. You have to commit in to deal with the buffs. And
Not having catch, the enemy team having better late game, and them having global split push pressure off of Nature's Prophet, this is beginning to feel like they just don't have a solution. I feel like that is a puzzle that can only be solved by winning the early game and snowballing, right? And getting early Roshans and you know, like stacking that, but because they're not ahead, they can't take Roshan confidently.
Roshan helping you scale into the late game where you have the catch is the answer here for Aster. And this is, there's no other play here. You have to force it with the level 2 EXO and BKB on your Death Prophet. She's not going to have a stronger timing for the next 10 minutes here until the second item, which is going to be super slow if you don't get this.
Which is a huge opportunity for Gaming Gladiators if they take this fight, and it's good. It's going to be a disaster for Aster. They get the initiation on a Bulbacup, but at the same time, Stormseer in some trouble. He gets off the attack, but he dies instead. The XWY with the BKB timing pushes back Gaming Gladiators. A jump forward from Monet is going to be able to catch Celery as well. And oh no, 3 of them stacked up, and XWY is feasting on some heroes. Gets pushed away by the Gus. That Spirit Siphon is going to be able to break. Hurricane Pike pushes him away. XWY has got to be careful of that damage. A lot of Frostbite, but he lives. They don't get Roshan, but they do get a good engagement out of it.
I don't know if that's good enough, though. Sure, you get the Storm kill, but the lead just increased there for Gaming.
Did it really?
Because this Furion just farms waves while this fight's happening, and you're not getting Roshan, and now Exo's on cooldown. What stops Gaming from just taking the pit? No black hole? Or you have black hole, but no Exo, no egg? Monet has no ult as well. That was him joining the fight, getting a Storm pull off there to try and kill the Treant.
Yeah.
You're lucky you catch Quinn there with a Malefice into silence. Otherwise, that fight doesn't even necessarily go as well as it did for you. I would not be surprised to see Gaming make an aggressive move here, try and just take Roshan for themselves. They can even scout the triangle with Treants. And yeah, here it is. Jump anything here if you're Quinn.
Taking Roshan themselves, that would be a huge game-winning move, but it does come with certain risks, right? I mean
it's only the black hole, though.
Ultimates, but I mean, even just taking Roshan is maybe a little dangerous, but they're going to try for it. Shard is going to be disruptive. Fire Spirits are going to be annoying. Maybe they have
it's too annoying. Still, I think Gaming would have been really happy if Aster took that bait.
Oh, yeah.
They want the fight more than Roshan here. I don't think they care about the Aegis. I mean, Aegis on Quinn is super nice, but if they ever get a fight where Aster don't have their big ults, that's when they're super happy.
Yeah.
Because you're not winning that. We see the power of this Drow. There's just no gap close. You're going to need a lot more items on your Enigma, a lot more on DP. There's one gap close, so Blink for XXS is coming in and perhaps at a very timely point because Gaming are smoking on you. You're going to need a big black hole at some point in this game.
If this was to break on like XWY, who I think is maybe tanky enough to survive, XXS could be set up for a dream black hole.
That is the dream. Have him tank it, see everybody, use this DP BKB. They don't really have another natural frontliner in this game until Monet is super strong. Gaming don't find anything, don't want to overextend into the high ground triangle, and again, they will force the Roshan. It's dying very fast here. You got to scout this.
They're smoked up on Aster, they know, but they're not going to be able to get there in time. And now the agent is picked up by the Stormseer, and he's going to zip in. Quinn immediately getting the initiation on Bulbaca once again. Going to drag him into the mid. Bulbaca is stuck, he's caught. Aster are going to start retreating, but Pichu can't get out because of that silence from Tofu. A little bit more XWY, going to pop the Exorcism.
This is not the fight, though.
No, it's not.
Already 2 dead. Global seals Baboka's fate. And Quinn just gets the free follow-up. Of course, he can play really aggressive now because he has that Aegis. You want to commit ults for this Storm? Sure, I'll take the fight afterwards. And now, Aegis to Storm Spirit in this game, absolutely deadly. Sure, he's low on the net worth chart, but it doesn't matter if he can just jump into your ults and bait all the spells out. And this is why I said that earlier Roshan go from Aster was not good enough, not even close.
Yeah, I see what you're talking about now. Rough team fight. An Arcane Rune found for Quinn with an Aegis.
Oh, come on,
I
man.
mean, I don't think they necessarily need to be, taking fights right now, but you are heavily incentivized to do so. You are extremely powerful on Quinn.
Honestly, we had those 40,000 accounts banned for cheating.
Yeah.
I was surprised I didn't see Quinn in those, because this guy...
For spotting runes to his advantage.
This guy's got a rune hack going,
Yeah.
I swear.
The funniest thing is he's probably the one who complains the most about runes. Nice silence timing there from XWY.
You know why he complains? When he has normal rune luck, that's when he complains. In the rest
I
of
only
our
got
world,
50% of the runes.
Yeah, I only got 4 double damages instead of 10.
Beat you. Stuck here without an Anchor's dive, so
Mistake.
Quinn commits and gets the egg out of him. Really nicely played. Nice shard, though, from Bobica. I don't know if they feel good about chasing after him, though.
How do you
Definitely
take these
not.
fights if you're Aster? You can't black hole anything. There's global and overgrowth. Duracchio's just running up and poking you here, saying, what are you going to do about it? I don't even have the Aegis. You're not going to be able to play the map versus Storm and Furion. The pickoff can be really high. You can even get Blink or Shard on Celery here and help your pickoff even more, which he's going Blink. It'll help the team fight, some extra catch.
You're
This-
talking about the Drow Ranger synergy
Tough.
with this lineup. Drow Ranger Furion, I think is super scary when you get Furion to BKB. Because then you got this guy who is magic immune and he's getting the extra armor when he already has the same stats. Quinn trying to jump in after that. Gonna
These
be
are all just
denied
free, though,
some
right?
aggression, but it is.
It's
yeah.
so free for gaming here. They don't even have to hit anything. You're still corralling Aster on the map. Ace is always going to farm your side of the map or the other lane, so you never fall behind economically. And yeah, you were talking about that BKB on Furion. He has it. So he has BKB, he's spell immune, he gets the Drow Agi armor. Man, this Ace... Can't ask for anything more on the Storm Spirit. Putting them hacks to good...
Dire are scanning.
Snowball going out the shard, looking to be able to catch somebody. Still Duracchio is perfectly healthy. XWY tries to run after him, but he goes back to the rest of his team, but now he's going to be caught. Oh, Zeller, great positioning, and XWY from a distance is going to get blown apart. The Nature's Prophet Drow Ranger is not to be trifled with. You either all in commit, or you get the hell out of there.
Can't
They
play
went
these
for
fights.
a 50-50, and it was terrible.
You cannot go halfway, as you said. And again, are we going to see a black hole this game? Is it possible? You may as well black hole something at this point. You don't have to use global in these fights if you're gaming. XXS has no game here, and this is how you punish Enigma. Make the black hole hard to use. Sure, he has an okay lane. He didn't even win it, though. 3 range scores can always split the fight. Storm's in the back. Ace is jumping somebody else off a route. Duracchio's the front line somehow, and you can't even go on him still. Again, the lack of catch here for this Aster lineup really hurting them in these engagements, and their team fight just can't get put to work.
Thought he was going to jump Peachy there, instead goes for Monet. Not even necessarily, oh, we need this kill or anything like that. Just, take him out. Make sure he doesn't get a chance to push out that bottom lane.
Quinn can jump whatever he wants.
Yeah.
There is no punish. He didn't even go BKB in this game on Storm.
No, he went Sanj Kaya, right?
Yeah, so he's just going for extra status resistant to Hex here. Maybe he feels like the extra BKB scale is going to be picked up by his 2 other cores anyway. And yeah, the camp stack, the economy. There's a reason gaming has a net worth lead at this point. It shows. And the way back is not very clear.
Yeah.
You got to get Monet on top of Duracchio and kill him through Treant armor, through a global.
Sounds unlikely.
I wish you the best.
And all that time, take that much time to kill 1 core. Nature's Prophet and Storm Spirit are still doing plenty of damage as well. So,
I mean, XWY went Witchblade. This is... Honestly, I don't think you can afford to go Witchblade in this game. I think you need Blink Shiva's minimum before the fights even start to resemble something in your favor.
yeah, you're going to try and outrange.
You're not outright clicking anybody here.
Nature's
I
Prophet?
promise you, you are not outright clicking anybody. Maybe the one rationale here is he feels like the armor is just way too high for gaming. How are you ever killing any of these heroes when they all have 40 armor? I agree with that sentiment. In a very far away world, if you get the brooch, it's pretty decent value. but I don't know if you're getting there. I don't know if you're ever getting there on XWY. Bloodthorn, I mean, I don't know. This Switchblade just seems way too greedy, and I don't think it's going to pay off in time. I don't think you're going to get to the late game here if you're Aster. You're getting kited.
I mean, at this point in time, late game is kind of their only hope, right?
Sure, but at this point, they're going to get to late game and be 40,000 gold behind.
Sure.
And by that, I mean in another 15 minutes here.
Blink Dagger soon for Celery. That's going to be a huge pickup. Meanwhile, items are just missing for Aster. Still trying to get a Scotty on Morphling. Doesn't compare.
There's a lot missing. The problem is you can buy survivability on Aster, but it's not winning you this game. Staying alive is not good enough. Gaming do not have big committal spells. It's not as if you wear down their ults, you're happy to take the fight. It's the right click that's going to slay you here. This is a Drow lineup. Have to be able to match them toe for toe at some point.
Well, looks like their game plan is to wait Game and Gladiators making a mistake on high ground, or try and smoke out and contest Roshan. Game and Gladiators, of course, very relaxing game for them. They're just hanging out, farming, and then eventually they're going to be able to take that second Roshan.
I mean, they're smoking the triangle across map to try and close out that area. Aster isn't even there.
No.
They already closed it out. They don't know, of course, but there's no one to find on this map. So here's the desperation 5-man smoke. If this fails, you probably looking at game 2. You got to find a good core kill here into some semblance of map control.
He tried to go up to that top tower.
Of course, but Quinn has another arcane rune. Though that said, this game he has had full rune control, right? So he's eventually going to get something good. I'll still make fun of him for it, though.
Well, that's your right.
I mean, the only cooldown that this arcane rune might be helping at this point is that game clock. This game could end in the next 5 minutes here. Especially if you take a fight into a high ground ward here.
Check the high ground. They see the ward. Bulbaca's already been caught, though. Quinn has just been making sure Bulbaca has no game. Their initiation is gone. So now XWY, well, he's going to be caught as well. Caught inside the Sprouts. Immediately overgrowth after the BKB, which is perfect. XWY is going to try and Spirit Siphon and heal himself. Over to the side, they do have the Supernova. Duraccio going to go for the dieback death onto Bulbaca and then try and kill the egg. A little bit too much for that, but who cares if the egg explodes? Quinn's going to be able to catch him before he dives away.
Just too easy. Honestly, these goes they feel casual almost.
Oh yeah, and it was a very fast Roshan. So with the dieback, let's just go ahead and take Roshan, shall we? 30 seconds left on the Aster supports.
Storm jumps, he pulls somebody, Drow kills him. Storm doesn't even have to commit. There's no counter initiation here that can come out. What's the counterplay to this? You have to jump them, right? Again, you don't have a blink on Death Prophet. Monet finally finishes Scotty here. Starting to get some damage on this Morphling. Still, it's all physical, and you're doing physical into an insanely high armor lineup that now has another Aegis.
They got all their
Shard
20
as well.
talents coming in, the multi-shot damage, the Sprout Leash.
This is just an impossible fight. You're going to have to hope for the high ground throw.
Hey, sorry to ask you this, in the playoffs and everything. Do you know how Overload Shard works with Drow Ranger's multi-shot?
It should not proc it.
You don't
That's
think
what you're
so?
asking. No, I don't think so.
If it did?
If it procs it, it's only going to proc it once.
Yeah.
There's no way it's working on the multi-shot hit.
I'm just more so saying this multi-shot is already almost killing you add in just a little bit of extra damage on top of that, it's going to be terrible.
They gave the Aegis to Duraccio this time.
Yeah, it makes sense. He's going to hit high ground, right?
Yeah, that's your siege mechanism. Makes Quinn's life a little harder since he didn't go the BKB, but again, he doesn't have to commit on any of the jumps. He can just ult, hex, ult, pull, run away instantly, has another arcane rune.
Bulbaca is so poor. Tusk Eggs might be able to, help you hold this high ground against an insurmountable lead, basically. But they do smoke out, catch Celery, but they don't kill him, and the overgrowth goes down. They get the black hole until the Supernova immediately denied by the global silence. but the Supernova does survive as a result. XWY sticking on to Duraggio. Duraggio pushes them away though, and
right
XWY couldn't commit. He was pushed too far away, and Quinn recommits back in. Duraggio's gonna help them run down, and that is it. An absolute stomp for Game and Gladiators over Aster in this game 1. There was no question who showed up to this first game. The better team.
Just a draft victory, honestly.
Yeah.
I would take their draft 9 times out of 10. I don't think you can play this game as Aster. You're not winning lanes.
No.
The first Roshan gets foiled. At that point, the game is just over, I think. If you don't win that first Roshan fight with level 2 XO BKB Death Prophet, what's your game plan here? You can't play the map. You can't win the team fights. You don't have initiation. You can't punish anything Ace is doing in his Ancients on the side lanes, let alone get on top of this Drow. Drow buys 1 Hurricane Pike. Your whole catch is gone. This isn't even a Dota game at that point.
So, super one-sided game, but draft focused. I mean, I still think that Aster played a little timid for my liking. I felt like there were so many times where it was just like, guys, you gotta go. You just gotta go. But either way, draft is a huge problem for them. Maybe RTK needs to print out some more papers.
Yeah, you need another couple inches of 8x11 there.
Yeah, we
Get
could all
some more
use
notes going.
We could all use a few more of those.
You say they're playing timid. Honestly, what is Vivoka supposed to do in this game? Just run up and shard somebody into DP silence? You have to play this game ultra manly. I think you definitely have to go second item blink on Death Prophet and just blink on them and hope something magical happens. I don't see another route in this game. A great black hole at the end by XXS, but again, by that point, you don't have to use global on anything else in this game. You have overgrowth even if you do. There's just no punish here. I think you really have to think about this Enigma Furion matchup as well. Teams are very happy playing Furion in this Enigma, and this is one of the reasons why. You play the map, you split him up, his spells become very hard to use. If you don't have other heroes that can make up for it, which Aster didn't, you're just getting out-farmed at every fight. I mean, Aster went in the pit, did half of Roshan, got 2 kills and left, and they lost 1,000 gold off that fight. Because Wrath of Nature cleared 3 waves.
That was really bad, for sure. And I think maybe we have a reason why Aster haven't been picking up that mid-death profit for XWY, or at least maybe a reason why perhaps the item build wasn't up to par or something. They just haven't picked it since Chinese DPC.
Witchblade was not the item. That said, I don't think there's any item he buys. I mean, that man could have found a divine rapier off a shovel. I don't think it would have changed this game. I don't think anything about that game is changing.
Yeah.
So, items aside, I don't agree with the Witchblade, but nothing would have helped him there. And yeah, it looked a little uncomfortable. There's not a lot of playmaking. There's not a lot of laning to get ahead, so the playmaking isn't necessary. At this point, I'm being redundant, but just an outdraft. Too relying on this Enigma is just going to be powerful because it's powerful. I mean, what did Enigma do for you in this game?
All right. Well, that was game 1. Game of Gladiators, showing why they were top of their group with a pretty strong showing. But we're going to go ahead and head into game 2 here in just a bit. We'll be right back.
first game of the Lima Major here at main event goes the way of Gaming Gladiators against Aster. It's of course a best of 3. We'll see if Aster can make a comeback, and we'll head into that third game. But before the second game, we're first going to break things down and tell you our opinion of why things that happened as they did. I'm joined by Jenkins, Sheep, and Purge, and I want to take it back because of course Gaming Gladiators won the game, and they were very strong, especially towards the end, but it didn't. Aster definitely had a good showing. It didn't always look like Gaming Gladiators was going to have that massive lead towards the end, right, Sheep?
Yeah, they did a really good job early. Not only did XWY run a clinic on Quinn in the mid lane, got that first blood, was pressuring his tower, but Baboka on his Tusk was fantastic. Every tag team cooldown, he was running at Drow top. When he managed to force TPs there, he then swung to the bot lane, killed Ace there. I think he had a very active and very clean early game, and they managed to take that top tower, managed to take that mid tower, and were just really controlling the first 10 minutes-ish.
Yeah, it really made the Gaming Gladiators lineup look like it was bad. I was just like, man, they're just getting smashed in every single lane. And then they hit that like mid-game timing where they started pairing 2 of their heroes together. You know, they get some pickoffs here and there. And then like in their late-game timing, it's like, oh, they have 3 ranged heroes that love right-clicking, and they have a Drow Ranger. They do so much damage.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, the thing with the early game, though, is like, it looked to me like a Treant game. You know what I mean? Where it's like, yes, they were doing a good job on Aster, running at them, and yes, they were pressing their ults, tag teaming off cooldown, whatever. People were getting armored. Global Silence was coming out. They weren't. If there wasn't a Treant in that game, then those fights go much more horribly for Gaimin, and then probably off of some of those fights, they actually get a tower. So to me, it looked like, oh no, they're not like obliterating a tree early, so therefore like Gaimin's going to protect the towers and then get to that late game that Purge was talking about.
They also used wards really nicely for that too. Like they had at least 2 wards in their own jungle on like high ground cliffs and on the ground, just like protecting the area really hard and not allowing Aster to be as aggressive as they hoped to be.
Now there was, I think a lot of people might remember, we've brought it up on the panel several times, that in an Arteezy interview, he was talking about scrimming Western European teams and being impressed with their new and improved lane tech, and we've been ever since trying to figure out what this lane tech was. And we did see Gaming Gladiators before the lanes even hit each other for the first time. We saw them take out a range creep, Jenkins. Was that the new lane tech Arteezy was telling us about?
So I think you can go farther than that. Like the reason that I really liked that from them was because whenever you're laning against a Morphling, this hero's like completely useless at level 1, other than the fact that he has like really big damage. So the ideal state for him is that he gets like 2 or 3 waves in front of the tower and he just denies like 3 range creeps and then gets the level advantage that way. Because Nature's Prophet, like the way he would get range creeps is sending his treants on it. You can't do that if the range creep is like basically in the tower, right? So they kill it before the lane starts. They shove the creep wave into the tower, it bounces back, and all of a sudden Morphling is like barely level 2, and then the lane is directly in front of their tower. The way that you can extend that lane tech even farther, which is a little riskier, is you do the same thing, but instead of killing the range creep, you block the creep wave with 3 heroes. So that's the important thing to me, is that they brought Celery there to do that as well, because there's only going to be 2 enemy heroes there, but sometimes the enemy dual lane is actually stronger than yours, and you can't do that. Even killing the range creep, you'll like trade too poorly in doing that. So yeah, this is something they've clearly practiced, and it worked out because Ace was monstrous that game.
Yeah, it definitely had the right impact on the game.
It did, and you saw them get that kill on Phoenix in the lane pretty soon after the first blood happened because they were getting their levels faster. You're playing into a silencer. I think this Phoenix is something that Aster have a massive comfort in, but they've ended up drafting Enigma and Phoenix both into it and really struggled as a result.
Yeah.
I think like Phoenix as well felt huge pressure every single fight from Quinn on his Storm Spirit. He always went in and made them use the egg, so their egg was never used like favorably on top of this black hole.
Yeah, that's actually a really vulnerable thing about both Enigma and Phoenix, is that you are not very good at like fake jumps, basically, because you basically want to say, okay, they're jumping this guy, I sunner him, or they're jumping me, I'm looking for the right black hole. But against Storm, who can jump in and out like that and play with his food a little bit, especially when he gets Arcane Runes, it's just so much harder to play Dota if they can run at you against those heroes. So maybe Gaming figured out what they need to do.
Now, it was Aster favored for a little bit in that game for sure. The biggest turning point, as very frequent, is of course a Roshan fight. And I want to talk about the Roshan fight because the first Roshan fight, actually, if you look at it completely objectively, is like, wow, Aster got 2 kills. And, you know, they weren't able to finish the Roshan off the back of that fight, but number-wise, they won. Explain to me why that wasn't the case.
I mean, it's because their heroes are like okay at taking Roche, like Tusk Morph, sure, but they had used the DP ult for that fight, and Gaimin, like that to me was just an extension of the early game, where Gaimin's ability to like disengage was just so powerful. Like Treant Silencer, you cannot tell me like two better heroes at like disengaging team fights. So like it felt like Aster had to commit, but they're like playing into two supports that's literally the exact thing that they want you to do. So the moment they run up some high ground, it's like, okay, do we chase here? Do we not chase? Like our DP ulti is down. It's a tough question.
Yeah, and their egg was down as well. And we heard our commentators say it as well, that while that fight was happening, I believe Ace was still farming on the map, so even though Aster kind of won the fight, they still lost gold overall.
They have the lane pressure, exactly. Aster's like this full 5-man lineup against a silencer. Like, it's just so hard. They had to hit the silencer and the tree in one black hole in order to win a fight at some point, and that's never going to happen.
No, and this, of course, this is where well, Gaming Gladiators kind of started off their aggression after the laning stage. We had quite nice amount of jumps coming in from Quinn, and this is the fight that we talked about, because at this point, I thought, okay, Gaming Gladiators is making a comeback. Or sorry, Aster is making a comeback, but yeah.
Draw 2 did so good on Drow this game, in my opinion. Like, he really felt like a high damage dealer. Not the typical Drow where it's like, I'm playing the whole team fight to just not get killed instantly.
Yeah.
No, he was in there. He was in there for sure.
He did great. This Roche as well was so nice because Gaimin were super on top of it. They realized Aster was in the pit. They scouted it with Trance whilst simultaneously smoking and were ready to contest. Meanwhile, when Gaimin then walked into the pit on the next fight, Aster were way too slow. They smoked up to contest, but they were just not there in time. So I think Gaimin just had their like finger on the pulse of this game way better than Aster did.
Yeah, they played like a little too scared in a way, and I think a lot of that goes back to the draft. Like you're playing Enigma, and all of these like very heavily committal heroes. Like even Tusk, like he snowballs, he gets in there, right?
Yeah.
Against Silencer Tree, and then Storm who can get out, Nature's who can TP out, Drow who Drachi was like the only guy that could have died there, but as Purge was saying, like he just had a phenomenal game.
Yeah.
Was there any chance at this stage of the game that we're watching right here, was there any chance for Aster to still have a good comeback? Because they definitely keep trying.
There's the global. Like, that's the problem.
Yeah.
He gets the tree, and then there's the other guy that's out that's going to instant cancel the black hole.
Yeah. They tried to do some nice moves on Aster. Like, for example, they went, when they were kind of locked in their base a bit, they sent their Morphling top to try and bait off him while smoking behind. But Gaimin, so smart, so good. They scanned behind the Morphling to find out that there were Aster heroes there, so they knew. And that way, they were able to just hold their high ground cliff ward. You know, Aster sees nothing. They're not actually sure where Gaimin even are because they're just not showing or not reacting. And then when they push up onto their triangle, bam! Gaimin just super punish it, kill them, easy game, easy life.
Just like that, simple. This break is being used by the teams to, of course, go back to the drawing board and reset and find a better way into game number 2. And we're going to try to predict what's going to happen, because what does need to change, Purge? What is Aster going to look at most when they look back at that game? Where was like the one issue that they're like, okay, you know what, we can change potentially our opening?
It felt like to me like it's the same run at you issue. They didn't have good ability to run down their opponents, so their draft was a little bit mismatched. So because of that, it's not easy to take fights. They have all the support counters you guys talked about. That just made all their engagements difficult. So if they maybe have a different strat where they don't prioritize Enigma and they go for some like divey pressure hero, or maybe instead of picking Death Prophet for their mid, they could have some like, not that Void Spirit's great, but some Void Spirit type hero. Jump in, disable, burst, catch people like that. Puck is a good example. If you have those catches yourself, it makes your team fight easier to execute. You can hit the support back line. You can make the Drow Ranger run away instead of just sitting there outputting way more damage than she should. That could really upend the strategy.
It could indeed. We had the first pick going the way of Aster. So Gaming Gladiators banned Broodmother, and Lina, surprise, that most likely is going to get changed for game number 2, and therefore it's going to be Aster that does not have the luxury of banning out, for example, the Leshrac that we see Gaming Gladiators like a lot. Is that, how big of an issue do you think that's going to be, Sheep, for Aster?
Oh, that is a question. I'm not sure. I feel like you have to prioritize the Leshrac, like, because they are so. It's by far their most comfortable strat.
But are you then going to let Lina?
What do you give, Lina or Brood?
I think you have to give Lina. I think Lina is like Liquid is paving the way here of counters, and I know we talked about people not living up to the same like skill level as them to deal with it, but it's got more shown than like Broodmother, for example. No one knows how to deal with Broodmother. Everyone hates Broodmother.
I have an argument in favor of what you're saying.
Okay.
XXS and Baboka are the ultimate bubbies, right? And they've played Magnus plus Rubik before. This is a very solid lane and game counter to Lina. It's a little hard to pull off, obviously.
Yeah.
It's all about just repositioning her, and you're double nuking the creep wave in the lane, so it's not like you have to kill her, but you can. She's still going to free farm, but you have these opportunities that like other heroes don't have to kill the Lina. I could see them pulling that out. I mean, they've literally picked it in this tournament, and they were playing it in DPC too.
There's also the one other option that happens is that they do let the Lesh through and give it to them first pick, and then they take IO +1, like IO plus DP as a response, because it's mostly like the Lesh IO that is like makes it really giga broken when game in play.
But it's just important that you get that IO combo like right there. You can't like just pick the IO and be like, oh, we'll figure it out later, because they're going to ban all the best ones, you know?
Yeah, because so far that exact scenario has happened, and it did not work out very well. It is kind of poetic that Aster, playing, and Gaming Gladiators playing their first main stage game here, and the first hurdle that Aster has to work on. How are we going to deal with Lina? It's a little bit of the story of the run-up to the major, and we thought we were kind of over it, but I guess once you change first pick, second pick, Gaming Gladiators winning while having second pick, that must be a boost for them as well, Sheep, because traditionally, especially in this current patch, that is when you have the so-called handicap.
Yeah,
You don't
I
agree?
think playing on Dire is more important than the pick order, to be honest.
I agree with that.
Yeah.
Dire's just too OP.
Yeah.
That hill ward outside of Roshan is so stupidly OP, and people realize that you're never going to kill a tier 2 anyway. Everybody used to be like, oh, of course, Dire is going to be playing in the Radiant jungle, and so Radiant's better at taking Roshan. Who gives a shit? You're not going to take tier 2s in Dota in this patch anyway. Like, the way that you win a game is by getting like a 30k gold lead, and then just run at towers and, okay, hey, come fight me. And then they do fight you, and then they lose. So it's like you don't need to pressure that tier 2. You just sit in your own primary jungle, which all the carries want to farm anyway. You put a ward on the high ground, you've got full Rosh access. And then it's like Radiant, you got to do some crazy smoke around that never works, by the way.
Or you like do the thing where you step on the bottom of the cliff, you look way up, and you put a sentry down, and then the entire enemy team just explodes you, and you're like, okay, we'll try again in like a minute.
In most supports, can't even right-click the ward. It's like, there's an obs up there, guys. You have to walk all the way around up 3 high grounds.
It's so stupid.
It's tough.
It's definitely a very common cause of death, I believe, in games. Now, lucky for Aster, they'll probably be on the Dire side this time around as well, so they got that as a little bit of a bonus there. We're talking a lot about what Aster needs to change, because of course, Aster is the one that lost game number 1, and they did basically drop the game halfway, or after 15 minutes or so. Gaming Gladiators, they're going to be happy that they won. However, first 10 minutes, they're like, you know what? We could maybe do a little bit better there as well. So where do they look, Purge? Because after a game, even if you won, you're not just like, oh, that was easy, let's go. Like, where do they reflect and see, okay, how can we maybe mind game Aster? Okay, Aster's going to change that, so we need to change that in ahead of time. Aster changing that.
I think the most important thing is that they get Tumbler Toy again. That way they
Yes,
can
of
bait
course.
the ice shard jump. Yeah. That was such a cool moment.
No, me and Steve were talking about this because I got really excited about it and I started typing it down, and then I remembered that Tumbler Toy goes on cooldown when you get hit. So he wasn't baiting it; he just didn't have it.
Potentially, there might have been like a quarter of a second or something. But yeah, it was like a 3 to 4 second window. Either way, it was like perfect timing. It's such a cool moment. Get that again.
It
Very
was
helpful.
really cool.
Clean up your laning stage a little bit. Obviously, Quinn did not need to get first blooded. That was definitively a mistake. But from there, he played safe, and they came back, so it's fine. So I think laning stage could have gone a little cleaner. But other than that, everything as a whole was good.
Yeah, that's the only thing on laning stage. So CY in the back is like, guys, you did good.
That was good. That was good. Yeah.
Do that again, please. But then, from the Radiant side, which is apparently a little bit more difficult in this current day and age.
At least the pull, the off lane pull is easier. But then again, they usually play to win their off lane. So, and that's what you do when you're like, well, we're gonna lose anyway, so we'll just pull and go 50-50.
Yeah.
I mean, do we know who took what yet?
What for the next game?
Yeah.
No.
Because then there's a chance potentially that Aster want to take second pick, and then they get to do Dire again anyway.
It could happen.
Why would you want to do second pick? Because then you force Gaming Gladiators to ban Broodmother Lina? Is that a little bit of what we're thinking?
I think there's 3 good heroes, 3 really good heroes right now, depending on the team.
Brood, Lina, and?
Yeah, exactly.
So
in question mark.
Plus
one. The +1 to me is for this team, obviously it's Leshrac. It's okay, we take Quinn's Leshrac away. And it's I can understand that. Even when Quincy Crew was getting shellacked out of tournaments and stuff, Quinn was still carrying with the Leshrac, and people were banning it. So it's his hero, and clearly they're able to play around it, especially because Boom also played it. So yeah, makes sense. But first pick, very solid. I would prefer first pick in this patch.
Yeah.
Lina.
I've heard like alternating ideas, like from talking around the hotel with people.
Yeah.
Some people just think, I mean, second pick is just naturally like easier to play when you get the counters on lanes. So I don't know, it's hard. I look at Aster, I think like first of all, they shouldn't have let the silencer through with Enigma Phoenix. That just seems terrible.
Yeah.
And then second of all, like more so the draft, they just need to fix up their gameplay because they won the lanes. They should have snowballed this DP.
Yeah, apart from the bottom lane, they didn't win the Phoenix Morph lane, right?
Yeah.
But that was because of a new improved lane tech.
Ah, the lane.
And like
The
lane
lane
counter.
tech.
Like it is.
Yeah.
It is hard to play Phoenix into silencer. Like you just
Yeah.
put last word on him.
When he dove away and went in a circle, I was
dive-
like,
yeah,
wait,
dives
why is he
away,
doing?
he's
Oh,
like-
that's right.
That feels
Right.
so good at
That's like
silencer, though.
That's like a weird, just unpicked count, like an
Yeah.
age-old counter.
Was
for
it just
that.
an oversight because they did, they picked Enigma Phoenix first two Asters. Like, you know what, we're going big, we're
mean,
going
I think it's-
team fight.
I
with the
think
crowd.
it's easy to say this in retrospect for us,
Yeah.
where it's like, okay, they relied too heavily on the black hole. It's like they relied too heavily on the black hole because the early game wasn't going well for them. Like, people don't want to rely on the black hole in this patch, which is precisely why everybody's picking Enigma into Treant Protector, which counters it. It's like, well, it's like a summons hero, right? It's just like Broodmother when Broodmother is banned, basically.
Yeah.
So it gets to that point, yeah, but that's just the nature of Enigma.
And it's just like another upper hand as well because it was so clear that their opponents are going to pick Phoenix anyway. So like slap silencer in that lane. If he ever gets out of position, you're able to like curse and last word him.
Yeah.
He just dies every single time. So
Yeah.
it fit the game and it fit the lane. It was just like one of those like happy little accident things.
I guess that's why I like the little range creep play they made so much. It just changed. It potentially just changed everything in that lane. Like there was a high chance, like you said, the Morphling and the Phoenix just control the CS
Yeah.
super hard, and they don't get that.
Yeah, Phoenix gets like level 3, like level 2 Fire Spirits, and Morphling gets level 2 and like Waveform if he's owning, or Strength Morph if he's not, and it's like you're never gonna kill him, and Phoenix is gonna put Fire Spirits on you. It's like even more reason you're never gonna kill him. Yeah, they could have free farmed that lane for sure. That's why they did that.
They could have. There's one thing that we talked about a little bit before the game, and we have our definite answer of which team was favored more by the crowd. And you guys, we know what crowd's cheering for everybody equally. Don't worry about it. Everybody is loved. Now I will say that is true. Everybody did cheer for everything, but definitely a little bit louder for Gaming Gladiators.
A little bit louder for Quinn.
Yes, a
More
little bit,
like-
a lot bit louder for Quinn.
They love Quinn. He would show up on the camera. Every time he showed up on the camera, everyone went wild. Like, they're just screaming. And I mean, he gives it to them, right? This is a guy who's so fun and charismatic to watch on camera. Like, he's, doing his silly little, like, tongue out, blah, blah, blah. He's just so funny. He, like, engages with the fans, and, like, that's why, they loved him. They were, like, camping out our hotel as well.
They were. And they said, oh, there's Quinn, there's Quinn. I mean, it's also like SA and NA, like we were one region until like 2016,
That's
2017
true.
or something like that. So
Yeah.
it feels like a brotherhood, and yeah, there's a love-hate situation there. I think Quinn had beef with pretty much every South American player at a point, and every North American player. But that's the nature of brotherhood and bubbyship. It's a lot of love,
Yep.
and a little bit of hate.
Well, sometimes
Just a
tough
little
love.
bit,
Yeah.
I also
If-
realize
if-
at this point that everyone just likes flaming.
Yeah. I mean, if you think about watching football in the pub, sorry for America, soccer in the
Sorry,
pub.
can you try? Okay.
Don't
thank
say
you.
soccer ever again.
No, sorry. Football in the pub. Everybody's gonna flame every player.
What's a
Oh,
pub?
that was.
A pub
true.
game.
Oh no,
Yeah.
I mean in a bar. In a
Okay,
bar.
thank you.
Yes.
Can you
Everybody's
stop?
gonna play all the players all the time. Oh, that was offside. That was handball. You're gonna flame the ref. You're gonna flame everybody because you can obviously do it better if you were ever putting the game in a time in. And that's that is to say that if they flame Ronaldo very hard on a game, but they see them in real life, they're still gonna be freaking happy that they see Ronaldo, even after all the trash they talked about him in the pub bar.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, there's a lot of allegories to Twitch chat. It's like, if it's far away from everybody else, it's not a big
Yeah.
deal. Go flame me in some other state. But if you come into my chat and you're like, hey, man, you're really missing all your last hits, it's like, yeah, please, I know.
I have essay stats, by the way. Do we want to get into like the essay stuff?
I
'Cause we didn't have much
hope
time
we
to
have
talk
time
about it.
because so we really want to talk about South America and the journey in Dota 2 that the region has made, but we want to give it proper time. And obviously, by this time, you will have realized that there is a slight delay for game number 2 on the stage for the draft to begin. So I'm trying to balance if we're able to have that time to talk about it. You know what? We're going to talk about it, and otherwise we'll just talk about it again, because I love to talk about it,
Okay.
because it is incredible. 2016 is the first year that the regions split apart. Isn't that right, Jenkins?
That is right, 2016. And I think the very first tournament that happened, we had SG Esports competing in, which major was it? Was it the Kiev major?
Was it the Kiev major?
I think it was the Kiev major.
It was the
and
Kiev
they
major.
took out Team Secret, and then they almost took out EG,
Yes.
which was crazy at the time because EG was just like the most dominant in the Americas.
Yeah.
There was 1-2.
And the crazy thing was their coach or their player was like very low MMR, I think. Do you remember that? I think that was the SG Sports game. I might be remembering a different tournament, but it was something like it was like a really cool story.
And it was, I remember it because it was the first major where it was kind of experimented that the bracket was, the group stage were Swiss group stage, and then the bracket was single elim. So they were like, it was one best of 3, and you're out if you lose. And the best of 3 was first with Team Secret and then with EG for SG, and both series, of course they won the Secret one, they lost the EG one, but both series were 3-game series. They were so close and they were so hype. I feel like South America really, like, I don't know, they set the tone for future tournaments because that explosive behavior, we still have that. That's still in them.
Just their style of play.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's super fun to watch. And I think we're in a really, really good spot right now for South America where I think this roster swap between Beast Coast and Thunder Awaken, now turned EG, was really, really good for EG. Unfortunately, I still think Beast Coast retain their issues as a team, like their hero pool and stuff, and sometimes their lack of coordination against like the upper teams. But EG look like they have probably the highest ceiling I've ever seen of any South American team. Their players are insane, mechanically skilled, high rank. Like they have like the hero pools. They're really good. I think a lot of pros rated them very highly coming into this tournament. Like this may be the highest ranking we ever see a South American team get.
And they got the buff.
Possibly. Yeah.
Unless they lose in like
the thing,
a couple hours.
Okay, that's we'll get into that. That's the sad thing is that depending on how our series go today, we could end up with Beast Coast versus EG in the lower bracket, which would be pretty sad to see one of them knock each other out. And I feel like the last time we had Beast Coast versus EG, it was the NA versus SA, and it was still kind of that brotherhood of knocking each other out. Very sad, but it could happen here.
Yeah, that would be heartbreaking. However, I think the crowd for that, everybody's gonna show up for that one. Like that is the classic. Hope that doesn't happen. So we'll see what happens later today, of course, and we'll also see if having the crowd on your side is a buff or not. For Gaming Gladiators here, it definitely was a buff. They were getting all the cheers for almost every kill they got, and they took the win. They took it home, and they look to repeat that result in game number 2 as they're heading towards their booth. That also means that Aster is probably close behind, and we soon will be having game number 2 coming our way. Of course, we talked already about what needs to change in terms of drafts and in terms of maybe mindset and sides and pick order, if you will. As a coach, though, RTK and CY, do we feel like that's going to be their focus? Maybe for RTK, it's going to be about the draft, but isn't it about, especially first game on LAN setting, isn't it about keeping your players like happy? Just mentally happy.
You think he's in the back fanning them? Is that what you're giving them nice little, I brought you presents?
Yeah, I think so.
It's okay, guys. So they had 2 counters to every single ultimate we had, but it's all right. We'll get them next time.
Yeah, well, RTK said, guys, it was all on me. My bad. I shouldn't have let them have silencer, and that's the reason why you lost. I'm sorry.
Let them vent a little bit. Be like, why did you pick that for us?
Yeah.
You suck. You're a
Some
bad
people
coach.
really need to vent and get it out of their system, so maybe you let them do that, yeah.
I mean, to be fair, it's you. I mean, there's no way they had no plan against the silencer.
Yeah.
I feel like there's no way they forgot about it. Well, oh, whoopsie, my bad. So they must have had a plan, which was to probably just win their lanes and then overtake the game. So I'm hoping that their coach was able to identify the worst reasons why they weren't able to execute their game plan and then bring that into the next game. Or maybe that's not even relevant. Maybe it's like, okay, do you want to try and run this again? If so, I can help you figure out why it went badly. Do we not want to run it again? If so, let's focus on our next draft.
I mean, I feel like a big moment was definitely when Nature's Prophet got Ags. Prior to that, it was just like Aster beating on towers to 3 heroes, and nobody on Gaming Gladiators was even remotely close to showing up. The moment they got that Ags, they had a good team fight. And I wonder how different the game would have been if that Ags comes out for Nature's Prophet and doesn't get them kills on the Gladiator side. Like, if they just take that fight better, or they don't lose as many heroes, or they go even, or they get an advantage, it really could have changed the tempo of things a lot. And maybe they could have used items to solve some of those other problems a little faster.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. Like, you talk about items. obviously there was the Witchblade on Death Prophet, and I think like, you know, one way that you can turn a game around like that or extend a lead is like you get a sheep stick on somebody, right? And you just run at them and you stun them, and it's like they have all this disengage. So like, yeah, that's when you force out the global silence on that pickoff. And then you actually have the black hole for the fight, and then there's no global. You just have to black hole the tree, and it's like an actual option to play the game. But when you go for some itemization like the sheep stick or the Witchblade that doesn't work, or you lose one fight, and so therefore the hero that would have gotten 3 kills in that fight has one less item now than what they would have in that scenario. It's like, yeah, the game could have gone any way. But I would say like a lot of people are talking about the draft from that game.
Yeah.
I think it's very likely that they're going to do like a hard reset, say, okay, we screwed up the draft. Let's like pick a little bit differently. There's a pretty typical issue where you pick 2 heroes that are both countered by the same stuff, and it's like hard to know every permutation of like when you can do that until it actually happens. And you go, oh shit, like we didn't think this one through, because there's too many in Dota, right? There's too many heroes. So picking these 2 heroes together, I don't think we're going to see that again.
No.
Enigma and Phoenix. I really don't. I'm pretty confident in that, but I guess we'll see.
Before the series started, we talked about how for Gaming Gladiators they play around Quinn and they focus on Quinn. He got Storm Spirit. He definitely popped off on that. We're disregarding the first 10 minutes, but after that he did pop off for that. We talked about Aster and how they played a lot around Monet. He got his Morphling. But he did have that lane, which was basically the only lane that didn't go as intended due to that new lane tech. But what do we want to see from Monet? Like, is there a particular hero that if Monet gets his hands on that, you're like, oh, you know what? Most likely game 3.
I mean, a different hero probably would have helped for sure. Part of the problem was just that he can't just like buy Ags and counter the edgy hero, because it was like there were so many cores on the enemy team that his hero maybe didn't feel as good. So maybe a different hero matchup would have felt a little bit better. But he's played a lot of Troll this tournament, Ursa, Lina. Troll Ursa probably doesn't feel like good against Drow Jin or Troll Ursa.
Game actually banned the Troll. They respected the Troll.
Yeah.
So that's the hero he's played the most. A Morphling was maybe the best they felt they had left. Maybe an Illusion hero could have worked in some ways, but yeah, tough one.
I'm not sure if the hero was so much the problem. Like, I don't think he was the one that was meant to take over the mid game. I mean, if they feel like they struggle to execute it, then maybe they could bring out...
Maybe. We're going to find out what they're going to bring out, because it is drafting time. We're heading into game 2 with our amazing draft panel.
Welcome back, one and all, to the draft panel. My name is Snam, joined yet again by Fear and Estini, and we are going to be witnessing the Game 2 draft between Gaming Gladiators and Team Aster. Aster need this win, definitely, and the route to get that win, Fear, is going to be a draft that sort of fits more into their comfort, right? Because that Game 1 draft, you were mentioning it, that XWY normally plays these Tusks, these Tinies, these Pango, these Space Makers from the mid lane. That did not happen in Game number 1. What heroes do you think that will help them out to align that in Game number 2?
I mean, I just want to see him go back to their comfort zone, right? XYW, he played an amazing Death Prophet, don't get me wrong there, but they already had a first pick Enigma, right? So they needed someone to make some plays in that game, and by most people's regard, they got super outpicked there. Their only stun was Tusk. They abused it with the Storm Spirit. Jirachi had a completely free game playing DP versus not only Morph, but also the Death Prophet there. Yep. So perfect Drow game for them. It's going to be hard for Haster to get that outpicked again, but Gaming did get the Lina.
Yeah. Especially, like, Aster now, they have second pick, so I can't imagine an outpick here, because Aster, they use really well the second pick when they have the answers. And I already like that they use the first 2 heroes as an answer to Lina, especially if they play the MP on the offlane. MP offlane is really great against Lina. Of course, you open for a Batrider on 8, one of the strongest picks we've been seeing in the tournament. Yep. Usually you go for, so there's Arc ban, the Quap, and Puck. I'm wondering if they don't ban Puck here, that's definitely a hero you could see.
I'm very worried, honestly, for Team Aster here because you were mentioning, Fear, that you wanted them to pick Comfort. Gaming Gladiators, this is super comfortable for them as well. This is going to be their 6th game on Lina at this tournament. So far, 60% win rate. This is going to be Quinn's 4th game on the Bat Riders. Only lost 1 game on it thus far. This looks already kind of complicated, and the thing I didn't like from game number 1, they just felt like they were comfortable playing fast on the side of Gaming Gladiators, and Team Aster were really struggling to up the tempo. And, you know, Nature's Prophet Tree, yes, these heroes can be very strong, but the way Team Aster plays, they're not going to be able to play that fast, even if though they have these kind of heroes that can accelerate the pace. So what else do you think is missing from their draft to help them out so they can keep pace with the side of GG?
So the thing is, when we came into this matchup, I really thought Aster was one of those teams that, like, to check all the check boxes, like, we got good stun, we got good team fight, they kind of just went away from that, right? So in this particular game, like, I don't want them to pigeonhole themselves in a situation where they have to crush their lanes, they have to have good 5-man, and if they do end up not winning every single lane, like last game, XYW had a great laning stage, the other two did not. That last pick Morph did not work out for them at all in the laning stage. So I really want to see them just go for more of a classic draft, something that can just transition a kill into a tower, into, hey, we can play the map because we have a hero that can punish split pushing.
Regrettably, though, they have not won a game with a Nature's Prophet just yet. And that worries me a little bit, given how strong the hero is, Astini. Normally, when you have these uber-busted heroes, you expect to be able to pick up easy wins here and there. But the fact that they haven't been able to make this hero work, I don't know, it worries me for what they'll be able to accomplish here in this game. But even after this game, what happens down the stretch against teams that are really, really good, not just at using the hero, but beating it as well?
Yeah, because they are a very team fight oriented team, so they want heroes that offer team fight. And Prophet, you don't offer that much of a team fight, although you go Aghanings and it helps on the team fight. You basically split the map and then you force the enemy team into having less numbers, so you fight. And they're just used to this 5 against 5, so they want a Black Hole, they want a Phoenix Egg, they want these massive spells, and they need to play the map a bit better here, so that's a challenge they will have. Would be interesting that they that this time they don't forget having a catch hero, because last time was the Tusk, but it's a Tusk 4, so till you get the dagger, GG could do whatever they want. So they also need a catch hero for this Bat Rider, so he's not splitting the map.
Oh, this is am I getting deja vu here from game number 1? They literally just stole the exact draft in the exact same order of heroes as well.
I mean, a little bit. It looks like it here, but it does seem like this particular game, I'm very interested to see what Gaming Gladiators is going to play as their POS 5, because there's no tree. It's on the other team, right? They banned the Clockwork out. There's no one dying. These are some of like the power picks when you play with a Lina as a position 1, right? So they're going to have to adapt a little bit. And normally the Lina wants to play with more of like that beefy frontline position 5. And they actually just stole the Enchantress from Aster. Aster is 5-0 with that hero. And I think maybe the NP was taken away by Aster from Gaming Gladiators. So I think both teams are just kind of like taking away some comfort heroes here.
Stealing strats is the way to go when you're deep into a tournament like this. What do we pair this with, though, Astini, now that we see the Edge come out? Do we want the other support just yet?
Yeah, position 4, definitely. Because they showed 2 cores on the first phase. Here they want to show
a melee one, right?
Yeah, especially a melee one. There's Nyx, Ricky, of course.
Of course. How did we forget about this one?
Yeah.
Ricky Lina.
I'm trying to forget about this one.
I mean, he is Ricky. He does disappear every once in a while.
Hey, that's
there
true.
You go.
That's true. Oh, gosh. All right, Ricky Lina. Ricky Lina. They go back for the Tusk in the maybe mid, because they haven't picked up a mid laner just yet. I hope this is going to be mid for XWI.
Yeah,
but let's quickly talk about
like
this Ricky, boys. So firstly, actually explain to us, Astini, what is it that makes this duo so oppressive? To people that haven't been playing it as much, to people who have been graced by the grace of God and haven't had this in their pubs, why is it so busted? Why have so many teams been breaking it out?
Because Ricky is a good pick-off hero on the sense like Prophet's going to be splitting. He can never split the game because Ricky can shard you from so far away. He can use the sleep dart with the shard. And it's a hero that if he dies, then another hero show up. This another hero is going to chain fit. So you get 1 kill and basically you just make the enemies chain fit. You also get the smoke screen, which is great on team fights, but it's a hero that they are kind of shut down till the 11-minute mark because you depend on your shard of playing, and you also depend to have some burst follow-up damage. So this game, I don't see that much burst because the Lina don't want to get exposed. I see he's gonna like dart, lasso, but then there's no follow-up. So I'd like to see more burst from their lineup. They're missing the carry, not many carries with burst. Morphling was one that we've seen the last match, but I don't think it's a Morphling game, especially against Dinosaur.
I'm actually very confused here, Fia. You and I have seen quite a lot, right? Where Ricky was picked as the counter.
There's
Pudge. There is still Pudge.
My bad.
Yeah.
Go
Who's
and
going
Jiraj?
Pudge?
There is still potential for Pudge for
Because
Direction.
there's the follow-up on Ricky Pudge. That's the follow-up on the carry. I
He
just
hasn't
see it.
I mean,
played
Lina's going to
Pudge,
be carry
though.
for sure, right?
Yeah.
So
Okay, yeah.
Lina, Ricky is going to be a lane, or Inch might be there. What I'm a little surprised about is the fact they picked Tusk here.
Into
'cause
Ricky, I was about to ask you about that.
There's not only that, but it's also you're playing versus Bat mid. And from the DPC, we saw pretty much all teams that did pick Tusk, they were banning Bat Rider and like Ember. And it seems like Tusk is not a hero that has like a lot of tools to deal. This hero is also very good versus Tusk as well. Like you don't want to snowball into like the pit there. So that is a blind pick. I think they also are in the same train of thought that this Tusk has to be offlane to counter the Lina in lane, try and go for kills with Silencer. I'm assuming that lane's going to be maybe Tree, and then the NP has to be their carry, so they're going to pick the Undying there. So I think they still do need a mid more than anything here, because like Queen of Pain, of course, is the one thing that normally comes to mind that you do want to pick against this. Storm is a hero that was just shown. It could be a good mid as well. I'm just really afraid if they do put Tusk mid against Bat Rider, Quinn is going to have the easiest lane of his life. Plus, now he's Bat Rider, and that's a really bad combination.
Sadly, though, Monet does not play Nature's Prophet. Like, historically, he doesn't necessarily play it. Hasn't
Unlucky.
played it at the tournament so far.
All right, so like, what can he possibly pick that is good versus Ursa is banned. They banned Monkey King as well. And that's just a comfort pick, honestly. That's not even like, it can work in lane versus Underlord a bit, but like he reduces a lot of your damage. He's not that overwhelming damage that builds. Anything you want to hear is that builds stacks of damage to deal with the Atrophy aura there, but it seems like they're really just and that hero's terrible versus Bat as well. So like they're just going for comfort here.
Is this the kind of comfort that you think will work out here, Stini? Or rather, actually, let's talk about the GG draft, right? Because it feels very comfortable for them as well, right? Ace is going to be playing as Underlord. He's played that a billion times. Quinn on his Bat Rider. We know he's very, very good. This draft seems perfect for them and doesn't feel like Asta has the tools to really stop them from just playing their natural state of Dota.
Yeah, I like the Underlord here because it kind of blocks the possibility of a new mid if they didn't want to pick a carry here. It blocks the Spirits. It's a good catch with Atos. And it's a sort of follow-up for Ricky. You're not bursting targets, but you're keeping them there so like Ainch and Lina can follow up. And you also frontline for the Lina. I see it's a very complete draft. Lina is really strong in the meta, and I think it just out-carries Troll so easily. Also because I have Bat Rider with a lasso, so it's super hard to use your ultimate as a Troll. Seems easier execution here for GG, but a bit of hope for Oster in this game.
What do you think of this year? Is there any possibility of maybe Monet and XXX comboing together to be able to together out-carry the Lina, even if they can't do it themselves?
I mean, this game is going to be completely up to support rotations. If the lanes don't go miraculously for them, this is going to be another hard outdraft.
Another hard outdraft. Team Asta right now staring down the barrel of finding themselves in the lower bracket, where of course they'll still have another opportunity to keep their tournament hope alive, but at this point in time, it is looking like Gaming Gladiators might be in a position to take this 2-0. Although, the one hope I do have here, yes, it is a comfort draw for the side of Asta. Yes, it might look weaker than GG, but sometimes when your back is really against the wall, you just pick what has been working historically. We saw throughout the group stages, when both Chinese teams that are here right now at the main event, PSG, LGD, and Team Asta, they were both struggling, and then they did the same thing. One day, they just picked stuff that they hadn't picked since TI. They were like, well, this used to work. Let's just pick it up right now. So I don't know. I have a little bit of hope here that this could actually go well for them. And on the bright side, yes, they don't have that much team fight as Stini, but at the very least, they have Monet Troll, man. He's only lost one game on this hero so far.
But
and
there's
this is
Smoke Screen on the other side.
Yeah, but he's going to buy BKB.
I mean, all his Troll games have been versus Nature's Prophet. It's made a lot of sense. I've watched him the whole way. Like, that was a good Troll game. This is unfortunately just not one of them.
Is it a good silencer game, though, overall? It had a very phenomenal game number one, Stini. Is this the kind of game where we can have the same degree of impact from Baboka silencer as we saw in game one?
It's great against Bat Rider. There's a Bat Rider answer there. And it's also good to burst the Lina. You're going to like press and everyone's going to jump at her. That's one approach.
All right, we're going to be seeing hopefully that we get a game 3 here for all the Chinese fans at home who want to watch Team Asta progress. But for the GG fans, they'll be hoping for a quick 2-0 so they can continue their tournament life in the upper bracket. To find out which of these two outcomes will occur, we send it over to our incredible casting duo. We have the captivating Cap. We have the salacious SVG. Gentlemen, take it away for game 2.
Ooh, damn, salacious. You're salacious. Did you know that?
What is this man saying over there?
Avery like frowned when he heard that. He was like, ugh. Like he got insulted for some reason. Captivating Cap, though. I like that one, Snare. Let's get into our game 2 of Aster versus Gaimin Gladiators because we already have... never mind. We're good. Don't worry about it. Don't worry, guys. We got a little pause, so
yeah,
it's
they
all
paused
good.
for Cap's
Don't
monologue.
worry about it. We're going to be okay. But draft-wise, game 1, problem. Game 2?
Understatement. Understatement of the day, I believe. That was a lot of problems in that game.
A little
like
bit
a lot
when they
more.
literally couldn't fight like past 15 minutes, yeah.
This is not a troll game. I don't know how else to say it. I don't know why you want to play troll in this game. It looks miserable. I barely want to play troll at all. But like in this game, maybe the one saving grace is if you get the late game here, you get some ags from Roche. You start dispelling some napalms and some random stuff. I don't know, man.
You're really reaching right now, aren't you?
It looks like I don't see any of these heroes from Gaming Gladiators and think I want to play troll in it. And their lineup has to have troll come online at some point. I believe in Furion.
Yeah, Fear was like Ursa, Monkey King. Those two were banned. Was there another hero you could possibly think of? I mean, I kind of get like Underlord just kind of sits there. Troll gets to just hit him in lane. Maybe your damage is reduced by Atrophy Aura, but at least you can build up some of those Fervor stacks, right?
I'm not worried about the lane. I don't really ever worry about troll lane, especially when they have Treant. I'm just worried about the mid-game fights. You're playing versus Bad, who's going to kite you out. Notoriously bad matchup. Ricky Cloud, Mischance, and a Sleeping Dart, pretty annoying. You have Underlord Pit, Atrophy Aura that's going to reduce your damage on a hero that relies on attack speed and doesn't necessarily build a huge amount of damage if you're going early BKB or something. Enchantress, another hero that you have to commit ult to kill. Even then, is it worth it? You're getting kited out from a slow on top of it, and Lina's going to outrange you the whole game. Is that enough?
That was
a
very, honestly, I like kind of zoned out there halfway through that list. And 5 minutes, it was still going.
Because Troll is going to zone out halfway through these fights when he encounters all of that, which means he needs team help. So you got to look into what Astra's going to bring to the table. I think XXS can have a much better game and a lot higher impact this time around than that Enigma draft. I like that because I think for this team, he has to have a really standout performance for them to feel natural in the game. And I think Furion can always do that at this tournament. I think it's very hard to shut this hero down. We saw the Bat Rider instantly come out. Quinn's job is this game is to make Tusk and Furion, and if there wasn't a troll, all of their lives hell, right? If he can hunt him on the map, he's going to be happy. And
he's got 6 napalm stacks, and he's still punching Quinn in the face. What's going on here?
I mean, this man, he didn't hear no bell. He didn't hear no bell.
I didn't hear no bell. Keep it going. Ace in a little bit of trouble. Almost died there. That was a little scary. Almost gave up.
I mean, you can play to
blood.
reset the stacks with Snowball in this matchup. So this Tusk Bat matchup is not that bad for Tusk. I've seen a lot of Tusk get out of it. Of course, in the game, it's pretty rough. I mean, lanes, I don't put a lot of weight on lanes in this meta, but these lanes should go better for Aster than last game, which I thought were pretty hard.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, you have, like, the panel did say, I don't know about this Bat Rider versus Tusk, but your opinion is Tusk can get out of almost any lane.
Yeah, I don't think the lane is an issue in this matchup. I think it's just the fights. Like, the fights are so sad because you have to build fast BKB. If you get lassoed into a right-click carry, you're pretty sad. I think later the game goes, it's okay, but we've also seen these bats scale really hard at this tournament.
Yeah.
No, and of course, it's the Lina major. You always have to think about the Lina police putting you in Lina jail.
Well, okay, so
reading you your Lina rights.
Why did we give up the Lina? And do you think a Nature's Prophet exchange? Like, would you give up if you were drafting?
A psycho. That's why. Do you need another reason? This guy's insane, dude. He does crazy stuff. I kind of respect it. I mean, I think the Furion Lina trade is pretty close. I really feel this Furion hero is insanely good right now. This 60-second ult off Ags is just bonkers. It's insanely broken. So you're getting a decent trade. You take away the Treant as well. There's no they didn't get an Undying. I don't have a huge amount of faith in Ricky Lina compared to the other combos, right? I have a lot more faith in Treant Lina or Undying Lina than Ricky Lina, because I don't think the Ricky protects Lina from getting jumped on. So in that sense, I think this trade is better. But it's, there's always the Lina threat.
Well, the laning phase seems to be going pretty well. Every single time we take a look up here, Ace is being run at, and Tofu, I mean, what are you gonna do? You gotta blink strike somebody. Haha, 30 damage. Doesn't really do much.
Ace is definitely suffering, which is good for Aster, because I feel like when Ace has a rough early game, it hurts gaming a lot. He's a lot of their team fight. If you look at this draft, it's 4 single target heroes plus Ace. If Ace doesn't get to the auras, he doesn't get to the levels between the Pit and the Firestorm, even Gate giving a buff now, a lot of gaming's team fight goes out the window, which is why I think this draft is way closer than last game. Because I can actually see worlds where Aster start fights off, you have a global that can come through, you living armor the troll, sure, maybe he gets kited a bit, but can gaming actually stand their ground versus this Aster mid game? It's another question. It's really dependent on lanes here. If Bat gets off to a really good start, I can see Quinn take over the fights. If Monet has this good a start, he can accelerate Roshan. If XXS gets a very fast Ags, suddenly those skirmishes aren't as easy for your Ricky and Batrider. So lanes are very important in this game. And especially that double melee lane top versus Chold Tree. It's going to give Monet a good start here.
Seem to be doing
the pressure on.
Pretty all right. The Shard and Snowball is going to do a lot of damage. Of course, he can fly over it. Tofu's going to come in through the side. The First Blood's still open. The Fairy Fire is going to be used by the Tusk. He's fine. And Quinn is not going to tick out either.
All right, I thought Baboka had a last word point, but he actually went the Glaive build. So not that extra damage to throw on top of that Batrider and commit the extra silence. Of course, it does help the laning a little bit in the early game. You can steal some in if you get some kills.
Yeah.
But it'll send Quinn to base at least, which is... Or it didn't send him to base. He stuck around. Okay, he's in trouble again.
Gonna roll after him. And get
Now
that First Blood. There you go, XWY.
I thought he just went to base. I assumed he's going to base. Well, he's going to base now.
Yeah, he is.
Not
he's
the way
getting
he
that free
wanted.
trip back to base.
That's where you thought you were flying business and they give you the economy ticket.
Well, at least Tofu's here to be able to catch the gold and experience that's feeding into the tower, but in a matchup that, I mean, even if Tusk can't get out of lane, he's supposed to get out of lane, as in he's supposed to be pressured, but he still gets what he wants. He's not supposed to be getting kills.
I mean, Aster are winning 3 lanes here, and that's a very good rotation from Baboka because he gets to interfere with this Bat's game, which means that later on in these skirmishes where you want the silencer to interact with the Bat, shut him down with those spells that are super strong until he has BKB, you're prolonging that window, right? The more Quinn gets delayed here, the rougher his mid game is going to be. That opens up XXS on the side lanes, makes Monet's life easier. If you're going to pick a hero to shut down in this gaming lineup, I'd pick the Batrider here. Sure, Lina's annoying. You can only do so much versus her.
Sure.
This Bat has to pick up the slack in that mid game for gaming.
Do you think Troll is an adequate answer to Lina? Like, conceptually, do you think it's a good matchup?
No, not really.
Okay.
But if he gets
but
to
what
the
if he gets to like super late game where he gets like a blink
If you
dagger?
get to late game, I still think the Swift Blink Abyssal heroes are, in theory, are very good for Lina.
Yeah.
Let's say you blink on Lina, Abyssal her, or just ult. Pretty rough, right?
Gonna try again. Quinn still holding on to the
He's
Firefly.
still susceptible.
He did not want to have to use it there. You could see he was really holding on to it. Tofu, nice snag though. Gets the haste rune, which otherwise would have been given to XWY, which would have been more pressure on mid, or maybe even just a free escape.
Yep. And the nice things about these rotations for Baboka is that XXS gets solo XP on a Furion, which means that ult's going to come up sooner. So they're very happy to keep skirmishing around mid here as long as Quinn is feeling the pressure.
And you said shutting down the Batrider is the best target, so you think that Nature's Wrath level 6?
Gonna go again.
Like to see him maybe mid. The Walrus Punch goes out. Quinn going to take a lot of damage as he's struggling to... Okay, he just TP's away. He actually thought he was just going to get chased down underneath the tower by XWY.
No punch, used it first, so get the free trip to base. Again, I don't know if Quinn wants to be in base this much, but he's not being given a choice here. And Tofu will say, your XP is now mine, son.
XWY, he's taking on any challenge. Anybody who shows up the lane is going to get a punch. And Tofu, not as tanky as Quinn's Batrider, is going to fall. Meanwhile, that leaves Ace all alone in the top lane. Monet and Pichu once again going to go for it to slow down. They get a second ensnare, and that's going to be another kill. Aster, I mean, this is looking like a situation of win lanes, win game.
And they're doing a decent job of it.
Yeah.
Especially if you win lanes versus Enchantress Ricky. That sounds pretty good to me.
Yeah, those heroes are meant to win lanes because they're not terribly good at taking early fights.
And again, they're forcing the supports to mid here from gaming, which really hurts Ace on this laning phase. Underlord did not have the start to be left alone. You're hurting this Lina as well, who has to end up in a 1v1 versus Furion. It's not the worst, but more importantly, Celery gets dragged off this lane. Celery wants to be stealing treants, abusing Furion, creating an advantage here, or at least roaming to mid on the proactive side. Instead, he's reacting to mid, slowing down Enchantress, slowing down Ricky, and Ace is struggling. Pretty good recipe early game for Aster here. And of course, you're getting some int out of it, right? That never hurts. Baboka is getting smarter.
Is getting smarter. And he's already a smart lad. Quinn going to have to use the Firefly to secure that double damage. Aster getting a little unlucky. Should have preferred the Power Rune top. XWY is just like, this punch is just a harassment tool at this point. Nobody gets to stick around lane without getting punched.
I'm surprised he didn't just put it on autocast.
He might have.
Why not at this point? I mean, he's having a much better game, and he's on a hero that can create play opportunities for Aster, right?
Yeah, that was the
Unlike
missing
DP.
Death Prophet, right? You said this is not a hero that,
No.
like, you exorcism and force objectives, and the enemy has to react. This is a hero that can go actively out looking for kills.
Just give this
right?
man a boxing glove.
Dude, he's got double damage on Quinn. He don't care. XWY is just like, I'm going to charge you. You're going to take some damage. You're not going to feel happy. Ace? Oh, where's the net?
Vanguard. So no boots, Vanguard rush to deal with this troll. It's going to keep him in a pretty decent place for a long time in this game. Wouldn't even be surprised to potentially see Crimson later. You might be thinking about it. Crimson destroys troll.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
one of these
Troll?
forgotten about items, but you can buy it on anybody. Just pop it in the fight. Troll has to go on the target. If you can't purge it, it's a done deal. Just eliminates such a large chunk of that hero's damage.
Troll, Nature's Prophet, Tusk. A lot of right-clicking.
Yeah, a lot of mini right click too. It's
Yeah.
not huge hitters outside of the Tuskar physical, which you're not worried about till super later. So this Vanguard's going to be pretty nice for Ace. And again, his job is to kind of slow the game down and deal with the waves. If he can't stand in front of towers, take those fights, defend areas early, he's not going to feel great. It's a little Tide Hunter cosplay, you know? Of course, that got banned out. Know how much Ace loves that hero.
And Vision on the high ground. They're going to use it to snowball catch Celery. And with his
Give me your
heal,
int.
it's going to delay his death, but eventually will fall to Nature's Wrath. Claims
He didn't
the
get the
last
int.
hit. Did the Centaur slow him down too much?
He got out of range.
Oh, no.
This is why you need to buff this hero. If you're not getting int off that kill, I mean, come on. What do you want this guy to do? He's a silencer with brown boots.
Yeah, the hero could use a little. XWY is just, I'm going again. Quinn's just not allowed to farm safely. He
Nope.
doesn't even care if, like, Quinn sees him coming. Like, I'm going to push you off the wave. You're not going to be able to farm nearly as much. I mean,
Very
Tusk that
decent
wins
start.
lane is a pretty active hero.
I mean, you're going to have fast Battle Fury Troll and fast Ags on Nature's Prophet this game.
He's doing like 20 damage a hit, but he's getting a lot of hits in.
Oh, imagine if you bought Blade Mail here.
Oh, man. I was imagining, what if he went the Maelstrom build instead of the Battle Fury build? Because then all of these hits would actually translate into some early damage.
Yeah, but again, what are you playing for in Troll in this game? I think you're playing for Swift Blink Abyssal.
Right.
So, whatever helps you get there, I'm all for.
Got to keep your eyes on the Lina.
Yeah, why are you going to buy Maelstrom and try and skirmish with Troll in this game? That sounds miserable. Get Battle Fury, hit neutral creeps that can't cut you, and get the 6 slots.
Uh-oh.
Global to bail him out.
Global is going to bail him out, at least for now. Monet did not have to use the ultimate with the multiple TPs coming in, especially XWY. Gaming Gladiators are going to respect that.
I think he regrets that TP on Tusk, though. If they dive, he'll clean something up. Now he just has to amble his way back to mid, giving up some space. Upside is Nature's Prophet doing nature things, cleaning up bottom tower, pushing bottom in with Catapult Wave and Treants, and he's going to have Ags very soon here.
I strongly feel like I'm okay with the Nature's Prophet Lina change because I feel like Nature's Prophet changes the game.
He really does. This item is just insane. There's no way around it. I think at TI, for me, Naga was the largest map abuse hero. There just wasn't a clear way to stop it. The ore items made her invincible in the fights. I feel like MP has taken up that role. There's not a way to deal with this map pressure. He can join every fight. He scales immensely hard. And Ace, you need 2 Vanguards for this, son.
Yeah, he really does. He's going to do what damage he can, but he knows he's dead. His teammates cannot get to him in time. It does put Battle Trance on cooldown for a bit, so we'll see if Aster or if Gaming Gladiators do try and abuse that at some point.
Really, Cap? Battle Trance on cooldown? I don't think I've ever heard a pub teammate say, "Yo, guys, Battle Trance on cooldown. It's time to go."
I just mean he's a little bit easier to gank, you know?
I mean, the only person who's going to threaten this troll is Quinn. And again, his early game was rough. He's doing Ancients to catch up with the Boots of Travel first. And you pick the Bat to kind of keep the map pressure versus the NP. Again, if that equilibrium falls out of place, XXS is having a way better game. It's not the case, right? Faster BKBs for this troll and MP, faster faster dispels for the supports potentially. Timings are everything. Tofu.
Down, smoke screen used as well. Preventing the snowball, and with the Underlord coming in, they do manage to get the lasso just in the last sec. Ace is going to help deliver some damage here. Snowball back in. He just does what damage he can to Quinn, and Quinn almost dies for it. The curse is not going to take him out. So he will be fine just on 30 HP, but decent play there from Gaming Gladiators, the rotation base, with bringing Duraccio in to put some pressure on this mid tower. Unfortunately, Glyph was still up. So the Living Armor, I mean, Aster is making much better use of this Treant Protector and the Living Armor than Gaming Gladiator, or excuse me, than they managed to do in game 1.
Maybe not playing against Furion helps that as well, but
yeah,
for sure.
True.
He didn't max it as well, so he can still contribute to the fights. I also like that Aster don't overcommit on some attempted turnaround there. You're really close to this NP Ags. You're really close to Battle Fury on Troll. Those two heroes just kept farming both Silings and back into the jungle. You're not losing on economy here, right? If you're Aster, you don't have to overreact to a play like that.
Yeah.
It's very nice that they didn't, because I think they got a lot out of the map. Sure, XWY dies, but it was a huge committal for gaming. You come back, you take a tier 1 off it. Your game flow is still going here, right? And that Ags is up, so it's going to start to shove these waves in faster. It's going to start to root you in the fight, which helps Monet a lot. And he's going back on Ace. He hasn't had enough of the punching bag. Back to the gym.
And he completes the Crimson Guard, so you were totally right about the item build. Not too often that we see this item, but it is a pretty dream game for it.
He is quite literally invincible versus Troll with this item for the foreseeable future.
Yeah, yeah.
You also have to think about late game nullifiers here for Aster. We're talking about gap closing Lina. We have seen so many double 4-staffs, triple 4-staffs for this hero. I would really like to see it on the radar going deep in this game, because 4-staff is already out for Duraccio, right?
Yeah, so we want to see a few more, at least maybe on Celery, who's probably, I guess, where that fluffy hat is going.
I think it's been an overlooked aspect of this hero. Sure, you can build the gap close, you can have the gap close through your heroes, but how many fights have we seen where you go on Lina and he gets double forced, and what happens?
You know? He Hurricane Pikes you, and you know, gets a reset of 600 range, and then he turns around, gets a couple of 4-staffs. Yeah, especially against their initiation is Nature's Wrath and Overgrowth. Those are your ways to be able to hold Lina in place, and Snowball and Shard, right? 4-staff seems insanely valuable.
The other mechanism outside of building expensive items is you can build slightly less expensive items than the Blink Ags for Tusk and just kick them in.
Yeah, you were talking about, you said
else.
that Ags could be really value in this game.
Yeah, I think the Tusk Ags is almost the win condition here for Aster. You start kicking these heroes in. How do you follow up on that if you're gaming? You have to follow it up into Overgrowth, into Global. That's where the support spells become very easy to cast if you're Aster, and Troll can go to work, right? Troll likes the 1-on-1. He doesn't really like the 5-on-5. He likes when you try and man fight him.
You don't think, is it because they have Troll and Nature's Prophet? You don't need to help out in damage at all. You could just go utility on Tusk. You don't need to go like the Desolator one-shot punch sort of build.
Yeah, I don't think Deso was the call this game.
Yeah.
I could still see it if you were having a really fast early game. He did have a pretty good one, but I think you need the Tusk BKB, and the faster you get it versus lineup that's going to try and kite your melee heroes, I think the happier you are.
Right.
And then I think Ags just seals the deal if you're 10 or 12K ahead, right? If you look at where Quinn is in this game, he is not happy. He doesn't look happy in the booth either, but he is having a rough game on this Bad Rider.
Man, this what they're currently doing right now with this smoke rotation and Quinn trying to do Ancients, I mean, if you think he's looking upset now.
Somebody's dead here.
Just wait till
I'll tell you that much.
His support dies and his Ancients get stolen. Yeah, it could get real bad.
He's getting a package delivered, and he's not going to like what's in it. It's going to be a big walrus glove.
Aster's going to drop one of those bags of dog poo on
the booth falling apart? Are we duct taping a window? What's happening?
Yeah, we got a. Looks like a cable fell a little loose here. So
goddamn,
on the Aster
XWY
side,
broke the booth with his punches, man.
Damn.
Walrus punched the booth. Chill, bro.
How many players through history of Dota history have punched a monitor?
Puppy.
Well,
he threw it.
He threw a headset. That was a little different. I mean, in ways, that was smarter, right? Protect your hand. That's
like,
your instrument.
What's the list, right? It's probably Puppy, the entire North American region. And
there was TI2,
Zhao
TI3. Somebody did. I can't remember who. Was somebody on Alliance on TI3? I think maybe when they won, actually. I think somebody punched.
Oh, yeah. Admiral Bulldog threw his He broke them.
Well, yeah, I mean, he was bringing down the whole entire cage there.
That's true.
Man's a beast. 1-5. Aster currently looking at a 2,000 net worth lead. Much, much better setup for them in game 2, at least when it comes to the laning phase. What are still your concerns when it comes to them in their draft? Because you seem pretty pessimistic about their chances. But now that they've won the laning phase, that forgives
like I
a
said,
lot
I think
of
these drafts are a lot closer than last game. They
True.
have a lot
Yeah,
more
you
play
did say
options.
that.
I think whenever you have play options and you have comfortable heroes, you have this Nature's Prophet that can push in waves and set that pickup off. I think the draft can function, right?
Yeah.
Like, there's nothing stopping us from winning this game. I just think it looks like a hard troll game on paper. If everything's even in the very late game, Lina's online, Bat has refresher ags, this type of thing, I could see the game getting weird. And it was really dependent on the start, too. We talked a lot about how these lanes matter. Well, Aster won the lanes, so now they're very favored in this game because the Bat momentum shut down. This Bat troll matchup doesn't matter if Bat's not a hero, you know?
That is pretty true, yeah.
Crimson Guard helps a little bit, but you're still going to have to deal the damage here, and at some point, Troll's going to force the Roche. If you're missing a cooldown, you don't have the teamfight capability. Lina gets caught once. A lot of this map can snowball. That's the other problem with this NP. If you miss one fight, you mess it up, you get a good pick off. He just takes everything. It's the Grim Reaper, man.
Power of duct tape.
Duct tape can fix anything.
See the
except the Dota team.
Well, fortunately, Aster
plug
don't
those
seem to
holes.
need fixing. I was a little bit concerned for them after game 1. I mean, we both had them as, I think, the top Chinese team coming out of the region.
I had
We
them
thought
top
they were
four
going
at
to
the
be able to.
tournament.
You had them top 4 of the tournament. I think I had them. I also had them top 4.
Well, they
but the
changed the
smoke. Where'd it go?
They
Did
gave up.
They gave. Oh, they moved to the other side of the map. Oh, it would have been a dream opportunity for them to be able to shut down Quinn even further, but instead they go to the other side of the map. Hopefully they get something out of
Find
this.
the bigger prize, though.
Duraccio, Lina kill would be massive. Tofu's going to try and help him out with the smoke screen, but he doesn't have Sleeping Dart just yet. They do have the Nature's Prophet who's going to be joining them, but Duraccio with that force staff got a little bit of distance. Now the Overgrowth's going to be used to hold them in place, and they're going to be able to get Tofu as well. So 2 nice kills for the side of Aster. Maybe that is better than killing a Bat Rider and stealing his Ancients.
Honestly, that was a pretty big Ancient stack. I don't know if I'm taking the Ancients there, but they're happy to take that, get a little extra int, slow the Lina down. Very pivotal in this time, right? If she's going early force staff, not that BKB, she's not really to take those head-on fights yet. And of course, XXS can join all of these moves and then clean up the lanes. Monet has Battle Fury online. Your towers are still standing with Treant armor. Aster have set themselves up here for success.
Standing for now, but Ace does have a lot of bonus damage from this Atrophy Aura. He's chunking down this Tier 1 tower, and the Treant Protector has given up on protecting it. So, good read, too. I think maybe they had a ward in that jungle that spotted Quinn, so Aster started backing away. Now it looks like they're going to come back in force. They've got
if
three
you're
heroes
Aster,
here.
all you want to do is find Quinn, find Duraccio before they get the BKBs, and kill them as many times as you can right now. Get Baboka involved. This is the perfect type of setup for
Nice
them.
2-man curse with the snowball cutting him off as well. A punch up in the air, XWY. The Crimson Guard is not going to do enough to protect Quinn. And now left alone, Ace is going to try and get through the teleport. Go, go, go. Calls a taxi and gets himself out of dodge and will be able to get back to the fountain. But you said shutting down the Bat Rider is all important, so I'm sure Aster are not too sad about that.
Oh, they're very happy.
Quinn.
They're very happy with that move.
Yeah.
I'm surprised XWY didn't follow him through the gate there the way he's been playing. But
this man has been aggressive for sure.
Go through the gate, punch him, get out. That sends a message.
That would.
Of course, perhaps the ultimate message is every time one of these happens, Monet is farming. Are there many things scarier in Dota than Monet farming and you haven't seen him for a while?
Yeah, the panel was talking about, okay, the strengths of Aster, and I think they said Monet, like, they build around this team. Is that your assessment of Aster as well?
Yes. Monet is going to win them the game. XXS can pop off, XWY can make some good space, their supports can bring up the team fight, but Monet is your game winner on this team 90% of the time. They give him last pick, they prioritize his lane the most, they're going to set him up for success and hope he delivers. And honestly, historically, he's delivered a decent amount. Going to try and get the punch. We'll get it.
We haven't seen too much of Celery, and that's because, as we just saw from the stat put up on the screen, he's been spending most of his time stacking. and very, very slowly dying. The force staff from Duraccio did not come in time. That's why he was sitting there. He was just facing forward. Duracio's like, don't worry, bro, I got you. But the Nature's Wrath, just too much damage. Anyway, tons and tons of stacks. We do have XXS being aware of that. He's beginning to throw Treants in that direction. That would be a really good solution. The last one he threw, though, timed out 8 seconds before the 18-minute mark. So,
Little sad. Still good heads-up gameplay in terms of the economy because Aster are not building a lead right now.
No.
This Underlord and Bad Rider are pushing the lanes out, getting farm. Haven't really been able to kill Ace past that laning phase. Now you're going to try.
He's got a double damage on XWY. So Crimson Guard. Okay, do they have enough stuns here? They have another Walrus Punch, so he's going to time it. Half a second left on that TP away. So really well done by XWY. Stalling and layering those disables pretty nicely to maximize.
I mean, you definitely got all the time in the world to think about it.
Yeah, that's true.
Double damage doesn't hurt either. Again, though, you're not closing out the map here if you're Aster. They ideally would still want to get some more skirmishes going or get to the BKB on Troll and just force the Roche with some advantage. Do not want to let Lina play too much Lina Dota, especially with the commanding position you have out of lanes.
BKB for Monet. Do you think that's, once he finishes that, we just go straight up just do Roshan? Can they do that? Can they just like 5-man Roche and be like, come fight us?
I don't think you can really force it, but you want to, you can maybe smoke the triangle. You can smoke and get vision, right? If nobody's there from gaming, then maybe you do it super fast with Troll and Tag Team. Because the Roche is fast here. It's just you don't want to give this Underlord a fight where his spells are amazing around the pit. And he does have the auras. Ace has Mech. He has Crimson Guard. Pushing towards the Greaves. This is kind of his early game power spike. You can also just dodge it if you're Aster.
Chase after Duraccio here. He does manage to skirt around both the Sprout and the Shard. They lost vision of him. Of course, they know he's over here on this corner. He's going to go ahead and force over the cliff. Go for a TP out. The Snowball's going to catch him, though. XWY manages to close that gap just fast enough. A pretty good juke by Duraccio, but not good enough. Aster catch him anyway.
Those are the type of side lane pickoffs that Aster won in this game. That's what's going to give him an economic advantage, because now you can TP to the other side of the map, you can smoke, you can let Furion shove the waves in. Almost none of that is happening, but these are all possibilities, you know? And XWY is having a much better game, right? I feel like he's commanding this game as opposed to last time where it felt like he had to force the moves, and the second one or two of them failed, his game became very hard.
Yeah, honestly, it just looks like a different Aster. When he
really
is,
does.
like, he has to be a significant voice when it comes to shot calling, because when you get a shot caller or a killing hero, like, your team looks so much different than compared to what happened last time, where the Death Prophet didn't really have the same kind of effect.
Looks far more comfortable. The team looks more comfortable.
Yeah.
That said, Gaming are hitting that window where they have the Underlords and they have BKB on bat.
Good force staff, the Snowball. After the force staff, though, the Shard doesn't quite latch, though, and actually blocks out XWY himself. He is going to get caught by the Sleeping Dart, and Ace is here. The rest of the team, the Gaming Gladiators, are on their way, and they manage to force the BKB. XWY, the Global Silence, and the Punch being used to stall out the Bat Rider. Quinn is going to keep chasing after him, though. He's got BKB after all, so there's really no sense in giving up. Might as well keep going. See what kills you can get. See what you can force out of them. It is going to be a TP rotation out of the Troll. So now they're going to back away. BKB may have to be used on the Bat Rider until the save. Force Staff as well as the Pit being used. So getting a BKB charge out of XWY, keeping it on Quinn. A very small victory for Gaming Gladiators.
Can they turn it into anything? Because this is when they want to fight. With BKB on bat, with the auras up. Global's going to be down here as well. Aster, pretty disciplined. They're just going to back up here.
Seems you're absolutely right about your read of XWY. He's going to go Blink Dagger into Ags is what he has queued up right now. So he 100% agrees with you.
Just seems to build. I mean, unless you're going Deso early on this hero, there isn't a lot else you can build. I've seen AC. AC wouldn't be too bad this game. Even extra force stabs would be pretty nice on Aster's side to help deal with hits and smoke screens, this type of stuff. But if you're having a good game like he's having, don't necessarily want to go.
Oh, getting baited on the illusion. Quinn immediately pops BKB with the last hope. The overgrowth is pretty nice. Immediately use the illusion to get rid of that one, but the Force Staffs are able to get XWY out of here. And Monet thinking about going in. They're going to have to leave the Dream Protector behind. Bye-bye, Siamese Cat. He's going to have to rely on one of his 8 other lives. Aster, are they going to fight for the pit now? Because Gaming Gladiators, they say, hey, one little pickoff like that, that's enough for us to Roshan.
I agree. I don't think Aster are confident.
Oh, what is that? A force staff up to the high ground?
That's just nasty right
An
there.
offensive force staff, a nasty move.
Oh, Baboka, you did him dirty. You did him real dirty here, because now they're kind of questioning this Roshan. They're not even going to commit.
I mean, that sleeping dart is a pretty powerful force at this point in the game. Not having that in the smoke screen, it's just enough. Plus, now Aster are back up in full.
And Global's back up. You missed that very small Roche window. And Monet says, my window's bigger. I don't care if you come at me now.
Go leap right
no
through
lasso,
it.
no BKB on bat. Is this a fight for gaming if they're not the ones set up? Hit dropped.
Here comes that portal.
XWY
He's going to show himself right away. XWY just wants to fight right away while they're a bit separated. They're going to go for it, but the force staff gets them over the high ground. Monet has now popped its BKB and retreating with it. Not a great sign for Aster as they're going to get caught by the sleeping dart, at least on Bobica. Bye-bye, Bobica. Tried to give him a help with the force staff and actually makes things worse. And now Gaming Gladiators, they're the ones back into the pit.
Yeah, overgrowth in 3, but no BKBs.
It's funny how both teams, in one little small support pickoff, both teams looking at that Roshan going, we have the advantage, we should force it, and Gaming Gladiators end up being the ones correct. Or maybe XWI was wrong for going on ace.
I think you can go there, but you can't commit. You can't commit early BKBs. You saw how patient they're trying to hold those out. And of course, Tua was MVP in both of those. I go back to force staff, man. Baboka with the aggressive and Gaming with the defensive one on ace.
Yeah.
Kiting is the name of the game here, especially when you're playing a Lina lineup. You want to maintain the gap. You want to just prolong the fight as long as possible. Gonna have to start dealing with these at some point.
Anybody help out this troll? He doesn't have BKB, and he's
no
stuck
help.
inside the silence. Can he get out of it? No, the flame break. Oh, he just barely dies from all of that. Not that I think Battle Trance would have done anything to save him there. There was a full 5-man crew of Gaming Gladiators recognizing that Monet had overstepped himself.
You're in the wrong neighborhood. He was completely alone down there.
Yep.
You have to remember there's bots on this bat, bots on Lina, and the gate for the Underlord. All 3 of Gaming's cores can be on any of these lanes as long as you have Glip and a Creep Wave. Overextension, it's going to cost them a lot. Now we're in the Lina zone where she starts to pull ahead.
Yeah. Very few teams are willing to give up that Lina. And Duraccio is in a great place right now. Going to start building towards that Satanic. So now you got that kind of second life situation going on. Super hard to be able to burst her down. I mean, you've talked about how this 15 talent is insane for Lina. 350 health.
It is quite nice. It is quite nice, especially if he gets another tanky item. It feels like it just pushes you over that threshold of killable. Allows you to become the Sieger as well with an Aegis on the back of it. Yeah, suddenly Lina, 3,000 HP. This is how it starts.
Is
the
trying to
beginning
go
of nightmares.
He's trying to go Sanjin Yasha. You were talking about the Blink Dagger, Swift Blink, Basher builds. Is this after the SNY? Like, do you agree that he's taking this pit stop for Sanj? Because, I mean, there's certain things like it doesn't do a thing about smokescreen, right?
Sure. I mean, SNY BKB is pretty much the default build on this hero.
Yeah. Okay.
It's the highest value for the cost. Again, what is Troll's timing in this game? When I was saying Blink Abyssal, it kind of wasn't a joke. I don't know how easy it is for him to join these fights without it.
Okay, so you're saying this Troll really isn't an answer to the Lina until like 40 minutes?
No. Unless Gaming take a catastrophic position fight. These fights are still hard.
All right.
And this is with the early lead Aster had. Again, Tusk Ags can help the Troll a lot. If you're kicking the Lina into him, it's a very different fight setup. But otherwise, I think Monet has to keep farming here. Something he does like to do.
Tofu's going to stop that. Just be annoying. Oh, they're actually going to go for it with the portal.
All of Aster's here, though. I don't know if Gaming know that.
Yeah, they're going to all file into this portal, and they're going to start for it. Monet is just going to lay into the Lina, but at the same time, he has the Aegis, the Crimson Guard. He protected the Lina entirely. He took no damage whatsoever. Oh, man.
It's a nice carry you have there.
That was a little embarrassing.
Be a shame if someone bought Crimson Guard and removed him from the game.
Oh, my God.
I mean, this item destroys this hero. You need Nullifier, or you need the Magic Hybrid build, like MKB Mjolnir type thing.
Yeah, with the
But
early
even
Maelstrom
then,
build.
it just sucks. This matchup really sucks.
Wow. I mean, I knew it was bad. I didn't know it was that bad. He like literally, he was sitting there. He got like 10 hits in and did no
I mean, you have
damage
to
to Lina.
remember, there's Axe Fiora on top of this, right?
Oh, that's true.
This
yeah.
is an Underlord Crimson, not just any other Crimson, but even
Look at him.
BKB here.
He lost like maybe 5%
Yeah,
of
that's
his
him
health.
with full damage. That's not even
Oh my
reduction.
God.
So he's really suffering.
Snowball going to be used. XWY stalling up Quinn's aggressive move here. Pops the BKB before the lasso goes out too. Can the rest of the team get here? Oh, look at that. Dirachu's already here. He waves goodbye though. His BKB lasts just long enough. But hey, they managed to catch the silencer at least. Tofu catches them with the sleeping dart. Bobica not having a fun time in that silencer anymore. That's for sure.
At least Aster is identifying some of the problems they're having.
Okay.
Because Monet was thinking about building Nullifier, and then XXS said, no, I got it, buddy. And he's going to build it on Furion next year. Already has the helm. Still, this isn't really the ideal Furion build because now he's putting BKB on the back burn. This is how much they feel like that Crimson and the other buffs are destroying Troll's teamfight.
Yeah.
You are getting rid of this XXS BKB on Furion to go for a Nullifier here that is not even, it's not even guaranteed, right?
Yeah. Picho, we haven't talked about him too much, but he does have the Blink Dagger now, so gonna need a good overgrowth to protect some of these heroes. But you got to wait out the BKBs at the same time.
You're gonna need a lot of good things here because you got to push to the late game now if you're Aster.
Yeah, for sure.
These fights are not favoring you. Gaming got to their items. They punished you harder than you punished them after that early laning stage. XWY is falling a little bit behind.
Using the snowball is a little scary when he doesn't have his BKB up 5 seconds till it's up, though. Game of Gladiators. Not going to try anything, but they are going to poke into high ground. I'm going to say, all right, you want to go ahead and try and farm your Ancients or something? We're going to keep hitting this tier 3 that already took a ton of damage. Dyrachio is taking it.
Why
and
not?
where is Aster?
He has Satanic. He has all the auras and 4 staffs behind him. Quinn's in a little bit of trouble.
Really nice catch. I mean, they were showing nobody up here in this top lane. They kill Quinn, and now they're going to TP back. So, I mean, I feel like that's kind of a desperate move. You're pretty much giving up your tier 3 and a chance of getting a kill, but
honestly, I take that.
Yeah?
I take Quinn over tier 3 here.
Oh my God, he just
Especially
tried to
if this
TP
happens.
away like that. Dyrachio has his TP canceled. He's going to fight back though. XXS, he's got to keep his distance here. Make sure those last couple of shots, oh, so close. 50 health is all he had. Dyrachio, he does manage to get out that Satanic. He's laying into XWY. He's getting that full heal. XWY's in trouble, and he's not going to be able to get the blink away. Haste and Celery laying into Monet, and Dyrachio's on his way. LSA thrown out just to speed him up a little bit more as he threw it on the creeps. Bobica pushed out all of Gaming Gladiators. The Nullifier put to use, but where's the hits? Nullifier doesn't do a damn thing if nobody's willing to fight back. Aster are just huddled inside of their fountain right now.
There is no fighting back. What is the fighting back this? Quinn buys after that kill bottom. Your Troll can't enter the fight. He enters it during BKB. Single 4 staff. Dyrachio's away. Fights reset. XWY dies on the backside. Wondering where his carry is, but his carry can't be anywhere. Dyrachio didn't even go BKB this game. He just went Satanic MKB.
Yeah. He just...
This game just over?
TP'd out and basically in front of Aster. And I don't know if intentional or not, but baited out an amazing fight for Gaming Gladiators, which will take 2 lanes to barracks. They can't finish up Megas, even if they wanted to. There is still the tier 2 and bottom lane open, but you can see Dyrachio's like, don't worry guys, I'm going to push it out the wave. You can just cut across, and we can keep the pressure on Aster right here and now.
Troll better hope some items drop from heaven or something, man. I don't know.
Hope there's some sort of coding error and tier 5 item drops for him.
Even then, I don't think you have the damage anymore because XXS went this Nullifier. It's just hard to use. Now you have to sync it up too, right? You have to nullify whoever Troll goes on. You have to really make this fight
Aggressive
work,
force staff, but a defensive force staff gets him out of the snowball. The Shard does manage to catch 2, but the team is so far away. Now they give the lasso on XWY. Monet, oh man.
Another one.
BKB straight up to Dyrachio, and instant force staff solves everything. They use the nullifier onto Ace. They're going to try and kill the Underlord, but it's not even going to be close. Monet living on a prayer and is now going to die on one as well. Jump over. This is just done. Gaming Gladiators are rolling over this team fight. They're going to take that tier 2. Bijos is just like, I don't know what to do, guys. I can't stop them. These 4 staffs are just too damn powerful.
Broke the back of Aster here. I feel like after the 3rd or 4th, I don't even know how many it was, but that's what I'm saying, though. The nullifier has to come out here, right? You
have to stop him from getting the 4 staff saves. Where was it?
That could have actually been pretty good based on the positioning, but not there in time, and that's just the game.
GG.
4 staff into the lower brackets here.
Push down, and Game & Gladiators will push themselves forward 1 step in the upper brackets.
I was not a fan of the drafting today from Aster. I think it was too, I don't want to say cocky, but comfort picks are great. Not in the games where it just looks hopeless, or you have to be 10K ahead off lanes.
Yeah, and they took this tree silencer. Didn't look nearly the same as Game & Gladiators. I mean, at least their lanes went better, but yeah, it did feel like there was just some unanswered questions here for Aster, and you could see
also unanswered damage. This Underlord with Crimson. Yeah. People forget about this Crimson item, but it is the ultimate item versus Troll.
Everybody talks about Troll and like how bad this guy is as a carry. Like, oh, I hate his battle trance. Why can't I control anything? And it's like, 4 staffs are super meta, destroys Troll. Crimson Guard, an often forgot about item, destroys Troll.
Yeah, when the meta items destroy you and the complete non-meta items destroy you, you're in for a rough one.
Yeah, when is he going to be good?
That's what I'm saying. That's part of why I value Ace here is he's very consistent. Thinks about his itemization, buys the right items, plays the game the right way. Remember, he had a really rough start to the lane, and Quinn had an even rougher start, so Quinn took all that triangle farm. Ace didn't get his ancient stacks like he would on a Tide. He didn't get a lot of farm priority. He's kind of quietly farming. Okay, what one aura item is going to be the highest impact in this game? Crimson for Monet. Yeah. That's it. Game ends. You hit him once. Monet goes bottom. Ults once on his Underlord. Thinks about why he's at this tournament. Has more time to think about it because he's dead. Because he dealt 0 damage.
Yeah.
That's as simple as it is.
Well, he's going to have a full day to think about it, but not too much time because they are going to be in that lower bracket, so they're going to be fighting for elimination the next time we see them on stage. But Game & Gladiators showcasing why exactly they were the top seed of Group A. We're going to go ahead and close out this series, though, and see what the panel has to say about Game & Gladiators and their performance here.
Thank you very much, Cap and SVG. Indeed, it's us. It's on the panel, and we're here to break down that second game. And I want to just start with thinking that once again, I thought Aster had it. This time, their lead wasn't even only the laning stage. Jenkins, it was even surpassed that. They were doing really well.
Yeah, I honestly, they made some really good early game rotations. They rotated the silencer mid towards Quinn and just kind of sat there poking him with the Tusk and the silencer, where it's like, okay, he couldn't walk into the mid lane and farm like he would like to. Otherwise, the Tusk would just punch him, silencer would Q him, and if he got low enough, then they would go on him. And then eventually Quinn was able to go back and take some ancient stacks and play the farm game, and he came back. So I don't know. I mean, Game & Gladiators, they just look like the way better team there. Tofu on the Riki was such a huge pain in the ass. And he was like, what's the score? 1-3-13. So it doesn't look that sick because he's 1-3. But every single setup that was good in that game was him just being there on his own. It was insane.
Yeah, it feels like in the first 10 minutes, 10, 15 minutes, they just power up the whole time. Just getting ready. They're losing, but not by so much that it gets out of hand. I mean, it felt like Tofu just lived in the mid lane the first 5 to 10 minute mark. Every time the camera jumps there, he's just there last hitting against a mid player. He's fine, super high armor, Tusk can't kill him. So it's they're just
too fluffy
waiting.
Hats.
They just draft for this mid to late game timing, know that they're gonna out farm and eventually win.
I mean, I want to put emphasis on how they played though, because there was things that they did that forced themselves into a better position. For example, Celery playing that Enchantress, something really nice that I liked was when he was just farming Aster's jungle.
So annoying, dude.
He was so annoying.
He would even high five.
Yeah,
it's the new tech.
And he's taking farm away from them, and he's annoying them, and he's making heroes chase him. So Aster, this whole thing snowballed into a massive chain of events.
Yeah.
He farms their jungle, forces 4 heroes to chase him. They're chasing him. They go way too far. Game in now, counter, go.
With Underlord ult and Crimson Guard.
No. There was no Underlord ult, I don't think. But they had the global was forced to be used basically for them to get away on Aster. And then as a result, they smoke up instantly and then go and take a fight on the rune timing, which leads to more spells being used. They get kills, I think, then they try and force Roche, and that turns into a whole thing. Basically, Celery just farming in the right places of the map and like being a nuisance led to so many good things happening.
I mean, if we compare that to, from +5 to +5, we compare Celery's impact to Pichu. Now, I know they are very different style heroes, Treant and Enchantress, but I do want to give a little bit more light onto this because it did feel like, I don't know, was it just the movement? I will say, actually, Pichu's stats, or Siamese Cat stats, they're not looking bad.
They're not bad, but this is just the unique way that Celery plays Enchantress, right? It's like his scoreline looks terrible. I remember there was like some major where like he was like 1 in 15 or something on Enchantress, then voted as like the MVP because it always just takes such a commitment to kill him. And then on the flip side, his other support is a Riki. And this Riki went 2 Fluffy Hats, so he's very tanky, by the way, and then Lotus. So you're forced to use all the sentries because there's a Riki, but then you can't dust them. What do you do? It's like Enchantress on one hand and then Riki on the other. You can't juggle. You know, these are Dota players.
Yeah, it was really annoying, but at least their safe lane went well on the Aster side. Like, the Troll looked like the smartest Underlord counter in the game at the start. They got that small level advantage, and then he just runs them down, right? And normally Underlord's like, okay, I've got Firestorm, and I have more damage than you, and I'm reducing your damage, so I just hit you. But then you get Troll Blind, and he's like, oh my god, I just have to run every single time. It looked like he wasn't going to come back into the game until he got that Crimson. So that was a big moment.
The Crimson was hilarious. He was like hitting him, and then the Crimson comes out. He's like, oh.
I do 0 damage.
And then he turned around. He stopped chasing.
He stopped chasing. What do you want to say? You were very excited.
I was very
about
excited. Something that I think is overlooked on Underlord is the damage reduction on his ult. When you pass through the portal, you get a percentage damage reduction. So they were getting, on the level 2 ult, 22% damage reduction. And that lasts for 6 seconds. So when we saw that Roshan fight, a massive part was Underlord just ulted into the middle of the fight, and they start hitting him. He's got Crimson. He's got damage reduction. They're wasting so much time on him, and it allows Gaming to get a really nice counter initiation.
I saw Monet try to go on Duraccio in that fight. It's like Lina versus Troll. It's like, oh no, like this is it for Gaming. Like, you always want to get the Troll on top of the Lina. He took no damage. Between the Crimson and the Underlord damage reduction,
I'm normally not the biggest Underlord fan, but I really like the way Gaming Gladiators played it. There is something about seeing a very simple concept. Oh, you know what? All you have to do is have Riki scout, and then when you find someone, you jump in with Underlord, and everybody shows up to kill that one target.
So cool.
And to get that timing absolutely perfect, I think they made it just beautiful.
I think it's also like, I mean, Team Master, they just took this draft from Gaming Gladiators, right? Like, this was Gaming Gladiators opening. They had the Treant Protector, Nature's Prophet, Silencer. And the way that you deal with Silencer Treant is heroes that like to build Dispels, you know, Tidehunter with Guardian Greaves and Kraken Shell, Underlord. He puts all of his stuff down. He doesn't care if he gets silenced because his stuff is already on the ground, right? So, yeah, they needed one of those 2 heroes. Tide was banned, so they took the Underlord, and it looked amazing.
This fight was really impactful. I mean, Nature's Prophet survived, so it looked decent, but this just was like, oh, Lina's really, really, really strong. Even if you almost kill her, eventually she pops Satanic, and she's going to turn and fight you. So definitely one of the big moments of the game.
Yeah, definitely. And at this point, I mean, they couldn't fight her earlier because she still had their Aegis. And, well, obviously you need to kind of fight when they go up high ground. But, yeah, at this point the game was not over completely, but very close to being over.
When you can attack from 800 units and get kills, like just by auto-attacking and moving, that feels over.
I have a question for you guys because I missed it a little bit in these later fights, but I remember around the mid game, they would have so much nice range poke on Aster that they would force Bat to have to use a Blink Dagger. Oh no, BKB, sorry. And then they would always re-counter with the Treant ult, and that made their fight so hard. But in the late game, I don't think I saw Tree get any decent ults off.
I totally agree. I was just about to say, watching that fight, I think Quinn was very careful pressing BKB, other than in the early game where we saw it. But there were so many fights where I saw him at like 20, 30% HP. It's like, oh, he's dead. He's dead. Oh, he saved the BKB the entire time. And then in that fight, we just saw he had a bottled illusion rune as well.
That one was big. He pops BKB early. He's like, I'm fighting. And she's like, haha, got you. Instantly removes it.
It's important. Like, oh, but you have to think about these things against Silencer plus Tree. They're countered by the same thing, which is the Dispel. So, you have to be so careful.
Now, I will say that our draft panel, after the draft was done, they said this game was a very, very big outdraft in favor of Gaming Gladiators. And, of course, they ended up winning, but was it that big of an outdraft on hindsight? Of course, we have the 2020 on hindsight. Was it such an outdraft, you feel, Purge?
I mean, the setup was really good. The stuff they talked about the damage mitigation from Underlord, once you see it, it's very obvious. That Troll attacks so quickly, which is normally amazing, but when you can block it so simply and make that threshold even better with the aura from Underlord, it just felt like so tough to combat.
They had so much. It was all physical damage. You have a Nature's, a Tusk, and a Troll Tricore. You're playing full physical damage. It must be the happiest Crimson Guard rush of his life.
Yeah, it was just such a good Underlord pick, and their itemization was good too. Like, Crimson is a pretty garbage item. Let's just say it, right? Like, the heroes that it counters, like Beastmaster, Lycan, whatever, like, you get the Helm Dome too. The Crimson doesn't really do that much against it. But against Troll, who is hitting you, 10 times per second, it's actually good, especially if you have the damage reduction on top of it as well. And like the Ricky Blind and these 4 staffs to kite as well.
Yeah. And they could have gone even further. They could get, like, if this game goes even later, you pick up a Wraith Pact, and it's like
Wraith
good
Pact,
against
Shiva's
them.
Guard, yeah. It's
so
AC,
easy.
yeah, it's like there's like a 6-item inventory you can come up with where every single item reduces the Troll's damage by something, and then he's got these 4 staffs to deal with, and the Troll's just like, okay, I see why this hero's not picked that much.
Yeah, and one last thing is that you would usually like supplement that by buying like a Maelstrom, so that then you have magical damage alongside your physical damage. But he didn't itemize for that. He just went full physical.
Yeah.
And with that game done, Aster, of course, they have still shot in the lower bracket. Going back to this game, is there anything particular they can learn? Because from a new perspective, I feel like, they did great in both early games, and then you just, let go of the wheel and see where it ended up. Is that where things went wrong? Is it the draft where things went wrong? Like, what focus would you like to see? When we see Aster again, where should they have improved?
I really feel like it was just Gaming Gladiator had a better idea of what was going to happen in the ultra late game, and they didn't make that many mistakes early. Like, it's just one of those things. Sometimes games feel easy because one hero snowballs, and you're like, oh, we're way ahead, it's all good. But if they limit their losses and get to that smart late game win condition, then you just win matches. So, like, you're like, okay, our lanes aren't as good, but it's okay. So maybe Aster needs to keep that on count next time they do drafts.
Yeah, and it's a good thing they prepped for Western European teams.
I was gonna say the exact same thing. Like, that is literally like the Western Europe Classic, right? Well, Classic. I mean, the last 2 years is like basically like it looks like you're losing, it looks like you're dying. The score is 9-1 for the enemy team, but then there's not that much of a gold lead, right? Like they are really good at cutting their losses. This is Tundra that trained all the other Western European teams to do that, and obviously won TI with it. So Aster, they're going to be very well aware of this being a thing, and it's like, okay, we fell victim to this. Like, maybe we go for some greedier items and we abuse the fact that they're trying to split push us and not fight us here. Like, I don't know, Midas on Nature's Prophet, or finishing the Gleipnir instead of going for the Ags, because the Ags is more for fighting, Gleipnir is more of like a carry Nature's. Because I didn't really feel the Nature impact on that game. Did you guys?
No, not really.
Not as much as we felt the Nature's impact in the game before that, when it was on the side of Gaming Gladiators from Ace. So that, there's a little bit of a learning experience there. Gaming Gladiators, they moved through the upper bracket. Their opponent is not yet known. They also, I feel like, will have some takeaways from the series, though, because when we say, Aster did great the first half of the game, that means the Gaming Gladiators did not do great in the first, 10, 15 minutes of the game, especially the second game sheep. I felt like they struggled a little bit.
I think it's just, we talked about the importance of Quinn, so when he is getting ganked mid or getting pressured, I think he actually seemed to struggle under that pressure a little bit.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, I wasn't
games.
Super impressed with him in that early game.
I think also like the the Underlord lane in this game went kind of badly, and it's one of those things where like I could very easily see them being like, okay, this is just a draft where like we get through the laning phase. That's fine. Those drafts do exist and they're good, and you can't just be like, oh, we need to win all lanes magically. Like it doesn't work that way.
Yeah.
But I think they could have done like 10-20% better at least, and they're probably gonna. You don't think so?
It just feels hard because it's their heroes. It's like it's Ricky and Underlord. When they go into Underlord, what does Ricky do? He's like sitting there, stabbing the trees hard as he can in the back. And just doesn't do anything.
But that's why I'm saying like 10 or 20%. Like maybe a little bit more wave cutting, or they do something to kill the first range creep, or maybe they bring 3 heroes to like block the first wave into the tower so that it bounces out. It's like there's all sorts of like ways you can theory craft to play the lanes better, or they're like, well, we didn't care about the early game. Like, we knew that we just needed to get through the early game. Yeah, it went bad, but we expected it. Who gives a shit? Let's just go into the next series. If we pick a laning draft and we lose lanes, then it's a problem.
Yes.
But if they pick to just, Ricky Dart, like, you're a hero when you get 15 minutes into the game and 1,400 gold. Let's be real.
Yeah, that's all you need. There's one more thing I want to give credits to Sheep, because we talked about the opening of the drafts, the picks and the bans and stuff like that, and we're like, are they going to let Lina through? Sheep's like, yeah, they're going to let Lina through and ban Lesh, and that's exactly what they did. Didn't work out, but they did it.
They had decent ideas. Like, we saw how well the early game went. I think they did a pretty good job of pushing her out. And they, like, pressured so many of the cores as well. Like, you're losing your Underlord lane, you're losing your mid lane, and as a result, you talked about the priority of, like, who gets the Ancients, which meant that like Batrider was taking stacks, and that means Lina's not getting the stacks. I mean, I think it's just a testament to how well they managed to come back their net worth despite this, to be honest. Like, Game Winner just...
They were doing a lot of good like tree hiding and stuff.
Yeah.
Like Duraccio on the bot lane when he almost escaped with the Tumbler's toy over the cliff. It just got caught. Like, it was 5 heroes, honestly, so it's not that even that bad. But just the fact that they had to make that rotation for him showed that he was taking that, you know, BSJ's dead lane or whatever. He genuinely was very unsafe down there, but he was getting a lot of farm down there.
He's used to that. Like, I think you look at the DBC season, everyone flamed Duraccio over and over again. This guy's a feeder. It's because he's been training himself to take the hardest parts of the farm on the map. He said it himself. He said he's comfortable doing it and he likes it.
He said when he goes 0-6 in the laning stage in his pubs, those are the ones that he wins. So he likes playing under that pressure.
Well, he got that, so, you know, congratulations to him and his team. They move forward. One of their opponents is going to be playing as well. Well, potentially both potential opponents will be playing later, because we're going to have a series between EG and Entity. It's going to be incredibly hype. But we have to start with a clean slate, or with a clean palette, if you will.
Sírvete, Leo.
Papi, la verdad es que la comida acá es bien rica y te aseguro que muchos jugadores se van a mudar acá solo por nuestra gastronomía.
¿Qué harías que Crit pruebe primero?
Yo creo que lo primero que tiene que probar es su rico cevichito. Bueno, la verdad es que ahorita estamos yendo a comer de entrada una rica ocopa. De comida, tu rico lomo saltado con sus papitas, su cebollita, su tomate. Y para que pase, su rica gacela, porque si no, no pasa nada, pues. La verdad es que te voy a llevar un point caletita, pero que la vas a pasar muy chévere. Yo tengo mi experiencia de años atrás y he vivido con un montón de personas. Obviamente todos jugamos Dota. Siento que el dotero no puedes dejar de comer, ¿no? Rico, porque compartes muchos gustos con las personas como el pollito a la brasa, su lomo, su hamburguesón. La gente come bastante, ¿no? En el ambiente, en el ámbito del Dota, comparto el mismo feeling, ¿no? Yo, terminando las temporadas con mi equipo, cada cierto tiempo me comunicaba con mi mamá para decirle: ma, estoy yendo un sábado o domingo para quedarme en la casa a ver si es que festejamos con algún plato en especial, y ella probablemente ya sabía a cuál me refería. En este caso era los frijoles con su pollito, su salsa de cebolla, su chichita, para compartir en familia, ¿no? Creo que es algo como que muchos pueden entender y es inexplicable, ¿no? Festejo bastante con mi familia, ¿no?
Leo, ¿tú crees que tu viejito ahorita se quiera preparar un sequito?
Sería cuestión de preguntarle. Yo diría, como la conozco bastante, le podríamos preguntar. Así que creo que vamos a ver qué es lo que dice ella.
Esa decisión realmente me agarró así fría, no me lo esperaba, pero vi en sus ojitos ese que realmente lo llenaba. Entonces, lo primero que hice fue conversar, empaparme también del tema, ¿no? De esa actividad.
En el primer plano fue como que medio complicado porque me me lanzaban como para el lado de la ludopatía, ¿no? Pero creo que conversando un poco con mi hermano mayor, con personas que son de bastante confianza, pudieron hacer que ese panorama de que tenían mis papás cambie un poco, ¿no? Y vayan por el lado de apoyar.
Y cuando pasa eso, ¿qué paz siente uno? Porque tú dices, bueno, nos toca a nosotros apoyar a nuestro hijo, ¿no? En lo que a él le gusta y vemos esa pasión que tiene cuando habla, cuando lo realiza. Yo me siento orgullosa. Alcance de repente las metas de cada torneo grande o no, nosotros nos sentimos orgullosos, nos alimenta nuestro corazón, nuestra alma. Y también sé que todo esto le permite a él ser generoso con los que lo necesitan. Y ahí tiene mucho del corazón de su padre también, ¿no?
Yo estoy bastante agradecido siempre con ellos porque uno también se da cuenta del esfuerzo que hacen, tanto yo como ellos hacen cuando yo vengo acá de visita, las comidas que mi mamá me prepara. Así como ellos pueden hacerme algo en el desayuno o en el almuerzo, pues si es que llego para la cena, un pollito a la brasa, que es, no sé, plato que no puede faltar, ¿no? Acá es una fiesta para, nosotros estamos acostumbrados, ¿no? Creo que es uno de los momentos muy especiales, ¿no? Que comparto con mi familia cuando vengo acá de visita.
Si pudieras armar un team de jugadores de todo el mundo para salir a comer, ¿cuáles serían tus 4 elegidos y por qué?
Está bien complicada la pregunta, pero me voy por el lado de un poco irme con la idea del beef que tuve en su momento con algunos jugadores cuando viajé a torneos a Majors o al TI. Uno de ellos sería CCNC, que ahora es Queen, jugador de gladiadores. El siguiente jugador, creo que para un tema de reencuentro, podría ser Matthew, ¿no? Matthew es un gran amigo mío. El siguiente jugador que mencionaría, creo que podría mencionar a Chinkyu. Siento que, se le ve obviamente que tiene buen filo, así que la comida peruana le va a caer como que de buenas, ¿no? Sí o sí. El siguiente jugador podría ser unos jugadores que tuve, digamos, un beef con ellos cuando viajé al tema de la Last Chance, que fue GPK, que ahorita está en Bedboom, y el último jugador es Ramses, que estuvo en Darkside, en la región de Cis. Pero siento que ese tema, con el tema de la comida, uniéndolos, invitándoles su cevichito, por ahí podría llegar a ser una buena excusa para todos ser amigos, ¿no? Nuevamente.
¿Qué, Leo, te llenaste?
Mano, estoy repleto.
¿Pero sale su postre o no?
Un postrecito, la verdad es que no se le niega a nadie, pues.
Vamos, entonces.
Vamos, mano.
Hello and welcome back. Lima Major continues right here in Lima, Peru, and we are ready for our second series of the day. Earlier on, we had Gaming Gladiators take the first series over Aster, and they need an opponent in that upper bracket, and one of these two teams will be it. Evil Geniuses is going to face Entity. And yes, that is the first time we're having a home crowd here in Lima. I'm sure that along with everybody at home, my panel can't wait to witness the sounds. I'm joined by Lacoste, SVG, and Effie. Effie, this crowd can be really loud. How loud? What are your levels of expectation?
I think we're all going to go deaf by the end of the day.
All right.
Or just by the end of the series. This is the loudest they're going to sound. And it's only day one. Can you even imagine?
Yeah, I can't even
Crazy,
hear
right?
anything. Just kidding, because of the crowd. No, the crowd so far has been amazing. Only the first series of the day. Imagine grand finals. If we have like one South American team in there, it's gonna be pretty nuts.
That would be amazing. Another reason why it's important for EG to do well, by the way, we would love South American teams playing in front of their home crowd. It's loud, it's nice. We love that kind of stuff. EG is to win, because otherwise one of the two teams is going out very fast, because in the loser bracket awaits Beast Coast already SVG. That would be very unfortunate.
It would be kind of hype they play each other, though. Like,
True.
Not in the lower bracket.
well, I mean, not that
Not
kind of hype.
round
You know,
one.
the crowd would have to decide who they're louder for. They
But
fight themselves.
That is true. We do want to see them go up against each other. But maybe in the
Well, I don't want to see.
final?
Or lower bracket finals, you know, somewhere
Something
in the
exciting.
top.
Grand
yeah.
final sounds good.
That sounds great.
I think if they meet each other in the grand finals, somebody's going to die in the crowd from the hype.
Yeah.
Potentially.
I didn't mean someone's getting murdered. I meant, you know.
This turned very grim all of a
Glad
sudden,
you
guys.
clarified.
I didn't know where you were going with that, so I just nodded.
It would be incredibly hype. if
Why are
that's
you
the
just
case.
agreeing with the people dying? There was a joke there. It's going to be a long panel.
Yeah, let me do the jokes, you know.
Okay, I'll
It got
Lacoste
dark real quickly.
That's not fair. He's pretty funny. You
No,
should give
he
him
is.
a
He's
chance.
one of the
Avery.
funniest
He has
guys.
his
No,
moments.
I can't do any more jokes. Too dark. I'll do light
Okay.
jokes.
Well, let's talk about these two teams, because of course both teams are here for a reason. Entity came second in the group, in Group B. Very good. It does mean that they are in love with the scraps, if you will. I mean, we have Team Liquid, of course, on the top of that group. They got to choose their opponent, and their choice was, shall we face Talon or shall we face EG? And Liquid's like, you know what? We'll go with Talon for that one, and it's Entity that got to deal with EG here, and it's going to be a tough ask because EG has been leveling up as the time went on during the group stage, Lacoste.
Yeah, most definitely. This is a team. I mean, both the South American teams, they do play like this very chaotic. Like Beast Coast is more of a chaotic team, but the EG very aggressive, very explosive team overall. Like when they announced their roster during the reshuffle, I was a bit surprised with the trade that they got, because I think they got a better trade overall. Maybe I'm a bit biased because I think Whisper, he's the best South American player for like at least 2 years. He's been pretty consistent and he's been dominating throughout this tournament.
He's been the best North American player.
That as well, just American.
The best American player.
According to a lot, Whisper is the best offlaner, period, across the world. So.
I'm just going to throw it out here. I think Whisper has been the best player of the tournament so far.
Yeah. Definitely a standout. On the side of Entity, there's a lot of standouts as well. I think Stormstormer is the standard one. It will be Entity that... Can I call them the challengers? I feel like I can call them the challengers because I think playing in front of the home crowd, it just gives you a bit of a buff. So there's going to be one to do it first, and it's going to be Entity, and there's a lot of pressure on. God. Oh, hello. Towards their booth, that's right, they are ready for a fight against the home crowd, against the hometown favorite, but they still have a lot of fans here too. The noise has definitely been made for them. They've got, of course, a newer addition, Watson, instead of Pure since TI. And dare I say, they are looking maybe better than what they did before. Actually, I'll definitely say they are looking better than what they did before. They're taking their spots and they are getting ready to face none other than Evil Geniuses. In a minute, not yet.
All right, I was just looking how they're coming in terms of preparation. Not a big stack of papers. I'm not sure if that's a good sign.
Weak stack.
He stores all knowledge in his head.
Single sheet.
Exactly. The real teams to be feared are the ones with no papers, the ones that you cannot predict, the ones that do not care, such as Evil Geniuses.
Such as Metro.
What happens if they're walking right now?
Oh my goodness. Okay, you know what? I heard the cheers for Entity. It's time to hear the crowd for Evil Geniuses. This is quite deafening. If anybody had any doubts whether people will cheer for both teams equally, no. I am sorry that's the case. Yes, they did cheer for Entity, more like out of politeness almost, even though it was still pretty loud. But this is like loudness and then some. Evil Geniuses is of course a staple name. Used to be a staple name in North America, but they have been given a very, very warm welcome here in South America, and together with Beast Coast, of course, both teams crowd favorite. Also after TI, we mentioned it earlier in the day already, but Evil Geniuses is like, you know what, Thunder Awaken looking quite decent, and Beast Coast looking quite decent. Let's just pick the best and just merge them into one team, Lacoste. It worked out great.
Yeah, so far I think it's like whoever did this job should get a raise in terms of the team that they put up together. And the one thing I just noticed after they announced the EG coming into the booths, bunch of fans rushed in.
Yes.
They wanted to give them support, wanted to give some extra claps and noise for EG team.
They are definitely making their way over. Still are running over. Still are being very loud, Effie.
This is a roaring sound, for sure. But I just want to shout out the Peruvian crowd quickly, because even though, yes, they are going to cheer louder for EG and Beast Coast later on, it feels like they're just cheering for everybody. I mean, the way that they were so excited to see Quinn, I think that's the most excited anyone's
I don't
ever been.
understand that one. I'm going to be honest. Like, after the 5 years of chat history I've seen from that boy, for him to get a standing ovation, I don't know what's going on. That might be like an anti-cheer thing. I'm a little unsure. What was Baka's eating? I have never seen that. That was the most gangster walkout.
Yeah.
What is it? Just a lollipop.
He had a lollipop.
Yeah,
He looked like an anime. He looked like an anime character. He looked like he was straight out of Tokyo Revengers, like walking in to kick everybody's butt. Like he is in the zone right now.
We're going to turn this into monologue, I feel like. Effie, the anime expert,
Yeah,
the only expert on
I was
the
not
panel.
going to the anime direction.
No, I'm just saying he looked like a Tokyo Revengers character, like walking in with that lollipop, like smirking.
Yeah, what's up?
I will
Not a care
say
in the world.
all the majors that any SA team has gone through to since 2016, it's about time that they get a home crowd cheering for them, because they've never been in this situation, right? We've obviously had a lot of majors up until this point, but never ever in South America, and seeing them just be happy and smiling in front of the home crowd. And not just that, they are obviously also doing very well and have very high expectations. There is a reason Team Liquid did not want to face EG and chose Talon instead. This team is definitely one to be reckoned with. I do want to properly break down this series a little bit more. I want to focus a little bit on Entity, because we mentioned earlier already, of course, Entity, they had Pure before, or at TI and after TI, not anymore. They got Watson in. And this team, when they got Pure at the start, it felt like Pure was the reason why they did well. And now they got Watson, and they're still crushing it, and I feel like that's just credit to the rest of the team.
Oh, absolutely. The rest of the team, from where they were this time last year to now, they have gotten leaps and miles better.
Oh,
And
he's just enjoying that
man.
crowd.
I'm telling you, it's an
Wondering
anime
what kind of
character.
flavor it is.
I hope it's strawberry or watermelon.
Or it's the flavor of the tears of their enemies.
Yeah, it's death.
That's more anime.
But
sure.
Yeah,
I'll go
I think
with
the
that.
entire team has definitely improved. The biggest improvement that I can see personally is, of course, Stormer, who we have highlighted before time and time again during the DPC. But I will say, going from one rank 1 carry player to another rank 1
Yes.
carry player, I mean, there's no way you're upset about that. Watson, from the get-go, has been so incredible. This has been a rising talent that every team has tried to poach. He has always had eyes on him. He's always played these super late game carries really well. His Terror Blades, his Slarks, they are something to be reckoned with. And I actually think the addition of Watson to Entity taught them a lot about maybe being less aggressive, right? Maybe playing the map a little bit more defensively, waiting to hit your timings, not just constantly run at them the way that they did with Pure.
Yeah, they're one of the, I think, slowest teams at this major in terms of their entrances into the game, where they do tend to pick two very passive supports. They also have like offlaner. Toby plays these heroes that love to stay in the offlane for a very long time. So someone needs to do the job. Like, it's not going to be most of the time your carry. So Stormer needs to do a lot of heavy lifting early on. If he's not the one making space for the team, I feel like they do sometimes get the shorter end of the stick, where like they're also like heavy farm team in terms of like how much farm their position 4 gets. I think Kataomi, when he plays Treant Protector, they have the lowest hero pool at this tournament, so they're very predictable. As a team, you know what you can expect from them, but the way they play, like they do every single time, they do something different.
You know what they call players like Stormer?
What?
Firewalkers. You know why they call them that?
Why is that?
Because they have to jump on the fire first to extinguish it, and then everybody piles in. But somebody has to tank the flame.
Is
He's
it
always
not a
the
fire
first one
fate
in.
Oh my
fighter?
God.
I don't know. It was like a 3 times translated term. I don't think I got it 100%. But
Yeah, I
it's
like
roughly
firewalkers.
accurate. I also want to say this team, unconfirmed rumor. Unconfirmed. I don't want to start spreading stuff.
PI12 champs.
No, that's confirmed. Unconfirmed rumor is that when Pure left,
Yeah.
some of this team doubted whether they were going to be able
I
to
heard
perform
the
as
same
highly as-
unconfirmed
and some of
rumor.
them were debating leaving with him, even potentially, because they felt like he was such a large part of that team. How can they exist without Pure? You bring Watson and you start performing, all of a sudden it's double the confidence you would have had before. You're like, holy crap, it wasn't that guy, it was us.
Yeah.
It was us the whole time.
That's a bit awkward to hear, because I think they have been the most improved team overall in the previous season. And looking at the standout players in 2022, I think Pakaz is on that list.
Yep.
And there's also Kataomi. Like, Stormer already made a name for himself. So 2 very good players playing against each other in this one.
But just to go off of that, it was actually pretty funny. So I was told, jokingly, by one of our Russian caster friends here, that when Fishman was asked, what do you think about this team? And he's like, it's great. There are no more toxic players, ... anymore.
Other than me?
No, because after, when he was asked about the new iteration of Entity. So maybe...
But that's what teams always say.
Yeah, but so maybe they were just, joking a little bit, but I did hear that Pure could be a little bit on the tilted side from time to time, and from an interview that Stormer had in their first win during the DPC, he mentioned just how calm and untiltable Watson is. He says this kid is the most quiet, the most peaceful and calm carry player that he's ever played with.
It's very uncommon to have these 2 characteristics together, carry player and being PMA. Usually it comes out from a different role.
Yeah,
That's very true. No, I agree. As a fellow support player, this is definitely a proven theory for sure. There's one thing that Entity is remembered by many is, of course, they had one best of 1 on the main stage of TI. And it was a over 2-hour game, and they came out on top, right? That amount of pressure to be able to do that and come out on top on a 2-hour game with the best of 1 elimination on the line at TI, it's, I think, very promising for their capability to perhaps here, deal with the crowd that is definitely cheering against them. The only question mark I have is Watson, because we don't know how he will react. How big of an impact do you think that has, Avery?
Pretty big if he chokes. I mean, that's the blunt way to put it.
Yeah.
You don't really know. Okay, it is significantly harder to play against a crowd that is against you.
Yeah.
Now, I don't think the crowd rooting for you changes that much a lot of times, but when it's against you, it feels really bad. You make some smoke, you kill 5 heroes, you're in your team comms, you're like, yay, and it's just silence. The enemy team kills like 1 courier, the entire stadium erupts. And what the hell are we doing here? Are we
Yeah,
even
you get an
getting
extra
ahead?
GPM when the crowd's cheering for you.
So that's a tough situation to be in for your first big lane, right?
Because this
do
is
not
the real
envy 'em.
test. They've been like in Peru for like a week, maybe even 2 weeks, depending when they arrived. It's not a LAN environment. You're playing from the hotel, which is you get used to it. You're in the same room with your team, and it's different. Like this is not like this is the real test. So we want to see how they're gonna perform.
Yeah, but I know that after talking to the Entity players personally, they all mentioned how much they feel like their LAN experience last year made them feel so much better about this tournament going into it, and how every experience has kind of given them a means to envision what their team could accomplish together. So honestly, I have faith in Watson that he won't choke. I think this kid is legit. I really do.
I was not implying he's going to choke, just for the record.
No. That's
I'm
not
not
what I'm saying.
rooting for
Yeah,
him to
I'm just
choke.
saying that's the question mark, right? How is he going to perform
This
in
is
a LAN
streamed,
environment?
so we can go back and check what you actually said.
He didn't say that.
I said he
He
might.
didn't say
He
that.
might.
There's a chance that he will. I mean, we have not seen anybody play with this amount of pressure on them.
But I do think that he's a very capable player, and I just think that having 4 other players who've experienced that amount of nerves so recently, like they have fresh memories of experiencing it and how to deal with it. And I think that as a team, they of course have spoken to him. They've given him like techniques to calm down, and honestly, I have all the faith in him. I think that within the year, Watson's going to be in the conversation of who the best carry players in the world are right now, alongside Yasser, alongside Kaz, alongside Pierre. They're going to be talking about Watson as well.
Now, Avery, you said that you don't know how much impact it has when the crowd is cheering for you, only how bad it feels when the crowd's cheering against
He
you.
never experienced
Yeah,
that.
that's what I was about to say. I
Oh.
only ever had the crowd.
Because I want to focus a little bit more on Evil Geniuses, who are clearly
Why are you laughing so hard at that,
the crowd favorite here.
Sorry, what were you saying?
EG is clearly the crowd favorite
Yes,
here.
yes.
So, do you feel like, because it cuts both ways, right? Because yes, you're gonna feel really good when you're doing really well, but you also know that you have, I don't know, sort of responsibility to perform for your crowd, and that is also pressure.
There's some truth to that. I honestly think China feels it the most of any region in terms of the responsibility factor.
Yeah.
You know, if you don't do well at TI, you go home, you get like disowned. There's all these Reddit threads about you. It's bad. That's not even an exaggeration.
Yeah.
Like some of these guys, they feel it. That's why they retire. Like it's way too much stress. I don't want to be responsible for my nation's glory. You know, I think it's a little less here, especially because SA has been rising over the years. So the expectations are low, right? SA's never won a major win. They've never gone top 3 at TI. They've never gone super deep consistently. So that pressure, I think, in terms of responsibility, I think this crowd is going to be super happy with them beating anybody
Yeah.
every time they beat them. And outside of that, I don't think these guys should feel too much pressure.
I think as a player, crowd only matters when you're winning. You leave the booth. It's a good atmosphere. But if you lose, you get out. You don't care if crowd is like cheering for you. You ended up the game with 0-13, and crowd's like, hell yeah, this is my boy.
I think sometimes they boo you.
Yeah, as long as you do good,
Yeah.
it's a bit of a buff, but yeah, you gotta get that done.
Well, good news for Evil Geniuses then, because apparently even when Evil Geniuses lose, Whisper still gets 28 kills or so he's gonna be fine.
Can somebody stop this guy already?
I mean,
don't
it's
understand.
insane. I was looking up some numbers. It's like, it's just crazy.
Did you guys know that he averaged 13 kills in the last DPC tour, the highest of any offlaner of any region?
I'm not surprised.
And on the other side, you have Watson, who had the most kills in the DPC in his own region. So, but both of these teams tend to get a lot of kills. But looking at Whisper, he's just a lane dominator. He's a machine. So many times throughout the group stage, I was covering the game, watching the games. He does get a solo kill on the enemy carry. Like, you got to be very careful. These are the situations that he really shines in, and you got to be like. You know that he's going to be playing like these offlane heroes, like his Timbersaw, his Primal Beast, I think, is on the rise. Like, he has a variety of the heroes that he plays, but you got to be very careful. You can't ban him out. It's just not happening.
And the thing about Whisper's hero pool is that it's not just the like Timbersaw and the Primal Beast and the Bat Rider you have to be afraid of. It's the meta heroes too. He plays absolutely everything. It just feels like, what do we even do versus him in this first phase?
So let's talk a little bit about playstyles and what we can expect to see here in this best of 3. There's been a day break, of course. We did see some changes on the side of, of Gaming Gladiators and Aster earlier, although it came down to a pretty similar playstyle from what we saw in the groups. What are we thinking here? Lacoste, how would you describe Entity's playstyle?
Yeah, I already mentioned that they are a bit slow, especially because you have like Fishman playing Undying, for example, Treant Protector hero that doesn't want to move. Kataomi as well, if he's on Treant, he does tend to get a lot of farm, but they don't move. Same goes for Toby. So I want to see, I mean, Stormstormer, like, this is your hero pool that he plays a lot of aggressive heroes, and they do get explosive, like, they do tend to man up a lot once Watson is ready. This guy will play anything. His hero pool so far in this tournament has been pretty big compared to like other members of the team. He played 10 different heroes, so he can play anything. A lot of the times they will pick him like even at the earlier stages of the draft because he's like, well, you know what, I'll just play it. He even played Alchemist.
I'm a bit worried for him though. I feel like this Watson Fishman safe lane versus Matthew Whisper.
That is kind of scary.
Fishman does tend to have a couple of extra deaths. Yeah,
and I don't think you want to feed extra deaths to any player in this tournament, but I don't think you want to feed it to Whisper.
No, just give Fishman this like boring melee strength tanky support and let them play safely, and I think you might be fine, you know? Just get rid of that. Okay, so the annoying thing about EG is that you have to ban out these Whisper heroes in the first phase. The approach that most teams had to them during the group stages was they were banning out the Timbersaw and the Bat Rider in the first phase because they just did not want to deal with it. And the issue is that left Matthew's heroes in the pool. They would either take the Rubik or the Ricky in those cases. And that's something you don't want to do either. You can't just only think about Whisper in this EG offlane. It's also Matthew who is a force.
Agree. I've seen a couple of games where Matthew takes over, especially on Ricky. Like if his team is not doing good between 10 and 15 minute mark, what he's going to do is he's going to go for the careers. He's just going to try to delay the game as much as possible because they understand, you know, this 15-minute timing on Ricky's shard, and this is where they start playing aggressive. But I think it comes down also to laning stage, the combo that we're talking about, Matthew plus Whisper. They know how to play. Like, especially if you leave Timbersaw in the pool, you're like, you know what, we're going to counter it this time because you think you can counter it, and most of the time it doesn't happen. So they know all of these matchups. Like, I think this duo is very experienced. I think Matthew has been like in his career also super stable in terms of his performances. So I'm looking forward to it, and I'm leaning towards EG.
And because we talk a lot, when we talk about EG, we talk a lot about the offlane, about the Whisper Matthew lane. Does that mean that in the game itself and in the draft, they do focus on having those two have a good game? Like, what about Pakas? What about Chris Lockwood, C-Smile, and Panda? How much priority are they getting in the game? Any?
I'll say C-Smile doesn't get too much priority. He's more of a sacrificial mid because Whisper does tend to get a lot of farm. Same goes for Pakaz. So someone needs to not get farmed, and you see a lot of the times him getting in, dying maybe once or twice, so the other two cores are going to get something. So playing on these like spirit type of heroes is what we can expect from Chris Luck.
But also, Chris Luck doesn't really need that much farm priority because the way that I've seen him play is that he is the player who's moving the game, who's opening up the map for his team. Because a couple of times during the group stages, I did see EG have a rough start on the lanes, and it was always the C-Smile Death Prophet or the Leshrac that would rotate to these side lanes and just take the tower, give them space, give them something to play around. And he always knows how to play around Whisper's timings. Like, often he will lead himself to Whisper's lane and sit there for 2 minutes and just abuse and kick out the enemy carry completely.
Someone's having a good time.
Why are you so happy?
I see you looking kind of pensive on the hero. Sorry, you were distracted.
That was mesmerized. I was just mesmerized by what's happening on screen. I don't know what's happening.
I don't even know what to say anymore. My goodness.
I mean, if you're going to take a mid to play with two pretty greedy side lanes, taking a guy who spent most of his career playing with Hector is probably a good bet.
Yes.
I would say so, yes.
Because Hector takes everything of your life.
Okay.
And turns it
take
into
your clarities, take your healing salves, take your stacks.
Wins sometimes.
Sometimes
he'll trade you the win. But I don't know. The thing about C-Smile is, or Chris Luck, is just he's so relaxed. He's just so relaxed all the time. Like right before he came in here, I asked him, I was like, hey, are you going to win, man? And he's like, yeah, sure, why not?
Why not?
He literally just said, why not? He's so chill. You want that chill kind of level-headed mid laner playing.
He's a little too chill.
You think so?
I think he's a little too. I mean, in the pubs, he's definitely a little too chill. I don't know. He could step it up a bit more in pubs. You know, I think.
Specifically, where he's on your team.
Maybe he
Not
just
even
doesn't care.
on the server. I mean, it's not even my team. It's just, you know, this guy has some nicknames on the NA server. I'm not going to repeat them on stream.
Not stream friendly.
No, but.
Now, I want to reach that chill in life. Like, this is one of my
so
goals.
chill, you
yeah,
get a
they were like,
nickname?
I just don't care.
But it is an asset, right? Especially
yeah.
during LAN environments. Like maybe you would want him to take scrims more seriously, and you could definitely make a case for that. And of course, your pub performance contributes a lot to how you're going to perform through any competitive tournament. But during a LAN, when people are nervous and people might potentially choke, having the staple of your team in the sense that he is the one who is making the first big rotations, be level-headed and even-tempered, I do think that definitely, like, the advantages of that outweigh the negatives.
I agree. He does a lot for this team's mentality. He also plays with zero fear. We're talking about Stormstormer being an initiator guy who just goes in, walks on the fire. I'm just saying.
No, you can say Firewalker. Yeah, I like that.
Chris Luck is like a fire face guy, you know, and just puts his whole face in their face first, makes the space.
Or does he light the fire?
Yeah, he definitely does.
There you go. I mean, now you because otherwise it's better than just standing in front of the fire.
There's a reason why Whisper has such high KDA. It's about this team, right? It's not about Whisper. If anything, I would say Matthew is the most valuable player in SA.
The most what?
The most valuable player in SA.
Yeah.
I think he's been underrated for years. There's very few good SA captains that have been taking teams to lands and going deep.
Yeah.
There's very few that understand how to lead a roster, build that roster, lane well, do all this other stuff that he does. He's the biggest shot caller on this team. This guy does so much for them. And it's often overlooked because you got all these other big names, you know, Pakaz and Whisper and all these other guys. But
they're very flashy, so it's like easy to.
Matthew's a very non-flashy four, which is it's kind of rare if you think about it. A lot of four players, they want to show off. They got big egos. Played with MSS for years. That guy, he just be in the middle of a game. You'll watch me clown on these fools. It's like, what are you doing, bro? But this guy, he's just consistent. No ego, no cockiness, no showmate. He'll be 0-8, win the game.
And he's so frustrating in the draft, right? Like just having Matthew and Whisper be the priority first phase picks in EG's draft makes him so obnoxious to deal with. It really does. Whereas, and we were talking about C-Smile earlier, I just want to backpedal a little bit, talking about when they do prioritize him within the draft. He often comes out in the second phase, and Stormstormer in Entity, for the most part, gets the overall 10th pick. Almost always, or the 9th pick, unless something that's pretty broken, like his Batrider or his Pangolier versus a Brood or a Naga comes out in the first phase. Otherwise, you can always expect Entity to give him draft priority. So C-Smile is kind of often left for dead in those cases, but it doesn't really feel like he is.
Yeah, it's going to be, you know, good luck, Chris, good luck, have fun on that mid lane. Because they do tend to pick his heroes early, and we already talked about him being a bit more sacrificial, but it does suit him, like the playstyle that he's playing in this team. You know, it's not that like some other players are more flashy, like Pakaz, he's gonna be the one being godlike. Same goes for Whisper, but
he's gonna be eating that lollipop. You know?
Yeah. But the others, like Chris Luck, is gonna get in there, get the job done, maybe die. Rest of the team will clean up.
We talk a lot about EG, of course, since they are the fan favorites, and they do have a lot of flashy players. I want to circle back to Entity a little bit more because we've talked about Stormstorm, and of course we talked about Watson because we don't know how he's going to play in front of this crowd. I feel like when we were watching Entity play, oftentimes the focus is on Toby because he has been popping off for this team as well, and I agree with that. Hopefully we'll get into the game soon, but no, how are we feeling about Toby's performance at this event? Because I know that he's been the talk of the town last season. How is he doing at the moment, you feel, Effie?
I think he's been great. I think he's been the most consistent summons player in this tournament. A lot of teams are depending on their summons players and are famous for them, but Toby is the one who's had the best performance throughout the group stages, on those heroes in particular, in my opinion. I want to highlight his Enigma more than anything else, just because Entity in the past have been so dependent on Toby's Enigma for their drafting and the way that they play. And after all the nerfs and the way that people learn to play against this hero, other teams who played it kind of gave up on it, or when they do play it, it looks underwhelming. But it's still something that Entity will prioritize if they can. Like, if it looks like an Enigma game where they can get it on fourth, they will always do it. So I think Toby is very dependable, and he's kind of, well, the anchor, I suppose. I would say he's the anchor of Entity.
Yeah, I wouldn't disagree. Just looking at some stats, he did play Enigma 4 times, and they did win every single game with Enigma. I think that says a lot. Like, he even did play against the Silencer a couple of times. So the man knows the matchups. He's also the one who's very annoying for the enemy safe laners to be dealing with. But yeah, I mean, Entity as a whole team, just in terms of improvement, every single time I watch them play with every single game, it just feels like they're getting better.
And it's so funny, right? Because they picked that Enigma after the Silencer. Because their idea was just, okay, let's pick Tiny and toss the Silencer back and just kill him in lane with this Enigma. Like, I feel like they have an understanding of this hero that other teams just don't have in the same way. And I feel really confident in them if they're able to get the openers that they want. Another point that I want to bring up about Entity is I was looking at their draft throughout group stages, and they are the only team, or actually I think they are one of 2 teams that were not scared to play against Brood. So they allowed Brood out, and they beat Brood 2 times. And they also were one of the teams that experimented with letting Lina through in the first phase on day 1. They let her through, and they won. So this team is not afraid of the meta heroes. They have their own answers to them, and they've been successful with them.
Are there any, because I know some teams, I know some teams, they're not even playing Lina. Are there any draft handicaps or draft, like, bits of information that we should be aware of before we go into that draft? Both teams play Lina, both teams play Brood. Is there anything that, I don't know, that both teams should be very aware of when facing each other?
I think for Entity, EG are definitely considering this Undying to be banned out in the first phase. Rubik is going to be heavily contested between either of them as well. And I think for EG, you're thinking about Whisper heroes like we mentioned before, but also the Rubik Ricky. I think Ricky is going to be let through so many times this tournament just because there are other heroes to prioritize in the
There's
first phase.
so many heroes to prioritize in the ban phase. Got to deal with the Lina, got to deal with the Brood, and then there's only 2 left. Because one team, the team that has second pick.
I was watching Entity throughout the DPC so many times. You gotta ban Treant against these guys because they can flex it, and I'll say it, Kataomi is the best position for Treant in the world. What he does, like, this team knows how to buy time. I've seen so many games where he just, like, they're not fight ready because they lose the laning stage. They have heroes that can't move. And Stormstormer is the only one who needs to make space for the team. He's gonna be the one in the trees cutting those creep waves. Oh, what is happening here?
I don't even know.
Must not be an EG supporter. Getting some backlash.
Wearing one of the shirts that is, by the way, in the secret shop, the Pudge shirt. That's cool.
I mean, if you're going to have heroes that don't move, you may as well put him with a Treant because he's slow.
He is pretty slow.
That's some good analysis right here,
Wow,
SVG.
that's
That's
why
why
we
we're paying
hired
you
you.
big bucks.
Yeah.
Okay, I mean, I like Katayomi's tree better than Fishman's.
Yes.
Which is why it's
Okay.
scary. Because 5 tree, anybody can play 5 tree, you know? Even I used to play 5 tree. But 4 tree that's a different beast. You're getting the shard, you're doing a lot more damage, you get it earlier, you're being really more annoying in the fights, you play farther up. They have this Darkseer combo that can come out at any seconds. They love the double sustain supports as well. A lot of Fishman's heroes that aren't going to be those 2 melee between the Undying and the tree are going to be some form of catch like Disruptor. It pairs well with everything they want to do. As long as you get out of the lane, you're super happy. Toby seems very confident to get out of the lane with it, so why not? But that's a big question to me, what happens in these side lanes. Again, you have to play the side lanes well. If you like this Enigma for Toby, the rise and fall of Enigma this tournament has been in the lane. If you have a very confident Enigma laner and a good 4 player who knows how to play around it, the hero can be successful for you. But if you flop, you better get your prayers to Gaben out.
And the thing about Kataomi, however you say it, is that his Tiny is also a force. Like, he's one of the best Tiny players from support in the entire world right now. And they will often pick this Tiny in the second phase.
Well, his Tiny is not a support. I remember DI
I was about to
games, the
say.
double Divine Rapier.
No,
I
but
think
that's
something
2
similar,
hours. That nobody is
something
a
similar
support.
happened during the DPC as well, where he picked up another Divine Rapier on his Tiny. He does scale. Like, I think in terms of itemization, he understands that where he needs to like draw the line, it's enough of these support items. We're gonna need to take it to the super late game, and he needs to start scaling.
Yeah. I don't know. Entity have a lot of. I think their openers are really solid. They're also predictable, but they have so many of them that work that I think this is definitely going to be an interesting matchup.
But what about the unpredictable?
I don't
the
know how
off-lane
unpredictable
silencer
they
for
will-
Toby.
Yeah,
This is something that
clean.
I play in pubs, and Giannis always flames it, Fog flames it.
Can't flame you now.
Now I'm like, I have this data that I can pull out. Look good. Like I was not like when I was watching that game, I did not expect it that they're gonna win, but he scaled like a double raid band Grease, buying something for the team, but you also want to have something for yourself in terms of like damage, get that pike, because you don't have much AOE to, like you have this arcane curse, but you want to be able to scale. Can't just buy auras on this hero.
True. There's, as you might have noticed already, there's a little bit of a tech issue that we are solving, and we are in the process of solving it, but that leaves us just enough time to get to know Evil Geniuses a little bit better.
Y ahora soy un equipo que ha logrado un hito histórico para Sudamérica. O sea, más allá de lo que es los clasificatorios del competitivo y el top 6 en TI o top 8 para algunos, conseguiste que EG se fue a Sudamérica. ¿Para ustedes cómo sintió eso, como peruanos? El hecho de que hayáis conseguido una org tan conocida como EG y se metiese en Sudamérica solo por ustedes.
¿Yo respondo?
No entendiste.
Oye. En realidad fue emocionante, ¿no? O sea, fue como que cuando terminé el TI, o sea, como que no fue como que una oferta directa. Un pata de la nada me habla el Discord, que yo no lo conocía, y como que de la nada me habla, no me acuerdo quién, no sé si fue Oscar o fue alguien más, pero me dijo, oye, tal patita te quiere contactar porque está que consigue un deal de EG con ustedes, ¿no? Y así como que dije, qué raro, será mentira, ¿no? Y agarro y de curioso como que entro en mi laptop, entro en mi Discord y comienzo a hablar con él, ¿no? Y prácticamente el chico era como que un tercero que estaba que hacía el trabajo ahí para contactarnos y me ofreció un deal que realmente no me agradó del todo y como que le dije, sí, está bien. Pero sí, como que lo ignoré un poquito, ¿no? Y después como que yo de curioso como que agarré y me comencé a contactar con la gente directa de EG, ¿no? Y me di cuenta, me enteré que era verdad lo de la oferta, ¿no? Y fuimos conversando en realidad y creo que me sentí emocionado. Me sentí emocionado, pero al mismo tiempo sentía que lo merecía. Que lo merecía tanto yo como mi equipo, ¿no?
¿Qué se siente para ti? ¿A ti te importa? ¿Qué te puedo decir? O sea, es un hito histórico que tienes hecho una historia para... Claro, o sea, es algo histórico, pero por dentro se siente, creo que normal. O sea, en mi opinión, o sea, obviamente que tiene un nombre, ¿no? Detrás de todo eso, ¿no? Pero es como, creo que lo siento como estar en cualquier equipo, a mi parecer. Claro que para algunos es distinto, ¿no?
¿Sentís que incrementó la presión cuando os pusiste este nombre, cuando fuiste el Dream Team de Sudamérica?
A mí no. Tal vez un poco porque es como que tienes las expectativas muy altas, ¿no? Y a veces cuando tienes esas expectativas, o sea, bueno, más que todo de la gente, ¿no? Tú también quieres superar eso, ¿no? O quieres estar a la par. Y creo que tal vez un poco de presión sí se puede haber sentido.
¿Para el resto?
Para mí no realmente.
¿Acerca de la presión? La verdad que no, o sea, siempre me he puesto bastante presión en cuando competimos, cuando éramos Thunder, no Ping. O sea, siempre iba con la mentalidad de tenemos que ser el mejor aunque no lo seamos. Y en EG es igual, no ha cambiado mucho.
Yo te volví el mejor.
No me reconocen, no sé qué me han recogido.
Creo que la presión siempre está, aunque sea muy chica, ¿no? Creo que hay un especial como que... No tanto así como del Dream Team, creo que no sentía mucho esa presión. Casi siempre he sentido presión simplemente en mí mismo, ¿no? Como que querer dar el mejor esfuerzo de mí, ¿no? Como dar como tu mejor performance, ¿no? En cualquier equipo. Y creo que sí sentí un poco de presión, porque todos decían el Dream Team, etcétera, de cosas. Y creo que nosotros igual como que pensábamos, ¿no? Que iba a ser un gran equipo, simplemente por renombres, porque...
¿Qué pensábamos?
¿No somos?
No somos.
Ahí se va acoplando todo, ¿no? Nada, igual como que es muy... es muy lindo. Que les deja la cara. Pues.
Ah, there's
Welcome back, friends, to potentially the loudest match of the entire day. It's going to be Entity versus Evil Geniuses, and the draft is already underway, and I'm here to guide you through it with some big brains that have not been united on panel in a great deal of time. Winter, you're so massively brained, we had to protect ourselves and insulate you all the way over there, while me and Fear try to gather ourselves and understand Evil Geniuses versus Entity. Winter, welcome to the panel.
Hello, hello, hello. Good to be here, good to be here.
I'm glad you're here. Fear, you've already been dropping knowledge bombs left and right in the first draft panel, but now you're looking at South America versus Western Europe. Different dynamics, perhaps.
I mean, absolutely, especially for EG playing here. Home crowd advantage, which is going to be massive for them. Like, whenever something goes good, you got the crowd on your side, you're going to feel a little bit better. For Entity, they might get the boos here and there. We'll have to see, but, like, it all starts with the draft.
The crowd has been gracious. You guys haven't been able to see it, but we're seeing the Spanish broadcast on the big screens, and a few people rolling up with Entity flags, and they got cheers. They did not get boos. It was a nice, gentle round of applause.
For now.
When someone rolls up with like a C Smile jersey, crowd goes crazy. And they should be going crazy because Evil Geniuses got their hands on the Spider for some reason. I don't know what's going on there, but first phase bans, Batrider, Enigma, and of course you take out the Whisper Saw on Entity and take out the Ricky. First pick was the Broodmother, Lina Undying response, and EG close out phase 1 with Rubik.
Good exchange overall, like Brood against Lina.
They ended up getting the Undying, too. That's a hero that's been incredibly... I think both these drafts are quite meta for the most part. Like, we haven't seen the Brood in, like, it feels like an eternity since, like, day 1 of group stage. But it's back now, and you got a Lina's exchange. You got a, an Undying, not the best hero versus Broodmother, and then Rubik, who's also been incredibly popular, but hasn't had the greatest win rate from the group stage.
Yeah, because he's been picked a lot, and I feel like some of the games, the hero just got a very, very low win rate. I mean, it's not exactly the hero is bad.
He's actually the most picked hero of the group stage. 75
because
picks.
he's been picked too much. It doesn't mean the hero is bad. Like, I feel like the shard is just too good on the support. Like, overall, just the hero just gives you so much.
And do you think that this is maybe BO3 experimentation Fear? Because we did a bunch of BO2s in group stage. Every single game matters. Now you have a bunch of wiggle room, a little bit. See if you can beat the Spider. Is that Entity's motivation letting it go through? Because there's a reason why it's been permabanned for the past 3 days.
Right, but I think when you're playing against a team like Evil Geniuses, like, the Spider's not even that high on a priority list of what they can play, right? Like, the Timbersaw, we see that in the first phase. That is a specialty of EG and almost EG entirely. No one else will get that respect of just a Timber ban in the first phase here. So I think Entity, they're not really experimenting. I think this might be the weakness of EG, is that their Broodmother isn't really... I'm not going to say it's like they can't play it, right? But it's not their go-to hero for Whisper. He's oftentimes on a Primal or a Timber. We see him on the Batrider. More of a playmaker. So maybe their approach is with, Whisper playing that. He's not going to be making moves on the map. He's going to be stable and static.
Yeah, in most of the games, like EG has been drafting a lot more greedy heroes on the mid and the carry, and Pakas usually gets a very high pick priority. His hero generally doesn't really come out early. They pick his hero last. But I feel like Brood, in some ways, even though they don't play it so much, it's not their style, but it should be able to fit into their play style.
Yeah, they've won with it as well, so it's like, it's kind of like picking your poison when you play against Whisper in a lot of ways, and like, they just didn't want to play versus the Timber today, and Ricky was non-negotiable, it sounds like, and so they made a trade. Spider for Lina, and they ended up, so this looked like it was first pick Lina, right? And then it was
first pick Brood. Response. You can see the first pick above the Evil Geniuses bands.
Right. So they got the Lina as a response, and then Undying, which is not really great.
It's Lina first pick.
It is Lina first pick. Yeah, you're trolling me there.
But then why does it say first pick on the...
Doesn't matter. Either way.
Look at the pick order.
Yeah, the pick order is...
I don't know Dota, I just know words.
Lina was first pick.
Lina was first pick,
and then they picked Brood, and then they took Rubik, and then they took Undying, which is not really good versus Brood necessarily.
True.
But they don't really care about that too much. It's probably fine in lane. They ended up getting Tiny here. This is a hero that they play a lot on their pos 4 and their mid. This is like probably it's actually their most successful hero as a team. So like it makes a lot of sense to pick there. It can rotate the Brood's lane. You can just throw the tree at the Spiders and they all die if you can't micro them out. And then we see a Shadow Fiend.
Yeah.
So that I know Pakaz can play it, but I know the mid laner loves that hero.
Yeah.
See
It's
smile, he loves it.
Probably the mid laner.
Yeah.
Like I feel like these two teams have a very distinct way of like drafting. Like I just mentioned, like EG tends to prioritize and keep the last pick for the carry, and for Entity on the other hand, they like to last pick Toby's hero. And I feel like in this kind of setup, I feel like if Entity is able to get like a good lane counter towards the carry's lane, that would actually dictate a lot of the pace of the game for them. Right now they have like, I feel like they should know this SF is not the carry. Like I feel like I would pick the mid hero here, or maybe if the Lina is going mid, but I would actually want to pick like a mid hero, like some Ember, some spirit hero, some rotating hero, and leave the off lane for last.
Only thing that might be scary about that is like the Spirit Heroes don't generally lane well versus the SF mid, right?
Yep.
But I mean, Tiny can lane mid versus SF, right? It's probably not the best matchup, but he can probably one of the better like rotating mids that can just deal with him in the laning stage. This is their first SF pick of the tournament, and that's probably their mid actually, right there.
Yep.
Stormer going to be playing the Pugna mid.
Why Pugna here though? Like it's against a Clockwork, Rubik. I feel like those heroes are really good against Pugna.
I mean, I'm just going to assume he knows his matchup here in the mid lane, right? So if he's going to pick it versus SF, he knows something that I also don't know here. So the Clock, pretty good versus the Pugna here. We don't really know where SF's going entirely, but they could still mix things up a little bit. I guess they could still play Pugna on 4, Tiny mid if they really wanted to. It's still flexible at the end of the day, so it's not that bad of a response.
Yeah, the last time Stormer played the Pugna mid, it was against a Void Spirit, and I don't really see very many other similarities in Entity's previous draft with the Pugna. The only same hero is the Undying, everything else is different, so I'm curious what the motivation is, but I'm leaning a Stormer Pugna. As
I would too.
A 4-position one would be very exotic.
4-position Pugna doesn't feel like I can do anything in the game. Like it's not even particularly strong in the laning phase.
You can feed. They take out the Visage, so most likely, as you suspected, Winter, Toby's hero, going to be the final pick for Entity, and we'll have to see. Right now, Entity keeping their options open with the bans, whether it's a mid SF or a carry
Frontline,
SF.
they kind of need like a frontline hero, like some beefy hero that's some tight kind of hero, teamfight hero. They can also lane against the Brute if they can find that hero.
I mean, they played Tidehunter before, right?
Yeah.
That is the hero he plays. It could be potentially good. They will get to see where this SF is going, which I think is going to be super important.
Yeah. They kind of need like a neutral hero because they don't have the overall last pick. They don't want to get stuck in a situation where they pick the off lane and then the hero doesn't do so well if he has a very, very bad lane.
Yeah. I mean, he does have last pick here, so he will get to see what he will be laning against.
Surprisingly, Entity have not played Centaur a single time, and I feel like that's an offlaner that's been trending heavily throughout this group stage.
I mean, EG hasn't played Shadow Fiend yet either, so we're going to game
Kunkka.
a first. So looks like Kunkka will be going mid, and it will be a carry SF with Clockwork support. I mean, different times now. You don't really farm cogs anymore. Go raise this level 1 just to secure the lane, but it's still a strong lane regardless. If you're picking into that and you're Toby here and you're laning with a Tiny, you don't have any super obvious choices here that you're just know for sure you're going to crush the lane, right?
Yeah, no. I was thinking like heroes like Centaur, like Tsunami mentioned earlier, but the lane seems like it's going to be really difficult for him. If it's a range hero, like he's played Venor, but I'm not sure Venor if it's that good here against Clock and Rubik.
I say just go for the Tide if I'm
Tide?
here. Yeah,
Everything's more stable, right?
Yeah, I mean, you do have a tiny Tide lane, which probably isn't the best.
You have to pull, just have to pull and survive the lane. The lane is going to be hard, but I feel like the Tide does fit the overall setup with the Lina. It protects the Lina in the team fight, gives them team fight, goes well with the draft.
Yeah, I mean, we'll have to see here, but I think they need something that can deal with Brood in like the early mid game. And they're going Silencer. This is a very, very squishy draft. So
who is the offlaner?
Silencer? I think Silencer is the call.
I think
they
it
did
is
it one
too.
time. They did it one game in the groups.
Toby's the offlane Silencer.
Oh, he brought it to the major, right?
Yeah, so the game that he did it in the group stage was against BetBoom, and they did win that game.
Right.
So it's not totally out of left field, whereas, like you said, Fear, Kunkka and Shadow Fiend are totally new for EG in this tournament.
Right.
And what is the mid lane matchup, Kunkka versus Pugna, as I try to speak over how excited the crowd is. Winter, field it.
That matchup is very, very favorable for Kunkka.
Yeah.
Like, super good for Kunkka. I feel like it's like a 7-3. It should be at least 7-3 for the Kunkka. It's a very, very good lane for him.
And how about the classic offlane Silencer versus safe lane Shadow Fiend matchup, Fear? We see that all the time.
I mean, I think the way Toby looked at this is like, I get last pick, I better use it. And so this is what he sees as the hero. He can play this game to punish a Shadow Fiend. So
it's
like,
just for the lane, though. It doesn't go really well with the draft. Though. I don't feel like it's a hero that the draft needs.
well, they got to snowball the lanes. I'm with you on that one. As EG's drafter looks very well-rounded, looks very scary. Entity, they're going to have to play off momentum here.
Yeah, like you said, the archetype of offlaner you were looking for, Winter, was beefy.
Yeah, frontline hero that allows them to protect the leader and the team fights. As of right now, they have nothing except for the Tombstone.
Yeah, she's going to get bullied, and I feel like of the two favorite heroes of this major between Lina and Broodmother, Broodmother's been scarier to me. Despite the fact that Whisper hasn't been whipping it out that much, it's still ridiculous in this tournament.
I mean, I feel like Whisper's just been so good and consistent that, like, you kind of trick yourself into thinking, like, giving them Brood's a good idea because his other heroes are just that good. So it's going to be really much so a game where they're going to have to somehow make rotations onto this Broodmother, and I just don't see how they're going to really do it either. So
yeah.
It's going to be a tough game.
Well, they picked their poison. They took the Whisper Broodmother, and now we have to see how Entity is going to do against this home crowd here in South America. And we'll find out with our casters. It's Mr. Avo Plus and Jenkins.
Tsunami, we're in front of this wonderful Lima stage. People are going absolutely crazy. Pakas is playing with the audience. Panda's playing with us for some reason. It's been an absolute
That's
wonderful.
right, he's pointing at us and waving. Dude, he made me get your attention.
Does he really?
He wouldn't leave. It was like 2 minutes you were like signing people's things and he wanted me to get your attention.
The worst part is he just did it to insult me. It wasn't like
it
wasn't a nice thing. Oh,
this
hello.
bit is not working.
Oh,
I was
no.
sitting down.
Sorry, Jenkins has been sitting the whole event.
That's right.
Yeah, it's a wonderful event here at Lima. The summer is upon us. Vamos Gotito, they say. They finally figured out there's no hair under that cap.
That's right, brother.
I don't know if you can see those signs of the Spanish stream. I realize they cannot, but it's okay. The match is paused right now.
Yeah,
they don't
is.
want to concentrate on our faces, but unfortunately, they're fixing something. Maybe more tape for the booth?
Maybe an air conditioner.
Maybe they have to drill
I saw
a hole.
some beads of sweat down Chris Luck's face.
Yeah. He might
I can tell you that's not nerves because he said he doesn't care if he wins or loses.
That's true. Tell me about that.
He truly doesn't give a shit.
He is the most patient man I've ever met.
Yes, he is.
That man is not afraid of anything.
That's right. This gentleman was more concerned with people coming to Peru and enjoying the food.
How many
culture.
Foods did he bring you?
Probably about 5 or 6. And there's a few. There's like one miss, but most of it was hits. I feel like it's very degenerate gamer food. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Just like chicken and sauce and potatoes and all this good shit that's really bad for you.
Yeah.
Which I love. Anything that's bad for you, I'm down for.
Yeah, it's been mostly Peruvian food has been mostly pretty bad for you, but very tasty, right? So that's
right.
something I really enjoyed
That's
here.
right.
It's hard not to join the crowd. I really am curious as to how Entity will respond to this.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure every time Chris Lux gets a last hit, they're gonna cheer.
Dude, this is the most insane crowd that I've ever experienced.
Yeah.
I don't understand. I don't understand how everybody here can be so happy. This is an incredibly happy country, which on USC's pubs I wasn't entirely sure about.
Right.
But you come here and it's just smiles everywhere, dude. It's hard to not be like contaged by it. Is that a word? Contagious? Like contagious.
Sure.
Right? Like COVID, but smiles.
I think we have two different personalities. People here have come up to me like, "Oh, Avo, I'm such a big fan." I was like, "Oh, do I know you from the street?"
Hey,
He goes,
Alva, you piece of shit.
Yeah.
There's that one, yeah.
Well, there was one that literally said, I'm the one that sends you death threats. And I go, "Oh,
yeah.
You want a picture?
Hey, buddy,
okay, yeah, sure.
Get a picture, yeah.
Okay, whatever. I think that's
You
just
look, they've got like the Grim Reaper. What's it called on Snapchat when you have like a filter?
right.
I don't do the new Zoomer stuff. Is this just us?
Okay, I guess the
going
draft
on,
is gone, guys.
Press
the game-
1 in chat if you think Entity is going to win, and press 2 in chat if you think Stormstormer is going to be playing Pugna.
We already know that, right?
Yeah, he's Pugna.
He's playing Pugna.
I just wanted to give people like a free W. You know what I
free
mean?
W,
Yeah, free win.
Okay. They put our names now in case people have forgotten.
I said I want to be Banana Slam Jammer Dota.
Right.
All right, let's talk about the game.
Sure.
We got a Broodmother and we got a
we're going
Lina.
into, okay.
there
Yeah,
we go.
now
It's
we have a
bot.
picture in
Yeah,
picture.
picture in picture.
But we are more important than the game for some reason.
Of course.
Sure. Yeah. What can you tell me about the game?
We got a Broodmother, we got a Lina. And so anytime that happens,
one on each side.
You know that whichever team was first pick, which I didn't see it because I didn't know the draft was going, whichever team was first pick was like, okay, or second pick was like, we're going to leave both in, and then that way we're going to get one of them, which means they had an answer to both, I would imagine. Or they were very confident that Entity would gravitate towards the Lina, which I doubt, honestly, because their offlaner is just like pure summons. So they probably had a plan for both. It's EG.
Yep. EG, I know I've been feeling very good about first pick these days.
Yeah.
They feel very confident with it.
I think a lot of teams are feeling confident in first pick just because there's like 3 really OP heroes. Right. It's like Lina, Brood, and then +1 for a team. It's like Tree. For some teams, it's Undying. For Gaming Gladiators, it was Leshrac.
And Nature's Prophet for some people.
Nature's Prophet for some teams. Other teams don't value the Natures as much because maybe they're not like confident in the flex between offlane and carry.
Oh, the game is going, guys.
Right,
we don't need to see our faces anymore. Let's go right into the game.
Goodbye.
Woo!
Well, we'll still be here. We will still be here.
We will, but you can only hear our voices.
I will describe what's happening.
Okay. We're going into the game. The picture-in-picture can disappear.
Yeah, there we go.
We did it.
There we go.
Summoned
Beautiful.
it. We're in the actual game right now. Jenkins, they're doing this thing where they're checking wards mid. We've not seen the weird degenerate tactics about checking tree and protectors with trees. This is much better than this classic Dota.
That's
this
right.
is how smoke should be played.
That's right. They're meeting up mid, placing some wards. See Smile, maybe he saw that. We're not exactly sure. I can't hear you over the crowd at all, by the way, to be completely honest here. People are going absolutely crazy about just a smoke at the start of the game.
Yeah, something they didn't consider, right? Will the crowd be louder than everything else in the arena?
It is too powerful. I think because for the last series, it wasn't EG, obviously.
Yep. Oh, right, that's true, actually.
Yeah,
we're screwed. Okay.
Yeah, we're screwed, but that's okay.
If the crowd can cast for us, that's a
well, they were doing the wave earlier.
It's an improvement over
It
our
is,
cast
yeah.
as well. Yeah.
We tried to do the left to right wave, though. That didn't work. Or right to left.
It's because we don't read that way, so.
Right, exactly.
It's very difficult for us.
Yeah.
Yep.
If we were in, somewhere where they speak Arabic, though, of course, we would be able to do the wave right to left.
Like where?
Saudi Arabia,
okay.
Of course.
Good choice.
I'm cultured. I know where they speak Arabic.
Of course, yeah. Okay. The Horn finally starting Whisper.
Watson
here. Watson, the inventor of the Lina build, by the way.
Oh, yeah, that is true. That is true. This was the guy that originally did it. It was really like cheese pick back then. And honestly,
Watson has a lot of that stuff, right?
Yeah, oh yeah. Like when I first saw this guy as a person in pubs, he was ranked 7, picking Abaddon carry, going Battle Fury Daedalus, and just one-shot cleaving with the Miscoil AoE. And he was winning with it against like top 10 players. So I felt really good about Entity when they picked this guy up. I just felt like he was a monster already.
Right. Yeah, it seems like, Watson was, what was the time? He was almost going to be picked up by, I think it was OG, but Yuragi was top 1, he was second, right?
Yeah,
Those
that
were
is
the rumors.
true. That is true.
What do you think of this mid lane matchup? I know Stormstormer is a great Pugna spammer. He's the only one that I think is still doing it in this tournament.
Right.
But Kunkka usually destroys it on 6, right?
Yeah, I mean, you would think so, right? It's like physical damage hero against a squishy hero in the Pugna. Sure, Pugna can like blast the creep wave, but you're going to get stick charges on Kunkka. You're a high HP hero. You're going to be able to push out the lane versus Pugna. And you can kill him. Like, that's the thing, is you can catch Pugna out, but that's the thing with Entity. Like, they don't give a shit. Like, they just give Stormstormer his heroes. He'll get his Visage. He'll get his Pugna. It doesn't look like a great game for it, and he just pops off.
That's true. Yeah, it's also true that like, the beginning of the lane with Decrep can actually be a real nuisance to the Kunkka because there's no way of last hitting otherwise.
As of course.
Are they cheering? Because
everybody's cheering for the wave cutting shenanigans.
Oh, okay, so that's a success. I see.
Honestly, it's kind of it's interesting to see EG choosing to do that with a Broodmother. Like, I don't think I've ever seen that before, actually, because Brood,
tends to win lanes.
Yeah, you have the webs, you just sit in lane, but I suppose against Undying Lina, I mean, tell me a harder lane than that. Like, you can't do it, right? So.
How do you see this matchup in general, the Brood versus the Lina?
I think the Brood versus Lina is definitely favoring the Brood. It's just that Lina will beat almost anything in lane, especially a melee hero. So I can understand why they go for the early wave cut, just to like 50-50 the first couple of waves. And then Broodmother, gets some levels, and then it gets to the point where Brood doesn't lose lanes.
Right. And then, I mean, in the early levels, because you go for all these auras, it's really difficult to match the tempo of a Brood, I suppose, as a Lina.
Oh yeah, for sure. Like, you don't want to fight into like a Greaves, bunch of spiders, Broodmother at all. Yep. You want to go farm Ancients, not on the Brood side of the map.
Okay, bottom lane, they're going for Toby. They really want this kill. Nice little avalanche, though, by Kataomi. Kataomi, according to you, the best tiny player in the world?
I think so, honestly, after TI, after that, like, what was that, 100-and-something minute long game where he...
Yeah, the RNG game.
Yeah, he was the original guy that like started going for like the Daedalus Aghanim Scepter on position 4 tiny. And it's just kind of this idea that like once you have Blink Force, you don't really need other items, and you also don't need damage items to scale. Like I know I said Daedalus, but just the Agnum Scepter plus the 20 talent plus level 3 grow is enough to basically be a carry or mid tiny from the 4 position. And yeah, he's just amazing at this hero. Like he almost always gets to that timing somehow.
And then we talk about the other side of this lane as we're seeing the top one, but of course, Observer can't hear us. Toby Silencer, what do you think of that? We casted the previous game with him. You were not very convinced. It seems like a lane where he got away with it. Now, though, he's looking pretty good. They're going to try to kill Panda. The first blood, though, will happen in the top lane as we see Panda fall down bottom to the last word. They're trying to go for Matthew. That's not going to succeed.
So Whisper actually goes down first, which is
surprising.
I mean, this is the guy everybody's talking about this tournament. Like I feel like he's the best offlaner in the world right now, and he's known for his lane dominance. So, yeah, Entity, their Undying lineage working out very successfully in the top lane so far. And yeah, the Silencer, I mean, it's just so weird. I mean, he's destroying right now, right? He's doing very well. We saw him go like Guardian Greaves, Force Staff, and then eventually he built into like right-clicking items. So he was going for, the typical like off-lane supporting your team build while just being a Silencer. Yeah. It's so hard to have an exact read on it because this is literally the only team that's like willing to pick it currently. Even the SA teams that will sometimes play the off-lane Silencer like haven't done it in a long time, not from what I've seen.
Yeah, and even when Whisper did it, it was more like the Witchblade build that was popular, stuff like that.
Right, not this Greaves pipe build that you could possibly go.
Well, you're like a Death Prophet light for some reason.
Yeah, Death Prophet, except you don't push towers.
And don't farm fast, and you only deal with a lot
damage. There's a lot of issues with... It's weird, but I respect that they're willing to do something really weird. Like, that's going to confuse the hell out of each... Well, actually, maybe there's the one team that's not going to be that confused by it.
No, they play in SA servers. They don't care. Bottom lane, TP from Bacchus. It seems like it's going to succeed. They have nothing to cancel it. And he TP's to tower. He still has Tangles plus the wand. He's going to be fine.
Pakaz has a Bracer. I know that's like a small thing, but Bracer, SF, like, genuinely... You would report somebody in a pub for doing this, but...
You think so?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, but he has a read on this lane that, like, Tiny Silencer is going to kill him with Burst, and he can just TP out if he has enough HP to do that, so he goes for the Bracer, and he knows he's going to farm after the laning phase.
There's no ghost ship yet, so this shouldn't be an attempt on Stormstormer's life just yet.
He's just harassing. And Stormstormer's like dumpstering.
Oh, you're right. Well, 6 Lassets, it's acceptable.
Yeah, sure. But it's the denies that really... Well, actually... Chris also has a lot of denies as well, or C-Smile, as he's now known as.
No, we can call him Chris.
We can call him Chris.
Buddies.
We're boys. We're boys.
Right. Oh, look, he likes it.
Of course, he likes that.
So on the Bracer topic, it does seem like the most efficient way of building these early stat items would be like Bracer on agility heroes, Wraithband and strength heroes. That's the most effective HP.
Yeah, you're right.
But nobody buys Bracer.
Nobody buys Bracer. Yeah, this is a weird thing. Like you would think maybe like a Fluffy Hat if he like he could build into like a Falcon Blade, or eventually he's going to get a Hurricane Pike, probably on the carry SF. But he values his life and having that HP regen so much more that he goes for an item that's considered to be quite weird, honestly.
Kataomi always good on these early rotations. They always do Cryptoconka. He has level 6.
He's not 6 on Pugna, though.
Okay, that's why they can't kill him. And in fact, Matthew's here as well to help. Fishman gets a double damage from C-Smile. Is going to fight head on. Goes him to cover a little bit of damage. C-Smile could be in trouble, but it's Warrant. Stops the Undying's onslaught. We need one more Nether Blast. That's going to get him. It's C-Smile who's down, and Matthew regrets his choice to come to this lane. He's being chased by 3 heroes. One more hit will not do the trick. Misses up to the high ground. A toss. Matthew already salved, but they will get him regardless.
Fishman walks to the rune, man. It's just a typical rune fight, but he's an Undying. He picks up a DD. He already had 14 decays, or 14 strength from decay, so...
Right. Little avalanche for the Brood Mother Livestock Array. Nice little combo here. And they utilize that double damage on Undying very well.
That is the most effective Undying double damage I've ever seen.
Incredible.
I did not think that hero was good with a DD, but when he's walking around with 16 decays, he's hitting for like 150.
Yeah. What's wild to me, what's most wild is the audience is cheering for Entity, so I don't know if it's just a self-hatred thing or just they just don't care. They just want good Dota.
We're Dota players, all right? There's a lot of self-hatred going around, but also I feel like the crowd they just love good Dota. They just like Dota.
Yeah. It's true. They're just happy that there's a major
They're happy that there's a major here. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe by like day 2 and day 3 we'll get to like the booing. Of the
I hope not.
SA teams. I doubt it. I seriously doubt it after meeting a bunch of people here. Okay, they go for the play.
Yeah, telekinesis. Oh, the little body block on Panda. Now, with the Arcane Curse last word, Panda could be in trouble. Utilizes the cogs to get a little bit more space. They still have the toss though from Kataomi. They just need vision on Panda right now. Will they commit? We're going to see. Avalanche does miss, and the Razors are punishing Fishman, who went a bit too far. It does seem like Bacchus is hitting pretty hard, and he will bring him down. There's the bias from the crowd. That's exactly what we wanted to hear here.
Yeah, I mean, Pakaz getting off to a good start is I mean, you're going to die to this guy. I mean, he's broken every single record that basically exists in Dota as a carry player. So, and on this SF2, like this is a Rampage Central type hero. So give him some early kills. The guy's going to snowball your game.
We'll see what happens as the match progresses for Fakas, because C-Smile is a little bit of the struggle bus. We talked about level 6 timing.
Yeah, he is.
They really stopped that timing well with that rotation. So how does C-Smile recover? What is his game plan here?
Well, he's got an Arcane Rune, so that definitely helps. If he could TP somewhere and make some sort of play. The thing is, like, going to Whisper is a bit weird right now because Whisper is also struggling. Because I don't think he needs the help, so he's probably going to stay mid and defensively rotate. It looks like Whisper is actually finally getting some space up in top. He's about to hit his level 6. Okay, this would be a good rotation for C-Smile.
Yeah.
A defensive rotation with an Arcane Rune. He is so happy to do this, especially when his SF is tanky with a Bracer and 12 wand charges.
It's a good point. Panda's already coming down because he knows there's danger. He wants to protect his carry at all costs. Panda, I mean, Conflict is not one hero you usually see him on, so it's kind of surprising to me to see this.
It's a good hero for his playstyle, though.
You think so?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, you could argue that it's a save hero because he just gets in there, and you can like cogs and protect your core, and then just die.
Yeah, which Panda does love.
He loves doing that, yeah.
Okay. There's the Ghost Shift. They need some more help. Rocket Flare from Panda, but Global Silence immediately stops this play. They want to do the toss back on Matthew. Well, the Tombstone set up now made it a little bit difficult because Zombie spawned immediately.
That was actually kind of a griefing Tombstone there from Fishman a bit. I mean,
they even get the gold from it.
Yeah. All right, very good for EG here. And this is against a Pugna, right? Like, this is the hero that wants to be pushing your mid tower really early. Kunkka, not so much. And Whisper finally getting some space.
Yeah, he's even sending his little spiders jungle. He wants to keep his tier 1 tower alive for a little bit longer so he can abuse the lane. We'll see if this works out for him.
Yeah, nobody's taking the lane either, so he doesn't feel like he's in any like pressure to dive the tower and get any kills. He's just gonna to run into the jungle and oh, never mind, he's going for Fishman.
Can he kill him though? Has no minus armor. Decay's annoying. It's level 2 already.
If he was on webs, the problem is Whisper's out of mana, so he doesn't have more webs.
Panda cancel this. He has the cogs as well. He's gonna push Fishman back. They're really punishing this poor Undying. However, Panda, it didn't accomplish anything.
Whisper's not even heading over. Whisper ditched.
Matthew just died. Fishman knows what he just did. Now the Torrent, once again, for harassment. The whole goal of this is to just push out the lane. They don't want this Pugna to take the tier 1 early, but they can't really help it at this point.
Yeah, EG's just prioritizing being around mid and defending this tower for as long as possible. But there's only so much you can do against a Pugna. He doesn't even need to commit to take the tower. It looks like it's going to go down here.
Okay. The Clockwork trying to find Kataomi, but instead gets tossed back. Panda now getting back home. Doesn't do crap.
Oh, that's big damage.
So much damage. Panda's down. The top lane, Whisper's taking the tower, at least in bottom. They're going to punish Toby for this rotation. Can they do it? They need one more raise. They won't have it in time, though.
Ooh,
and rotation from Watson. It's actually the carry helping out his offlaner instead. Last word, and Rubik's dead.
I love seeing these Linas get active, man. Like, I mean, she farmed such an early Maelstrom, and they're actually not leaving. They're going for Picasso here.
Ooh, he is out of mana. Oh, he has Mango and Wand. He should be fine for now.
Yeah, he's gonna TP out. When Lina shows up, you have to get out. This is why I love the Lina rotations. We saw it in the last series as well. Lina just getting active because even though she farms like faster than any hero in Dota, she also fights better than any hero in Dota.
What a stupid hero.
She's just good.
I mean, I agree with your point. She does have a small like dip in utility when she's like around the 15-minute mark, where she wants to really utilize the Maelstrom.
She needs the BKB.
Yeah.
But yeah, like there's a point where she's strong at fighting, and you're not going to die without the BKB. And then there's a window where you need the BKB for the next fight. So she's more than happy to show up if it's during that window. As we see EG take out a bit of an ancient stack there.
Yeah. That's not going to recover them enough, though. The map is currently slightly... Actually, thanks to the Broodmother, they've managed to stabilize this. She is taking completely over the enemy jungle.
Yeah,
to the webs and spiders.
And they're trying to put Fishman against this. Honestly, a couple of weeks ago when I was pubbing, nobody was playing Undying, so I'm not entirely sure how Undying does like in a lane-sitting situation versus a Broodmother. Like, does Decay actually kill the spiders? I imagine probably it's not that great, but you know, at least he can sit in the trees and kill the creep wave. As I say that, he TP's mid. They're just not putting nobody against Brood.
I suppose you Decay Tombstone, it's not that bad, right?
Yeah.
All things considered. I didn't actually see his build.
His build? He's 4-1-1.
Okay, so classic Undying build.
Yeah, classic as in like this week classic. I mean, everybody's doing it. Like, there's very little like alteration in the build.
Yeah. I saw one person doing 2-1-2, and they didn't win. I remember, I think we casted that game.
2-1-2?
Yeah.
I think we were questioning the Tombstone level 2 because it gave more gold
Yes, I
because
remember
of that.
Might have been Fishman, actually. It might have been that same game.
Yeah, maybe.
We'll see as they try to take over the enemy jungle now, not just with the webs and spiders, but actually with some heroes. It seems like Entity's keen on contesting this. Panda will block the smoke for now, but Panda, can he survive this? He does the hook shot to Matthew. That was the escape plan all along. They send a tree over. Stormstormer, though, does have the haste rune. Panda's his target, but good cogs. Makes it impossible for Stormstormer to take advantage of the extra movement speed. He's now trying to take down the Broodlings, and he will succeed with the K. But no deaths yet.
That was a nice smoke break by Panda. The thing is, though, I mean, we've actually seen this more often than not now against Brood, where you smoke on her, but like it feels like you almost don't even need to kill her. It's just kind of pushing her out of the area so you can farm your jungle. And I think the last time we saw this, there was a Lina farming as well. It might have been Gaming Gladiators that they had the Lina that was like constantly farming. And in this game, Entity is actually building a little bit of a lead doing this. I mean, it helps that they have 8 kills, but it does feel like Whisper's taking over their jungle a little bit. So, you know, maybe their gold will go down because of that, but it's not at all. Like, they're farming perfectly fine.
Are they gonna come?
Another double damage rune for Fishman. Here we go.
How useful is he gonna be this time?
Here
Panda
we
goes
go.
for it. He has been decrepit. There's the life drain. Hook shot once again. Panda. He's the king of escapes. You said he had save. He's just saving himself.
He's playing this very well for not being the best Panda hero. I mean, when you talk about Panda, I mean, you think about the Viper, the Abaddon, the Omni Knight,
the Oracle,
the
Crystal
Oracle,
Maiden.
Crystal Maiden, because she had a save on the Frostbite.
You learned that fact.
Yeah, I did learn that from you. But I feel like, yeah, Clockwork is such a sacrificial hero if you do exactly what he's doing right now. Like, it's harder to play sacrificial on Clockwork than it is on, like, an Oracle. Oracle, you just stand in trees and ult people.
That's true. And also, Oracle and a lot of his heroes don't have much disengage except for the Abaddon. You just kind of commit to a fight and you die.
Yeah.
And Clockwork has a lot more
You have to
options.
actually press skills to get out, and you have to know where the smokes are coming. As Whisper, by the way, is blocking every single camp with his spiders. So annoying.
Clap for Whisper's blocks right
It is
now.
very annoying.
Okay, they found Matthew. There's not much he can do, it seems like.
Pugna does a lot of damage, man. Since they buffed his Q and his ult, it really feels like this hero is all about damage.
The Decrep is kind of insane with Tiny as well. It's very similar to the old combo Chinese teams used to run, the Skyreth Mage Tiny.
Sky Tiny, yes, very strong. Tiny just needs like a little bit more damage to kill anybody with this combo, full to 0. And then with Pugna's damage, it's more than enough as well. They do have the hook shot. He's in the tier 2 though, it's a bit weird.
Yeah, he's not considering this. They know they have TPs. They haven't really forced a fight in a while.
Yeah, and he has the Force Staff as well. That's what Panda was clicking there. He's like, okay.
Oh, I see.
I'm not going to kill this guy if I go on him, and I might die to the tier 2. As Lina picks up the BKB.
He's going for a Manta style on the SF. What's the... Oh, for the Global Science, I suppose.
Yeah. I have seen this a lot as the X comes out on Fishman. And the Global for the 5 roll.
Interesting.
Undying, okay.
Oh, Panda once again finds Kataomi, this time with a recovered 5. Can he survive another time? He does have the hook shot available, but he needs a target to actually hook shot to. He's just really tanky.
He feels fine.
Watson is coming by though. He hits him with a Laguna Blade, a hook shot. Panda will still die when he gets up to the high ground as the Undying gets caught with the ghost ship. They need a little bit more. They stole the Crep. Where's the Fade Book? Matthew's got it. Fishman will fall. The Avalanche with Ice Strike Array. Matthew wants to continue this fight, but he knows in the high ground he's too scared.
Okay, so 1 for 1 in the end of things. Both 5 rolls go down. Not really a big deal for either side. I mean, I guess for EG, Global Silence is down. That's probably the bigger deal here, is that you know that you can fight without the Global now. So you can get like a Kunkka combo off without worrying about it so much. But yeah, going back to the Manta style, like this is a very NA-SA thing too. Like if you have any excuse to go for a Manta style on SF, like they're going to go for it.
What's the logic? Why is it so good?
I mean, they like using the illusions to push out lanes. You obviously get the minus armor.
Sure.
You can farm places without putting yourself in danger. But yeah, I mean, it's mostly for the Global Silence. You can also use it to like disjoint the Lina stun or like dodge the Lina stun,
or Life Drain as well.
Or Life Drain, yeah.
Because my question is, why this over BKB?
It's the flashier item. That's why.
Okay, that's a Pakas move.
Pakas wants to set more records.
Sure.
We'll see if it comes back to bite him. Like I have seen this really grief games for sure in pubs where people go for the Manta style.
And actually, their coach was telling Vintage. He was saying that right now he feels like Dota is determined very much so by like a single item that you made a mistake on. Not
Yeah.
so much a play, but like a single build or a
Yeah.
single draft error.
For sure, and it's like you don't get an item at the right time, and so you lose the fight, and then
Yes.
they get an extra item on you, and then any item that you get doesn't matter after that point, it feels like. Whisper is being such a pain in the ass with these spiders. He's basically just choosing which...
Man, they actually have no jungle
yeah,
right now.
It's really annoying. So he did successfully block them. Whatever camps he can't farm, he's just putting spiders in.
And it's fantastic because they don't actually want to fight, right, in that jungle, so they can't really contest the jungle.
Right, right. This is a counter to like what I was saying earlier that people do, which is they put all of their heroes in the Brood's lane, and then they push the Brood out of the jungle, and they just farm behind.
Right.
But you can't do that if there are spiders. So this is a really beautiful counter to what people have been doing in this tournament to deal with the Brood. Like, prior to the tournament, going to the Brood's lane like this was considered a grief, but then people realized you have to do it.
Yeah.
Brood is so much of an OP hero, you have to go to her lane, push her out with 5 heroes, and then farm. But this counters that.
It's true. And Entity, you can see they're actually making movements towards that lane because they want to open up that part. But
Right,
They
right.
just no
But
camps.
it's open it up for what?
Yeah.
Like you kill the Brood, what camps are you going to farm?
It's true. Watson has been mostly in the triangle, which you said carries don't like being in these days.
Right.
There's a smoke coming in here. They want to go into the enemy triangle. That's a good way to open up the map for them. But for now, it's just a D ward.
Maybe they turn and look for Roche because, yep, they're going to go for Roche.
Okay, that's not a bad idea.
They've got the Undying. I mean, this is a...
Whisper will know this is happening.
Yeah, he's scouting it.
What's the team fight looking like for AG? Not very good if this starts. Global Silence with the Avatos combo. They want to go for Matthew first, and he's down. Entity. Back
Bakaz
into
is
the rush
there.
bit. Bakaz, he summoned Requiem of Souls Blade. Did see him, and they all avoided. Nice force stuff there. Entity just ignores the enemy carry completely. There's a Torrent hitting the lean as well. Watson. Nope, it's actually Kataomi who initiates the Purify to get rid of it, but no, Laguna Blade gets rid of Bakaz. No more carry. Matastal did not save him there. It's time for the Roche, and they're out of options. EG doesn't have enough team fight.
That high ground ward genuinely just won Entity that fight.
Yes.
Not only did it let them get the pickoff to start the fight on Matthew, it also allowed a zombie to spawn on Pakaz, which gave perfect vision of him while he was ulting. They all just back off 4 staff away. And you can see the problem with the Manta style. Yes, it's able to dispel stuff, but you can't dispel the tiny avalanche, you know? Like, what are you going to do? Disjoint a single one of the stuns? He's got to eventually get a BKB. He's queued it up now. He's queued up the BKB.
Oh, Watson just got Brigand's Blade. That is...
Oh, that is so stupid on Lina. I mean, that's so stupid on any carry. That's like the best tier 2 neutral item.
It is, but particularly Lina is absurd.
Yeah, it's insane on Lina. I mean, honestly, most of the carries are heroes that are very like Lina. They're like Lina replacements, so.
That's true, actually. Okay. Another Decrep, but this time it's for the Kunkka. He's not going to die to a single bout of spells like that. The tower, though, that's a different issue.
Yeah.
Tier 1.
They were just looking to stop the combo from the Kunkka, so he doesn't get the boat off, which he didn't. He has the BKB, so C-Smile feels pretty fine.
Will they go for the tier 2? Usually you don't in the offlane.
Yeah, looks like they're just valuing taking over the triangle.
Right, makes sense.
They've got a great ward here.
And of course the smoke breaker, or perhaps he's actually scouting. Once again, it's Fishman who they target, cogs him back. All the nukes on him. Fishman is thanking a fair amount, but they know they don't have Tombstone, so they're just going to get the kill on the Undying. Entity, they retreat. They're not going to take over the enemy triangle today.
Yep, and while they're doing this, because he's got his illusions hitting mid, tanking for the catapult, so the mid tower is almost dead, and he's also farming out the entire bot area, so that's great for EG, particularly because their carry was farming during that time, and as we saw in the last fight, he's realized that he really needs the BKB, and honestly, he needs the Manta too. I feel like this makes a lot of sense against Silencer. You don't want a full hard commit to like, I'm gonna BKB every time you Arcane Curse me, but you need some sort of dispel. An alternative would have been like BKB Satanic, something like that.
Yep.
But maybe that's like a little bit too late of a timing for the dispel.
I see what you mean. Like you need that.
You need 2 dispels against Silencer. 1 is not enough because Arcane Curse is an OP ability now, not just the global silence.
Did you go BKB and then Manta afterwards? Or is that
Yeah,
also
you
too
could,
late?
you could, and I think he might have regretted the Manta style after that fight, and maybe he would have gone BKB Manta if we replayed the first 15 minutes of this game.
It's a really tough choice to make in this game because Manta is definitely the win more item. Like
Yes.
with BKB, you feel
Right.
very weak still to fight.
Yeah, exactly. You get a BKB and like, it doesn't improve your farming speed.
Yep.
It doesn't give you that much damage.
Okay, at least Whisper took the tier 2 up top. He's continuing to create space for his team.
Yeah, that's pretty important. That's the first tier 2 of the game.
Yeah, and it's the team that's theoretically losing. They can't take any fight.
It's 3-12, and he just got a tier 2. That's pretty crazy.
My question to you, Jenkins, is what is C-Small going to do now? Like, he hasn't had any impact yet.
He's done nothing. He's done nothing. And, you know, you can see in his build that he knows that. Like, he's going for the water park build. So he's playing for late game. He's going to try to run in there, press his Aghanim Scepter water park, and then probably refresher, double BKB, double water park. I imagine he's probably going to go for, I'm going to stop saying water park now.
Oh, okay, they go on it though. He can't activate anything that's going to be BKB immediately. And Matthew's like, please hit me instead. Leave my mid alone, but he cannot convince him. Entity gets another kill. This one a very important one because water park is not coming out like this.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
He's just peed all over it.
He's about 1,000 gold away. Yeah, Watson, I mean, all he needed was the Lina stun duration. Level 1, by the way, he's going stats. He's 114 build, which I can understand. He's trying to do a lot of, like, physical right-click damage because there's a bunch of BKBs on the enemy side.
Sure.
But there's going to be a bunch of BKBs. And also, he needs to survive burst.
It's looking scary because their source of team fight just died here. The second, probably being the Rubik, is not alive.
I mean, Whisper's up top. He's trying to force Entity back by split pushing into tier 3.
Sure. But Watson, he doesn't care. He's going to compete with Whisper, and they force him back, actually.
Against Alina, this is really hard. I've seen this trade happen a lot of times, the Brood versus Lina. They have to back.
Bakaz is still farming in the top lane, taking advantage of this extra time he's been given. C-Smile finally joins back. X marks the spot. This time it's for Watson. Still Kumbolo as well. A little bit of healing for Watson. He's like, guys, I think I can just take this Rax. That's exactly what he's going to do. But the smoke comes up from EG, wanting to surprise the enemy. Also the Glyph here. Entity, they acknowledge maybe they should keep their distance. Cardingrave's huge. Tombstone will still get vision. They have the Nether Ward. It's quite difficult to snipe Watson. Now finally the Rax falls. Entity, big win for them here. As the hookshot hits him, the counter initiation from Panda, this could be good. Telekinesis pull her back even further, but he still has the Aegis, so even if he dies once, he's fine, and Panda just sacrificed himself for this play. He will get Watson, though, in exchange. Panda's down. What can they do once Watson comes back? X marks the spot already used, but it can't send him back. BKB from Watson as well. And because of the global silence, this is nothing. They just can't get anyone.
Yeah, that was a really awkward timing for EG and really beautiful timing from Entity. Understanding that Pakaz, he wanted his BKB before fighting, and he was just barely not there. That's why he didn't show up to the fight. That's why it looked really weird, is because they knew that without a BKB on Pakaz, they're not going to be able to fight there. And they don't exactly have great heroes at like poking the high ground defense either. There's not some sort of like repositioning hero like a Magnus or a Tiny to threaten. So Entity feels perfectly fine hitting with their Lina. There's nothing that's going to threaten him.
Yeah, it's true. And this all comes down to the fact that like the offlane Broodmother, despite having a huge impact, not bringing any team fight. Kunkka had to be that source of team fight.
Yeah, exactly. And C-Smile was 1,000 gold away from his Aghanim Scepter because they had just killed him. So it really was just a solid timing from Entity to push that high ground. But also, we could turn around and say that for EG, understanding that not fighting into that was the right play, we might say that in like 5 minutes from now, if a fight does go their way, when they do have the Aghanim Scepter on Kunkka and BKB on their SF.
Right, you cover your ass so you can't be called out for hindsight.
I'm just saying, I've seen high skill players sack Rax before. Like, it feels really weird to do, and only really good players do it. It feels weird to me because I suck ass, but these guys obviously know what they're doing.
Right. I mean, I see your point. The patience this team is demonstrating. I tell you 3 years ago, this is an SA team. You don't believe me.
Yeah,
Actually,
exactly.
you think this is the NAAG.
Right, exactly.
Yeah. So right now, it's all about what, like, Entity not making too much of a mistake into EG's zone.
No,
right?
they're not. No. I mean, it's 15-3 for a reason, but also EG's doing a really good job at farming.
How strong is this Ags in this game particularly?
On Kunkka?
Yeah.
Honestly,
I mean, in general, I know it's great.
Bro, a lot of it is RNG. A lot of it is
Really?
RNG. Yeah, it depends on if you can get the chain stun with the torrents on like the BKB units when you walk in. It can be either really good or feel like it is literally not working.
Okay, let me rephrase the question. Like, it's a zone out skill, right? How
Yes.
important is it to be able to zone out the heroes on Entity? How do they deal with that?
It's definitely good because Entity wants to like fight around the Pugna Ward. They want to fight around the Undying Tombstone. Lina's also a hero that functions as like a turret and stands in one place in a fight. So yeah, walking in and being like, okay, well, you can't stand in this area, that sounds great for EG.
That's true. Your carry having to move instead of just hit the ground.
That is unacceptable.
Fishman, there's a Torn. Not Torn Storm just yet. They have a Force Staff ready. Matthew's crazy. But Matthew's going to die for this. And now the hookshot from Panda, that's not going to work either. The cogs are just a way for him to die. Closing himself in so his lifeless corpse can stare at Entity for eternity.
That was Matthew's Force Staff in.
I think so.
It was his Force Staff in.
I mean, he
It's on
telekinesed
cooldown.
right after, so.
Yeah. bit of a blunder from the two EG supports. I mean, I get Panda. It's like, you don't want your Rubik to die at the start of a fight. That was a bit desperate wanting to go there, because you know Fishman is baiting, right? Like, it's a position 5 on dying. Surely he has buyback. It's right in front of his towers. You know he wants to die and then buy back.
Was this for Whisper? Maybe they're just banking on Whisper ratting, and they were just hoping to create space at that point?
The Brood Rat is just not that good. I mean, Stormstormer has Octarine Core, Boots of Travel, so he's more than happy to sit here and kill these spiders. He also went for the... Oh, no, he did not go for the Nether Blast cooldown reduction talent. He doesn't need it because he's got the Octarine Core. So, he's more than happy to sit up here and just TP to his fight, to his team when they take a fight.
I mean, in the case of Panda, like you were saying, it's not his fault either, because the whole team relies on him to be safe. And he's the king of save your buddy syndrome.
Right, yeah. He's going to go in no matter what if you go in, so...
Especially with Pakas.
Yeah, and Matthew usually, like, plays to that, right? Matthew's the guy that's in the trees being very safe.
Sure. And they're going to try for a smoke, but Entity, they've been playing this game super patient. They haven't made a single misstep. Who's going to block the smoke? Fishman's been really good at that for now.
The unfortunate thing is that last fight, they had a DD on Pakaz in a bottle, and he does not have that anymore. So this is a fight on like pretty even terms against Entity when they're holding the high ground.
Spiders for scouting. We see now the BKBs almost all the ultimates already. Grow is ready, of course. Okay.
Entity, man, they're going for the full wraparound. They're
This
going
is
to
a
get
good idea. C-Smile's in a difficult position. Activates BKB immediately, but the Lina still hurts. He has to be careful. X marks the spot. They want to fight around this area. They haven't activated Torrenstorm. This indicates they don't. The Brood might be stuck for a while, but Entity knows to disengage. Their patience has been impressive this game. Not a single misstep against EG.
Yeah, I clicked on Matthew to see if he stole Avalanche, because that's one of those scenarios where like that would actually make whatever the hell happens okay for EG, because it's such a good spell. And Katomi's just been tree tossing every single time. Every single time he's getting tree throw on Rubik, he's not giving him this Avalanche.
That was very impressive.
It's such a huge thing to like steal that spell. I've heard a lot more Rubiks doing that now, where they call out like what spell they've stolen as if they, it's like Ravage, like enemy Ravage is on cooldown or BKB is on cooldown. It's like that level of important for the next fight, what spell they have. And he's not gotten good spells. I've not felt a huge impact from Matthew's Rubik, which is uncommon.
It's rare
for him.
Yeah, he used to be one of his best heroes. They haven't had much success with it, though, in the group stage, just to be fair, in the very beginning. So we'll see if this game is going to change it. For now, they already initiate with the Avatos. Once again, the target is C-Smile. This time there's no BKB. He's just going to fall. Broodmother's next. That's the target. Still Silence. Whisper making it up to the cliff, but that's not what they want.
Yeah,
they want the Roche.
It's not even worth chasing him into the high ground there. They're going to take Roche.
There's a little fight going on the side as well, actually. No, it's fine. We're all good.
Support battle?
Yeah, support battle.
All right, who gets the Aghanim Shard here? Do you just give it to Toby so he can steal more int?
I mean, why not?
He has have an epic time? Yeah, they gave it to him, of course. That's a classic Silencer player right there, by the way.
Mine.
Yeah, exactly. Give me that 4 int instead of 2.
I'm the carry.
Yeah.
He also, the biggest part of the shard, though, on top of the silence, which is like, okay, you steal 5 int now per glaive every time you hit, which is actually considerable.
That is true. Yeah, that is true. It changes that. It's a really good shard. Like, pretty much, I think they could remove one element to the shard, and it would still be a good shard.
Yeah. The silence actually is the weakest element.
It's the weakest part, yeah, and it's still pretty good. I mean, against certain things, against like channels or whatever. But then again, Silencer already has a lot of silences, so it's not like
someone's black calling. Guys, wait, I'm on my 4th glaive. I'm about.
Yeah. It's like, dude, don't you just global them, bro?
But this is more efficient. There's only one silence.
Right, exactly. If you attack fast enough, it's permanent silence.
Yeah, but then you go, why are you a cheap Slardar? You're just a ranged bad Slardar.
Ranged Slardar, my boy. Very powerful.
I mean, on the bright side for EG, they are finding a fair amount of space for the cores. They haven't really fallen back in terms of farm.
Yeah. But we can see Pakaz in the enemy triangle. Of course, from playing on USE so much, he's used to this. He's used to having to have 1v5 games and farming in the enemy triangle when his team is griefing.
His 4's already feeding mid, and you're okay with that?
Definitely. Yeah, Pakaz could 1v5 this still. It's looking really hard, though. Like, Entity is... They're playing this flawlessly so far.
You value him over the Lina, the SF in the late game?
I don't value anything over the Lina, the late game, to be honest. I wish I could say there are matchups that are good against it, but it's like you need kind of a whole team draft, like a Bat Rider plus an SF or something like that. Then maybe you're talking something that counters Lina.
Right, and the Kunkka is not particularly that.
No, he's also not... We've not felt his impact in this game yet. No. I'm looking to see some big Aghanim Scepter Kunkka plays in the next fight.
I don't think it's a big play. I think you press and you go.
Well, yeah, you hope that it hits the right target.
Right.
And it can. I mean, it's one of the most disruptive things to play against in the late game, honestly. Especially when he has the refresh, and he has a sheep as well.
Okay, he has Tidal Wave now. That could be important.
Yeah, repositioning. Could have used that earlier on the earlier siege, honestly.
Yeah, well, yeah, you're asking too much. He hasn't done anything this game, all right? Little baby steps. Okay, they decrypt the tombstone. That's a little bit difficult. Pakaza in trouble. Arcade to the KB. There's the save coming in from his support. And with the Ghost Ship plus the Taurus Storm, they're actually doing nothing for now. They're lacking the damage. Panda's just dying. Tidal Wave will be ignored. Entity. They just brush this off. They don't care about the water part. They don't care about the Kunkka. Tidal Wave.
They just don't have damage. They don't have damage for these heroes.
They're Australian. They just ignore these large waves. Now the Ranking of Souls, that wave might actually deal some damage. They finally get the kills they were looking for. Aegis on Lina, though. She's going to come back. What are they going to do when she does? She doesn't have BKB. Anything. She's in trouble. She's disarmed. She has to hit back, but she can't because she's constantly stunned. They finally get the kill they were looking for. Onto Watson. Goodbye to him as the Tiny gets away with a Blink Dagger.
Entity, man, they bit off a little bit more than they could chew there.
This is the first time they might have overextended a little bit.
Yeah, they overextended. They were feeling the victory, man.
What a play by Pakaz as well. That Requiem was important in that fight.
that was a good Requiem. I mean, Watson he was in there with nothing. He had already used his Satanic. He already used his BKB. Yeah, they're going to keep pushing. 45 seconds. Watson is dead, man.
Oh. Okay, there's the booze. We did get
them. There's the booze. It didn't take until game 2. His PC crashed.
All right, awesome.
Okay.
They were actually chanting, yes we can, yes we can, yes we can. Crash the PC, apparently.
Okay, let's break this down a bit. So Watson, he bought out because,
you know. A replay? Is that possible? I mean, we have time.
With how the game is going, he was able to buy out. He thought he was able to buy out. Now he's dead for...
I can call for it. There we go.
Oh, there's the replay. Okay. Oh, that's what you asked for, the replay. I see. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, honestly, C-Smile walking in and making them use all of their stuff on his Torrent Storm made it so that Watson didn't have stuff left for after the Aegis respawn.
Okay, sure.
And also, you are right. The tidal waves are looking pretty impactful. They're putting them like just out of position, and also it disarms. So you're stopping the Lina from right-clicking while that's happening for a sizable duration when you're talking Lina. Like 1 second is enough time to save her from doing 2,000 damage.
Okay, they just tried to unpause.
God damn.
And they said, wait.
God damn.
Entity needs a moment. I see what you mean, right? Like, they only need to create one opportunity because, honestly, it's Lina or Boss, right? And as long as you put her out of position, they actually have good team fight. So that's what they're trying to do. I don't know if Entity will fall for the same antics
It's like a really scuffed Bat Rider. It's like working, though. I mean, obviously it worked in the last fight.
Oh, yeah, that's nice. That's my favorite cam.
Dude, Panda does not look... This is a man who's been feeding himself away on Clockwork for his teammates for an entire game.
Yeah, but he's done a lot of saves, though, so I think Panda should be feeling
I mean,
good.
he should feel good about himself, but being in position 5 in general just doesn't feel good. So, you know, he's used to it at this point.
It's true. It's mostly pain.
It's a lot of pain and suffering.
You started playing position 5 recently.
That's right.
What was the reasoning behind that?
Depression.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Yeah. I heard you got a cat of 9 tails as well.
I got a what?
A cat of 9 tails. You know the whip thing?
Huh?
You never seen that? It's like a whip. It's like a whip that has like multiple whips in it.
No, I've not seen
great
that.
for flagellation.
You're into some kinky shit, aren't you?
I mean, no, it's not my thing. It's just,
okay.
You know, I just
I understand.
You have some for research.
Right, of course.
And obviously, when you play support and you die, that you do that, and then oof,
of course.
Really
of course.
boosts you.
Yeah,
right.
No, your carry does that to you. You don't whip yourself.
I mean, Richie's actually only a 4, but you know, he is above me.
Okay, I see.
So it's not really up to me.
I see.
Oh no, he's our producer. He heard me.
There's the crowd in all their glory.
Yeah,
they did not look happy. The EG fans did.
They figured out what part of the crowd was actually happy. Fishman's vibing though.
Yeah.
Earlier, Stormstormer winked at the camera, which is why he just got all of Peru in his pocket now.
Yeah. Oh, there's a smile on Panda. All
my God, Panda.
Okay. He did the calculations. He realized Watson does not have buyback.
Right.
And he's like, oh shit, we can actually Rax here.
Maybe Pakaz actually gave him a fist pump. You know, my favorite stat about this team is Pakaz's favorite player in Dota is himself.
Yeah.
And Panda's favorite player is Pakaz.
Yes, of course. Yes.
True support
duo. That is why they have been together for so long.
Yeah.
When the SA big reorganization happened, that's why they stuck together.
It's true.
It's because Pakaz has had his ego stroked infinitely by Panda on the position 5.
They actually...
You're not going to give that up.
They're actually the only duo from that Noping that still exists, right? That lane duo is the only thing that survives.
Yeah.
Because obviously before Noping they were Omega, right?
Yep.
And once they changed for Pakaz into like... Oh, no, sorry. No, I'm wrong. Never mind. It was HFN actually. It was Matthew and Panda that stayed together for this long.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Support duo, I mean, that's a bubby ship right there. I think it's important. Not so much in the lanes, but like in the game.
According to Matthew,
you're dealing with
Panda.
your core's bullshit as well.
Right. So you actually... And the fact that Panda gets to not have to be captain even though he's a 5.
Yeah, exactly, exactly.
Right. He's been told to train as a captain for years.
Yeah.
And then Matthew came by, he's like, I'll do it for you, bro. He's like,
right. Yeah, that is good.
Yeah.
I don't think Matthew could turn like the captaining part of himself off.
No. That man is captain through and through.
Yeah.
Even when he has support staff, he still is essentially one of the coaches.
Yeah.
He's still the manager of the team.
It's true.
He's the psych.
It's true. Even though in this game, C-Smile is the captain, of course, of the C, being the Kunkka.
Right.
And that last fight, yeah, he had a
of the C Smile.
That's good. Let me shake your hand.
We're shaking hand right now. Can we go on to camera? No, oh my god.
It's very sweaty.
It is incredibly so.
It's very hot here.
Don't show his score. This is just shaming him. 1-6
come
and
on,
5.
come on. If you could see the amount of that's 6 deaths for his team.
Right. So those are actually 6 saves.
Yeah.
Right.
Exactly.
A lot of pride here.
All right, let's talk about the other side. It's easy. It's easy to talk about the Peruvian
right?
boys.
No, but Entity are great boys as well, right?
Yeah, of course. Of course.
Fishman probably with Creep Wave was the most successful squad ever to come out of Tier 2 Dota.
Yeah.
Like they were all at TI last year in different teams.
That's true. That is true.
If you think about it.
And this year they're still continuing their trend of uplifting Tier 2 with Watson. They're like, okay, we're not going to go get one of these big boy carries that's been Tier 1 for 10 years. We're going to get a guy nobody knows about, except for Jenkins, because he was watching him play Abaddon carry.
Or Avo, who watched them on bait.
Going dataless. Oh, yeah, well...
The first scout was Dendi. That was the real scout of
That
Watson.
is true. Yeah. I will say that iteration of bait happened before I was obsessed with Watson's carry builds.
Sure. But you watched my cast though, right?
Yeah, of course. Right. I think he also did like carry on dying before anybody else did. Like he did some really weird shit. He did some really weird stuff.
He's pretty innovative, and Fishman likes that stuff. He really likes innovation.
Yeah. It's funny that you say that because Fishman is just Bane undying in every single game. He's the least innovative.
Right. Because he wants his carry to innovate.
Yeah, right.
By him being consistent, he allows his carry to innovate. You always need that person that's like feet on the ground.
Right. I will say hero-wise for the record, because I think Fishman actually, like, his early game smokes, like pre-game, I don't know if it's him that does them, but he's the one that presses the smoke. I assume as the 5, he is the one that does them.
Sure.
They do some good stuff, interesting stuff with like the warding pre-game. So Fishman is innovative, just not in his hero picks for the most part.
Sure.
This man is a hero spammer.
Let's go on to some of the other teammates because we have time.
Okay.
Toby. One of the rising generation of EU as well, right? It was the Viking GG generation.
Yeah.
He dropped off for a while, comes back with this team, another innovator as well.
Honestly, Toby, to me, is the guy that I would always see like top 10 on the leaderboard, and they're just on a shit team. Like, he would just be on a team that you never knew if Toby was good. You're like, how is this guy so high rank?
Right.
And it just turns out, like, for the most part, he was on like Tier 2 teams. He was the guy carrying, and then he finally gets a roster around him, and maybe also the right people to play with like his sort of play style. I'm memeing a bit. There's obviously a lot more to it, but Toby has always been like a really high rank offlaner. In fact, like for a long time he was the highest ranked offlaner in EU, which I think probably was highest ranked in the world. Maybe China had a higher rating, maybe like Faith Beyond or somebody like that. I don't know. But Toby's always been incredibly high skill from the offlane and playing really weird shit like Silencer.
He does. He used to be, like, now he's known for the Zoo, right? And he did used to play Zoo for a while, but he used to have a thing for, like, ranged offlaners. His Death Prophet was very well known as well.
When Death Prophet was weird in the offlane, by the way.
Yeah, now it became mainstream and he's not into it.
Yeah, that was original Death Prophet offlane, where when she got, like, the move speed and everybody was like, wow, if you move fast, you can go offlane. And then people realized she just heals herself so she can go offlane.
That is the same logic Ace followed when he's like, I can play Enchanter's offlane. This is easy, guys. I'm 330 movement speed.
He did lose that one, though.
Yeah, but that doesn't matter.
No, it doesn't. He was owning. He was owning.
And if we talk about, getting the right team for themselves, I think the standout to me of getting the right team is Stormstormer. I think he's a player that in Tier 2, when people knew about him, they're like, okay, he's good Invoker. That was what he was known for. Invoker, maybe Pugna a little bit, but it was mostly the Invoker. Yeah. And besides that, they didn't really care about him too much.
Honestly, he was... I think Stormstormer had the Team Bald streamer vibes.
Yes.
Up until Entity got Div... When they got Div 1, people were like, okay, this is the team that's going to get relegated again, and maybe if they're lucky, they'll bounce between Div 1 and Div 2. and then they got Pure, I think, and then I think it was the iteration with Pure where they looked extremely good, and everybody's like, wow, this Pure guy is really good. He's carrying them.
They just ignored Stormstormer.
And then they played, and then they played without Pure, and Stormstormer was like massively carrying them. It's like, oh shit, this guy like somehow either became good or was good and just under everybody's radar. Which I don't know what it was. I think probably he became good because I know in an interview he said that Arlington was really important for him mentality-wise. Like that was the point. He went from feeling like he was a tier 2 player to feeling like, oh man, anybody can be a tier 1 if you're confident enough and if you play your heroes, you know, and which is what.
Yeah, the GA was actually so loud.
It was so loud.
It deafened
right.
our
Right.
headphones.
Well, no, that was just the global silence that came out from Toby.
Right, sure,
They unpaused for a second. He globaled.
I don't know if they could hear the GA. I couldn't. Thank God my ears were protected.
Right,
for that.
right. I've got earplugs in because of course I'm casting with you. So. I'm sorry, I shouldn't sing at you. I really do love casting with you.
That's fair. It's okay. I do this to myself. You know?
Yeah, it's fair. In the mirror, right? You just shit all over yourself.
That's how it gets me off in the morning. No. In every way possible, you know. I take my cat of nine tails. I go, Richie!
You call
Where
him
you at?
That's
it's weird because
disgusting.
now I live with my girlfriend, right? And she gets really angry when I call for him instead of her.
Right.
It's a very weird situation.
We should stop going down this path. It is going to degenerate. We're going to start getting into Moby Dick again.
Well, yeah, he's my Moby Dick. I'm the Ahab of this world.
Right.
I just after him.
Is Ahab the guy that harpooned him?
What?
Ahab
is the captain that chases after him.
Oh, right. So
but he goes crazy chasing after him.
Right, okay,
If there's an Ahab of Dota, I would actually say it's probably Funnick. I think he's the closest thing to Ahab.
Like the guy that just keeps trying and goes
He just keeps trying, but because of he's trying, he goes a little bit insane, but he's still incredibly skilled and good.
You want to actually talk about insane players? Because I feel like we're going to get banned if we talk about the players that have gone insane.
No, I don't mean that kind of insane.
Okay,
I mean the wholesome kind of
Because there's some people, their Twitters, I mean, have you seen Francis Lee's Twitter?
Oh, but he has Riz. That's
He's got Riz with the old ladies.
Yes, with the old ladies.
There's like one person in chat that's like, oh yeah, I watch NADPC. I know Francis Lee. Flea Dota.
Sir Francis Lee, actually. Did you know he got knighted by the English crown?
Yeah, I heard that.
It was him after Rowan Atkinson.
Right, yeah.
He was right in line.
Mr. Bean, yeah, right.
Yes. No, he's known for other things. Every time we say this, a British person comes to the crowd. It's like, he's a serious actor.
I know.
He's done other things.
Blackadder and Mr. Bean, that's all I know.
Blackadder is fantastic.
It's amazing. I mean, did you cry in the last episode?
No.
Don't spoil it for people, but you didn't cry?
I didn't watch the whole thing. I just watched the first season.
The last episode it'll wrench at your heart, dude.
That's good to know.
Yeah, it's really good.
You want to go back to Dota a bit? I want to go up about Stormstormer for a second.
We can do Dota, yeah.
I think I just want to say I think Stormstormer to me is such a reference of like what you can do or like the importance of tier 2.
Yeah.
Because I think there's a lot of players that come from tier 2 and it's all about they're finally being discovered, right?
Yes.
And it's like they just played in really garbage teams and they finally get a chance.
Yeah.
I think Stormstormer did get 1 or 2 chances to somewhat shine.
He had chances, yeah.
But it's his grind that really makes him the player that he is. I think he's a very likable personality for that because he acknowledges the position he's in.
Yeah, you're totally right. I actually feel the same way about like the entire South American scene because there's this like idea that SA is the youngest region, and it's not true. Eastern Europe is the youngest region. The average age of like NA, SA, and one other region, maybe it's China, is like 23. So like SA is just as old as NA is, but they just didn't have a shot. They didn't have a chance.
It's true.
In the moment that they were given a chance and they were separated into 2 regions, NA and SA, all of a sudden SA, they knocked Team Secret out of a tournament.
Yeah.
I think it was Kiev Major and the original.
That was Kiev Major was SG.
Original. Yeah, it was SG Esports.
Not only was it a big win for SA, sorry to cut you off, but it was also the only competitive team to have a 4K player on their team.
Oh yeah, their coach?
No, their support.
Well, he stood in, didn't he?
No, he was their main player. And back then, he just didn't care anymore. He just played competitive. He's a coach now.
What was his name again?
Cat.
Yeah,
C14.
Cat,
yes.
yeah.
And the guy, I think he was like maybe close to 5K. I'm not doing service, but he's like 4.5 for a while.
Brazilian guy, right?
Yeah, Brazilian guy. And I mean, he played Warlock, so I don't know if you can really judge him.
I have not seen him in ages. Maybe he still is 4K MMR. It's possible. He might be out there.
I mean,
but he owned. He actually owned. I remember him owning and being like, "Holy shit, MMR is actually just a number." Well, Denny was right.
I think back then it really didn't matter at all because now, yes, sure, there's like these high immortal pubs that matter.
People valued it back then. Because I remember
much more so than
it.
You needed to, though.
Yeah. That's probably true.
I think competitive Dota back then was so much about tactics. So people were, compared to now, they were not that good, honestly. And you not being mechanically skilled, as long as you knew how to play the game, could give you a huge edge. And I think that game was a very good example of it.
Yeah.
Like it was the first time that SG wasn't just like, oh, these players are good. Or sorry, SA. Like these players are good, mechanically skilled, but they actually know how to play Dota.
Right, because there was this idea. It's like, oh, there's all these like really high skilled players, but just shit strategy.
Yeah.
It's like, wait a minute, they have a 4K player and they're winning. Well, that can't be true. That can't be the narrative.
4.5.
Yeah, sure. Right,
Let's give him some credit. The poor guy. Back then it was larger.
You round it up. Yeah, 5K actually was 5K was like immortal back then.
Yeah, exactly.
4.5K maybe that was right on like the cusp.
He tested the air conditioning, and that killed our mics too.
We're back.
Matthew, stop, please.
I can't do the global joke again because we already did it once. So
you know what's funny is I think Matthew might rather sweat to death than take off his cap.
Yeah, he might.
He's in. Are
we allowed to say why he wears the cap?
I mean,
because I've heard the insider information. I don't know how public this is.
I don't think it's insider. The joke for Matthew in the SA scene is the less hair, the more and more.
Okay, got you. Because I know the whole team makes fun of him for balding. They call him Walter White, the South American Walter White.
Brother, Chris, in the interview we did, I think we can show it later, but he tries to take off his cap.
Yeah.
I've never seen Matthew so angry at someone in his entire life.
Oh my God. You know what? Yeah, Matthew's like such a stoic guy, but man, if you make him crack, he loses his shit. He had to support me in the off. Like, I think it was like we were Rubik Pudge, and I'm just feeding 1 in 17 with this guy, and he's trying desperately to like toss people into my hooks, and I just wouldn't. I would just go for the hooks like free form or whatever. Like I would just try to throw the hook without a lift, as Dota Capitalist steals something from under the. I don't know how security let him in here with that
just
mustache.
Took my phone.
Did he?
Yeah, he did.
Okay, unfortunate for you.
But yeah, the fact that you made a Dota player crack is not something you should be proud of. I've told you this off
I know. I've apologized to him. I have apologized
like
to
you
him.
being a degenerate towards these wonderful, patient people.
The thing with Matthew is that he's...
Oh, they're showing us. They're giving up now.
He's a nice guy. He'll never flame you. But I know that you know when somebody wants to. You know what I mean? So when I met him at events, I was like, oh, this guy's going to hate me. And he probably does, but he's very polite. He's very nice about it.
He's the Quinn of SA, though, because he actually, when he flames people in a very, like, joking way, of course, he's very eloquent about it.
Okay.
One of my favorite videos ever in the existence of Dota, and I think most English audiences have not seen this, but it's a video of them when they were playing on Thunder Awaken. And it's Matthew, it's in the team house, it's Matthew's stream, of course, and we hear screaming in the background, right? It's like, it's like Mago. And it's like, Matthew's like, what's happening? He's like, there's a cockroach. It's a cockroach. Someone kill the cockroach. Literally, that Mago was really scared.
I remember the cockroach situation, yeah.
And then Matthew's like, don't kill the cockroach, let it out. It's like, I can't touch it, I can't touch it. And Matthew says, what? I mean, if you're allowed to live, why can't the cockroach live? Don't kill the cockroach. It's our pet now. It's our pet now.
You always have to take any opportunity to insult your teammates.
Yes.
That's such a good way to build team camaraderie when you all just hate each other. It really works. I mean, look at C Smile.
The SVG theory is actually, if you're right about at the cusp of killing each other, as you reach that TI finals, you're gonna win TI.
What information does he have?
I don't know. I don't know what team he ever refers to.
Because what is he talking about?
What's difficult is that he tells me this
hated each other?
No, he tells me this every TI, right?
Tundra may have.
And now it just increases. Like now the options are too big. I don't know who he's referring to.
Okay.
I don't know who is inserting information on.
So he's just
because he's never been close, right?
No, of course not. Of course not. He was on Quincy Crew. Good lord.
He was the king of NA for a while.
That's right.
He almost coached EG.
That is as low as it gets. King of NA? My God.
He's on the panel listening
like being the king of Antarctica.
That's actually pretty valuable. You know, there's like a bunch of ice, I think, and penguins. Penguins are cool creatures.
Yeah.
I think there's... Oh, actually, I don't know if there's penguins there.
Do you know polar bears and penguins have never seen each other before?
Right, because one's South Pole, one's
South Pole, one's North Pole, and clearly neither of us know which is on which side.
I have no clue where penguins live.
Chat, press 1 if penguins are on the South Pole, and press 2 if Stormstormer's going to be playing Pugna this game.
Okay. What's...
Because he's disconnected right now.
Press 3 if they're the North Pole.
Oh, we're watching replays, by the way. Yeah, here's the early game, guys.
This was so long, we actually had time to cut these replays
for
the first time this tournament.
Yeah,
that's a great play. That's a ghost ship, Jenkins.
Yeah, that was the ghost ship on the double damage on dying. This actually went horribly for them, so that was terrible play-by-play coming out of you.
Did you know?
Go ahead.
Did you know that the ghost ship,
yep.
the damage mitigation ability back in Dota 1, it's called Captain Coco's Rum.
I think it's called Kunka's Rum now.
So I don't know why they did that.
So it's still alcoholic.
But why would it be him? He's not a captain of the ship. He's crashing it. He's a terrible captain then.
That is true. I would not want to get on that ship.
Right, exactly. He would be like the captain of Fart Studios.
Right. Then he would kick his first mate right after crashing the ship and blame him every time.
Kick him like what's a heel haul him?
You've lost me.
Heel haul, you know?
People are cheering about.
These are two Spanish casters who are married and they cast together. It's actually the cutest thing. They're on screen. They're called Neka and Tainim. Go check them out.
Everybody on the
Jenkins has ADHD, so he's distracted by the by the other screen.
They were kissing people on this. They were kissing for everybody on the English broadcast.
No, for everyone on the Spanish broadcast. Again, they're two Spanish casters, right?
Yeah.
Spanish is the other language that's being shown in the arena.
Right.
And they're called Neka and Tainim, and they're married. And everyone loves them because they have a nice, cute dynamic.
Married people kiss each other?
Well, these two do. Most people don't. My parents never did.
All right. Go on.
That's it. That's all I had.
You lost it?
I
lost the thread?
I lost the thread. I'm just thinking about my childhood now.
We got the reconnection, just like Ava will not reconnect with his father. So the game hopefully will be happening here soon.
I have SVG now.
I sound like SVG?
No, I have SVG now. I don't need my dad anymore.
He is a father figure.
He is. He's a parental figure.
Because he really is disappointed in you all the time. So it really does remind me.
What reminds me of my dad is he constantly calls me a clown. That's the big selling point.
Yeah. Okay, the game has actually
started.
Unpaused.
Oh my God.
The game is unpaused. If we get a replay, the live
can we go? Can we end the replay, please?
Get the replays off of the.
Everyone's cheering. No, we don't need to see the people.
The game has started. The Spanish broadcast. Oh, there we go. There we go.
We're in. No, they're going in. They're going in, guys. Let's go back to the game. The racks are ready. We're hitting them. Pakaz is attacking the range racks. He's attacking the melee racks now. The Purified Pakaz gets rid of it with a Manta style. Everyone is going crazy. Panda goes in with a global silence. He forced it out with a hook shot. That's huge. Then a blast on top of this. He's tanking through the whole thing. Life drain as well. The tidal wave kicks him back, but unfortunately the toss back, no. Is he actually that tanky? Will Panda survive this? He had to die. Now 1-7, but he did it to save his team. He forced the global silence. They took the racks.
Yeah, totally worth it.
Actually, a good death.
I really like the global force there. Like that was the game has been paused for a very long time, and I'm not sure what's happening global. Because
this is just like a pub actually. That happens.
It is not worth it to global Panda there.
No, but I think they also were in that position where they're like, are they going on us? And we forget what the win condition
EG was like feigning their aggression there. When in reality, they're just very happy to get the racks. Of course, they don't know if Watson has buyback or not. They were just forcing things.
That's true. We, of course, do know that he does not have buyback.
Entity's just going to go straight down mid now. This is a ballsy play from them with just a clock being...
Oh, they actually got the torrent. Well, that's really nice, but the force step will save telekinesis to bring him back out. Do they have enough range to get replied immediately by Stormer? He'll be fine for now as a life drain. Slowly threatens Whisper. Watson from the low ground. He's just trying to take down this tier 3. And frankly, they don't have many choices. The tidal wave is their only tool right now. Do they have the Torrent Storm available to them? They do not for... Oh, they do. Ghost Ship also, tidal wave on top of this. Just the TP from Panda, that's who they're waiting for. Now that the whole team is complete, Jenkins, they might be able to make a play, and they might need to, because this turtling is not working.
Yeah, it's not working. Not against the Lina. This is the one hero that can take high ground in this patch. She has hits from so far away, and smoke. Even with the Kunkka tidal wave, yeah, they're smoked, but they have to walk up a high ground if they want to fight into Entity here, who has a gem. They know that there's no vision up here. There's a DD in front of Roche right now, by the way.
Okay, so C-Smile broke his... Undying. It's for the Undying.
Yeah, here we go, Fishman.
He's running towards it.
He's running straight towards it.
But they gave Watson the bottle. That's obviously the much smarter move.
It's very smart.
The memes are nice, but this is actually a competitive game of Dota.
Right. They're playing for hundreds of thousands of dollars in DPC points here. So.
Well, no, because not that much.
Well,
not yet.
Thousands. Yeah. Okay, smoke out from Entity. Now they're looking to get on the aggressive side of things. They've got a really good ward down here.
Oh, he's going for Arcane Blink now on Pakaz. That might solve their team fight issues a little bit.
It definitely would. It definitely would.
And it would definitely be unexpected for him to just pop the Wreck.
I mean, I think Arcane Blink SF is one of the... Oh, they're going.
Okay, not if he dies, though. Ava, Global Silence. He just used the PKB. He's done. Dust might annoy him, but at least he gets away for now. That's all they wanted. However, Entity now has free reign. They know there's no BKB on this SF. How will he ever get a Wreck him off? It's all up to C-Smile and his Water Park. Seeing how useful a Tidal Wave can be. It's set down the Tombstone Nether Ward as well. And C-Smile is just using X-Smart shenanigans, trying to push back the Lina. Lina's feared. They need to throw something. Oh, it's actually got the only went in. Matthew's safe for now. Telekinesis, but they grab him. He's safe. Kataomi, he knows his teammate's got his back, and thanks to double damage, Watson is just tearing through these racks. Hookshot from Panda, that's the initiation they needed, but the tidal wave will be used to push him away. As the racks, they're still there. Kataomi.
Oh, the toss
A
out.
little toss. It's for Whisper, though. He can tank this for now. Wrecking Missiles are being used, but all these spells don't have much impact right now. Entity can now freely hit the racks. They need the tidal wave again. The racks are about to fall. It's literally on 10 HP. It's going to be Toby that takes him.
Fakas denied it, dude.
Just one last skill shot to show that they're still in this. Well, no, not really.
That's goofy.
They have good morale.
Yeah, sure. I mean, half of this team is the Beast Coast from last year. You know, a lot of these players have.
You don't even need Beast Coast. You just need Chris. Like, Chris is the morale stone.
I just mean they're used to playing lower bracket and winning game 2, game 3, but Entity is also very good at stomping people 2-0.
Right.
In upper bracket. So
that's true, actually. If you consider it, neither Whisper nor Chris Luck ever known what upper bracket feels like.
Yeah,
that is their first time.
That is true.
It's like wow, from up here, we have one whole game we can lose.
Oh yeah, they don't care. Absolutely. But no, I mean, jokes aside, Entity has played this one flawlessly. It's like it's looked so difficult to fight into them. They're not going out of position at all. Katomi's getting all the toss backs. They're protecting each other. They're healing each other. They're sieging properly. Now they're being very patient. They're waiting for the Roche. I mean, this is why they have the, some of the longest games out of this tournament is because they are this disciplined. They said in an interview that the thing that they learned the most during this DPC season is the word back.
Oh yeah, it's true.
And that's like the best thing for them so far. And being still very disciplined.
I'm surprised by that fact, right? Because if you think of Entity a year ago, that's the last thing you think about. Not just discipline, but also the fact that they were an aggressive team. They would go into high ground. The fact that they've advanced this much in late game tactics in this little time is really impressive. And also a testament to Watson's strength.
Yep.
As a hookshot. Okay, that hookshot was just to force the silence again, and Panda is getting away with it. Panda's alive for now. Okay, he's not getting away with it for long. He tries to fly away, but the Gleipnir keeps him in place. Those cogs won't save him. They have lost their clockwork, but at least there's no silence. Is there a tossback though? Kataomi, onto the creeps they go. Can Watson get to him in time? Pakaz doesn't want to activate his BKB. Everyone just creates oh no, the Tornstorm just got used to make sure Pakaz can get away. That Tornstorm now is not available for this next fight. That's going to be very difficult for them to deal with. Luckily, he does have Refresher.
He has Refresher, but you would really like to use the Torrent Storm and then follow up with another Torrent Storm in the same fight.
Because then the RNG doesn't matter as much.
Exactly. It doesn't matter as much, and you've got extended duration, more damage, and you also outlast their BKBs that way.
Yes.
So 34 seconds, they're probably going to wait for that to be up. The problem is, if they do wait, that's going to be Roshan that they're playing into, as well as the Mega Creeps.
Do you give the edge to the Silencer right now? For the area last word?
Yeah.
I think they did. Yep. That's going to hurt. That's going to hurt a lot.
I mean, at some point, if the game goes that late, he will have last word mutes, which will be pretty insane for the BKVs, Satanics, and whatnot.
But he's level 17 right now. I don't think they're even thinking about 25.
He's not had that much time to farm, and honestly, there's not been like a crazy amount of kills in this game. It's kind of been just Entity running at the buildings and EG trying to figure out how the hell to stop them.
What are the good points in EG right now? They're struggling for their life.
What are the good points?
What do they have in their pocket? Is it the Arcane Blink they're waiting for? Will allow people to turn things around?
Yeah, I mean, Arcane Blink Refresher on SF is always some crazy late game scenario where like maybe they can kill the Lina because she's disabled for so long.
Sure.
But they're gonna have to wait out the Aegis or have her use everything pre-Aegis and then kill her on the respawn, which did happen before because of the Kunkka.
Meanwhile, Entity, they're keeping their patience, but now with the Aegis, they should make a play while the Aegis is still alive.
Right. Katomi's got the ninja gear. This is what's been letting him set up so easily. They don't see him on these initiations.
Welcome, the best Tiny in the world. Matthew, he thought he was free, but he's not actually. Avatar stops this, and now Pakaz is retreating with a BKB on. The Lina deals too much damage. Matthew is done. Luckily, he has Vi back here as they try to stop Stormer, but he's still too tanky. Tidal Wave to push him back. Another Crab. Stormer's just fighting on. There's the hookshot. Yeah, takes BKB in the middle of the hookshot, which means he's not going to get pushed back with a cog. Stormer is currently invulnerable to their damage. They can't bring him down. Another Tidal Wave which will be ignored, and Watson, meanwhile, just hits the towers. That's his target all along.
Oh, toss back to Bakaz.
That's too strong. Bakaz is down for the count. He doesn't have buyback right now, and Tidal Wave won't be strong enough. It's just C-Small versus the world. He's trying to fight Watson head on with Tidal Wave, with the Torrent Storm. Is that going to be sufficient? She's still up in the air. Life drain from Stormer to keep her alive another second. He does fall, but the Aegis is still under possession. Now with the Ethereal Clockwork, they're gonna hunt him in the trees. Panda is down, not to save anyone. There's the last word in an area with the Gleipnir. What are they even gonna do? Back to their base they go as Watson continues his labor of just hitting the towers. The GG is called. Matthew is done with this match. Entity with an almost perfect game. The EG in their first match of their upper bracket.
Yeah, man, I don't know what to say. Like that was just flawless. Like I could compliment all of the players on Entity. I mean, I think Watson, did he die a single time? 12-1. Okay, so Stormer actually did not die a single time. Neither did Katomi. So they almost had 4 flawless players. Yeah. They had 4 players with only a single death or less, which is insane. It just goes to show how good their 5-man was and how disciplined their 5-man was after the laning stage.
This team is just so good. Like, genuinely. It's just such good Dota. I guess you can fault EG for maybe 1 or 2 misplays, certainly by the supports at some points where they were a little bit overzealous, but I just think you got to congratulate Entity for a perfect game.
I think after a game like that, you probably don't give Entity Lina again, even though you can get the Brood. I think Whisper has a lot of heroes that he's extremely good at, that is not just the most OP hero of the patch that they felt like they had to pick, whereas Watson, he invented this Lina build. This is what he did. He made. Like, I don't think you can give this to him again.
Yeah, I think now we're going to take a small break before game number 2 begins. We'll come back very shortly, guys. Let's see if EG can make a comeback or if Entity continue with the streak. See you guys soon.
welcome back to the panel. We're going to try to break down game number 1 where Entity took down Evil Geniuses, and of course we're preparing for game number 2 as well, which should actually be right around the corner. We took a tiny bit of an extended break, but we got everything under control, and Entity had everything under control as well from what it looked like for the majority part anyway. I wanna start talking about the elephant in the room, because this game, number 1, it was Lina versus Broodmother, and of course those are the 2 heroes that are highly contested, the most contested heroes of the tournament. In the end, it's Lina that takes the crown, and I'm going to hear from my panel if that is because of the hero or because of the player. I'm joined by Lacoste, SVG, and Effie, and Lina versus Brood. Lacoste, Lina won. Again, player or hero, you think?
I think the way they played, like we were also a little bit nervous how Watson is going to perform on the main stage. Died once, was godlike, so I think he's set for the rest of the tournament, what he's going to do. No more nerves, no nothing. My man, he's destroyed that game on Lina. Like, they didn't have a hero that goes to lane where Broodmother is. That one type of a hero, you know, a Treant Protector that's just going to sit there, or Axe Tidehunter, something that cannot be killed. Instead, they pushed them out with other 4 heroes. This is the part of the map where Brood wants to take over, so you need to get more people there to push her out, and then you farm those camps, get out, and very nicely done.
Can we talk about the bigger elephant in the room?
What is the bigger elephant?
Giving Watson, in particular, Lina.
Okay, sure. It's the same elephant, just a different color.
But the thing is, Watson created this Lina meta. He was the player. No, he was the player to bring Lina into the meta in this way. He was the player that everybody watched and copied. He was the one who, on Safe Flame Lina, went for the Blaze of Attack into 3 branches, into Falcon Blade Rush, into getting stats and not leveling your nukes, into max fires. He did all of that, and everybody followed him.
So you're saying he ruined Dota?
He did ruin Dota, but he's great. But
you did what, son?
I was waiting for that one, actually.
Anyway, it's like
glad we got it out.
Back when mid-coddle was OP and it was 9, that kind of brought it into the meta in the style that he did. It was like giving it to 9, you know? You don't give Lina to Watson, of all people.
No, they did. This was a conscious choice. And better yet, first overall pick, Evil Geniuses, they had the choice. Do we want to have Brood? Do we want to have Lina? And they chose Brood. They chose to give Lina away. So they already thought there was a stronger hero, which obviously turned out to be correct.
I do think a lot of this game was execution, though. I actually think this was one of the closer drafts of the day. Maybe a little favored the Lina with the Pugna ball if it gets going. But honestly, you're winning with Pugna on land. That's skill. You're not. I don't think you're out-drafting you when you pick Pugna. It's more about the execution of the game, how you get to your timings, how you get to your items. They played that top lane incredibly well to shut down Whisper. I don't think we've seen Whisper shut down this hard the entire tournament. Like, Brood is a powerful hero.
No doubt about it.
And they did not have a lot of answers to it. I think if you ask people on paper, would you like to play versus Brood with Silencer Pugna cores?
Yes, they would.
You would.
They would be happy to.
Yeah.
I think.
Go ahead, Effie.
Okay, so I think between if you're letting Lina through, you're doing it with the intention to let Lina through and take Brood, right? Because I think most teams, without a shadow of the doubt, would prefer to take that Brood in overall first. That's why it had a 99.34% contest rate in the group stages. Nobody wanted to play against Brood. It was very hard. But, you know, the one team that actually did play against Brood was Entity. Them amongst, 2 other teams who were willing to experiment. Yeah. On the first day, they let it through, and they played, a Pango in the first phase versus it, and it went pretty well. I think their confidence in being willing to lose or to try something to see if they can beat it really paid off here on this main stage. But, yeah.
Offlane Silencer.
Sure. Yeah,
you called it.
It was good, but I
the
feel like
unpredictableness of Toby.
Don't you feel like any other Greaves hero would have done the same thing? Because
yeah, this is what I told.
Yeah, but it wouldn't have looked as cool.
It was cool.
It was style. You got to win in style. You know, Pakaz comes out with the stick in his mouth, thinks he's gangster. Then you slap him down with an offlane silencer. What's up, son?
Okay, I do want to talk about something that our draft panel highlighted during the draft. They did play Shadow Fiend because Shadow Fiend was shut down, and Kunkka, and they have not played that the entire group stage at this Lima Major. It did not play out well at all.
I'm looking at some of the stats for Kunkka because I remember casting the games and I never felt like the hero has won. Hero's sitting at the 11% win rate, which is kind of rough. So in a lot of these situations, Kunkka feels like, you know, we need some hero from the mid lane that is strong in the lane, that needs a bit more, like if they need a bit more control, this hero kind of fits you, gives you this team fight But I think the issue was that Matthew got shut down in a lot of these fights. Because if we could compare Kataomi to Matthew, Kataomi didn't die a single time on this Tiny. He was playing with Stormstormer throughout this whole game. And Matthew, if he's trying to make a rotation, because Broodmother is not the hero that makes a rotation. Usually Whisper, we see him on a different hero. He gets close, gets the Cripified, full combo from Tiny. He's done.
He is done, and these guys are not done. They go back into the booth because it is soon time for this second game to come out. I mean, we are talking about how Entity was able to, dominate sort of the game. They dominated the end. I feel like the start was very even up until the traditional tipping point, Roshan, that Entity was able to take.
So I think the lanes went pretty even, like maybe slightly favored towards Entity, but the two things that I would like to highlight were the Entity supports were more successful in their power rune securing. They were able to make a play on the 6-minute power rune. They got it for Stormstormer. They also got a kill. On the 8-minute power rune, they also got it. And the 10-minute one, Pandawu did rotate, but it just didn't spawn on his side. So that was kind of unfortunate. But I think cleaner play around that area was one of the big aspects up until that Roche, right? And another thing to highlight is, even if the lanes are going even, if you're playing against an offlane silencer and you only kill him one time, you're doing something wrong. Like, I think that EG desperately needed to somehow find the kills on that silencer in that offlane. But the one time that I can think that Matthew rotated with his Rubik to the offlane just to kill him, Watson rotated back and he TP'd in, got the kill, and everything just felt so clean, right? EG always felt like they were on the back foot, even though the lanes felt pretty even.
Speaking of getting the kills, they had 3 kills in 30 minutes. If someone is really good at, playing this slow type of a game, it's Entity. Like, if you're trying to farm up against them, they're going to get more out of the map. They know how to farm until, they understand the timings. If they get, one big item, they get the Greaves, they start another fight. They get a BKB on Lina, they start another fight. So they're really good at choosing word and dodging as well when they want to take a fight. So looking at the, just the deaths on side of Entity, Fishman died 4 times, and they got the extra 2 kills out of 2 cores, and that's it.
But, I think this one was kind of a drafting error on EG's part, because they chose to ban out the Enigma, was it, over the Lina. And I understand not wanting to play against Entity's Enigma. We highlighted it earlier in our last panel about how they're one of the teams that played best. But I think between the two choices, if you're going to let Enigma through and you're going to let Lina through, I think just let Enigma through and then play against that, because it didn't look good for them. Their approach to Lina did not work.
Now, there is another elephant in the room, actually. And that is, it was an elephant of about 20 minutes-ish. I don't have no idea exactly of the time, but I wondered from a player perspective, Avery, I don't know if you have been in a situation like that, where, it's in the middle of a game, and at that point, I would say at that point, EG still had a shot of making a comeback. They were, of course, pushing high ground then as well. What kind of impact does a break like that have on the players in the booths?
No, it destroys you.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
I hate pauses. All I know is
yeah, I saw your keyboard the other day when you were playing from the hotel. F9, it's not there. Literally gone from the keyboard.
That's true.
From spamming it.
You know why? Because every time I ever experienced a pause in a competitive tournament, immediately after that pause, something bad happened to my team and we proceeded to lose again.
So you would be on EG side on that one. Oh, surprise, that was actually maybe for a portion on EG side.
So there's 2 things you can do. After the pause happens, you say, all right, everybody go together so nobody dies, so nothing bad happens. You don't get post-pause destroyed. Or you can just pause on them again. And then it shifts it back to them.
I don't know if that was an option for this one.
I mean, you don't do it intentionally. But
no.
This shit happens. You never know what can happen in a Dota game. That said, I don't think this crowd, we're talking about the crowd effect. If you're not killing anybody, you don't hear the crowd. There's nothing for the crowd to cheer on this game. 3 kills in 30 minutes.
They were still cheering for stuff.
Yeah, they were.
Yeah, but it's like,
could have been more.
You quell a tree or kill a courier, and okay, but it's not the big momentum, right? So if you're EG, I think you got to come in guns blazing, bring some chaos. Don't let Entity do their usual 5-man group around a Tombstone and Pugna Ward, early Roshan nonsense. Create some chaos on the map, get your laning back in order, reset a bit mentality-wise.
Yeah.
No lollipop for Pakaz. What does that mean? We don't know.
We do not know. I do want to give a shout out. We talked about the offlane silencer. We actually did.
Yes.
We talked about Fishman's Undying before the game started, also top tier. We also talked about Kataomi's Tiny and him playing it not really as a pos 4 because he's just having that much impact. I think the amount of tossbacks I saw, I mean, going high ground is one of the hardest things in Dota right now. Has been discussed time and time again. Kataomi's Tiny just makes it seem seamless. It makes it seem almost easy.
It comes down to team having a lot of saves. You have a global silence to pop it if he's in trouble. They had 4 force staffs at the end of the game, so if he gets in trouble, they can eat like the Cripify. There's so many layers of save on their side. Like he had a Yule Scepter as well on him, so he definitely can get in. And you know, they didn't have this instant stun, instant lockdown on side of EG, so that was also a big issue where Kataomi could go in, do whatever he wants, get out, get that perfect toss back, and he ended up the game with 0 deaths, 1-0-20. That was his score.
Yeah. But also, it helps versus the Broodmother, right? Because I recall this instance around minute 10 after the Clockwork had died that Whisper had run in with the Spider army. But because Lina was there for a rotation that happened earlier, or maybe this was a minute afterwards, Tiny just avalanches, Lina LSAs, and all the spiders are dead. And Whisper's like, oh, this didn't work out, and then he just has to leave, right? So it actually came in handy on so many occasions, not just the lane, and not just the utility I was able to build, but also just versus the Broodmother.
Tiny.
Yeah.
Well, I was just going to say that Tiny for these huge aura ball up teams, which I think NE has always been. I think they were one of the earlier teams last year as well, just abusing the auras, abusing Toby's heroes to build them and group up really early. I have always thought that Tiny is one of the most broken heroes in these strategies because he guarantees you the displacement into the ball. You can always throw someone into your auras. You can always start the fight. If you're going high ground, you can toss someone into your Visage, into your Enigma, whatever, and the fight is super easy. Because now they have to fight your 5-man. He doesn't give you really a choice. So if you can eliminate the Tiny, I actually think it's pretty decent here. Because I don't think he has a lot of heroes that replicate that aspect of it. And then maybe you can just clash them a bit better in the skirmishes and the fights, whatever it is.
Yeah, but more importantly, not more importantly, that was a great point. I don't know why I used that segue. I don't know. But
you could say less importantly.
Less importantly than what Avery said.
Well, now I feel terrible. Just say on even footing. I have an even footing point to what you just said. No better.
Start from scratch.
No worse.
Oh, are we doing again?
Is there another elephant in the room?
Can we go back? Can you say your closing statement again?
Mine? Yeah, I didn't close. What? I just said Tiny good.
Tiny tosses back into
Tiny good.
So on top of that.
On top of Tiny good.
That was the right thing to say.
You're gonna toss your statement.
On top of that.
Yeah.
More importantly, it was so rude. What the heck? Okay. On top of that, the way that a lot of teams have been dealing with Lina is displacement, right? So probably the most popular hero versus this Lina has been the Tiny for the tossbacks on the Lina. But because Entity had this Tiny on 15, like they just set themselves up perfectly to not even be scared of it, to have the comfort pick for their Kataomi and not give it to EG.
Good
so
point.
All of it
Great point. But the most important.
More importantly, though. Why?
Less importantly.
They picked Pugna, or
They
was this Pogna?
I mean, it felt like Pugna to me.
He had a pretty perfect game.
Yeah, you know what the 0 was? For 0 deaths right there in the middle. I don't think I've ever seen a Pugna with 0 deaths in my life.
That's Pogna 0 instead of 0 instead of O.
Damn straight. Pops off, man.
Yeah, he definitely popped off. And the question is, will we see that again?
I'm just getting
My
mocked
panel
on this
is
panel.
in shambles right now.
I was told to provide comedic relief because Lacoste is too straight. I don't know. It was a hooded figure. They said, you're replacing Jenkins. Live up to his standard. I said, dear God.
These are low standards.
This will be the last panel I ever do.
I think you guys are great on the panel. I love it. You guys give great insight. You know, we've had good tips for the first draft, and we know that Entity was listening because they picked the exact things that we said.
True.
But this guy that was on your screen just now is Metrovim. He is going to be the one deciding the draft for game number 2 on his team anyway. Of course, there is Evil Genius's Matthew that is doing that in... I think that's a collaborative coach, right? Vintage is Vintage is a collaborative coach more so than hey, I'll draft for you. This is what you'll play, coach. Does anybody know for sure?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, well, with that in mind, thank you for your commentary. It is time. It is time for game number 2. Will we see Evil Geniuses in the lower bracket, or will we see a third game? We're finding out together with our draft panel.
Welcome back, everybody. It's time for game number 2 of Evil Geniuses versus Entity, where we last left things off. Seems that Entity were willing to experiment, let Evil Geniuses get their hands on the Broodmother, and what's the response? The Lina Undying proves to be successful, although maybe it may be a little bit more than that. It's perhaps uncomfortability. We didn't see this Shadow Fiend coming out from EG during the group stage. We did not see the Kunkka. And maybe they weren't aligned on their ideas. The Kunkka got his BKB. The SF decided to get a Manta style. That was an intriguing idea.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely didn't pay off as much as he probably wanted it to.
Yes.
I feel like it's one of those greedier items that you get early on. One team fight goes well, and you're like, maybe I don't need a BKB this game. But unfortunately, that fight didn't go well, and he queued it up immediately after. But we'll see if they do it again.
Yeah, so EG had first pick again this time. They went for the Riki first pick. Riki into Trian, Death Prophet.
And then finishing it off with a Leshrac for the first phase.
So these are some heroes that got banned that EG picked up in the first game.
Yeah.
Like Lesh was banned in the second phase, and then Riki was first phase banned. So they're going to switch things up a little bit. I mean, they banned the Brood themselves. They obviously did not win with it last game, but they don't want to play against it. So they do have good Brood player on the other side, but also the Batrider ban and Timber yet again. And I think the Lina ban is kind of... I'm glad it happened, because that Lina, that game, it went ham. He had such an amazing game. Like, some people like to let Brood through or Lina through. It's like, can we beat it? And one of those heroes will go ham, and so we're going to have a Broodless and a Lina-less game. So that is definitely nice.
Yeah, can we watch some normal Dota?
I'm sorry. Oh, Sleep Dart is normal Dota, Winter?
I feel like when I'm playing against this Riki, I just want to, if I have to give away the Riki, I will try to pick DP and build a 5-man draft around it so that we are always grouping together and you don't give the Riki chances of pick off. Like, if you have a lineup that plays around all the time, what is the Riki gonna do in the game? Like, kill careers?
Yeah, I mean, but to be able to group up early on, you do need to have a timing, right, in which you can group up around. And I think if you do have a Treant and you have a Death Prophet, you can group up quite easily around some Greaves timing. You have the Living Armor as well. So I think Entity's draft right now is quite a good draft to be playing against the Riki, as you did mention.
So the second phase bans, EG removed Undying, Tiny, Beastmaster. I mean, the Tiny had a really, really good game the last time around. He was able to kind of single-handedly win all 3 lanes.
Yeah, it's a Kataomi's signature, so just make sure they don't deal with it. Instead, we'll pick up an Entity, Disruptor, which is the first time that Disruptor... Oh, no, never mind. Fishman's been running this left and right.
Yeah, Fishman plays it a lot.
Yeah.
It's one of his comforts for sure. And they're one of the few teams, I mean, at this point it's becoming more meta, but they're very comfortable having this Treant Pos 4 in the laning stage, especially with a Death Prophet. It's a very, very difficult lane to play against. Treant Pos 4, some would consider a bit cheesy because that hero is generally in a safe lane playing defensive, but this hero can play very aggressively too. If you pair it with a Death Prophet, it's a very, very strong lane.
Yeah, you have a lot of sustain with the Leech Seed and the Spirit Siphon.
More than you need, right?
Like, too much.
You can't really like go on that almost ever without like some type of rotation for sure.
I mean, do you think they should try to cut all the trees in the beginning of the game, like to deal with the tree and DP off lane?
Yeah, I mean that's kind of like the meta right now too. Is like Entity will probably bring 5 heroes to protect the trees, and EG might bring 5 heroes to like. So we could see a first blood like skirmish around here, around just like protecting trees.
How much would you consider this Death Prophet to still be a flex? Because Stormstormer runs it quite a bit mid, but the way you're making this...
definitely a flex.
Okay.
I mean, he's a flex, but I do feel like he's much better on the offlane. I feel like he's my go-to offlaner if I had to like put a tier on my offlaners that I want to pick, and DP is definitely one of them.
Okay. Especially, like you said, paired with the Tree and Protector as well.
Yeah, I mean, you just want to flex as much as you can in Dota. Like, we didn't talk much about Evil Genius's draft here. The Ricky probably going to be on Matthew here, but this Leshrac, they do play mid, and they also played on Whisper in the off lane here. So they're also going to like flex this as much as they can. If they pick their carry here, then they're going to continue to flex it until as long as they can. I mean, they are first pick this game for sure, so they won't be able to flex it to the very end, whereas Entity can. They can use this Death Prophet as a mid offlane flex all the way to the bitter end here and get the best matchup possible. And Toby is one of those players that does play really well when he gets his last pick and gets to see a counter matchup, and that might be a weakness for Pakaz here, someone that we do see often like a big part of their strategy. Toby's really known for having really good last picks. To shut someone down like Pakaz is really big.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to find out, like who actually had pick order, because both games EG had the overall first pick, and I feel like with how they are prioritizing the carry, and because you're playing with Entity, you know how much they want to have the offlane as last pick, I feel like it's pretty important for them to actually secure the 24th pick.
Right. I definitely would agree with that.
Yeah, but both games. So, I mean, coin flip reverses, right? And so, I guess...
Wow.
They have a different idea here, and it looks like we will have the mid Leshrac. So C-Smile will be playing that, and Whisper will be playing this Enigma, which makes me think the Shadow Demon, I guess at this point, has to be position 5. Pretty good game for it. Like you versus the Death. It's not as good as it used to be. But when you are playing versus like a Treant, you can purge that armor with a Demonic Purge. Yeah. Back in the day, you know, people used to buy Yules all the time on DP as your protection. Now it's Greaves, so you don't really care as much about the Purge, but it's still good burst damage, right? And you can lock down the DP and get some good damage on him.
Yeah, and now he has the defensive Dispel as well for your teammates.
Yeah, sure.
Pretty useful in this game, I feel like, and you have a good way of setting up for the Leshrac stun. It's not a hero we see all the time, but he does fit the game plan that they are trying to execute right now. It gives Leshrac a tool to initiate and a way to keep him alive in the team fights.
Is there any carries that you find would be an especially good pairing for this Shadow Demon? I feel like Naga Siren may be one of the options for Pakaz.
Did CK get banned?
CK,
CK would have been
still in the pool.
It's still in the pool.
And that's Pakaz's #1 hero so far.
And he likes it a lot versus NP. It is a hero we see quite successful versus Death Prophet as well. I mean, he get out of Overgrowth technically with his ulti, but I think Tree will save it for that. But either way, it's looking like it's his best hero. It's a good game for it. Why not go for it? Hopefully Entity also have done their homework, and I'd like to see it banned.
Yeah, they banned out the Marcy instead, which seems unique. I don't really see any good sidekick pairings for her. And usually I feel like if it's a carry Marcy, you want at least a +1 that right-clicks.
But it does fit their lineup. I feel like they need a carry that can be active early to abuse this Lash timing. You want to take the map with the Enigma. Because with this kind of setup, like Enigma and Lash, I feel like the other two hit cores are already more greedy. So you don't really need a carry that has to be a win condition. He just needs to allow the draft to do its thing and help his team to play.
And I suppose in this case, deal with what is...
How about Bloodseeker though?
They banned the CK.
Do you guys like Bloodseeker for them to round out the draft?
Yeah, Bloodseeker's great. I think versus the Death Prophet can work. You also you have the Shadow Demon set up right for the Blood Right in the laning stage. I think that could be a really good pick. He does like the hero. Does he like it a lot? I don't know if he plays it too much, but who can't play Bloodseeker at this point?
Although it may not be a Death Prophet matchup, because EG, they seem to be expecting it to be a mid-lane Stormstormer Death Prophet, because they banned out two...
Yeah, that makes sense because they always last pick the
Toby hero.
Toby hero.
Yeah. I think it's pretty good against. I mean, he doesn't want to pick something that is bad versus the NP or bad versus the DP, because then it's just like an easy like slam dunk on himself, right? So he definitely needs to address these heroes in some capacity. Shadow Demon is not known as like the strongest hero, and they're gonna do it through the Naga, which is same thing. It's good versus the NP in lane. It's pretty good versus the DP in lane. He did address it, but now if they want to, they can just throw Toby on something in the off lane that is good. Like I was going to say, the Darkseer, which is the counter. So great draft by Entity of like getting exactly what they wanted as far as like the flexes.
Yeah, both teams have very, very solid drafts. They have different approaches towards how they want to play the game, and it's going to be a very, very exciting game too here.
And it is going to be, as expected, the mid lane Death Prophet. So why did you like Darkseer in particular, just against Illusion heroes?
Yeah, I mean the Darkseer in this specific game, oftentimes you don't get away with an easy lane for Darkseer. And Darkseer is just such a powerful hero right now that if you get a lane, the hero's strong. You do have the Disruptor combo as well, which you can do in the mid game. And obviously the Ion Shells, whatever you put on the DP running in, or maybe even the Tree, or even himself, can deal with illusions throughout majority of the game.
Yeah, this should be a pretty straightforward lane. I don't see how the Naga is going to be able to do much to the Darkseer.
Well, what about this whole tree cutting before the game starts shenanigans?
Yeah, but I feel like the tree and the Darkseer should, even though if it actually happens in a game, I feel like the Darkseer should still have a very, very easy lane.
Yeah. I mean, the one thing EG does have going for them that is quite nice is this Shadow Demon is quite good versus Darkseer throughout the whole game.
Oh, yeah.
So the Purge is there. It does remove the armor this game. It removes the Ion Shield, the Surge. So it's pretty value pick here from the Shadow Demon.
Yeah, that could be a very, very key pick here in the draft.
And how about Watson's lane on this Nature's Prophet? How's he going to fare against this Enigma Ricky?
I feel like he's going to farm and Enigma's going to farm. I don't think too much will happen in this lane. Ricky's going to roam and try and help after the Enigma pulls the wave back. It's just going to be like, I farm, you farm.
Then Fear, take the mid lane matchup for me. How's that one looking? Leshrac v DP.
I mean, I've seen this matchup go both ways depending on support rotations. Right?
Yep.
If you get Exorcism, you can chase down the Leshrac. But if you get Pulse Nova pretty easy with +1, you can easily, burst the other way around here too. So I don't know if the supports are going to be good enough to make these rotations. Ricky's not the best at it, but it's going to be a pretty even mid matchup. It's going to be skill-based, of course, and like whoever gets the runes, I think, might take the edge here.
Okay. Well, I'm personally biased for this game number 2. I feel like it would be heartbreaking for Evil Geniuses to get 2-0'd and then have to go to the lower bracket and then face off against the only other South American team. So at least for this game number 2, I'm rooting for Evil Geniuses. Seems like the crowd is very, very enthusiastic about that as well. But I have high hopes. At least this time, there's no way that you could throw with an item build, because I do consider the Manta style to have been a somewhat bit of a throw in that itemization. This time, the Naga Siren, that's a straightforward item build. Right?
You'd be surprised,
oh,
right?
Gosh. What kind of direction can he go into, please?
It might be on a different hero there, but no, it's a pretty straightforward build on the Naga. I think Naga has a lot of tools. Even though the Darkseer can be good versus Naga in lane, I think Naga will still get her farm. And I think more than anything, it's going to be Whisper's lane again, like we saw in the group stage, dominating time and time again in the laning stage. Had a little bit of a slip. Got first blood of this game, got killed again with some rotations. Didn't have his best game here, so if you want EG to win this one, I think it's going to start with Whisper having a bit better game this series.
Yeah, I'm heartbroken that he has not been. I think Entity have been definitely heavily prioritizing banning out his Timbersaw, and his Broodmother did not really get to play the game that we were hoping it would with the rest of the team. Like, you were advocating for early BKBs, Winter, and this Broodmother did not get to play with her Kunkka and SF, who had BKBs.
I mean, the lane is one issue for sure. He didn't have a very good start, but I still feel after the laning phase, they had a lot of opportunities to take control of the map as long as they have the right itemization. The BKB is definitely a very, very big problem that didn't really allow the rest of the team to play towards their timings. And I feel like this time around, everything's going to be different. Like Fia mentioned, the Naga's build is going to be very, very straightforward. Everybody's job in the game is going to be very, very clear, and we're going to see a very, very good game.
Eventually we will see it. I assure you viewers, the game is not live quite yet. I am not holding things up, I promise. Fear, how's life treating you these days?
Great. I mean, the weather's cooling down just a little bit.
Yes, it was sweltering earlier.
The sun is going down. I'm starting to feel alive and human again, so that is absolutely amazing news. But one thing I did want to mention about the last game for Entity, like, I didn't really believe in their draft that much last game, but Kataomi on his roaming Tiny was like, he made everything happen to the point where I'm just like, Entity, when I watch them play, their draft doesn't have to make sense because like sometimes they just play so well that they just like take you by surprise.
I mean, those are the kind of drafts where I feel like you're not going to be able to win every single game. Like, you need so many things to be perfect for you. Like the Tiny is a very good example. He has to have a very, very good game to allow that kind of momentum in the game, to allow them to take control with the silencer and the Pugna. If you think about the game, if the lanes just didn't went so well for them, the game might be totally different. You know, the SF BKB is one thing, but the lane as well.
Yeah, and
let's see what else. What is the laning stage for this game going to look like? Okay, yeah. Okay, so for this next game here, I do think Pakaz is going to have a very interesting matchup against the Darkseer here because like he will free farm for sure in this game, but the rotations from both sides. If you look at Shadow Demon, I think we underrated a bit as far as like the game goes because he can make rotations to the mid lane, right?
Yeah.
And I think Ricky, he has pretty weak rotations. Like, I mean, if DP's level 6 and you get a double blink strike with the slow, you can definitely make something happen there. But it's not going to be as strong as like just Xiaodun. I'd like to see him get an early smoke, maybe get a disruption on the DP, pop all your spells, get the Edict off, get the Pulse Nova off, and try to burst them. So we'll have to see if those rotations actually come to fruition in this game. It won't be easy for either side as they don't have natural roamers, but something we definitely have to look out for.
Yeah, like you brought up previously, the rune control. Maybe if they can't kill, but they have to secure the runes, you know, to allow either the Lash or the DP to have a very, very good game, and they might be able to influence the side lanes, you know. That could also be very helpful for the supports, because if you look at SD and Ricky, if they are able to get some extra levels from the early stages because the mid laner is roaming around, he gets a good rune, then the game is going to be very, very different for the supports.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. Then the last thing we wanted to see was probably just Whisper, right? I mean, Whisper...
I want to see Whisper.
I mean, Whisper just like... Do you think he can win that lane? That's the real question. Because like he's laning with a Ricky. I mean, he's versus NP. He's got pretty strong lane matchup here, but Ricky's not a Tiny. Like, I've seen these Enigma Tiny lanes like go extremely well because you get the toss back, but I'm not so sure this game he's really set up, as we've seen in most of his games, to just like go ham and win. Because he is playing versus the NP. He's going to be Enigma Ricky. Do they have what it takes to just like really just control that lane in this game number 2 here?
Deny creeps all day.
Yeah,
cut
deny
the wave.
creeps. I don't think they will have to cut the wave. It's just about controlling the wave in front of the tower as Enigma. I don't think you want to do that when you have Enigma.
Right.
I feel it doesn't help your lane as much as maybe compared to other offlaners. As long as the support blocks, all you need to do in that lane is you body block both the camps, the MP can't pull, and you get the wave towards your tower. Sure, you can't really totally stop the MP from last hitting, but it gives you a game. And once you have, say, maybe level 3, level 4, maybe the Ricky can come in and kill the MP if that's an opening.
Yeah, and I was having short-term memory there, like what their 5 was, but they had Disruptor. That was it. It's going to be Disruptor and NP lane.
Disruptor is not... I feel like he's not going to be that useful in this lane.
I mean, what will be more useful, though? The Disruptor or the Ricky? That's really comes down to.
Ricky. I think the Ricky is going to be more useful.
All right.
Why do Entity like Disruptor so much? Because it seems to be a hero that's specialized towards them.
Yeah.
Not really popular with the rest
He's the
of the
only
teams.
position 5 that gives you team fight plus catch. Actual catch with the glimpse. Because if you think about you think about the other position 5 heroes that has team fights, the one that comes to mind, Trian, Undying, Phoenix, and maybe Snapfire, those are the heroes that don't have any reliable catch for a team. But Disruptor's weakness is the lane. That's why they're pairing the Disruptor with NP, because NP is strong in the lane.
In some games, yeah. I mean, but ever since they added damage to Glimpse, I've seen Disruptors do surprisingly well in the laning stage. Like, if you step out of position and then you get relocated with damage on top of it, and some a hero like NP, who's now Trian blocking you, it can be devastating. So, like, I think Disruptor's a bit underrated as a hero. We don't see it enough. And, Entity did come out first in the group by playing a bunch of Disruptor. Maybe we're going to see other teams, like, pick up this hero and start playing a bit more. I do believe it is a little undervalued.
I think the one thing that especially took me by surprise is Rubik was ignored, and instead they picked up the Disruptor. And theoretically, Rubik can provide team fight, depending on the right spell stone. It provides catch with telekinesis.
Safe.
And yet still they prefer the Disruptor.
Yeah, but as a boss 5, it can be played as a 5 some games. but most 5 players, you have to have like a Rubik specialist for it.
Fantastic. It does appear that we are in the game. So why am I still talking? Instead, let's hear from Avo and Jenkins.
Tsunami. We are in a game of Dota 2 Jenkins. The game is beginning. People have not missed any action because the pause just resumed again.
That's right, my friend. It was Fishman again. We can all blame Fishman.
Oh my God, his headset again, was it?
He threw the headset at the keyboard. He was just so angry.
He was trying to hit an admin actually, but it hit the keyboard instead.
That's right.
Yeah. But it's okay now. We're in the game. Exciting game. What is your take on this game? Tell me a little bit about what you see from both teams. EG went with a completely different strategy this time.
Yeah, they did. I mean, I always like Leshrac as a mid laner. I feel like he's a great win condition for EG. Chris Luck, C-Smile has had a fantastic performance every time he's on the Leshrac. But I do like the Entity last pick Darkseer. I also think that that's going to do very well versus the Naga in lane. Tree Darkseer, Ketaomi is the guy who like invented this 4 tree, at least this season. He popularized it, so I could see them doing very well down here against the Naga.
Okay. They did get a little split earth to begin with to steal the bounty run. That's not bad. Good stuff for EG. There's one bounty run still on the map. Actually, I'm not sure where that went. Who's taking that one?
There is no.
It was denied by a tree, right? Oh no.
Fishman, Fishman.
Okay,
he's got it. Oh, another pause coming out. Oh, now it's our time to fill. All right.
Awesome, exciting.
All right. I was jealous.
Yes.
They got to fill. Let me tell you about Moby Dick. All right.
It's a great classical work.
There's this captain, and he really wants to kill this shark.
Sure.
Oh shit, that's Jaws.
No.
I think I was doing Jaws.
No. It's a whale. It's a whale, Moby Dick. You know, people say we go on these tangents too much, right? So maybe we talk about just Dota right now.
Okay.
In fact, it's unpausing. See, once I stopped you on your tangent, we can finally unpause the game.
It's been our fault this entire time.
You go so wild on these games.
All of the production issues have been us.
Who is going to go wild this game? Who do you expect is going to pop off? Who's the main win conditions here?
Well, you know what? I'm actually very happy to see an Enigma not against a silencer for once. I feel like it's the most impossible Enigma game in every single game. Whisper is gold tier Enigma, and I feel like I don't see him playing it. He's mostly Timbersaw, which was first banned. So he can pop off this game, but yeah, I'm looking at the Darkseer. I feel like this is a pretty free Darkseer game. It's insane against Naga too. Like you get an illusion to this hero and it just shreds.
Yeah, but do you think the fact that the Darkseers these days, they concentrate normal punch as well, and it's all about, I mean, it's just using the enemy carry against them. It makes the Naga much, much stronger, I bet.
Yeah, that's true. The thing is, though, like, Leshrac is never going to care about illusions or about his own illusion. Like, this is same with Enigma. Like, these are not cores that Darkseer is good against, but it is good against the Naga, and he's got a good lane, and it was last pick, so we'll see how it goes. His lane is not going that well so far, but that's because it's Darkseer. His laning sucks ass early, and
that's true.
That's why you cut waves.
Even with the Trim Protector, you don't think that makes up for it at all, huh?
No.
As in the top lane, they got Whisper, by the way. Matthew still trying to get the counter kill here with the Adelon's help, and Fishman will die to this, but the first blood still went the way of Watson. Again, guys, the first blood, I think you have to cheer for. That's the big one. That's the big kill. Watson just got the first blood for the carry. NP's going to go crazy.
He did,
Watson's also the only NP I've still seen that sometimes gets Midas, by the way. I don't know if you've noticed this.
I mean, I've seen a lot of Midases in pubs and in Div 2, but yeah, in terms of
like competitive, actually
competitive, yeah.
Right, yes.
There's not that much.
Because most people think it's a grief because they think Maelstrom does the same thing.
Yeah,
right?
I mean, I kind of agree. It's like if you're really confident about being that like late game 1v5 farmer guy, then yeah, you can have 6 items when the enemy carry has 4.
Right.
Nice little vacuum back, but no trees to play around for Kataomi, so...
But in the top lane, Fishman will die as Matthew gets the kill. El Gotito strikes again.
Yeah.
And even gets glimpsed back. He's like, thank you. I'm going to go back home.
Honestly, like...
Oh, he gets tipped. That's a really late tip, Whisper. That's not...
Ricky,
gotta be quicker.
You do have to be quicker, yeah. Especially with Matthew. He is known to... As a Walter White, he's known to, freak out on people. I don't know where I'm going with this. Anyway, Ricky doing...
He's always cooking something.
Yeah, there you go. Thanks for the save. But Ricky doing well in lane this is not really supposed to happen. This hero's played for the 15-minute timing, obviously. As the dive comes out...
Right. The path is interesting about Bakaz. He actually kind of confused Rim Protector because he thought, why is he going into the trees?
Right.
But it worked somehow. Disruption's there to save him.
It did work. I mean, Naga Siren, 330 move speed hero.
It's true. She is also, I like to always mention, is very lean. She has the smallest width in Dota.
Her hitbox,
as they go for Panda, they kill him with a bunch of punches. Panda has to suffer because he is not as lean as the Naga.
I think if you're Darkseer and you're getting kills and CSing like even remotely decently in the first 3 minutes, you're pretty damn happy. I mean, they did last pick it, obviously, but even in that case, like this hero has some pretty weak early game laning. As you mentioned, the tree definitely helps out.
Yeah.
But Toby is just loving life right now.
Yeah, that's true.
He almost has mana boots, dude. When he gets those, like they're just going to keep spamming down here.
So the build on Darkseer these days, you still go for the Greaves first, right? Like use auras. How much do you deviate into auras this game? Do you also pipe this game to deal with the Lesh?
Oh, you for sure pipe.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, that's the Lesh counter, right? That's what we saw with Tundra winning TI. Like that's how they won TI, is the
Sure.
Mage Slayer plus the pipe versus Lesh. Could they get a Mage Slayer? Yeah, they probably will on Watson, to be honest. Because
you think so? Oh,
because he can build it into an eventual Bloodthorn. Scotty also works out, you know, third item, fourth item. Like, eventually they need it. Whisper, he had one Tango left, luckily.
Yeah. Now he might consider buying maybe a Quelling Blade for those sprouts.
Oh, yeah.
Or Ricky actually just has it on his own inventory. He's a good enough support. We'll see. He can always Blink Strike into the sprout and then, you know, Quelling Blade.
Right, that is true. That is true.
That's the real play.
Just carry 6 Tangos around at all times.
I mean, it is one of the issues of playing range supports or range heroes in general against the MP, right? You want a Quelling Blade even in the late game against a Sprout Leech talent, but you hate that.
Yeah, it feels really bad. I mean, 4 staff is the play. Like, I could see Whisper even picking it up, to be honest.
Have you ever seen how some Enigmas, or in late game, some of these initiators are starting to buy Quelling so they can get into the trees in certain positions? So they can be very precise about this.
No, I've not seen that, but
really?
I'm a huge Quelling Blade fan.
Yeah, I've seen Banes do this a lot. Obviously, supports is more common.
It's so good. It's so good, dude. You just come at these angles that nobody expects because, like, who the hell is a Quelling Blade?
At 20 minutes in, yeah.
Dude, it's so cheap now.
Yeah.
Of course it's fine.
And
like,
they keep it in their backpack because, like, why have it in your inventory?
It's 2 branches. It's worth 2 branches, pretty much. Like, come on, it's worth it.
There's the Tangle. Whisper just in case he gets sprouted.
Yeah, of course.
Ricky's getting him covered.
Yep.
We didn't talk much about this this mid matchup. C-Smile has had an incredible performance in Leshrac this whole tournament. This is definitely a comfort pick for him. How do you think this matches up against DP for Stormstormer?
Oh, man, that is a weird matchup because I feel like whichever one is more ahead kills the other in the fight, right? It's like an ahead Leshrac with like Bloodstone will just like shred through a DP and heal. But a DP who has like level 12 or level 2 in the Exorcism or something might kill a Lesh in the fight. It's super volatile is what I'm saying, depending on who has more items and levels.
Okay. I mean, that can be said for a lot of mid matchups, right? What's the big power spikes? You can tell me the ones that you were looking for.
Yeah,
here.
It's like, okay, so, you know, obviously DP, once she gets the BKB, she's going to be fine against Lesh.
In the top lane, that's a lot of damage for Whisper.
He should
MP
be
keeps
dead.
hitting him. He's down.
That's kind of what I expect. I mean, that lane, it's 2 ranged heroes. You've got all the Treants versus the Eidolons. Ricky's not really that great at laning. So that's to be expected, as Matthew actually snipes a D-ward.
So how do they deal with this? Because Darkseer is the aura carry, he's the Enigma of the other team, right? And he's going to get a really good lane.
Yeah, that is true. They're going to have an early Greaves timing that they can definitely fight around. And Nature's Prophet, obviously, this is a hero that loves to run at towers as a carry.
Right.
Naga's not going to get active like that. Death Prophet also, I mean, this is like the fastest pushing mid laner other than Pugna, which also Entity picked at mid lane last game. So yeah, I would expect Entity to take a lot of towers down pretty quickly this game with how it's going. Nice zoning here, even if they don't kill him.
Panda, okay, there's the Iron Shell. Slowly destroying Panda. Now the body blocks. Panda is really, he's dying so slowly, Jenkins, but he is going to eventually die.
Yeah, that's not a great way
You
to
can
go
feel
down.
the pain in the mid lane, similar amount of pain. C-Smile's down, and she's ahead. The DP, can you even you as the Exo to take a little bit of the tower? Matthew's here to tank the spirits. He has high armor early on.
That was a really nice rotation from Fishman, just recognizing the strength of the glimpse back into all of DP spells, which do more damage to you the closer you are.
Of course, because the ghosts, they take less time.
Yeah, the ghosts have a movement speed, and they have to run back to DP before they go out again, and so the closer they are to her, the less they have to move. And also, obviously, Spirit Siphon, if you run away from it, it stops ticking on you. So, yeah, the pairing of the Disruptor and the DP is actually a very strong pairing, even though Disruptor is not that great of a ganker otherwise until he gets like his ult.
I mean, the idea of a zone out, right, and the fact that Disruptor tends to be able to decide if you want to keep on fighting all the time between Glimpse and Connect
Yeah,
Field.
that is true. It's like you could just not Glimpse if you don't want to fight, right?
Exactly, right.
Yeah.
And you close him in an area, you can get that combo with Silence. It's quite useful early.
I like the way SVG said it at one point. He said, like, a Disruptor anchors a fight.
Right,
He says,
I like
we're
that.
going to fight right here. And heroes like DP that have this ult that people just disengage from, you want the fight to be anchored.
Yeah.
So Disruptor DP makes a lot of sense.
It also does make heroes with save, like for example a Shadow Demon Disruption, not feel as impactful.
Yeah, because you're honestly just set up at that point.
Right. Because you can of course glimpse someone, but Disruption you have to do it in middle Static Storm, you have to do it in middle Kinetic Field, and you'll still come out and receive damage from the DP.
Yep, you will. Yep.
We'll see though what EG's timing is looking like, because with a Ricky, don't you usually play for the 15-minute mark regardless?
Yeah, you have to. I mean, yeah, like we saw Ricky game earlier, and I was saying in the green room, like I never expect this hero to do that well. Early game, Whisper getting caught out.
Well, it's one call. I may know it.
Is he the one?
Wrath of Nature. Oh, he got body blocked. He got body blocked by the trains. Whisper's gonna die here.
Okay, that's a lot of summons. That little lantern right there was the bane of his existence.
Yeah, that little ant killed by such a small light.
It's very pathetic.
Yeah.
Not a good way to go.
No, the crowd didn't even comment on that.
They did not. That light is going to be removed in the next patch.
The fact that I can hear you right now is crazy.
It's great.
How the crowd is going.
Yeah, it is crazy.
Yeah, the silence is deafening here, but we'll see. Their timing is not this yet. Entity's looking really good in this early game, however, and they have scouted out this TP from Panda. There's a disruption.
This is a big
Matthew,
rotation.
smoke screen. That's going to help a little bit of the damage from the Lush Strike as well, piling onto the Stream Protector. He has a fair amount of healing, and they'll commit to him. They'll get the kill there, but Exorcism has been out, and now C-Smoke has to get away, but anchoring the fight is the glimpse. Bringing him back, no chance. It's a 5 for a mid laner.
Yeah, and arguably most importantly, I mean, Stormstorm, he's still got a little bit of his ult left. They're going to look to pressure. Whisper's there, so it's a little bit weird. Like, you don't want to get black-holed here. They're going to go for it.
Okay, they do catch the DP for now, but Kinetic Field makes it difficult for them to fight this. And now Matthew, he has to use Trickster trade at the right moment. He's still stuck, and he's going to die. Entity can now take a free tower in this mid lane, and EG look helpless in this early game.
Even Toby shows up to secure it. I like that, but man, like DP, one of the most annoying things about her right now is it feels like it's such a hard decision. Do we go on her? Do we not go on her? Because the Spirit Siphon is so powerful at this point in the game. When it was percentage damage, yes, she scaled better hypothetically, right? But because it's not percentage damage right now, it does so much healing that no hero can deal with without a Spirit Vessel. Good luck getting that item. It's dead, right? So you have to decide, do we go on her? Do we not go on her? She's pushing her tower, so we want to go on her. And it's almost always wrong.
Naga. Now stuck in the trees, Overgrowth will make sure she can't go anywhere. Kinetic Field, if she had any chance of escaping, was on the song, but she doesn't have it leveled up just yet.
I clicked on him a bit late there. He did have illusions up. I mean, I imagine it was just barely on cooldown. Yeah. Really good on Entity to like time that and to know that it's a 25-second cool. Like even knowing that's like, okay, probably it's level 4 on illusions for farming. It's a 25-second cooldown. It's likely on cooldown. Otherwise, you don't ult there on Treant, right? Because otherwise she just illusions and gets out.
Right, of course. Well, they knew it. Also, the setting up Kinetic Field afterwards to punish that. Now Static Storm in the top lane. Matthew's here to help. Disruption as well. This will stop this fight for now. Really well-timed Disruption at the edge of the Static Storm and the Kinetic Field. And that's where the Disruption comes into play, right? Especially early game is particularly useful against Disruptor.
I think that was a good call from Stormstormer there. He says get back. Like, you press some spells, and then enemy team reveals that there's just a ton of heroes there protecting and baiting this. Like, don't play into their hand. It looks like they might even... They may give away the top tower. It's hard to make the call because there's a Treant in this game, so I don't know. Maybe they throw Fishman up here, get some levels, and maybe he dies, whatever. Katomi, he's going deep.
As a player yourself, don't you think it's very frustrating to play against a team that's so willing to do the back call? Like they don't overcommit any time for these mistakes?
It is frustrating, and I mean, this is the time when you would expect those mistakes to happen on a major when people are playing in front of a crowd.
That it doesn't even like you as much as the others.
Yeah, I mean, it seems to not be affecting them at all, which I think probably goes back to Arlington when Entity played the 100 and whatever minute game, like longest game in the history of Dota or something like that.
Right.
Or
and
history
of well.
Majors, yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of frustrating if you're EG right now, of course, but if you're Entity, it's going swimmingly for you. They're soon going to get this Darkseer timing.
7K gold lead at 12 minutes.
It's brutal.
That is really high. Like, that's like S-tier level shellacking that's happening. Yeah. I hate to bring it back. Oh, there's the hole.
I mean, okay, they had to use a black hole for something. Now they're going to support with it. It's a kill they needed, but it's not a kill that's what they wanted ideally.
Yeah, oh, top lane. Okay, Fishman dies to Pakaz.
Yeah, and even the committed Static Storm, though, Pakaz might die as a result. They used the wall here, and since he's still silenced,
okay, that's worth it.
Once again, he's dead.
Yeah, that's worth it.
I feel like if Pakaz wants to go for these skills, shouldn't he skill the song? I mean, he would have died anyway there, but like, it gives you more options.
It does, yeah. I mean, it gives you an idea of like his sense of desperation. Like he really needs somewhere to farm, and it feels like there's nowhere because he's got a Lesh mid. I mean, this is why a lot of people don't like to pick Lesh right now, because a lot of the carries want to take like the entire map in terms of farm, especially a Naga Siren.
Right.
Like C-Smile, he needs his Bloodstone, and he's close to it, so maybe that's a death that Pakaz needed to have to give space to C-Smile to have the next team fight go swimmingly for him, but we'll see. He's up against a 7K gold lead at 12 minutes. Like I said, that's not very common in this patch, even though it is a very lane-centric patch.
How important is it for you to have the gold lead if you are playing something like these Bloodstone heroes? It's all about surviving damage. Can it overwhelm you if you don't have the gold lead? Particularly by this much?
Oh yeah, definitely. Like it's just basic math. Like they have higher levels in their spells, and your healing doesn't out-heal their burst.
Right.
Also, people have like cloaks, people have hoods, and so you're doing less damage to them and healing less. As Katomi taking a lot of damage. He's dead.
But here comes the counter nation from Fishman. I think he's really fast, Fishman. And know where Matthew is, more or less. Stormstormer joins as well. Signs for the Enigma immediately. They don't have the black hole, so he's going to TP away. But no chance. The glimpse cancels the TP, and he goes down. Whisper's out. And look, Matthew wants to avenge his dead teammate. He at least gets the kill on the enemy support. Matthew playing around with vision, but they saw him the whole time. Did a sentry drop.
I respect that. I respect that. Just take Fishman out before you go.
Yeah, of course.
That's definitely worth it for Matthew. However, Fishman holding the glimpse for the more important target, which is Whisper, I think was a good call there. He could have very easily glimpsed Matthew and gotten a kill on him earlier, but he was picking and choosing his fights, like you said, and you can also pick and choose your targets. If you're this far ahead, it's like you don't want to just kill the worthless support. But Matthew, he gets the kill on the way out. That's a good way to go.
It's a little morale boost as well. Like, I got him, guys.
Yeah.
We've killed the 2 supports a couple of times now.
And it's Fishman, too. Everybody wants to kill Fishman.
He has beef with a lot of people.
He's got a lot of beef out there.
Good lad, though.
Yeah, he's a funny lad. He's a great guy. Yeah, he's a great guy.
Okay. We're nearing, we're at the 50-minute mark, and we do have Shard on Ricky. What does this change now, Jenkins? Do they have any combo with it? I see the Split Earth. That's not very impressive.
It's, from what I can see, it's the Split Earth. Like here,
that's there we go. That was unimpressive. That was very unimpressive. In fact,
he's dead. He's going to go down for that.
But he showed off his Sleeping Dart.
He did. They know that he has it now. They know he's farmed 1,400 gold.
Wow, which is a lot of information.
It's good information to know.
Yeah.
So yeah, Toby commits the wall to that because I don't think...
Oh no, Pakaz still no sleep. He has Manta this time though, so he can at least divide the damage a little bit. He's not going to. He's holding on to it until he gets into the high ground. Hopefully to surprise him, maybe just deny himself. He didn't.
Okay, and on the Ancient stack too, so... Stormstormer's going to get that. I think he didn't want to use it because he's worried about the tree, who has the Ag Shard.
Oh, right. Okay, that makes sense.
But T-Smile, he's got the Bloodstone.
Yes, he does, but he can't tank enough. The damage is way too high. T-Smile disintegrates.
He wanted to fight that because he had the Bloodstone, but Katomi was right on him, man. He knew it. They pinged it. They're like...
Panda, they're faltering, man. They're just all feeding one by one. Choo-choo! It's it. It's the train feed.
That was such a value DP ulti.
It was.
Like, first, they kill the carry solo, and then the Ancient stack because they just happen to be there. And then C-Smile walks in. He thinks he's safe. He's got his Bloodstone. Katomi's already there, sets up on him. And then, obviously, Panda's going to go in and try to save his team.
Yeah, he has to. He's in his contract.
Right.
It is true, though, as well. I was telling you, right? If you go BKB there, you actually have a chance to turn things around. Yeah. Not that he should, but with Bloodstone builders, it's just about you being ahead. If you're not, it feels very unimpactful.
That is right. That is right. They almost have a pipe. They have Greaves.
Oh, they mean they as entity in this case?
They as an entity, yes,
right.
Of course.
Because Enigma is full poverty mode right now.
Yeah,
he has mechanism.
He's poverty mode. He is going for a pipe next, though, instead of the full Greaves.
Okay.
Lots of magical damage on the enemy team. Even Nature's Prophet does magic damage because he has the Gleipnir. So, and by the way, he did go for the Hand of Midas on Watson as Matthew.
He's been silenced. Matthew, he's not going to go down for now thanks to Disruption, and C-Smile gets in. Into Static Storm, Matthew might actually save him. Nope, never mind. Glimpse back, into Static Storm he goes, into Kinetic Field. He's down. At least Matthew is capable of making it alive, but that's not a trade you want to take. 4 for mid. You'd rather sacrifice for 4.
Yeah, and they can keep pushing. They don't even need the DP ulti.
Nope.
He's got a Blink Dagger, by the way, on Stormstormer. Yeah, he's there.
Okay, he once again is holding on to the Manta. There, he uses it. Enough to get the song off. Does he have a TP? He just got it. I don't know if that's going to be fast enough. One more second. Nope, yep, it was fun.
Yeah, he's good.
It was fun.
Yeah, there was nothing else to... the Gleipnir from the low ground, I respect it from Watson, but it wasn't on the TP, I think he was going for okay, I'm going to try to hold him in place for long enough that the song ends and then my team can cancel the TP.
Right.
But it didn't happen, yeah. So, yeah, great for Pakaz there.
As great as this game can be.
Get, yeah, kill on Fishman, it's a morale boost. His team, you know, gave him some tips there, so that's good.
Yeah, it shows that their morale is still high. Unfortunately, they need the net worth to be high, not their morale.
I see Toby, by the way, drawing the little circle on the map. That is where EG is farming. It is 2 camps, and Roshan is not spawning for at least 6 minutes.
Right.
So it is not a great place to be, as we see, because yep, that camp has already been farmed, my dude.
Yep.
And you might die because you went up to farm it.
Oh no, Naga. She already used her mirror image. They have the Manta style at least. So that dispels the overgrowth, but they glimpse her back, and she has nothing to do with it. Black hole now. We need to counter initiative, but it's cancelled immediately. The Enigma didn't do enough. They're fighting in the backline, trying to kill Stormer, and he will finally fall thanks to C-Smile. That's a godlike streak for him. He's keeping up with Watson right now, going close to him, hoping to kill him off, and he will get the Aegis down. The reset, though, is a little bit difficult. Can they get a splitter arc off? Yes, they do. And now Watson's stuck in a bad position. C-Smile, he's still alive. This man, he finally dies, but not before sacrificing himself for 3 cores. A small glimpse of hope here for EG. They finally get one team fight all off the back of our lovely C-Smile.
It turns out when Fishman's not the first one to die, it goes horribly for Entity.
Fishman has to die, Jenkins.
EG has realized they just need to not focus Fishman. I mean, C-Smile, he just recognized a good opportunity to go in there. And Stormstormer, he kind of overcommitted with the Blink Dagger. He thought he was a lot stronger than he was. He didn't get, there was a few Spirit Siphons that he had left. I think he had 2, and he did not get them off on anybody.
Fishman? No. He did get rooted in base.
Yeah, nice try. That was the longest net I've ever seen.
The overgrowth is also like, they were confident enough. They thought, we can just overgrowth to catch him. And they punished that, as we can see here, right? No overgrowth, the team fight doesn't seem as good.
Pakaz, by the way, he's got a Mage Slayer, which is what let him walk in and be actually tanky in that fight. And I mean, it's a ton of magic damage that he's up against. Even the Nature's Prophet, he can trade 1v1 with the Mage Slayer. So it's being applied here, which lets C-Smile survive.
You're actually very right about the Blink there, Stormstormer, because it cut the fight, and it also allowed Pakaz to hunt down the backlines.
Yeah, it definitely split up the backline, and ironically, Fishman, which is one of the backliners, didn't go down. They're like, well, you're useless. You already used your ult. We won't kill you. So good target priority from EG as well, realizing they could kill the more important heroes there.
Yeah, Fishman cannot deal with a fish woman particularly.
No, he can't. That would be a mermaid.
And siren.
Right.
Different things.
Oh, my bad.
Different mythologies.
Right.
Don't get them
sorry,
confused.
I mixed up my mythologies
yeah,
there.
There's different species.
Yeah.
As we look at the dwarf species down bottom, as the Darkseer, he's trying to cut lanes. He has Pipe and Greaves now, so the team fights should still be really in their favor. This is not enough for AG to come back.
Yeah, he's looking for the Blink Dagger now so that he can, get in there with Stormstormer and actually get a Naga illusion. It's kind of hard to get one right now. You have to get lucky and have the Naga run into you. But they're very tanky. Matthew, being annoying.
What is he doing? Oh, he's just sapping experience. He is, I guess.
He put a ward down. He got a nice little ward. He's going to snipe some couriers now. I like that he didn't try to snipe couriers on that ward, by the way. He's not revealing it.
Right. What's the use of a deep ward when you're this far behind?
I mean, it gives your carry, like Pakaz, for example, can go put his body there and then send the Naga illusions to cut waves. So that is very important as he takes down a courier.
Yeah,
very nice
cruelty.
from Matthew. Very nice from Matthew. The only thing that a Ricky can do aside from, darting people.
And setting down wards, I mean, it's good.
Yeah, he's actually having quite the impact. I mean, Ricky having impact, of course. But aside from the sleeping dart, he's doing some good stuff here.
It's actually Panda who's a little bit struggling to find his role this game.
Yep. Fishman, by the way, bought a gem. He's pissed off. The Ricky's been annoying him a little bit too much.
And this means that if he stays alive in the team fight, he's actually useful this time.
Yep. Ooh, C-Smile has the full BKB now.
And the Arcane Rune.
This could be big.
This could be, but they have to find enemies, and that deep board helps. They can sort of tell where the enemy team is, but not quite.
If they see somebody who's not Watson there, it's really good for them to go take a fight, because there's not going to be the TBs that come in time.
Why not Watson?
Yeah, because he's Nature's Prophet.
He's tanky enough. He can survive through it.
No, I mean, you want to see Watson somewhere. You want to see Watson on the ward. I'm saying if somebody's on the ward, you can kill somebody elsewhere.
Oh, okay, I understand.
You can definitely gank somebody on the ward, but you don't know who is around in the area that can help out.
Right, that makes sense. Sleeping Dart with a smoke screen. We have a Split Earth as well. Activated the pipe in time, though, but
he's very tanky.
He kind of wants to commit to this. He's realizing he might have overcommitted. Activated the Watson already. Then storming to the vacuum with a wall replica. C-Smile activates BKB, trying to get away. For now, Matthew's already dead, and the overgrowth cut C-Smile. He's stuck. Look at Stormstormer routing the supports. Panda can no longer be saved. He's down for the count. That's 3 deaths. And Entity recovered quite nicely there.
Yeah,
I mean, not really recovered. They continued their onslaught.
Yeah, right. There was a little bit of a glimpse of hope there for EG. But, you know.
It flickered away.
It flickered away.
Like the lamp that killed Whisper.
No, it's still there and very powerful, just FYI.
Oh, okay,
But
sorry.
that's, you know, the BKB timing from C-Smile, you know, I hyped it up like it's important, and it is, obviously. Of course it is. But you're playing into a Treant Protector. He just waited for C-Smile to come with the BKB, and he pressed it. He pressed the overgrowth. Like,
oh, Pakas, he got seen. Kinetic field to give vision. Song immediately. Pakas has a TP. Should be good.
Yeah, he's fine.
Oh, that's a really long TP, though. That's a really long TP.
There was a few people that TP'd to that tower first. That could have been risky.
Yeah.
Actually, Watson could have TP'd in and Gleipnired him from far away, maybe.
Can you imagine, like, you're the Naga, and every time you TP, you have to go, what tower, guys? What tower?
Oh,
Which one are you guys using right now?
Yeah. It didn't help that EG lost the previous fight, so they were all like, oh, we need to get the hell out of here. Obviously, Whisper didn't TP to the fountain, because he doesn't do that. He wants to farm. He TP'd to that tower. I think it was Whisper's fault that almost went not so good.
Blame Whisper, okay.
Yeah, always blame Whisper. If you're Bakaz, it's blame Panda first, but if you can't blame Panda, then blame Whisper.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I just saw him slap him. Yeah, that's pretty brutal.
Matthew's the captain, so you can't blame him.
Right, because he decides who stays on the team.
That's exactly right. He owns the slot.
This is not like Forge Studio.
No,
it goes a little bit above
a dominance hierarchy. Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to gloss over that as Entity. What is their next move here? How do they continue this dominance against EG?
Waiting for the next Roshan that may respawn in 3 seconds.
Oh, it's actually EG who's going to make the move. This smoke.
32 seconds. It's a really early Roche. So everybody in this game is now, okay, wards around Roche, play around Roche. Don't go bottom. Bottom lane is completely dead. That's the wilderness. Nobody go there.
Sure. I mean, they are.
As they go there.
Yeah. But they don't have Song either, which means they don't have to disengage. They have Black Hole and a smoke-on-smoke action. Last time Entity, though, had great positioning on their smokes. They're thinking of a wraparound, but it's going to be Kataomi who scouts first.
Whisper's got the blink here. If C-Smile baits out the overgrowth with his BKB, they could actually get a big Black Hole here.
Now you see, this is the bachata smoke where you go one side, you go to the other, you don't actually move anywhere.
Yeah, that did not accomplish much. They did not get any wards down. I mean, you know, this is actually one of the... When I briefly played with Howie on Arkosh, one thing he said that Tier 2 differs from Tier 1 is that Tier 2 teams, if they smoke, they have to get something out of it.
Right.
Tier 1 teams learn when to not go, to be patient, and to call off smokes. It's boring because it's more fun to see the crazy team fights, but it does make a very high-skilled team to be like, okay, we looked for an opportunity, it didn't present itself, we're not going to force some dumb shit right now. Because they're still totally in this if they get a big Black Hole.
Surpassing the sunk cost fallacy, right?
That's right, that's right.
Meanwhile, Entity will just continue to widen that gap, but
yeah,
the map control has not gone too much in their favor, like recently, right? They haven't been able to take any towers, they've just kind of continued to farm. They're waiting for Roche, like you said, that's the next objective, and they can't quite sneak it.
No.
They have to get the kill first, so that Black Hole is too dangerous.
Yeah, I don't think it's wise to try to sneak it. I'm not sure if they've seen the Blink Dagger.
Did we lie? Did we just lie? Entity?
I mean, it depends who they see.
Okay, they're gonna try
They're gonna fully commit for it. Okay, well, I don't think they've seen the Blink Dagger from Whisper. I think he's been hiding it, other than this ward that's scouting him.
Let's see if EG can scout them in time. It's true that they're lacking map control right now, and this Roche is falling pretty slowly. Matthews committed on Courier lives first. They just saw the Courier die, and they will end up taking the Roche. It doesn't seem like EG is actually interested in fighting this at all, even though they're close by.
Pakaz was there. He wanted to Song and try to do some shenanigans, but just not quite there in time. They were trying to farm the other side of the map. EG smoked. I wonder if they're actually going to do something from this, or if they're just going to back off again. They are. They're actually going in after the
Interesting,
Aegis.
yeah. Okay, they're going to kill Fishman. This did not work out last time, but let's see. Bloodstone already got activated, and now the Static Storm from Fishman. This does not seem like a good fight. At least they can kill Fishman, maybe. BKB already activated and C-Smile. They are deterred from their aggression. Fishman's dead, but Overgrowth got used. They still hold on to the Black Hole. Whisper's going low, though. Disruption to keep him back into the fight. Too many BKB. Song is not impactful, but he blinks just in time. Whisper's safe. He TPs. The Songless Siren allowed them to survive this, and they didn't force the buyback from Fishman.
Panda's going to go down.
No, Panda's fine. He wants to die. This is where he feels comfortable. Yeah, you'll go to sleep, Panda.
Lucky,
it's okay.
Lucky Gleipnir proc. I mean, buyback from Fishman, it doesn't really matter that much. Like EG, that looked like it could maybe go their way. Whisper got caught out by Katomi on the with the overgrowth. Like, not only did Katomi get C-Smile, he's being so annoying. He's got a lot of wards back here too, by the way. So
Matthew had actually probably, if we had a heat map, we can probably see Matthew being in that side of the map.
He's got nothing else to do. I mean.
I mean, it's gold for his teammate.
This is his life now. Yeah, he's farming technically by doing this.
He's farming for his team.
Yeah,
he's truly a real support.
Well, I mean, EG doesn't have that much of the map to farm, so this is what they need.
I mean, this is actually meaningful. That 80 gold the couriers provide.
It is
non-trivial.
But speaking of meaningful, Katomi he's one of the few guys that makes Treant look not boring. Like he's really good at playing this hero, always setting up, which we saw in like the early mid game. He's not really doing it that much now because all he needs to do is survive and press the overgrowth in the team fight when the BKBs come out. I like that he's taunting too.
I think you do that when you kill a courier automatically.
I see. Okay, because he wouldn't be taunting.
No, he doesn't want to taunt here. He got glimpsed back. He knows he's got to die, but that's 80 more gold for the team. You know, little by little.
Yeah, but you know when it's a Nature's Prophet globally TPing to get you, it doesn't matter that much. Ooh, Stormstormer.
Oh, he just left a present for Panda. He's like, okay,
He
don't
did,
mind
yeah.
if I do. Psychic Headband.
I think that's the right move. I think to just leave it. He's got the gem. He's totally a lone bot.
Okay, fair enough, I suppose. The Psychic Headband's pretty huge for the
dude. This is a pretty big bluff from him. Like there is actually nobody behind him. Well, now there is.
Yeah, you forgot about the Nature's
Global.
Global.
Yeah, that helps.
Yep. And that tower's gonna fall now. Oh, they're fighting. Okay, they're having an illusion fight.
Fighting illusions. Yeah.
Illusion fight.
Well, the normal punches, you know, coming in handy here. He's almost winning the illusion fight on Toby. It's still raging on.
I mean, Whisper's doing the same thing as with the Broodmother for game 1, right? He's decided this is his part of the map.
But this is, I mean, it's like, it's not what you want. It's like what
Obviously.
it's what you do when you're behind, because like there's not really a great split push hero in Dota right now that actually threatens the like tier 3s like old Lycan used to, or like Beastmaster's probably the best one, but Brood and Enigma are just, I don't know. They're a little pathetic. It's more about pushing the lane and people having to come deal with it, but you're dealing with a Nature's Prophet on the enemy team who can very easily push it out.
It does feel like the Eidolons on the Enigma they just feel really pathetic. Because at least Brood Spiralings give vision, but Eidolons giving vision is like...
Yeah, you're farming, that's about it. Like he's pushing the lane out so he can farm.
Okay, I don't know, Whistler in the smoke maybe, I'm not really sure, but they're gonna go for Whisper here. Whisper in the trees. Yeah, they can catch him with the overgrowth perhaps, but Whisper, he's managing to avoid them for now. He'll actually TP. He even surprised our observer there.
Did they just know from the whistling? I mean, I don't think I've ever seen that.
No, I don't think. Well, you know what? I'm just not going to comment.
I've heard their double noise cancel. I'm sure it's
we
fun.
do actually. They actually have white noise as well.
Yeah.
Apparently. I'm not sure. I'm not a sound engineer, and I don't think we have one. So I think
they're hallucinating in there because of the heat anyway. So it wouldn't matter either way.
Shiva's from Stormstormer just to push out the waves.
Yeah, he's
farming. He's farming. He's chilling.
He's chilling.
They're a little bit frustrated about that.
He doesn't have a Aghanim Shard on Stormstormer just yet. This is when you know a DP game is going really, really well, when you don't need to buy it. You can just go for like tanky items. You're already doing enough damage. You already feel like you're healing enough. Like, honestly, the best thing about it is getting another Spirit Siphon. That's probably the best thing about getting this Aghanim Shard on DP.
You don't think the Fear is that important?
The Fear is good, but I'm just saying, like, I think the extra Siphon is underrated.
I think when you blink, the fact that the Fear doesn't actually work the same way for all heroes, right?
Yeah.
With like the Dark Willow, you Fear away from base.
Right. DP, it's away from her, right?
Exactly.
So you get a blink and you can fear people towards your team.
Exactly. That seems amazing.
Yeah, it is good. It is.
I mean, it's not immediate, right? You have to like, wait for like a couple seconds.
Well, thankfully, she's an incredibly fast hero, so it's pretty easy for her to blink and stay on top of you.
Sure.
But yeah, they're continuing this split pushing that you're alluding to, Tob. I almost don't want to call it split pushing. It's more like they're like split farming. Like they're just, jungling as much as they can up here, trying to stay in the game, biding their time for the next team fight.
You open up the map a little bit for your team.
Yeah,
Master can snipe more couriers, which is apparently his only purpose in
life. It's his fetish in this game. And honestly, Pakaz just getting illusions out is really important.
Oh, he went for a Blink Dagger. Now he can snipe him more efficiently.
That is so stupid, the Blink Dagger. That's how you know he's like playing to just absolutely split the map.
Yeah.
Because he doesn't have a Lotus, because he's like, if I go into, or an Aether Lens, because like if I go into a fight, I'm just going to die anyway. So I'm just going to get a Blink so I can blink away from them when they come kill me. Try to kill me after I'm sniping couriers, or blink away from just like a generic gank as well.
I will say though, after these two matches, EG feels a little bit like the Punisher right now. Their capacity to feel pain is like through the roof. They're just masochists in both games, just holding on for dear life.
I've not seen the Punisher. Does he feel pain?
No, he has like a really high, his only superpower is a high pain tolerance.
His tolerance tolerance for pain
It's
aside.
incredible.
Okay. Yeah. No, they're getting their ass beat for sure. You are right about that. Entity is really taking it to them this game.
And because Entity makes little mistakes, it feels like a very...
Entity is not fucking around in this game, dude. They are not making mistakes in this series, which is, for a team that was known for going balls to the wall, like, they're very safe. They're taking their sweet time with this, but I honestly agree with that. I think in this patch, we've seen so many throws going high ground unless you have a Lina on your team. And, of course, thank goodness that hero was banned out this game. For both sides and for the audience.
Yep. For the audience especially, I would say.
Yeah.
I think she was, in the group stages, her win rate wasn't that great, but of course, there's a lot of teams. There we go, Courier Snipe. That's what the Blink Dagger's for, Jenkins. And ETP,
He's
he learned.
TPing right out.
He learned. Watson is in shock.
Yeah.
He doesn't understand what's happening around him. Bunch of animals are being killed by this satyr thing.
It was like an invisible guy running around. You have the power of invisibility and he's killing fucking animals. Like, what a superpower. Imagine being able to teleport. He's like,
he can teleport. He can actually blink multiple times.
Yeah, you can.
He has a magical smoke. Oh my god, they really want to... This is PETA Squad right here. Look at this. It's all in defense of the animals. Disruption might actually save him. And this satyr, he's glimpsed back, he's tricks the trade. Matthew's not dead yet. One more blink, he's alive. Today, Jenkins, we eat steak.
Yeah, for a couple of minutes we'll eat steak. We'll also have some copium as well. I mean,
look, that is not a point that matters that much, but the frustration that Entity feels.
Yeah, sure. It's a mental win. It's a mental win. It is right in front of the EG base, so I think if Matthew dies, he doesn't have buyback. It actually would matter.
Yeah, it's huge.
Like they could genuinely go high ground from that.
Okay,
Ricky,
yeah, sure. I see what you mean.
Like, Ricky has no items, but that's how Ricky functions, is he has no items, and he's still the most important hero on the enemy team to kill. That's just what you have to deal with when this little satyr's on the enemy team. So killing him would have definitely been worth it there.
Okay, I take it back because I remember Sheeple was also commenting on the fact that the way to deal with Ricky is just balls to the wall Ricky.
You all in, you use Treant ult, you use Disruptor ult.
Yeah.
Like that, because if you don't do that, he'll make you regret it.
Yeah. He doesn't feel like a 4 hero in that sense.
I swear to God, anybody that's out there like armchair, like you shouldn't use all your spells on Ricky. You haven't played against Ricky. You've not played.
Against Matthew Ricky especially.
Well, yeah.
Oh, he's back on courier duty.
There we go.
There we go. Matthew wants to kill another courier.
What on earth is he doing?
Where is he going?
What on earth? He's putting a deep base ward.
Oh, they know. Oh my god. Okay.
Yeah, they're pinging him. They see him. They see him.
They do see him. They finally will kill Matthew. The satyr's dead.
They're going to de-ward that immediately.
They must know it's there.
Yes, of course. It's so obvious.
And then they use the phrase, "Está picante la cancha, perro." It's a spicy game.
Oh, I see.
Dog. He's like, dude, like friend.
Yeah, it's a bit spicy. It's getting a bit spicy here. It's just Matthew versus the world, it seems.
Yeah, but the world is only composed of couriers for him.
Yeah, it really is.
He can't see heroes any longer.
It's him and other animals. It's like the Wizard of Oz.
He's truly devolved.
Without the wizard. What? He is the wizard.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, he clacked his heels and he went into the enemy base.
That's right.
There we go. Meanwhile, Entity, they're a little bit lost because they're playing a complete separate game
they are.
Kill the Ricky.
Yeah, they are. I mean, honestly, Matthew's making space for Pakaz. He's still really farmed. He has his Scotty plus Heart of Tarask. Like, it's not totally out of the picture that they could, like, win a fight off of Pakaz's strength.
Really?
A lot of games like this don't go that well, where you have one core that's farmed way more than the others on your team.
Right, especially with Darkseer on the other side.
Yeah, exactly, when it's an illusion hero.
Yeah.
But it's possible. Like, it is enough net worth that you have the damage.
We're going to see a smoke from Entity.
I would not have guessed that there was a smoke.
Yeah, I don't think anyone
I have
can.
no idea.
Yeah. Maleficus as well here to push at the lane a little bit. Entity, they feel defeated. They feel like this smoke is not going to work in their favor. Another courier killed by Matthew. Oh, maybe not. Tricks of the trade. He got it. Yeah, cheer. It's Fishman's couriers.
The gold lead is actually kind of going down a bit.
It is. That's all thanks to the couriers. The Ags, though, on Roche.
This is really important. This is where the gold lead is going to skyrocket.
Who gets the Ags here, Jenkins?
That's a... Oh, of course, Fishman. Of
Fishman.
course. Disruptor Ags.
Oh, wow, yeah.
Yeah, not having to buy this is pretty insane,
It's
man.
insane. This team fight has become super difficult.
Yeah, now is where you don't even need the overgrowth for the C-Smile BKB or the Whisper BKB.
Exactly.
You can just take any of these heroes out by dropping that Disruptor ulti. And he's already got the Force Staff because he's not rushing the Ags, so he can get in there to get the ult down.
Oh, another courier. There we go.
Yeah, baby. Oh, that's the BKB.
That's the BKB.
That's actually pretty big.
Matthew, little by little, whittling them down. He has not stopped talking a single moment because he's not doing anything, so he can just at least order his team around.
Yeah, he's got nothing better to do.
He's playing StarCraft right now.
Yeah, he is. He's microing his team, that's for sure. I mean, I don't know if you killed as many animals.
Look at him. His mouth is constantly going on,
Yeah.
I'm telling you.
Yeah.
Another one. He's looking for it. They don't have BKE, but... Okay, for the Static Storm, how do you deal with it now? Because obviously their past tactic was... Oh, well, actually, hold that thought, Jenkins. 1 second. He's leashed. He might have to activate BKB, but he's holding on to it. He's holding on to his death.
He has buyback. He has buyback.
That's the reasoning. He knows BKB is valuable. Right, so if you were usually baiting out Static Storm with Leshrac, and then you BKB in the middle of it and you're fine, what do you do now?
I mean, they still have the disruption from Panda that they can rely on, but it is a little hard. He's got brown boots.
Oh no, Helm of Iron Will now. What?
That's the nullifier. No, that's the nullifier. It's actually pretty good.
It is. That's huge.
I don't know if it's going to matter. They have so much net worth that they can lose an entire item or two and still be ahead.
I don't know. BKB plus nullifier now down for like the next 2 minutes.
I mean, we'll see. It looks like they're going to try to finally pressure the high ground.
The couriers are afraid now. They still haven't dewarded that ward earlier because they weren't expecting him to do that.
Well, because they don't want to go back to their base and give up their map. It's so
That's
annoying.
True. Yeah.
They're only sending the heroes that have Boots of Travel or Global TP.
How does EG win this team fight? They have frustrated Entity, but they still haven't accomplished stopping their lead. They're still dealing with H and Cheese.
Pakaz is actually, he's almost taking the bottom tower.
Exorcism now used by the DP. Leitner as well. Okay, push out this tower little by little for Entity. And they're whittling it down, much like Matthew and their couriers. It seems to be working. They will be able to take at least one set of racks, it seems.
Yeah, this is looking a lot like the last game, except Entity has 2 heroes hitting the racks instead of just 1. Whisper's looking for the jump.
Okay, that Sleeping Dart can now be dispelled by Lotus Orb. That's a little bit of a nuisance here. Matthew feels that's useful. He can always Blink Strike though, but too late.
If he Blink Strike Watson with the Lotus, it would blink Watson into his base.
Exactly, yes. That's what they're looking for, as Matthew was thinking. That's Quelling Blade still late game. Okay, the Bloodthorn. Not much yet. C-Smile goes in. Nice. They have Static Storm. They activate BKB immediately. They kind of forced that out of him. Are they in a good position to go Stormstormer? They use the overgrowth already. Stormstormer activates the BKB. Whisper wants to be put in position to use the Black Hole, but C-Smile is being sacrificed for now. Disruption, and they want to reset the fight with the Song of the Siren. C-Smile still alive. The Black Hole setting up. Thanks to the Song of the Siren, they got 3. That's going to bring down Fishman, but they don't have enough damage to bring down the other 2. Watson's still alive. He's hitting too hard. Whisper's down. They want to at least kill the offlaner, but that's not going to be enough. They killed Matthew as well. Watson, with one last breath, feels quite strong, but his BKB is finally out. There's the opportunity they were looking for. I see Smile also getting close to him. The poor man needs to be saved by a disruption. There we go. Watson can't really move. He seems to be falling in the backlines. He goes for the backlines himself, killing off the Darks here. There's the Aegis down.
They're
Watson tries to spread himself. It's not going to work. He's surrounded by a bunch of illusions. Matthew still trying to find the stragglers in this fight. He broke their lines completely.
It is costly for EG though. It cost them 3 buybacks. That Song into Black Hole, that is basically the best thing that you could ask for there. It is so easy to interrupt the Black Hole in this game. He's going for a refresher, so maybe the next fight, if they can do this again, maybe they can turn it around. But like I said, the buybacks, the buybacks being there means that the gold lead did not go down for Entity there, and Watson still has buyback.
And that fight was still them literally needing to stop the overgrowth. Like they had to force overgrowth, Static Storm in a bad position.
Yes, it was a lot of things that went the right way for EG.
They're still fighting. They're still fighting. They're out of the replay because they caught him. It's the Static Storm. It's the enemy carry. Pakaz could be in trouble now. Matthew got killed. No more courier kills for you. And they got rid of Pakaz now as well. Stormer wants to cancel some TPs. He has nothing to do so though, so they'll successfully go back home.
That is with 2 dead, by the way. EG, they could feel the crowd, man. They were charging down mid. They thought they were a lot stronger than they were.
Oh, the crowd's baiting them more than it's helping them.
Yeah, that was a bit of a bait there. because just Toby is enough to do the damage because he gets the Naga illusion. So the more farm Pakaz gets, the more farm Toby gets. And Fishman with the nice ult. Pakaz can't get out of there.
They can roll down mid now for Entity, at least for a while. Maybe take a whole lane. 50 seconds.
They can probably take a lane. Watson is alive.
Okay, yeah. No Exo, but
he's there.
Should be fine.
Yeah, he's TPing right into the enemy tier 3.
Oh, he forgot the tier 2 needs to be taken.
Yeah,
there you
that's
go.
right. Those are immortal.
Yeah, backdoor protect. Oh, no, sorry, no, immortal. You're right.
Yeah,
unstoppable, invulnerable. See smile. Okay, disruption just until the end of the kinetic field. He should be fine for now. He's trying to defend the split earth, and it's kind of working, but the tower is still going down. At least it's deterring them from staying in the high ground. In fact, Entity, the ever so patient, they understand this. They're actually not going to take a full lane. They don't want to overcommit.
They respect their ability to fight. After that fight, I can understand.
After the fight, they actually activate the flight.
That's right. That's right. It's that the fight is in sight. With I don't know what we're doing here.
They have to wait until it's night.
They're not. They are
not right.
They are actually going to wait until it's night because that's when Roshan will respawn.
Important.
I think that's probably why they're backing off. Is they're like, all right, guys, we have total map control. We have access to this Roche. We already lost the Aegis. Like, why push into the high ground against this Enigma black hole when we could have the Aegis? And then if he does black hole us, who cares? You just respawn, right? But then again, we saw that in the previous fight, and it did matter.
Okay, a smoke once again. The crowd goes crazy. Let's see if they can find... Oh, they're smoking. They're taking a pretty big wraparound. The thing is, EG's in their base. They're not in the triangle, so this wraparound... Well, clever if EG was trying to farm outside. EG's playing this super safely right now.
They're not going to catch anything. But then again, if you're Entity, just smoking up and getting the high ground vision for Roshan is like what you want to do, and dewarding this as well. Fishman, I think they have the gem on Stormstormer still, or did they lose it?
No.
No, they lost it. They lost it.
They lost it?
Oh no, sorry. It's on Katomi now.
Yeah,
so they did deward. They did deward this area, and that's like a lot of the time. Whenever you smoke, you want to go with like multiple purposes, so that way if the enemy team does not show up, at least you get some objective from it. A tower, some wards down, deward. And they dewarded this
Oh, we have
time.
a refresher now. This could be a turning point maybe for the Enigma.
It's still hard.
Bait one black hole.
They have to, they have to deal with the Katomi overgrowth, which he's been very on point with, other than in that previous fight. And he's also going to have a refresher orb soon. In fact, if he wanted to be cheeky, he could disassemble the Lotus Orb and get the refresher immediately, but I doubt it. It's just such a good item.
Also, the Nature's Prophet Sprout is what actually canceled it last time as well, because obviously it has leash now.
The black hole?
Yeah, that's the issue.
If it did cancel black hole, Nature's Prophet would be very OP.
Is it not how it works?
No.
Okay,
Leash
okay.
is,
I thought I
is
saw
just
him leashed. Okay, never mind.
Leash is just mobility.
So it's just overgrowth in the cancel.
Yeah. I
Okay,
mean,
okay.
the thing is though, the leash at this point, Pakaz has nothing to cut the trees.
Right, all right.
Like nobody does. Okay. EG, they're looking. Who can they even kill here first? I feel like Stormstormer's a hard jump, but he would be a good kill if they're confident in their damage. I don't know, with his items, I don't know if Pakaz offers enough damage to kill him. I think they would need to hole him, which means they would also have to catch the tree.
Yeah, but Katahomi's so well placed. Oh, maybe they caught it.
found
They
him.
broke all his trees. They put him to sleep now with a sleeping dart. However, the response by Entity is quite quick. They might be able to turn this around. And the vacuum into the Static Storm. That works well for them. The Enigma activity can be already. And Stormstormer's just running him down. Everyone trying to protect Whisper. Whisper's going to die, however. There's no black hole now. Stormer is a little bit too strong. The song is going to actually protect Stormer for now. And his ghost will kill See Smile. That song worked against him. They wanted to reset it, but instead all they did was save the DP. The overgrowth was being saved for this perfect moment. They tried to glimpse back the Naga, saved by disruption, still in trouble, and they sent them back once again. Normal punch, carry the Naga to the grave. Entity, they're not screwing around, man. This team, they had everything in mind. That song, though, that song was so brutal.
Yeah, I mean, after the first one, too, after that first song went so well, in the previous team fight, Katomi, man, he's just so on point with these overgrowths. Like I said, he's one of the few guys that makes this hero look actually interesting because the way that he plays the fights is so impactful. He's not just an armor bot. He's very important. Fishman, too. I feel like he's set up with the Static Storm to start that. And then the Darkseer was able to go in, but it was the Fishman to start. And the Aghanim Scepter goes to Stormstormer.
I mean, you might as well, sure.
It's honestly not that good of an Ags. It's just they're so ahead that he can have it. I feel like you give it to Katomi just because he's been playing the fight so well.
Sure, yeah.
They actually caught
like a reward, I guess.
The Glimpse?
Yeah, Static Storm as well. I don't know how they're going to save Pakaz this time. With a normal punch, he actually gets out of the kinetic field. Pakaz, he's going to sing, but the BKBs are on. And it's just, he's being chased down by an NP. Unsuccessful TP. That's a dive back for the Naga Siren. Pakaz is out. His support comes with him. That seems like it's over for EG. Entity is just gonna run down mid, take those tier 4s, end the game. They're taking no more chances. It's only Matthew and Whisper. They still do have the option of one last black hole, but where's the damage gonna come from? Matthew's being stopped for now. Their push is quite high anyway. They're holding on. They're waiting for that C-Smile to come back. And then maybe the Black Hole can catch some people. This is the final play from EG. Entity, though, they're spread out. They know what's happening. They know they're winning this game right now. And they're not going to take any chances. Stormstormer zoning out the enemy team. Those silences are very annoying. Finally, C-Smile. There's the last initiation. One Black Hole. At least hope to catch the DP, but they cancel that overgrowth. Once again, Whisper just needs the second one. He did refresh, but he doesn't have the mana.
It wouldn't even matter. Katomi had a refresher as well. He was ready.
Entity is looking incredible, Jenkins.
Yeah, I mean, like I said at the end of the previous game, I feel like we can compliment all of the players of Entity. This team, when they learned how to back, when that word entered into their vocabulary, they are looking insanely strong. This was already a tier 1 team when they weren't disciplined. And now they've got it. And man, these supports on Entity, what players, what plays from them? With so little, they're doing so much. In every single team fight, they're carrying. Like, basically, Fishman would start the fight, and Katomi would end the fight.
Wow. I mean, they beat EG, they beat the whole crowd as well.
They did beat the crowd.
They beat the crowd, too. Yeah. I don't know, if they continue with this, like EG, I know they looked weak here because they didn't have many options to play, right? That's just because Entity played so well.
Dude, I mean, this is upper bracket EG. Like, they looked insanely strong in the group stage, and Entity just disassembled them.
Yes. And now, once again, history repeats itself, and South America will eliminate South America in the lower bracket.
Oh, no.
There's no chance.
Oh, why did you have to remind us?
Every single time it happens. In TI, it was Hokori and Beast Coast.
The greatest enemy to ourselves is ourselves.
SA and SCA are the only ones holding each other back, or themselves back right now. And it does seem like people are starting to clap for Entity. They acknowledge the strength of this team. And we will acknowledge them as well as we go back to our wonderful panel to break down this series.
Thank you very much, Avo and Jenkins. Indeed, Entity take this series 2-0 over EG. We'll talk about all of what that means in a little bit. But first, we're breaking down this game because game 1 was, a little bit more even than this one. This one was, I think it was minute 12. Avery said, this game's over, huh?
I said that?
Yeah, I think you said this. Did I write it down? I did not write it down, but you said it.
Sure. I mean, it was over for somebody. I mean, when you fall that far behind with these big, Enigma teamfight lineups, the way back in the game is not clear. You have to farm forever. You have to pick off couriers, but you're losing economic advantage. You're losing net worth somewhere else. At some point, you have to be able to take the Roche fight. The thing about this meta is once you fall behind with the teamfight lineups, that Roche becomes harder, and then Roche is just broken. By the 3rd or 4th Roche, it's way too much net worth. You can't split push anymore because Ags and Refresher Shard outdo whatever you can split push or how many couriers you can kill. It doesn't matter. At some point, you have to take the 5-on-5. Honestly, the 5-on-5 synergy was just not there today. I think you could have had any draft, and I think Entity would have beat them today.
Yeah,
the way they're playing.
Entity pretty much got every single hero that they wanted. If you look at their most played heroes in the last couple of months, these are the heroes that they're going to pick. And before this series even started, we talked about Entity being relatively predictable in terms of heroes that they pick. You know what's coming. This position 4-3 and this 5 disruptor. You try to counter it. It doesn't work. I think it all started with this first pick, Ricky, where it allowed Entity to pick heroes. They're like, you know what? We're going to go with all push heroes. We're going to put so much pressure. And I really didn't feel the influence of these two supports other than killing the couriers. Like, this is no damage draft. And I feel like that Entity realized relatively early on that they need to shut down Leshrac to be able to continue domination in the mid game. Because if you take out Lesh out of the equation, there's literally no damage on their side.
Yeah, I think.
But most importantly,
more importantly than Lacoste
Equally
point.
importantly to Lacoste, I do think that EG lost their sense of identity a little bit in
Yeah.
the series because I think that. So we talked about how Entity have heroes that they excel at, and everybody prepared openers for the other team's openers, right? But I think that them feeling the need to take this Leshrac in the first phase right after the Riki, I mean not right after, like fourth after the Riki, it just didn't look right. Like something about that looked weird. So you take the Riki, which is great, that's good for you, but then you give away the Nature's Prophet and the Treant Protector, and then you pick Enigma later on. Enigma comes out, I think, 8th?
Yeah.
Versus this Treant Protector that you don't really have a solution for, and you already see this Nature's Prophet, and then the Enigma just absolutely loses in lane to this Nature's Prophet and Disruptor. It's just, it feels like I think they got a little bit nervous, right? They had heroes in mind that they wanted to address on the side of Entity, and the way that they wanted to address it was, okay, let's beat their Lina, which they didn't do, and let's take their Enigma, which didn't work out for them because they just lost the Nature's Prophet. So I feel like maybe it was a little bit of nerves. Entity played impeccably well, not to take anything away from them, but this isn't the EG that we watched in the group stages.
It is not. Before the series started, we talked about the importance of Whisper. Well, Whisper has crushed his lane in the group stages, so we kind of thought he was going to do the same thing here, but both games, SVG, I feel like Whisper got shut down quite hard.
Yeah, he got crushed.
Yeah.
And I don't really think of Entity as a strong, like super strong safe lane team. I think they have very good players, but I don't think Entity goes in their games, oh, we're going to crush our safe lane and play off Batter's lane. It's more just get Watts into his timings, get him to his farm. They play through Stormstormer, right? Or if anything, maybe Toby randomly wins his lane. You can go there. They just dominated him. Shut him down from the laning stage. You go into mid game, he's behind. He's behind on heroes that the team fights aren't even that easy for him. Like there's black hole cancels. There's a lot of gunk going around. These Darkseer lineups are super annoying to team fight into when the fights become chaotic. Someone's getting glimpsed back. How many fights do we see start with somebody getting glimpsed super far out of position, and then it forces EG to commit into that fight, where all of a sudden they're Naga super deep. The Leshrac has to use his Bloodstone versus BKB targets. It becomes a mess, right?
I want to go back to something you said when like this series before it started, where you said, you know, Enigma is not a hero that plays well from behind, especially if he's like supposed to do stuff, get to his aura timings. Didn't happen. It's a difficult matchup for Enigma playing into Disruptor and Nature's Prophet. It just gets really tough relatively early on. Like one thing to point out is Fishman. He's been playing this Disruptor for a very long time throughout the DPC, like even before. But it looks, you know, that he figured out what the skill build is. Putting 2 points in Glimpse. Like he's starting with the Glimpse. Usually you see players starting with the Thunderstrike. So having 2 points in Glimpse on level 2 does allow them to like get multiple kills on Enigma and shut him down completely.
I actually like the 2 points in Glimpse a lot because the spell does damage now, and you can use that as a harassment tool. And then if you just buy like mangoes or something, you can just trade with the enemy support. They run away from you, you glimpse them back, and you can rinse repeat, maybe turn it into a kill. But speaking of the Disruptor, I think Disruptor brute forcing the Enigma to die in that first blood was absolutely the play. Because this is an Enigma team, they know how to shut down an Enigma, and they did it so well. And because of how well this Nature's Prophet lane went, you had the Disruptor rotating mid. With the first exorcism, he killed the Leshrac. Leshrac suddenly was like, how do I get back into this game? My top lane went poorly, my bottom lane went poorly, this Disruptor's camping me mid, what do I do? And then it just felt like at no point did EG have a play back into the game. Even when they got that level, that shard at minute 15, it didn't do anything. Like, Riki can't do anything. He was just killing couriers the whole game. The only play that he had in that game...
He got a lot of cheers for it, though.
He did, yeah, they applauded the courier death.
Yes. Yeah, a bit of a resident sleeper draft there from EG. Naga, Siren, Alti, Riki with the sleep. They needed, you know, maybe a Bane or Elder Titan to put them all to sleep. Yeah, didn't really feel the influence other than killing the couriers from Riki, because this time around he did not have really the hero to play with. Maybe, like, you know, in a good game he can play off Leshrac stun, but other heroes not as much.
Not as much indeed. And I want to highlight the Treant from Kataomi. We heard our commentators do it. Before the series started, I believe SVG, you called him an entirely different beast when Kataomi was playing the tree in particular.
I don't remember saying.
There's a lot of quotes on that.
I feel like 3 or 4 things that have been said
No,
that
you
I
said it on the panel.
That's probably true. It's been a long day.
You
You
did.
know?
You're like, other teams can play this tree protector, but when Kataomi
Okay,
plays
yeah, I
it...
remember now.
I'm writing it down. Keep talking.
You did say this.
I did say this. This is why I play 5. I can just forget things and
Slow
still
down a
have
little bit.
impact.
I can't write down as fast.
So the thing about the tree, that's why I said the tree for this team, as I did say that. More importantly,
More importantly.
he scales, right? He gets a lot of farm on this hero. And the thing about this hero is once you get a lot of farm, his spells in the late game are very impactful because you can sit there and wait. The onus isn't on him. As long as you're ahead, you have this refresher. Okay, you go in black hole, I'll overgrowth you. I have another one. Even if you have another one, who cares? He's just sitting there pushing waves, getting farm. You synergize with the Darkseer. We talked about pregame 1, Darkseer tree is their bread and butter. You have to be ready for it. I don't know if you want to play Naga into Darkseer tree. I don't know if you want to play Ricky into a super heavy ball team. To me, the conceptual understanding of how to beat this enemy team was not there today. And that's where I said, if you're going to play these types of lineups for EG, you got to make the game super chaotic. There has to be just deaths all over the place so Ricky can shine. You're taking towers, opening space. None of that happened. Where was the fire? Where was the fight?
Where was that
It's
guy that runs into the fire?
The fire walker is what we called him.
I mean, exactly. There's no fire. I mean, there's a fire. This whole game's like
But
fire, but no one's walking into it.
the thing is, they at no point looked like they were winning the lanes, and at no point did they look like they had any kind of move on the map that was something that Entity couldn't respond to. And it was just so simple, right? Entity just walked into Roche, they pressed Exorcism, nobody came in, they took Roche, right? They take map control, then on the second Roche, they walk into Roche, you can't do anything. They had no way to fight back into this Roche pit just by nature of how behind they were. Thanks to Nature's Prophet, that's what Lukas would say. He would say that. He would.
Yeah. I was just thinking of something else, with them having Treant. We can call them Trentity on this team.
Oh my God.
Now, Kataomi has been. I mean, I said it before. He's the best pause 4 Treant in the world. What he does, like how many kills he manages to set up from the tree. It's very difficult to show up in the lanes with what you're playing against. You have Nature's Prophet deeping in. Glimpse, you saw the Disruptor items. It's Blink Force Staff, so even more tools to close the gap, close the distance. And Treant Protector coming out from the jungle and running from the trees. Just one hit with the shard is enough for NP to TP out, to give enough time to Disruptor to TP in and get a glimpse off.
Yeah, this was a moment where anybody that had a spark of hope, despite kind of crushed it a little bit, they had a great black hole, but at some point there's just no damage, and then you just roll over.
Yeah, they're just 30k net worth behind.
Yeah.
I mean, even so, it's so hard to get a good black hole out anyway because you're playing against a Stream Protector. Like the win condition back in games like this is just hoping that your Enigma does some magic, right? Something miraculous, and you get some kills, but. There was just no way for him to do this. There's just too much nonsense to walk into, right? Initially, when there was a kind of decent black hole for a second, he got instant silenced by the Disruptor early on, right? And then if he gets his BKB later, suddenly he's worrying about the Train Protector. And then the Ricky, it's his job to stop this Train Protector, but if he's darting the Train Protector, then this DP just goes absolutely ham, right? He's not darting her, he's not clouding her, and then you also have to worry about this Nature's Prophet. There were just too many problems. I mean, what can you do at this point? It's despair.
This was also very fun to watch. You have Naga with her ulti and then Exo still running. So it's just so many tools that they have against Enigma. If Enigma decides to blink in, let's say on Dead Prophet, Exo's already running, Enigma can just straight up die.
It's another problem with these super long fights. Entity always plays with multiple sources of sustain.
Yeah.
That's why they love Treant. It's a hero they can play on forward that gives them heal. They love the Undying, it gives them the heal. Death Prophet, natural healer. Toby's always going to be able to build heals. I don't think their coach will ever let him do anything else. He's put him in Greaves prison, so to say.
That's why he wants to play Silencer.
Yeah, and he still has to build Greaves on Silencer, apparently, so it doesn't even get you out of it. If you aren't going to kill them in the black hole, I think you just lose the fight. Because then the fight starts to go long, the sustain kicks in, you don't have the same to match it. That's a very tough route to go. If I'm backstage watching the games today, my faith in Enigma is...
Wait, were you not?
When I was backstage watching the game, I meant if I'm a team playing in the tournament, if I'm Bulba right now, which we saw backstage eating our food, if I'm Bulba watching these games, Is your faith in
You would
Enigma
probably say, you know,
super high?
EG is not my team anymore. What would Bulba say?
He would not care.
You guys are killing my point.
Prepping for
You're
history.
killing. You're absolutely destroying my point.
I'll say that Enigma,
Go ahead. More importantly,
equally as important, less importantly than Avery's point, you were talking about Enigma, right? Confused. No, I think honestly, EG are not an Enigma team. Beast Coast, they're not an Enigma team. We saw Beast Coast in the group stages as well. I just bring this up because, you know, South American style of Dota, their flavor is a little bit different. Sometimes they feel the need to pick it versus Enigma teams, and then it just doesn't work out for them. So I think that in tournaments like this, especially during the main stage when you can feel the most pressure, you should just kind of stick to your guns, right? You should just remember what you're good at and do that, and don't try to do too much, because what you were doing before worked really freaking well.
And this one did not work. I want to touch upon the nerves a little bit, because of course we have to mention it. The crowd was very loud, and they cheered very hard for when EG did something right. They weren't as loud for Entity. They cheered a little bit, but you know, not as much. How much of the pressure do we feel got to EG? Because we said earlier that didn't feel like the EG we saw on the group stage. Avery, as the most recent former player, coach, enlighten us.
you know, Lacoste had a pro career at one
Yeah,
point.
that's why I say most recent.
You could have said the most successful. I would have also.
I'm saying most recent. Don't push it.
Okay.
Wait, you were a player?
Yeah. Believe it or not. Believe it or not, a long
no
time
idea.
ago.
And coach.
All right. What was the question?
How much of the nerves got to EG?
Okay. I think they felt it a little bit more than I expected them to in terms of, you were talking about the responsibility aspect before the series started. It did feel like they weren't responding, they weren't turning up with the crowd enthusiasm. It was more like, oh, crap, this crowd is super into us and we're not doing good. Like, kill another courier, the crowd goes wild, but you're like, this game still feels
There
rough,
were no
guys.
more couriers left to kill.
Yeah,
That was the issue.
Only so many crowd cheers you can get off courier kills.
He tried real hard. He even blinked inside the base thinking he dodged a tower, which he didn't, and then he just got killed off inside Entity's base. He just wants to play some more to kill more couriers, to get cheers. Didn't happen. We can see what this series and the previous series has done to the bracket. There is some sad news coming our way, because it does mean that Evil Geniuses is facing Beast Coast in the lower bracket, and that is painful for the South American fans for sure. Earlier today we saw Gaming Gladiators win versus Aster, and they are now having their opponent because Entity move forward. They guarantee themselves top 6 here at this Lima Major, whereas Evil Geniuses and Beast Coast, they'll face each other, and Tundra and Aster will be that lower bracket matchup there as well. These results, were we expecting them? I think I was expecting Gaming Gladiators to beat Aster, but I really thought, Effie, that this series would be closer.
Yeah, honestly, coming into the day, I really thought that it would be 2-1 for EG, because I knew Entity was a formidable team, and I knew that they would take them, or I thought they would take them to 3 games, because I thought that EG would thrive off of the crowd, and I thought that would really get them pumped. But like I mentioned, I just don't think that. Okay, so Entity played incredibly well, and I'm going to double back and compliment them some more in a bit. But I think that EG honestly did lose themselves here. They did not play or draft in the way that we would have expected them to. And now oh, sorry.
No, go for it.
No, I was just going to say, Entity, you guys did great.
If history taught us something, this is that EG is going to get a 3rd place. They got a 3rd place in the groups, and the curse stays with the squad, it seems like. So I still believe in the team, that they're going to go through the lower bracket, get that steady 3rd place.
Is that an EG curse or an Arteezy curse?
I mean, we'll find out this tournament, I would imagine. I mean, they could go through the lower bracket. Would be fan service. They'll play the most amount of games properly. Possible. Jeez, English is hard. Speaking of Arteezy, we will see him soon, because we are going to move into our next series very soon. It's going to be Team Spirit taking on Shopify Rebellion. We are going to have a break here, but when we're back, more Dota on the menu.
Welcome back, everybody, to the third series of the day here in the arena at the Lima Major, starting at bright and early at 6 p.m. Just the way I like it, because I like the evening shift. I'm a nighttime gamer, I'm a nocturnal creature, and I have to imagine that Shopify and Rebellion and Team Spirit are cut from the same cloth, because I'm here doing it with 3 panelists: Fear, Purge, Sheepsticked. Welcome. I'm so happy to have you here, but I'm even more happy to have our first team here. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for Team Spirit. You know them and you love them, or at least you know 80% of them, because if you haven't watched since TI11, might have been a few changes that you might not be privy to, but we'll get to that later, because Laurel, their mid laner, is a new face to this team. Still, most of the team is the force to be reckoned with that you've known for the past 2 years, and we're not necessarily the kings of Eastern Europe this time around. The actual team that took first place already got eliminated, but I guess that's kind of a good place to be, because their opponents, Shopify Rebellion, were also in the same situation. They did not get first place in their region, and the team that did get first place in their region, TSM, got eliminated in groups. So, Spirit, expectations, Fear Doto?
I mean, I put them on my top 3, so my expectations are quite high for them. I'm a huge Collapse fan and what he's been able to bring to the table, so I expect nothing less than 3rd place. I mean, they had a rocky group stage compared to what I expected, but I think this is going to be their comeback.
Did you have Shopify in the 1-2 or no?
No.
Ooh, okay, so then you have a strong favorite in this matchup.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if it's strong, because Shopify is my 4th. So it's pretty close, but I think, Spirit, they're coming in. They're a really good LAN team. They brought Laurel to the mix, but they should have an edge here, just because on LAN, they show up more than they do in the group stage, generally speaking, right? So nothing but good things from them.
All right, well, let's see how they match up against their opponents. It's Shopify Rebellion. Oh, you see that we still have some crowd favorites remaining here. The former evil geniuses, now known as Shopify Rebellion. Yes, that is another change you might not be too aware of if you have not watched since TI11. You were tuned in last series, you're like, oh, I can't wait to see evil geniuses match up. And you're like, who are all these South American players? Where the hell's Arteezy? Now's your chance to see Arteezy. He's here on Shopify Rebellion. Most of his team is the same Sheep, but there's been one change in the offlane.
Oh, hell yeah, we got Saber Chad. This guy, always a favorite of the crowd of our hearts. Loved watching him back when he stood in for NCT Arlington Major, then took himself to TI with TSM, and has now found a new home here, where things seem to be going pretty good. He said he's improved a lot playing with Crit. He thinks he has a lot to learn from Shopify, so I'm really excited for him and his future in Dota.
Yeah, he's really been on an upward trajectory. His last couple of years kind of started on various other teams, but has just worked his way to a better and better team. And in some ways, he just makes Shopify Rebellion even better as well. They have their traditional off-lane player finally. They don't have to worry as much about role distribution. He's ready to stun for the team, something Nightfall didn't always do. So he just makes the team better.
Yeah, but I will say that he's a little bit of a wild card, Fear. He's not the rock-solid offlaner that I feel is the prevailing way to win. I feel most of the teams these days.
Yeah, I mean, so here's the thing, right? Like, the old EG, they had a formula, everyone was stable, they did what they did, but they weren't getting the championships.
True.
So maybe you need to bring in someone that has a little more like charisma, willing to make that risky play, be the wild card. And we saw him in the DPC as well. So the games they won, he was very dominant. The games they lost, maybe he was throwing a bit here and there, but like that might be what they need to prevail, just having that wild card just like popping off at any moment.
Yeah, and Spirit were well aware of that. Sheep, I know you and I were watching a Spirit vlog where they were going up against TSM in the group stage, and they were like, oh, who do you think TSM's best player is? And then I think Collapse was like, dude, it's still Saberlight. Saberlight's the best player on TSM. And I was like, oh my god, these guys have not kept up with what North America's been up to. But they still think Saberlight's a force to be reckoned with, even though Spirit may not be up to date on what team he's on.
Yeah, he was respectful of him, said that they're aware of his hero pool and they're ready to deal with it. So that's kind of where they're angling from. I don't know how they're going to feel about the rest of Shopify now. If they're like, oh shit, there's a Saberlight and an RTZ we have to deal with and an Arbit. Oh god. Panic, but
I didn't prep for this.
Pretty good, yeah. I mean, hopefully their analyst at least did the prep work and briefed them on it this morning.
I mean, he definitely did. Silent keeps it close to the chest. There was like interviews he did at TI where he was like, oh yeah, we're not really sure, but then like off camera, so X told me, he's like, oh dude, I know it. He like actually told him the real answer, the typical coach thing, right? He did his homework for sure. You don't win a TI without that. They definitely know what they're up to.
Yeah, and hopefully they can figure out what to do with Laurel, their new mid laner. Famed TI winning mid laner, Toronto Tokyo, went to become a support player on another Eastern European super team, BetBoom, which got eliminated in groups. And instead, they picked up Laurel, who was formerly on BetBoom. How's he been performing to your expectations, Fear?
I mean, he's great. He's the player they're looking for. Just play his role, be that superstar mid laner. He comes in, he delivers, and he has the raw skill. And I think that's really what Team Spirit was looking for.
Has he hit superstar status quite yet?
What
are you qualifying superstar?
In his region, he has.
Okay, fine.
Right? So in his region, he has, and I think this is going to be a big proving ground for him as coming to an international competition, a LAN, a major. And this is his moment to really show what he has.
And he did play on BetBoom at the Arlington Major, I believe, so he's got some LAN experience under his belt here with high stakes. I think he is looking very consistent as a mid player for their team, which is what they need because they have excellent teamwork as a group. So if he can just stabilize his lane and allow them to play normal Dota, that's kind of a lot of what Toronto Tokyo brought to them when they won TI.
Have you seen Law's personality at all?
No, what's it like?
He is insane. He is so detached from his emotions. The way he speaks, he's like, I don't care. He's like, I show few emotions in game. I don't get nervous. If I do, I suppress it. He says, when I make a mistake in game, I just draw conclusions from it to get better, and I move on. I'm like, Jesus Christ, this guy's just a robot.
I agree with that personality.
This guy's speaking my language.
That's my type of player right there.
Healthy Dota attitude. I don't know if I want to see this person in a relationship, but other than that, for a gamer, that's great. And as heartbreaking as it is for a TI winning roster to not remain together for years and years, Sheep, it kind of seemed like the change was overdue because Team Spirit's TI 11 performance definitely did not match expectations, and they may have known that coming into the tournament.
They did. They took a month-long vacation pre-TI, and some of them even said that they would have liked to have vacationed for longer, but then as soon as they hit their TI results, they regretted it immensely. They weren't happy about it. They thought they had some problems within the team. Like I know Toronto Tokyo was like refusing to learn and play new heroes that they wanted him to play, and they had to kind of move past that with their manager.
So
fixing things up.
Did they boot camp at all, or was it like vacation straight to the tournament?
I think they boot camped after the vacation, but
Okay.
it wasn't good. There was like Mira said that he had some problems with collapses, having some frustrations within the team, and he was like found it hard to play in that environment too. So it seems like the team generally has a lot of issues that keep popping up around LANs, but then they are still sort of able to fix it and come back.
We'll have to see. It seems kind of weird you take a break before TI, not after TI, but sometimes you got to try new strategies.
There's something to be said for being relaxed before a tournament.
Yeah, but it's got to be the constant, like, oh, we did well, now we can sit back a little bit thing. I just feel like it's a tales all the time with humanity. It's like once you're doing good, you're like, oh, I can rest a little bit, and that's when other people surpass you again. But they are definitely working very hard. They maybe didn't crush their groups, but they're still doing pretty solid.
They said of TI, they said that they had way too many team talks. Like they were having problems and trying to fix them so hard that it became like unproductive.
Right. I know all about those, actually.
Yeah.
Like, oftentimes you can have a problem, right? But, like, everyone can have their own opinion, right? And in some way you want to make everyone happy, but you can't at the end of the day.
Okay.
Sometimes some problems can't be resolved, and someone has to be like, all right, I'll take the L on this one for the good of the team, and some players, and depending on the situation, aren't willing to take that L.
Is that on like a game-by-game basis, or like stylistically sometimes a player just has to accept, I need to change my style?
I mean, I think the hardest thing for every team is like coming to a conclusion, how are we going to play as a whole, right? Because everyone could have their own ideas, and if they don't mesh, like, something has to change, and you have to go with one idea eventually, and it really comes down to who is the most passionate about their idea, or who does the coach just want to go with.
Yeah, we've seen different approaches. I'm curious how Bulba and Saberlight would get along, because I mean, based off of social media, I have definitely seen tweets of Saberlight posting pictures of themselves angry and saying, if Bulba tells me to build Greaves one more time, I swear to God.
How seriously can you take him, though?
That's the question, yes.
I mean, I think they should work really well together. Bulba is like a very silly person.
Yeah.
Saberlight is too. So I think they have a lot of fun with each other. I don't know how it works when they both want to be serious at the same time, if they will take each other seriously. That's something that will be very difficult, and I don't think they'll ever really show us what that looks like.
But surely that's like always the best time to like have somebody that's like that they're both a little bit funny in a way, because then they can just like banter back and forth, like relieve stress while you're arguing. Like there's got to be good stuff about that. That's like a very common.
I would be curious what the last Evil Geniuses roster that was like that shit, because I guess Ice may have been the closest parallel to Saberlight.
Yeah, that's what Chris said. Said that Saber can be a clown, and he said that suits him. He actually likes it.
And he's familiar from clowniness from Daryl.
Yeah, the closest was Ice. He said the only problem is sometimes it can turn into a feed fest, but as long as they have control on that, it's good. And also, Bulba also said he likes working with Saberlight. He said he's a true offlaner. We merge ideas, and it's been easy to fit him in. He actually said drafting is easier, which must be a relief for him.
Yeah. We said, like, true offlaner. I feel like Nightfall did not... It was good enough in North America. But fear you go abroad, you face international opponents, and these turning Eastern European carries into North American offlaners just was not working out.
I mean, I'll tell you what, during the TI group stages, Nightfall carried the shit out of them in the group
True.
stage. Like, he did so well. Things just kind of fell off towards the playoffs, unfortunately, for them. So, like, it just wasn't consistent, right? Like, having this style didn't work in the long run for them. So, like, I can go back to Saberlight. He's quote-unquote a true offlaner, but he has his own style. He's very explosive. He's either going to maybe lose you the game, but he's also going to win you the game. So, like, I think that's something that they could use instead of having that stable type of offlaner where you just kind of know what you're going to get. Maybe you fall into the same placements over and over again. Maybe Saberlight has a standout performance, and then Shopify can win a tournament.
Yeah, we'll see if it happens, although you did not think it would happen. You
I did not
put them in your top three. Purge, did you have a favorite amongst these two? So let's say before the group stage even started, before we saw anything, coming into this tournament, North America's second place, Eastern Europe's second place, which do you think would be a stronger team?
I think Team Spirit is easier to bet on before we saw this tournament, just because EG previously had some rough tournament performances, so the player swap definitely looked really good, but from the outside it was difficult to tell like what the problem was necessarily. Like you said, Nightfall had really good performances. There's so many games he was just top net worth. So the playstyle shift has clearly worked for them. Team Spirit's also gelling, so I think it's very close now, but prior to group stage, I would have probably put money on the Team Spirit for sure.
Okay, it's cheap. Which one you taken before the tournament and after group stage?
I put Spirit as my second place at the event, I think.
Wait, so you also had them higher than BetBoom?
Yeah, I didn't put BetBoom anywhere close to my
I
top.
also didn't put him anywhere
This seems
near.
like revisionist history. I feel like every single panelist was like, BetBoom, number one Eastern Europe,
Neil.
favorite in the thing.
I'll take the L.
Okay, it was you.
It was
you
me.
were pushing this BetBoom propaganda on me.
I've got to make the group gel here. That's important.
Okay, fine.
I was super against BetBoom doing well. I didn't believe in it.
+1.
Any justification for that? Just because Eastern European super team, obviously it'll fail on LAN?
No, actually, I really believed in them as a team gelling together. It's just everyone hyped them so hard, and then I actually watched their replays, and I was just like, this is whatever.
Then why'd they take first over Team Spirit?
Honestly, I'm not sure. I think I might have seen a Spirit vlog where they said they didn't like prepare, or maybe that was BetBoom that didn't prepare. I don't know. Either way, like they both had qualified by the time they did their match.
Okay, that's true.
So I think that this doesn't really mean super much. Like you can say the same about Beast Coast and EG.
Yep.
EG lost, but Beast Coast are in the lower bracket. Well, sorry, now, but
It was the same thing in North America. Shopify gave TSM Tomato Lina in both games, and we're like, let's see if we can beat it. Oh, we just lost 60 DPC points, maybe for free, but look who's laughing now. They're still in the tournament.
I mean, TSM just might be, Saberlight's kryptonite as well.
Maybe.
Former teammate, so maybe there's something there as well.
True. I am curious how much Spirit has evolved since TI-11. I guess in terms of the hero pool, clearly Toronto Tokyo was not too eager to learn new things, as you said, Sheep. Laurel seems... I mean, we say Saberlight's a now traditional offlaner. I suppose Laurel is a very traditional mid laner. Fitting an archetype of, I don't know, the usual mid laners.
yeah, he does. He plays he can play a different variety. I remember back in when we covered Europeast last year, his Coddle was really good, and I think he still plays that around a little bit now. Something I really like is that this team's able to flex their Snapfire between mid, offlane, and POS4.
Okay.
So they have that in their bag if they want to bring it out. I think he's just a very, very stable guy. I think GPK said the same. He will always have impact in his games, but he won't destroy people. But you don't need that from mid lane anymore.
I'm curious how good GPK's character assessment is. If he vouches for someone, is that a good thing?
I don't know.
Don't set me up for this.
Oh, okay. We'll keep you in your wheelhouse then, Fear. Any other heroes that we should be on the lookout for? There's a Flex Snapfire. Has Shopify been running any Snapfire? Is that on their radar? They're just doing Fly Treant all day? What's the deal?
So there is one hero that is neither of those I want to talk about. When it's Undying. This is a hero that's been vastly popular this tournament throughout the group stage. Even here in the playoffs, it's been very popular. But Shopify Rebellion, they're only sitting at a 50% win rate with that hero. Well, meanwhile, we do have a much higher win rate, like around 80% here now for Team Spirit. If they pick it up, right? So, like, it's going to be one of those situations. Both these teams like it. Spirit's doing a lot better with it. And they like to pair. They have specific combinations they like pairing with as well. They like the Rubik. Mira, his hero is often picked very early in the draft. The Ricky, the Rubik. They pair with Undying. They played Rubik Undying 3 times now. 100% win rate. They've played Tiny with Rubik twice now. 100% win rate. So if they do get the Ricky as well, they like to go for the Enchantress. 2 games with that. 100% win rate as well.
Okay, that seems like a pretty strong, consistent. But these are heroes that everyone's picking.
True.
But they're winning more.
They are winning more.
With the same heroes.
The exotic ones come from the core, basically. Toro has played 12 matches on the Shopify Rebellion side. Arteezy's played 15. So, like, both, there's actually a lot of teams at this tournament that have very low hero variety just because your Undyings and your trees are so good. Like, if those are there, you snag them, which then opens up your cores to pick a little bit more variety. So, I think that's one cool thing that we're seeing from the series, at least. Laurel also has pretty good varieties, played 10 different heroes, the most Ember at 3 games. So, like, he's really spreading it out as well, really showing his bona fides that he's a good player. He doesn't just need to play comfort heroes.
I would really like to see like maybe off-lane focus bans in these drafts. I just think when you look at what Arteezy and Yatoro both playing 100 different heroes each, they have the variety. I think it's impossible to really ban them out as players because they have such wide pools. So whilst I think both Saberlight and Collapse have decent pools too, maybe you want to focus them more in terms of getting rid of their best heroes. Like the Saberlight Enigma, I think is one that should be looked at.
Brood too, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I think for mid laners, if you want to, off laners, we all know there are Broods and Enigmas and stuff.
Everyone's banning
They
that.
might do that. Then we have our Treants, Undyings. We see a lot of bans of those too. But the mid laners that might go into contention is like Batrider. Very popular. Both of them are playing a lot of Batrider. They both play a lot of Leshrac. I mean, especially Abed. If you do want to block pick Abed's Leshrac, I don't think that's a bad idea because he's been popping off at this tournament. And then Tiny's the last one. Laurel's been playing it a lot. Abed's been playing it. So really considering like who's going to maybe not ban them, but block pick him or take him earlier.
I think that has also changed Arteezy's approach to the game because Saberlight's also playing these Nature's Prophets. He's carrying with that from the offlane. And Arteezy seems to be more willing to relinquish the I'm going to finish the game off kind of role that I feel like he's been famous for. He's expanding himself.
But I kind of, as funny as that sounds, he's been playing with like some Ramses and Nightfall for a while. I think he kind of took a step back and did that whole role of I'm going to like not carry the game to the point where when he's set up for a good game, I'm not seeing him in the old Arteezy form just carrying a game, right? Where Saberlight is kind of like giving him the alley-oop. I need Arteezy to come back and carry some of these games when he has like a good lead.
That's true. It was notably at TI that I thought that RTZ finally like stepped back and played more, like give space to Nightfall, because before they just had zero synergy. They weren't coexisting properly on the map, and they were trying to be too greedy together. So yeah, I think that was around the time where he started to take this playstyle.
Whereas Collapse has kind of been the archetypical utility. I'm still seeing him run mag right now. He's more content to let Yatoro and Laurel finish the game off, and he's just there to make space.
Oh.
He played 4 Centaur games as well. It's the most played hero of the group stage, so that was kind of fun. He's one of the players that bought Ags pretty consistently.
Yeah, I did see that.
So yeah, Centaur maybe one hero that we could see picked up again.
Is the Ags viable? Was he memeing?
I don't think meme. I mean, I think it makes sense, and you can get a save from the offlane, which is not common, right? It's not mega expensive. If you obviously you wouldn't rush it. You still want to get Blink, Pipe, maybe Vanguard, maybe one other item, BKB, Force, Heart, and then maybe you can buy Ags. But like that's an extra tool, right? Rather than worrying about your supports always saving your core, it could be Centaur. So I'm not saying it's great, but as like a situational 4th plus item, yeah, sure, it could be bought.
They could be drafting it for that very reason too. Like they want the save. I mean, they do have an 80% win rate with the hero, so they are winning with it quite a lot. So maybe I saw the game they were playing versus a Shaman and a Bane. Maybe they drafted it just to be like, later on in the game, I want to save Yotaro if he gets script, right, with the card. So it could be a very active choice and a reason why they're even picking the hero to begin with.
Man, we are stealing the draft panel's poor talking points so hard.
That's fine.
They're going to have nothing left.
It's not my problem. I'll even double down on it. So we're seeing maybe aggressive supports, because you're talking about maybe give me some save from the offlane. We just saw Entity do work with Disruptor, whereas I feel like so often in group stage we're seeing saving supports. We're seeing Tree and Protector with armor. We're seeing Soul Rip on Undying.
We got to talk about Spirit Breaker, right? That's the
that's true.
Literally the not the elephant, but
the cow in the room, the bull in the room.
I mean, they picked it so much. Crits played it 6 times. Yeah. Very few other teams were touching it at the time. I'm not necessarily sure what the value is, other than like tanky, pressures the map decently. Like he had some really good performances.
Yeah, I think the aggression will come back from Spirit. I know that they wanted to gear their team in that direction. Like LOL, when he played on Bet Boom, he had to play a little bit more passive just because of the team. And he said that now he likes to play aggro. He was forced passive in the past, and now he's able to like step more into it. I know Yotoro said that their goal is to play more aggressively in the early game, and they're learning and through the DPC to get that playstyle down. They said 1 month. And we'll be the greatest. That was their words.
And when did they say that?
This was less than 1 month ago.
Okay.
So we're not quite at peak form yet.
But DPC Season 2.
DPC Season 2, the greatest.
Just make sure you don't peak too soon in the competitive season. I think that has been the poison of many a team. But I'm always on board to see aggression be successful on LAN, especially if it's coming from Eastern European teams. Ideally, it's also usually coming from South American teams, but not in the previous series, unfortunately. It's heartbreaking.
A bit. I mean, I think the one thing that I really want to see in this series is going to be around the supports. Like, I really think Team Spirit, like, they have their favorite supports with, like, the Rubik Undying is going to be super contested. The Treant as well. We talked about the Spirit Breaker and why they picked that. It's because Fly likes playing Undying. He likes playing Phoenix. He doesn't like playing a stun. He wants to be that team fighter, that heal type of, like, position 5. And Crit enables that. And Crit's been, like, one of the only players on POS 4 that has been just roaming.
Yes.
Like, just straight up just, like, ditching Saberlight in the off lane, be like, I'm going to go roam mid. I'm going to go to the safe lane. And it's been hit or miss for most of the games, to be honest, as roaming has, like, fell out of favor. But if he does make it at work and he does play these heroes, they look really strong.
Are you talking, like, pre-5 minutes roaming? Or
yeah, like, he's just, like, roaming around on, like, some Spirit Breaker, of course. Very easy hero to do it. He did it on Earth Spirit one game. Whenever he gets a melee hero, it's always in his mind. If he's free, if he gives Saberlight in a lane position where he can actually get EXP, he'll leave him, and he'll go gank mid, especially for Ovid.
I mean, he plays so many like tanky offlaners that can be left alone. Enigma, Nature's Prophet, Brood, DK, Death Prophet, all these heroes are like pretty good at sustaining themselves. So I guess they're like planning for it.
Whereas Arteezy seems to play more of the I need babysitting, which is perfect for Fly. Fly loves being able to sit around and hug his carry all lane long.
Yeah.
I mean, they were combination made for each other.
That's what it seems like.
It's like the position 6 and then the position 0.5. You know, they both really enjoy each other's playstyle, and that's why they've been at the top for so long too. They know what works for them.
If Arteezy doesn't get to baby rage in a game, did he even play it? I mean,
that's true.
How does it work that way?
I just saw a Morphling being practiced on one of those PCs, so I'm very excited for that draft.
Didn't we see, and also in that vlog, Sheep, how Spirit likes to practice? They do like solo overthrow.
Yes, that was so cool.
What? I don't think I'd ever seen that.
That's
before.
what I do. Just demo lobby it up.
Okay.
Have some fun.
Demo lobby.
Warm up the fingers.
Yeah, they're zooming in on it like he's playing Slardar, guys.
He's trying to figure out the Morphling interactions with Slardar because that's definitely going to be a hot contested hero.
What's the interaction there?
No idea. I was about to talk about overthrow.
Does Morphling get the bashes if he's in Slardar mode?
Yes, you build up the bashes, but once you transform back to Morphling, they...
Sure, but if you're in Slardar mode, you can bash?
Melee. Yeah, you have to be the Slardar, right?
Yeah, I mean, you can still get the speed. Sprint should be a buff.
Yeah, that should stay. But more than knowing mechanics, it was kind of increasing his awareness this way that he's practicing overthrow.
Yeah, it was basically you play solo overthrow. This is, listen up, Twitch chat. If you want to get better at Dota, here's how you do
Plus
it.
1,000 MMR right now.
Yeah, this is Team Spirit endorsed. You play solo overthrow, and you don't have teammates. You don't have people telling you information. You have to check every other hero in the game to make sure you know their talents, know their items, know what what level they are, how they're doing, their items. So that way, you're training your multitasking and your awareness, and you're going to get so much better by playing this. This is what Team Spirit does.
Dude, I hear you. There have been many times that I'll randomly get mind-breakered, and I'll be like, when the hell did this guy get a silence?
Isn't that just playing solo queue?
No, because you have teammates that carry you.
Oh, I see.
What region are you playing that happens?
Europe West.
Okay, the promised land.
The greatest region on Earth.
This tournament is confirming it so far. Gaming Gladiators and Entity both cruising through. NA's only team on the tournament takes on the TI champions. XEG roster plus Saberlight prepare for their first main stage match.
He has toilet paper.
He has toilet
That's
paper.
That's important. Sometimes when you gotta go, you gotta go.
You gotta go. He's learned from the DPC.
What other players did we not cover? What's
Who did we not cover? We didn't. I mean, I guess we
talked about everyone. Mira.
I talked about him.
You talked about Mira.
Yeah, so they like picking his hero very early on in the draft.
Okay.
Like first pick Rubik, they don't mind. Fricky's in the pool, first pick. That's generally what he's going to for the most part. If he doesn't get those heroes, he's been on Snapfire. We talked about the flexibility they have there. I think he actually has a Spirit Breaker game, so contested hero potentially here. So we'll have to see with that one.
Ricky or Spirit Breaker, which one do you think is going to be more hotly contested, Kevin?
It's got to be Ricky, surely.
Surely.
I mean, you see the man on the screen. You think that guy, you think Crit likes playing Ricky? You think he can walk around on Ricky?
He ain't played it once, bro.
It's not very roam heavy pre 15 minutes, I suppose. But,
it's pre-sleep dark, before him becoming a hero.
I just assume the two fours are going to pick different heroes. That's like that's one of the. This is like the two teams where they just like different stuff. They're going to play their own strats.
I just want to point out that Boxy has played a very mean roaming Ricky pre 15 minutes. But they are also just better than everyone else. So maybe that just gives them the space to do it. But it's not bad. Like the Blink Strike is pretty decent.
We didn't talk about Abed. He always flies under the radar.
My boy Abed.
All the time.
He got himself a Storm Spirit game in this group stage. I'm so happy for him. He never gets to play that hero.
Yeah. That's true. He doesn't get that hero enough. I mean, I talked a little bit earlier. I think the two heroes that they're go-to for him is his Leshrac has looked really good. And the reason why his Leshrac has looked so good is because they've been picking so much Spirit Breaker. And this Spirit Breaker has been charging mid, setting up Abed on Leshrac. If he gets a snowball effect with this type of combination, he just takes over games. Almost not single-handedly. Crit's there too, right? But to answer a question about Crit as well and why he doesn't play Ricky, Crit has always been the type of player that believes in his own ideas. And if he doesn't believe Ricky fits for him, he'll be vocal about it. And he just, he has some dignity. He won't play like some of these heroes.
Itadori is setting his own meta, and he's going to establish Spirit Breaker as one of the most intimidating heroes to be looking at for supports after, of course, probably Undying. I don't think Undying is going to get dethroned anytime soon, especially in this series. Miposhka, has he been running some Undying?
Yeah, they have. Like
oh, right, you said it was like the 80% win rate or whatever.
8 games for Shopify, Rebellion with 50%. Team Spirit, they had the Undying. Well, how much was that again? Undying, they had 5 games, 80% win rate.
Perfect.
So, there you go.
Let's see if they're going to throw a 6th game on to the pile, because we're ready for our draft of game number 1. It's Shopify Rebellion versus Team Spirit.
Welcome one and all. Here we are back at the Lima Major for another draft panel for the third game of the evening as we find ourselves seeing Team Spirit against the side of Shopify Rebellion. Another best of 3 to start this one off, and I'm joined right now by Winter as well as Astini. Winter, let's talk about how this draft is going to shape out here. Rebellion and Team Spirit, they share some similarities, right? Both of them really love going for the off-lane pick and a 5 position in the first phase. Second phase, they'll go 4 position. But Team Spirit, they'll normally complement that with a mid as well. And then both of them kind of like picking their carry at the very end. And both of them have extremely versatile carry players. RTZ's played the most heroes in the tournament so far, 15 different heroes played. Yatoro has played 13. What do you expect of how this draft is going to unfold now that we see Team Spirit have the first pick and they got the Rubik for themselves?
You already brought all the very, very important points. Both these teams, they don't really prioritize picking the mid players hero in behind. Like you said, they always prioritize picking the carry or the offlane is their win condition. Usually the carries get more priority. Like the reason the draft is structured in a way that the carry gets a lot of priority because a lot of the moves in the game, they are around the first move. You make the first rotation to the offlane to kill the tower. So having a good matchup in that sense does help in the game a lot in that way.
Well, I'm liking what I'm seeing here. Astini, I know you're a big fan of Undying as a hero right now. You think that this hero is the, what is the word you use, the most complete 5 position in the game right now. But you're also not a fan of supports in the first phase. So talk to me about the approach that Team Spirit is taking right now.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan, especially when you're first pick, because you get to show this hero as they did with Undying, and you have 3 protect bans. So usually you want your win condition there, and Undying is never your win condition. So you want, let's say, a TA, and you're banning some Bat Viper. You want some Bat, and you're banning Puck Co-op. So you want a strong core, and you ban 2 or 3 cores that are super good against it. And when you have a support, you are kind of lost here. They're actually taking extra time on this ban because they're actually thinking, what do we do now? Which hero do we protect? Which hero do we set up for? Because that was the only chance they had to protect for a hero, and it's going to be Undying Rubik. It's a support pair, and now they show 3 cores, and the 3 of them are going to get counter. That's the issue. So I don't like this 2 support duo, especially on the first pick.
Yeah, when first pick, the 8th pick is your win condition hero pick. It's the best pick that you have. You go into the ban phase right after that pick. And usually in this kind of situation, you pick 2 supports, so the bans would be like, you're just going to try to ban what's good for the enemy team. You're trying to figure out what they're trying to structure their draft around it, and you just try to ban it. Because you're not going to ban anything for the Undying. That's just not going to happen, you know. That's why I feel like strategically, it's really bad to pick 2 supports in the first phase when you're picking the 8th pick like this.
Yeah, and now they need to pick, basically Shopify is just going to pick support, which is going to show nothing to them. And they need to pick 2 cores.
+5, most likely. For
and and how do you protect this hero? Because Shopify is going to have an answer to this 2 cores. So it's super hard to ban here. So, okay, they're banning Naga Pangolier. What do they want? Do they want summons? So then Shopify, okay, I'm going to ban a Beastmaster. So every ban here is also super telling. And okay, Zeus ban.
I mean, unless they have this Undying pick with a different plan, you know, like Undying is like, I don't know, might be a call, you know. Otherwise, it'd be very weird that they're doing this because it doesn't really make much sense strategically, like we said. Like I always look at the draft and try to figure out the teams by, you go through the draft and you look at how they're doing their picks when they're first pick and when they are second pick. And usually you can kind of understand the team's thought process and a lot of if you have a large enough sample size, and you get to understand them a lot. And a draft like this usually doesn't really happen a lot nowadays. Like most teams, I feel like they don't really open 2 supports. If they do something like this, one of the picks has to be at least a flex pick, you know. But Undying has not been played in any other role other than position 5.
From the bans, I'd guess like
TB
banning
maybe?
Zeus, they want TB. And there's a chance they want Slash, but they ban Naga.
But if you want to pick TB in this junction, right?
It's hard.
Then it's difficult, right? They can just pick like some Lash. There's still Lash in the...
There's Darks here.
So there's a lot of counters.
Will they go like Lash and TB?
You can't ban everything.
Rebellion's going to go Phoenix Lash. I mean, damn it. I said it a little second too late, but I have a feeling they're going to go Phoenix Lash. Whenever I see them play this Death Prophet, they always like to have something that can sustain it behind. So now you already have Phoenix with the Sunray, already very, very good in the midst of these team fights. More team fight that they always like for themselves, good lane support. And if they do go for the Lesh Rakastini, that means that they have one of their classic duels, right? Abed on the Lesh running around, having the backup of the Sunray to heal him up if things go south, and having Bloodstone on top of that, and you still have to deal with Exorcism Ghost. I feel like this is a very hard response for Team Spirit because they have to be able to address both options just in case, even without seeing it directly.
Yeah, and now, for example, they would love a Silencer hero against Phoenix, against DP, and they already have the support pack. It's super hard to be in this position, but they need a hero that's enabled by the Undying, so I think they could maybe steal the Lash. That's super good against DP. They need some answer to the DP. Batrider still in the pool, also seems great against DP, against Phoenix. Seems like a free Batrider so far, but then again, you show Batrider, Shopify, they get to answer, they get to maybe block you, they get to copy you.
Yeah, but they go for the draw and Batrider, so that pretty much means that the lanes are going to be pretty standard. It's going to be draw and Undying. I think maybe the Batrider is kind of might be a flex pick, but I feel like it's more likely going to be Abed's hero here for them. I don't remember them doing off-lane Batrider in the group stage. I think every time it's been on Abed so far.
Oh,
but
wrong. Other teams.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. I got confused.
Yeah, Lal has been the one that's primarily played the Batrider. I do not believe we've seen Collapse play it just yet. And just generally speaking, when I think of Collapse and the kind of player that he is, I don't necessarily think of a hero like Batrider, right? I think of these like much bigger team fighters that can control the entirety of the space and or just be the primary initiator. And Batrider doesn't always feel like he wants to be the hero that's always starting the fight.
Yeah. And now you can either go a carry like a Zark, that's probably gonna be banned because there's a Batrider, or you can go the Queen of Pain.
They should pick Slug now.
Yeah, any of the two is gonna have a super free game, in my opinion. Puck's not that good, in my opinion here, but still decent because it goes really well with the Phoenix. So I would expect either Queen of Pain or Puck for the mid lane, or a Zark carry.
He did play it once. There is a collapsed Batrider game, so they couldn't necessarily, they could be flexing this for Team Spirit. I suppose they'll just figure out what they want to pick after they see what Rebellion goes for here. So what are we thinking? It has to be an Abed hero here, given the pattern of drafting they go for, and indeed it is an Abed hero. They grab his Puck. We already saw, Winter, that this hero was crazy successful during the group stages, much more successful than we thought it would be. The Batrider Puck matchup, how do you feel about this in the mid lane?
It's not that good for the Puck, but in the game I can see why they want this hero. It's quite difficult for their heroes to catch him. They don't really have much reliable disables for him apart from the lasso. I mean, if you can catch him with the leaf, that's great. But apart from that, draw and Undying don't really have much to catch the Puck. But overall, I feel like it does give them like the initiating tools that they are lacking. If you look at the first three heroes, DP, Tusk, Phoenix, they don't really have very good ways of starting the fight if the Tusk is a support. So yeah, I mean, Puck definitely works with their lineup.
I think Doom would fit well for Team Spirit, but Shopify, they ban an Ember, so they believe the Batrider can be played on the offlane.
Are they going to do that thing of just banning one offlaner, banning one mid laner just to cover both options?
Isn't that like really strange? Like if they would have just picked the slot, then they wouldn't have to worry about that. It would have just eliminated that the Batrider being able to go to both lanes, you know, because if you pick the slot, then the Bat can't, he doesn't want, I mean, he can go there, but he doesn't want to go there, you know. Then it eliminates the problem that you're facing here in the draft where you have to consider, oh, the Bat can still be a flex.
It was too good for Zark and also too good for Puck. That's the thing. I kind of get the idea that they always want overall last pick for TZ. I'm just not so sure how many options he'll have remaining.
PL? But PL's maybe... I mean, what other carries would you rather have?
Let's see. Of the heroes that he's played, how do we feel about Troll here in a game like this?
It's bad against Batrider though. I don't like Troll against Batrider. Like, maybe you can play Troll if you have, say, like an Oracle, a Baton, but it's pretty hard to play without a saving support.
Faceless Void, maybe, because it combos well with the Phoenix.
It's good against Batrider, the time dilation. It's not so good against Draw, but I can still kind of see why Void can work in this situation. So Team Spirit is going to have to pick first. So Shopify can decide last. They still need like a team fight. I guess a team fight frontline hero, like a Tide, Mars kind of hero.
I like Doom. The hero is a good frontline and it's a good initiator. It's a hero that's great against Puck. It's great against DP.
Gives them another form of lockdown.
And the hero doesn't lose lanes because you just farm anyway.
Yeah.
You kind of block
he's a
the
good
faceless
off
void.
lane for blind picking. Like if you don't know your matchup in the lane.
Yeah. What else? Lycan.
Wow. That's one of the last Zoo heroes that was left in the game because we already saw Beastmaster being taken. There was no Nature's Prophet. There was no Enigma. So they go for the Collapse Lycan here. All right. I suppose that they know that of the options that are left for Arteezy, right? The only like beefy heroes that I see that are left in his hero pool that he's played so far at the tournament is like CK maybe. I doubt he plays CK here. If he wanted to go for like some Spectre or whatever that could counter the Drow later, it doesn't really work out now because you just get demolished in the laning phase.
You need a better laner, some Bloodseeker, Monkey, but won't have a really good game. I guess Seeker is the best one in lane and in game.
Seeker feels nice.
Yeah.
You can always go TB, but TB against Draw is kind
Against
of
Drow,
sus.
yeah. Feels really weird. And you're going to get rotated on early on by this Bat Rider.
I mean, I feel like there's no perfect pick, right? They pick a... Okay, they pick Sven. Sven's like good against Lycan, but Sven is like terrible against Bat Rider Undying.
Yeah.
And do they have good heroes around the Sven? I'm not exactly that sure, you know. Like Puck's great to set up the fight. You call and then the Sven comes in. But I'm not very sure about this Sven pick here. I mean, he's going to have a good lane, but apart from that, I'm not very sure.
It's a good thing that Fear isn't on the panel right now, Stini, because, you know, Arteezy is his son, and he would be very upset to see this Sven, because Sven, as a safe laner, as a support, honestly, I love the Sven hero overall right now in the meta. As a safe laner, as your carry, feels a little bit bizarre. Feels like it's a kind of off-kilter. What does he have to do here on the side of Rebellion? What does Arteezy make happen on the map to ensure that this Sven is going to be successful? How do Rebellion win game number 1?
I don't see Arteezy making things in the map. Such a hero on a high cooldown. What I see, if Abed is smurfing on this match, it's like 20-0 on Puck, and this can happen. This seriously can happen.
Yeah.
It's a definitely great Puck game.
Yeah.
They pick Lycan into Puck, so there's the chance that Abed solo carries this game. I would not bet on Arteezy carrying the game.
Yeah.
I would say Abed is the one to do it.
And what about on the other side here, Winter? When you look at this draw from the side of Team Spirit, they have some very good lanes, right?
Yeah.
How do they carry and ride that momentum without Abed going really ham? What do they need to do to ensure that they win game 1?
I mean, it will come down to the lanes. I feel like we didn't really like how they started the draft, but they finished the draft well. I feel like they have very solid lanes. They have catch, they have team fight, they have everything they need to have a very good game here. I think if they can do well in the lanes, the game will be very straightforward for them.
Let us find out if they will be capable of doing well in the laning phase right now to ensure that they get a game 1 victory, or if it's going to be the side of Rebellion utilizing the Arteezy Sven to ride to victory. We find out right now as we head into game number 1. We have an incredible casting duo. We have the laudable Lyrical and the ferocious Fogged. Gentlemen, take it away.
Oh my God, thank you so much, Snare, and thank you so much, panel. And Fogged, we're here.
We are.
It's going to be an awesome match at Shopify Rebellion facing off against Spirit. How you feeling about it?
I mean, we got a Sven. It's a Sven carry, definitely unorthodox, but you can see the reasonings.
Right.
If we're playing versus the Lycan and the lane and stuff like that, it can always have its benefits. The armor is going to be great, plus armor versus Drow Ranger versus Lycan and stuff like that. Can see the reason why. Is it going to work is the question.
Right. And to me, I really liked what Steve was talking about there, the value of this Puck.
Yes.
We were talking about it also a little bit, the draft, and we were like, are they going to go for this Slark? And it's a great pick taking this Puck right now. I have a constant tweet that I'll retweet every couple of years, which is, Abed got Puck, surely something went wrong. Because this guy plays it like nobody else. Also playing on land, which means no paying. We're going to be seeing some magic here.
Yeah, he could have one of those games where he does explode. There's some forms of catch that he could struggle with, but overall, it's a pretty damn good Puck game, right? Gust, the silence from the Drow can be a bit annoying. Rubik, if he's able to get a good spell steal, then it could be that instance where he's able to catch the Puck. But Abed, this is one of his most comfortable heroes, so really looking forward to seeing what he's going to be able to do with it and how many team fights and how much control they're going to be able to instill with their 4, because I think like Astini and like Winter were saying a little bit, the Sven sometimes can take a little bit of time on to get online. God's Strength a bit of a long cooldown, so let's see how much space they're going to be able to make for this Sven. I personally like the pick here. I could be totally wrong, of course, but I do like what I'm seeing, what it's up against. Some concerns about getting kited around versus like the Undying Tombstone in the middle of team fights and some sticky stacks if he's not able to just explode and detonate targets. But they do have ways to hold these targets down for Arteezy to beat them through. And like I said, Sven versus Lycan, Sven versus Drow, old school kind of counter pick. It's a very Bulba kind of style thing. It's a throwback to like old days where Sven was actually played much more as a carry. So looking forward to see how it's going to work.
Right, and of course, Crit's already going to be roaming around a lot on this Tusk.
Yeah.
Going to maybe see him be able to stack up some of those camps on his way to and from the mid lane to try and give Abed a little bit of help securing those runes. And that's the other thing to me. These two mid laners, so much kill potential around their level 6s. Both of them like to be able to get active if there is an opportunity, maybe somebody diving a tower on one of those other lanes. So we'll see if that ends up happening or not. And then, of course, seeing those supports roam in towards mid to try and help them out getting those kill runes.
Yeah, definitely going to be an interesting one. I think the Abed and Crit, I think that's been a staple. The Abed Crit duo of going around and killing people and trying to instill the game to be in a comfortable position for Arteezy to carry. I feel like when we see that be successful, that's the best we see Shopify be. That's when they always can like actually thrive to their best. Just let's see if it'll work out. Right now, Laurel having a very successful first 2 waves, 5-0.
Yeah, and he's another one that when I think about heroes that he's really good on, one of the main ones that comes out is Puck for him too.
Yes.
So he's going to know a lot of those things as we see. What we've often seen a lot is these early movements and connecting waves into weird positions. Miposhka, though, in a little bit of trouble there, taking some harassment. Yadoro up on the high ground means that it's a little bit tougher for them to trade. So we'll just keep our eyes on each of these lanes as Mira's going to be forced back a little bit by Fly 2.
This bottom lane shouldn't really be able to slow down Arteezy much at all. He should have a pretty free farm to be able to just play versus these two. Versus Lycan, sure you'll be able to get some denies and stuff with your wolves, but overall, Arteezy should have a pretty good start in the early game.
Taking that cleave now here with that level 2, so he is going to be able to simultaneously whittle down these wolves, and the lane will push a little bit, maybe have an opening there in a little bit to try and get some pulls going. We'll have to keep our eyes on it, and Abed tried to phase shift dodge and actually got hit by that sticky napalm, so he's going to have to back away a little bit here. Always a bit scary, and yeah, he gets hit by it again.
I love watching when these players toy with each other, when I've seen like the Embers versus the Bats and the Puck versus the Bat, all about trying to dodge out those stickies so you don't get too stacked up. Abed doing fine. Same thing with Laurel, though. Still all the way up. Pretty much even. Yeah, 12-0 and 11-2. Top is struggling, though. Yeah.
That Death Prophet not having a good time at all. Only 4 last hits so far. That, of course, was those sort of weird shenanigans going on in the river there and the power of Undying.
Yeah. Undying and Drow is one of the scarier lanes, honestly. You get whittled down where you have less HP, of course, versus this Undying. He's doing more damage. Drow is slowing you. It does tons of damage early game, so definitely beneficial. Miposhka now, dropping a bit low.
Tombstone up on the high ground, though. Tries to get a double decay, and that turnaround, incredibly strong, coming from Miposhka. So
Take the wave.
Yeah, that deals the whole thing out, and they're going to have to redraw aggro if they want to pull it back in again.
Oh, I love it. Miposhka's just like, okay, I guess I'll farm for a little bit right here. This is nice. Thank you very much. Great positioning there. The Tombstone looks like he's under some threat. Love it, love it, love it.
And it looks like now, again, Saberlight can pull this one back in. He's going to have access to a free wave for himself as well. So 1,000 gold separating them. You can see he's going to catch back up after getting that wave over there. And a little bit of a chase now. Miposhka running at Crit, trying to keep him away too. And it looks like they're going to be fine. But Undying right now almost has the same amount of last hits as this Death Prophet.
Yep, he's getting slowed down significantly. It's all because of that catch and fly. Oh! Did he? I think he dove aggressively and got lifted. Oh boy, Fly trying to get aggressive down here and gets punished. That's a painful one. Who got the last? No, neither one of them got the last hit in particular, but either way, they get that first blood.
And Arteezy now turning on to Mira, seeing if they can bring him down.
He's chilling.
Yeah, he's cool. Has that Fairy Fire ready. He's going to be fine.
9 stick charges as well, sitting on that Rubik. Sven still farming well, but Fly giving up perhaps an unnecessary death there, diving forward for a kill.
Well, you can see, at least at these early goings, things going okay for the side of Team Spirit, as it has been a pretty rough lane up top for the Death Prophet, but is going to start to catch back up over the next couple waves, it looks like. Collapse being brought somewhat low as well. And we'll just back away from that one, it looks like. They can't really go after Fly that effectively.
No. The Wolves constantly get cleaned up every single time. That's why you see the Sven pick versus Lycan, all the summons that'll come out later on too. So, yeah, the pick, you can clearly see the reasoning for it versus that Drow and versus that Lycan as things progress. Saberlight now getting slowed down.
Needs to be really careful here. They keep on him. Crit tries to buy a little bit of separation, and he will just TP out. Ooh! And there it is, first blood going the way of Team Spirit. Very well played.
Abed also getting pushed back here. Laurel gets a lot of stacks up on him. Crit, I mean, you can see what he's trying to do, trying to protect his buddy, but Undying and Drought, too much damage. Saberlight still suffering. Going to be a slow start for this Death Prophet. And even Crit, I mean, that death hurts. As we were mentioning before, a lot of Shopify's power is usually around this Crit and this Abed duo to be able to make lots of stuff happen. If Crit's getting slowed down, there'll be some small concerns. Mira, he's got so many wand charges, maybe baiting again.
Right. Yeah, trying to get Fly to use some amount of spells onto him. And then the Wolves are going to get the harassment off too.
Yep.
Not very much armor. A stun now thrown onto Collapse just to buy a little bit of extra space there for Artur to keep the farming going. And I think as of yet, we haven't really seen that many stacks off in the jungle either. So
no.
Artur having this good start to his laning stage is definitely much needed. Mira, I mean, he's going crazy low.
He's baiting him. He's just waiting and waiting. 13 wand charges and a fairy. He's just waiting.
Oh, dude, watch out there. He's going to be okay. Yeah. Incredibly happy.
Yep, and all things considered, even though you picked the Sven to counteract the Lycan in the overall aspect of the game, the Lycan is free farming.
Okay.
It's a 29 or 30 and 9 last hits here for Collapse, so he's still having this free time even though he is in that Sven matchup in the laning phase. See how it progresses.
Yeah, we'll have to watch and see if he can keep up that type of momentum. I mean, in terms of the way that you see this game playing out, the panel talked a lot about the need for Abed Puck to pop off. For Team Spirit, what are they looking to try and do to sort of keep this stuff going for themselves?
They have a really solid tricorder scale at all moments. So I think for them, it's just like come out of lanes in a decent spot, force Roshans early on with the Lycan plus Drow. And that's kind of a recipe for success if you're able to get these constant Roshes versus a bit of a slower lineup with the Sven. They have a great Rosh. Lycan, Drow, Undying. If they even get like one successful team fight, if there's like an exorcism wasted from the side of Saberlight, could easily see Spirit just get a very early Roshan, like 15, 17 minutes, something like that. So I think just come out of lanes ahead, get the Dominator ready, and then get your push going around Tombstone.
Well, speaking of that Tombstone, it is going to be dropped down now. Miposhka chasing through and dodging a little bit of vision. They aren't going to be able to connect there. Yadaro still keeps after him, but they weren't able to run down that Death Prophet. So a wave coming in, they'll help her out a little bit. But Collapse, he's being brought down low. With the rotation coming in from the Tusk, they can get some damage out. But the turn, the Bat Rider's here. They got to get away. Fly backs out. He's already used the dive. And with the full commitment in, they will find and bring down that Phoenix.
They bring Crit down bottom, but he's still pretty low level. They will find top, though. The Drow, Abed.
Oh,
He's
nice.
got him.
Much bigger kill there.
Nice move. Can't quite actually go for this Lycan at this point. Sure, you know, you've got this like high damage. You don't have God Strength, though, and he's already got Dominator finish, so he's super tanky. Spirit, a great response. And with that rotation, when they send the Bat bottom, they'll send the Undying mid to sap the experience. Who's going to get the haste? Arteezy will be able to take it away from either of the mid laners. But Laurel's still hanging down bottom. They want this tower. He's going to commit for Fly. Fly's in trouble.
Trying to fly away, trying to dive away. Not going to happen. Fly's going to get caught, and they get him again.
It's a big deal.
I mean, yeah, getting that Phoenix killed off twice. I mean, if they can get this tower, it'd be huge.
They should be able to.
Yeah.
I don't know who wants to come down bottom. Saberlight's struggling. Puck doesn't really want to go down there. So they're just going to have to go for a trade. So we'll lose that bottom tower. And yeah, I don't believe they have any stacks going for themselves either. So the Sven might have a bit of a difficult time to accelerate the farm. And Sven is one of those heroes that needs farm acceleration.
Well, a early still, as you can see across the board, pretty good start for them on the side of Shopify Rebellion. I mean, the Drow definitely the one that's hurting the most out of these cores. None of it is by like a huge margin, though. You know, it's 500 gold or so separating as they do find the stun before the Tombstone and the silence. They take down that Undying.
Great aggressive moves. I mean, Abed making things happen right now. That top rotation. He's got Coil still available now again, too. He's making it happen. Laurel made a rotation. It was a successful one, but it only kills the support. So Shopify coming out ahead in these lanes at the moment. Stacks, though, Spirit, they do have theirs ready in comparison. So we'll be able to at least catch up a bit on that net worth.
Yeah, and Batrider is already very much accelerating in towards those boots of travel. So you can see the differences, right? Yeah. Abed, he's going in for the Witchblade. For Laurel, he's trying to make sure that he can be more active around the map with these bots builds. That's just the difference with those heroes.
Yeah.
Abed needs to hit harder on those rotations.
Yeah, but Witchblade is super nice versus Drow. You're very tanky. You get that armor, of course, that's going to be built in versus this physical damage that's coming out from Spirit. So that'll be a really good pickup for him. And he's still got Coil at the ready, so could still play active if he'd like to. Right now still farming a jungle camp, but definitely ready to make a move.
And over there in the river, Crit, he'll find an Invis rune. Abed's still trying to hold on to this one. So when do we see that rotation from the Lycan? It looks like they might be coming over here now.
At any moment, really. They want to be putting the pressure on Spirit, even though, you know, slight advantage for Shopify and laning things. They are all about pressuring early towers with Tombstone and with this Lycan.
Well, Crit scouts all of this. They have an Invis rune still in hand for him. There is a Sentry Ward down in the area for Team Spirit, but yeah, it looks like they're just going to have to give this up.
Oh, that's a bit brutal. That is definitely painful when you're playing with a hero like Sven who needs the triangle. This could give Spirit the momentum to be able to invade, get some wards down, and even play around there. And you were mentioning the Boots of Travel. It's a very standard pickup, of course, on Bat. But when you're playing with Lycan, it actually is way stronger because you can TP on these Invis Wolves. You can constantly join into these fights that perhaps you wouldn't expect it.
The double support combo moves on in. They try and bring him down. The silence was good, and it's going to get him out.
Beautiful play.
Perfect execution there from the Drow. Yadro able to dodge the gank, and that was ostensibly what that tower was supposed to give up for. They were trying to get the kill onto Drow.
Oh boy, and now Crit does have a TP available, has a Tumblers too, so he can hide. Yeah, he should be fine.
Yeah, gets out of harm's way. They drop a Sentry Ward even trying to catch him.
Nice try. Trying to get the vision of the TP perhaps, but yeah, Tumblers toy saving the day for him. Arteezy, top net worth. Mask of Madness is finished. Does at least have one stack.
Right.
So we'll be able to clear through that one.
Well, and you sort of compare the two teams and what they're strong in right now. And whereas on the side of Spirit, they have this giant ball up that's hard to deal with, and they can just run in and take the tower. It's not a similar thing from Shopify Rebellion. They have to find these kills first to be able to sort of put the clamps on the map.
Yes, they need to pretty much just give Arteezy all the space in the world so that he can get that crazy farm, because he needs it this game. He needs BKB to be able to fight. Walking into Spirit's lineup without it is suicide.
Well, and look at this. Laurel makes the move over. Abed's there. They have the coil. Do they want to stick around? Stolen coil!
Oh,
they find him
God.
there. Abed did not get caught, though, by it. The silence is still enough. They're going to bring down that puck. Perfect play coming out from Spirit, anticipating that movement. And Fly, he's going to be the one that is also left behind here. Does not have a way out. Mira even going to give the tip over. They read that perfectly.
They're feeling good. These kills open up map very quick. Remember what we were saying earlier, Roshan, it's going to be very early from Team Spirit. If they're able to get early kills like this, swings momentum heavily, and they still will have Coil in the next upcoming fight too when it comes back on cooldown. So can look to set up more happen with it. A huge steal, and slowing down Abed is massive.
Dude, Fog, I'm not going to lie. It's looking really scary now for the side of Shopify Rebellion. Spirit still have so much room to grow. They're getting the helm of the Overlord pretty soon.
Yes, definitely. And they do not really deal with it too well. You'd have to pop, and you probably have to pop Ghosts to kill it. It's going to be popping out so early. Sven takes a long time to get online and definitely wants to have a much bigger net worth lead over something like a Drow Ranger. 300, definitely not enough. Spirit feeling good and looking good.
Well, it's still only about 1,000 gold lead, but it's the sort of tempo that we're seeing Team Spirit play with that's pretty concerning right now as Yadro just keeps on farming up into that triangle there.
And they have what you could say is, I guess, like a more normal carry hero, right? Sven, it's a bit unorthodox. Yes, we talked about how you could see its counters and stuff like that, but difficult crit. There's the coil.
Well played, well used, steals the shard as well. He does not have a way out of this. Can get the snowball, and actually with the creeps heading out, he'll create a little bit of distance, but the lift back is there, and Team Spirit cleaning up.
Mira, what a play. And now he's got shards for next play. They still have lasso, so Laurel can still continue to look to play aggressive to go for a catch. Shopify just gonna have to sit back and kind of farm for these next few moments. Which does not really feel too beneficial with the way the Team Spirit's gonna start closing off the map. Like you said, Helm of Overlord's about to be done.
Right.
And then that Roshan, it is absolutely on the menu. They are starting to get more stacks for Arteezy, so enabling him there. But they need to get some type of successful move going for themselves right now. Not easy into Spirit though. Spirit, everything's at the ready.
I'm not sure how the DP wouldn't get in that smoke right there, but the DP is definitely not smoked.
Uh-oh.
And the rest of the team heading on in together now.
Going into the Ancient area, but Spirit, they're all playing on mid.
Yeah.
They've got the Dragon already pushing.
Well, this smoke will not bear fruit in terms of getting kills, but they will get a ward down. Scouting out that area of the map. Maybe they can find Drow a little bit later on, but for right now, Team Spirit, they're just playing it so clean.
Playing together, they're just setting up, waiting for Roche. And they're going to force that fight. Like Shopify, how are you going to look to go for this battle? Arteezy, he's definitely not ready to fight by any means.
No.
Sure, you've got Phoenix, you've got Coil, and you've got this Exorcism and stuff like that, but the Rosh is already going to die. Dying way too fast.
Well, Tier 1 tower traded for the Rosh. It is, unfortunately, for Shopify Rebellion, the offlane tower. And for Team Spirit, they are feeling great right now.
Oh, yeah. This is exact timing. For 15 to 17 minutes. It's the most ideal time, really, for Spirit. They get a Drow now with an Aegis. He's got comfort to now stick with this team. They can continue looking to pressure and slow down the side of Shopify with this type of small lead, but it's substantial with the way that with what they're playing against right now.
Right, and for so many of, you think about Team Spirit's TI run, it was off the back of that Collapse Magnus, this time making the action happen on this Lycan. And look at that. That is a devastating steal. That's his piggy bank. It stole his piggy bank, Fog.
Stole his piggy bank, and they're getting the top tower. Perhaps Shopify have to play kind of split up on the map, but they're giving up so much space. Spirit looking like they can kind of do anything at this moment.
Well, Crit, Saberlight, they're playing together around where Maposhka is, but he's constantly being right there. They saw him, and now we'll see him head out. As Arteezy does look to head out of harm's way as well. We'll TP and head over to the other side, but Crit, he makes the move.
Nice shards.
They find him.
He's stuck.
Gonna keep him under control. A little bit of the animation cancel, and then they make sure that they clean up that kill.
Get themselves back on the board, but now they're pinging their stacks, and they're like, oh no.
All right.
They took them all.
Got them all taken care of.
Yotaro, natural itemization when you're playing versus DP. He's got the shard already purchased up after Dragonlance. So gonna have that little hypothermia that's gonna be really nice to whittle him down, break that healing a bit. Arteezy, not in a bad spot still, but needs to have a little bit more and needs to be able to get enabled soon by his team. And we'll see what he's gonna be able to do once he does join these fights.
Right.
Could still just get kited around, and he actually is just the highest priority target for Lasso in most fights too. So even if he shows it with BKB, there's a chance he just gets lassoed and gets fully controlled too. So it's not an easy task for Arturito.
No, Arturito, rough game for him. And it feels like really, again, the key to a lot of this stuff is going to be Abed, finding that good initial coil. If he can catch a couple in coil, if he can get that silences, particularly before BKBs come out, that might be an avenue for them to find some success where Artur can just start punching away.
They need the blink. He's pretty close to it.
Yeah.
That perhaps will be the timing that Shopify is looking for so that he can actually jump into these backlines. But it's giving time. Spirit, they're ready to fight. They still have Aegis.
Right.
They're on their way to BKB for Bat.
Saberlight. Got to be careful there, trying to dodge away from the damage. Walks back in, doesn't know Laurel's there. And that is an easy pickoff for Team Spirit.
That was the Death Prophet, by the way. Died in 3 seconds or so. The damage on the side of Spirit's insane. They have massive damage amp if you get hit from Undying, but they also have Howl plus Drow. So just so much damage with that physical armor being brought down all the way. Toro, 4K lead now for Spirit. They're buying an extremely early gem to keep constricting the map. They're taking tier 2 top. Everything is looking troublesome for Shopify.
Team Spirit looking so good right now and
clean.
Absolutely. I mean, that's the big thing is that it's also, we're not seeing these like random pickoffs. They're playing together, but they're still maintaining the net worth lead. Shopify, they need to buy more time, but I'm not sure if they're going to have it.
And is at the same time too, is time really going to fully benefit them? Sure, the Sven is farming, but their DP and Puck is starting to, they're going to start having more and more answers for these two. So sure, you're getting that farm, but is it actually going to end up paying off? Brigand's Blade being found on both sides. Both carries happy. Don't think there's a Grove Bow on your Toro though, so not the happiest, but still pretty good.
Fair, fair, fair. Well, Hurricane Pike now completed. There is just about the BKB done as well on this Sven. See if they decide to try and play around that Puck Blink Dagger timing, or if they want to just keep the farm game going, because as you said, it still gets tough, and Crit has oftentimes been the one that's made the difference. He's going for the Blink too, still a little ways away from it.
And maybe they're just waiting for that Aegis to go down before they look for the fight. And yeah, BKB very soon on Sven. Feels like they're going to have to make it a pretty impactful one with the way the state is. Oh, and there it is, of course, Yotaro. He's got Brigand's Blade. Now he's got the Grove Bow, the dream.
Yeah, this is a heck of a game for him.
Wow.
And we'll be going into the BKB afterwards. All the things to try and secure this game. I feel like at least if we're not seeing that like second Roche, Shopify Rebellion having some type of foothold in this game, whether it's contesting that Roche, winning a fight or something, it's looking really hard for them to stay in it.
Absolutely. I mean, map continues to shrink. Look at the wards that Shopify's down. It's literally just the most defensive wards possible because they can't really get outside too much further with the way the Spirit's controlling tempo of this entire game so far. But let's see. I mean, the Sven, let's see what he's going to build the Magic. If the Magic's going to happen with Warcry, with BKB, and God Strength when he's ready to join.
Flybys a smoke. They're already smoked on Spirit. Can they make a defensive play here?
Deep
Getting
ward.
down a ward. Maposhka. And now you watch Saberlight there is revealing himself. The entire team is behind this TP, though, trying to bait out Saberlight. We'll see if it's going to work or not. They're going to glyph the wave here, and then the big wraparound.
Okay. Aegis is gone.
Can they do something here? This could work out for them, but they need to find the right angle.
They have to get the most beautiful initiation to allow this Sven and Death Prophet to walk in. The super long wraparound.
I mean, this is kind of crazy. They're going to run out pretty soon. They drop a ward right on top of the other ward. Spot Laurel there for a moment. Crit. Does he go in? The snowball. It's a slow initiation. They get the BKB immediately. That is not going to work. Team Spirit will suss out this smoke and immediately put the clamps on it.
Looks like Shopify, they're trying to get that initiation, like thinking maybe the bat's like looking bottom like that. Maybe he doesn't actually get his BKB up and we get the chain stun and kill him, but definitely not the case. Laurel, very prepared. Continue to control the map, Spirit. Great reads.
Arteezy trying to kill off this dragon. He just wants to run it down. Give me the gold. The slow, it's there. Can he kill it off in time? He will. So he gets a little bit of gold. That's almost like a kill, right?
I mean, pretty much is a hero kill, honestly. Abed.
Oh. Uh-oh. That one hurts. That's a real hero kill.
Oh, yeah. And that is pretty much Laurel's Blink Dagger. So now ease of access to be able to jump into the fights, just to pick and choose his targets that he wants to lasso. It's the dream. And look at Abed. Rubik did 1,000 total damage to him. So looking at what Mira has stolen right now, one of the best spells you can get in the game. Waning Rift, absolutely amazing on Rubik, especially when you're playing versus Puck. And versus the two supports, like Tusk and Phoenix, they can really suffer versus this insanely long silence that a Rubik does have. Has the highest damage in the game right now, Mira.
That's crazy. I mean, it makes sense. He's been having a fantastic one right now. And, well, Arteezy runs through the river with a little bit of company there. The only thing that they can really do, they have to wait for Abed before they can really go for a fight. The game just feels very condensed, a small area to play in. And Team Spirit, they're going to get together again here and now play with this Batrider a little bit more.
It feels like they're getting to do whatever they want on the map. And for Shopify, we're not getting to see any combos of Coil with Egg. We're not seeing Exorcism being popped in combination with Coil. Spirit's not giving them the chances by any means. Crit, soon having Blink, so they'll have a secondary form of initiation, but so much space has been lost on the map.
It's been very tough for Shopify here. They do have the Philly Stone on that Tusk like you're talking about, and with this wave, he should be able to finish it off. So this one coming to a close here. Oh, he's just a little gold away. He'll be there soon, surely.
He'll have it in like 5 gold, so yeah, he's got it. Got to make a lot happen now. Have to get this ult synergy coming in together with the Puck and with the Phoenix. Abed.
He's got to be careful. Will go for the jaunt away as the rest of the team was coming down and barreling down that lane. Yadro going to rejoin the rest of his compatriots as well.
Spirit's like just literally giving nothing up.
Nope. Almost a BKB for him too, and trying to delay out this game. Abed hiding off in the trees, just needs to play so safe against this Batrider and Rubik.
Yeah, with the steal, he still got it for a long time. That distance with Lens as well. It's crazy how far you can actually jump with it.
Mira making everything happen here for Team Spirit.
A collapse's building damage has to be crazy, just from the Helm of Overlord at this point. He's literally just been sieging. I mean, look at this, yeah. 2.6k already at this point.
More than the entire Shopify Rebellion team.
Mm-hmm.
And it keeps going up.
BKB done for Drow, so now even if the Tusk and the Puck get on top of him, he's got answers.
Right.
Concerns Arteezy, he went back to buy the Shard, so as we were mentioning, that plus armor when you're playing versus Drow can be effective, but they're not able to take fights.
No. Well, and unfortunately for them, the towers can't run away.
No, they cannot.
As they are getting ready to go high ground potentially right now. At 24 minutes in. I mean, this is, you have to stop it at some point. They dropped the tombstone now down.
They can't even hit the tombstone, though. Who wants to hit it?
There's nobody right now.
It's like Puck or Death Prophet ideally have to hit it. Phoenix walking up could just be suicide.
And Laurel, he's waiting just out of range. Does he find a good opening here? I mean, they've already taken the full Tier 3 tower. Saberlight's going to try and bring this one down. Laurel thinking about it, won't go for it. So they do keep their racks alive for a moment.
I think Spirit's very happy with that, though. They probably have timer of Roshan, right? They're probably expecting it should be spawning pretty soon. Swinging across the map, looking for a pickoff. Crit.
Oh, breaks it, but Saberlight, he gets caught for a second. Good silence, the heal's there.
Okay.
So they stop the smoke movement across the map.
Is that that's a full AC on this Lycan.
Oh my god. Dude, he's so farmed.
Collapse is enormous.
This guy is a monster.
Uh-oh, Arteezy might show up and actually do no damage.
Yeah, that's a problem.
They need to probably just force this Roshan. It's about, what, 20 seconds or so, 30 seconds? Would have been ideal if they found it right there and it spawned, but either way, Spirit in the area.
Jump in, finds some Poshka, lift immediately. Mira got him, but the snowball for the turnaround. The gust, it hits onto 3. Trying to connect now onto this drought. Can they get heroes on top of her? Can they do damage?
She just doesn't even pop BKB. Yatoro.
No concerns. That's not an Aegis Drow. That's just Yatoro.
That's confidence.
Crit. He doesn't have snowball for 1 second. They try and bring it down, but now the lasso pulling him to the low ground. They steal the stun, but the BKB pop, the turn, starting to do damage. Yatoro, he gets to the high ground. Able to separate there. Saberlight thinks about running in. Mira now also going to just TP away brazenly in their face. That one's not going to work. But with this, Roche. Oh, this would be huge. Shopify Rebellion, they have to all in this one.
Spirit's going to go back in. Tombstone is at the ready. I don't think they have enough exorcism. Arteezy's super low.
Goes in. BKB reaction from Laurel was perfect. And Artur getting dropped down lower. The snowball save, but will it be able to save him a second time? Over to the Wild Wings, the heal. It was not enough. Laurel is down low, and Abed jumps in, able to catch him there for the kill. Saberlight now on top of Collapse, the Walrus Punch. Is there any more control they got? But Yatoro right on top of him. They find the multi-shot. They find the couple kills. And Team Spirit, the path to Roche, it's right open.
Still having Flesh Golem too, so it's going to get brought down quick. That was everything from Shopify. Almost getting this decent response there, but the buyback's coming out. More beneficial for Spirit, and now that Roche.
Oh.
Can he steal it?
He's thinking about it. Jump in, they immediately catch. The snatch of the Aegis, though, he did get the last hit onto Roche.
He did.
A Pyrrhic victory, but...
he got some XP, he's happy with it, but yeah. Who ended up getting Shard? Did we actually get to see? I didn't get to quite see just yet.
Yeah,
maybe it was the Lycan.
Well, regardless.
Yeah, probably the Lycan, okay.
It's a now really strong moment here for Team Spirit.
I have to give a lot of credit to Yatoro in this mid fight, where he just has honestly such confidence to just stand there and not use BKB or Hurricane Pike under the coil. The reason that he survives later on is because he saves both and has it to be able to reset away from Arteezy. That's just sheer confidence. And now up to high ground, this one should be the Rax. No ults. They have coil, they don't have DP ult or Phoenix ult.
Well, at the very least, 1 Rax to fall here. Shopify Rebellion not out of it yet, but it is a substantial lead right here for Team Spirit, who off the back of getting this Aegis are going to immediately run down, get 1 lane of Rax, reset, might try and go again.
Yep, they're going to have constant momentum pushing in from bottom lane, and potentially 1 other lane, as we saw the Lycan because he got the Shard. We're going to see that Wolf popping out on these side lanes also. That's going to keep momentum going for them. So Spirit, keep controlling it, all the momentum of this game. Collapse, top of net worth. The Lycan, who was quote-unquote answered by the Sven, it does not seem to have worked out whatsoever so far for Shopify.
No, in fact, he answers the Sven himself.
Oh,
He's got that AC fully done.
Yep.
And they're going to need to get one of their own if Shopify want to be able to do some amount of damage in these fights. Granted, when he was on top of the Drow, it did feel like, you know, Arteezy was really starting to stack up that damage, almost got him into a dangerous position.
Almost.
But I believe also we saw some Ogre Seal Totems that are now there, so it makes the fights even harder for Team Spirit to keep their fight going their direction. Collapse, runs in.
Fly.
Might have to pop the Supernova right here, and does immediately.
They just walk away. They're like, okay, cool. It is a Lycan ult popped, but well worth it to make that egg pop off. Shopify at this point with this disadvantage need absolutely everything in these team fights, so Collapse, well done by him. And soon, oh, actually not soon, it's done, I think. That's the butterfly for Yatoro, and Arteezy, he is probably nowhere in the realms of having any type of prevention to go through this evasion. That is concerning. He is so underfarmed in comparison.
Right. No, it's a serious problem. I think the only benefit that they do somewhat have is that Obviously, Cleve not worried about that. If he can find another hero next to him, maybe you can start stacking up the damage, but it feels really like we're reaching at that point to see anything work out for Shopify. Next couple of minutes are going to be really pivotal.
They have to delete heroes they have to delete, it feels like 2 or 3 heroes in the duration of the Sven BKB at this point. Otherwise, Team Spirit, they just got so much going for them, multiple different kind of scaling cores. And hitting high ground again, there's no glyph.
There's nobody here. They got to get back. I mean, Crit, he sees Maposhka. Do they want to go for this Undyne first? No. Yadro, they bait out the Gust, but there's the lift immediately there for the turn. Can they get on top of and kill anybody? Collapse is starting to drop down low. He gets feared now by the DP, but Saberlight just get evaporated.
He's gone.
Well, they deleted 2 heroes, so I don't know. I mean, it kind of goes the other way, I guess.
And they did use God Strength. They don't have, now they don't have anything.
Oh, he goes on in. He tries to take down the big Thunderhide. He is gone. And just like that, that is going to be a second set of racks. Team Spirit taking no prisoners. GG.
Wow. What a clean game from Spirit. Shopify, they tried something a little different here, going for the Sven to counterpick a little bit of that Drow versus Lycan, but it never worked. They were actually the top 2 farmed heroes. Wasn't able to slow them down whatsoever. They had a little bit of good rotations from Abed in the laning phase, but quickly the map dwindled. Collapse took complete control of the map with this Lycan.
Yeah, that was an unbelievably solid performance from him. I'm thinking back to the early moments. There was maybe a couple of times where a rotation could have come earlier or something, but by and large, it didn't feel like there were that many mistakes that Shopify made. It was just, it just kind of spanked them.
Yeah, it was just a well-rounded draft from Spirit, and they hit this timing, right? They got the Overload pre-15 minutes, and they get a big kill out before they get it too, so they get an immediate Roshan, press the tier 2s, limit the map, constrict the Sven's farm, and steal his stacks as well too, right? So feels like Spirit hit on multiple fronts. Shopify are going to have to bring something else to the table.
Yeah, that's going to be the tough one to watch for. And I think that, you talk about that last pick, Lycan, how perfect that one was in that moment, because even after they get that second, set, the second Roshan, they get the shard onto Lycan, it meant that even the options of split pushing become that much more difficult to do. They weren't able to sort of control the lanes at all at that point. And the Death Prophet never really feel like she got her feet under her in this match.
No, definitely not. It feels like with this Drow, with this Undying, they slowed her down not long enough, and then when she did walk in a couple times, Saberlight just explodes. There's so much overwhelming damage with Howl, with this Drow just beating on you with the Flesh Golem, etc. Yeah, Spirit hit on all fronts, looking hot.
Looking incredibly hot in this one. I think that the other thing that I really want to watch for here is, there's a couple of vulnerabilities that you see. Undying Drow, you talked about how strong that combination was in terms of the laning stage, but also the Mirror Rubik. There were so many highlight plays that he was able to accomplish there.
And maybe some things also that I didn't, I was talking about the counter, this old school counter, the Sven versus these heroes. These heroes have changed. Lycan now has Howl. That's a completely different ability that actually reduces attack damage. So little things that maybe didn't, I don't know if it made a big difference in this, but could see maybe also pairing issues is Rubik Fade Bolt damage reduction, Howl damage reduction versus Sven 2. Has to delete heroes, but just has difficulty versus this type of lineup getting kited.
Yeah, it was a really tough one for them. They got kited consistently. The Drow at so many different points in times felt like there was maybe going to be able to be a jump onto them that you wanted to see, but they weren't able to accomplish it. We do have the crowd that's starting to come back into this one. There was a signing session right afterwards for EG. They're loving to watch these matches come out, but right now for Shopify, trying to figure out what they can do different into that next draft. I think that the last couple of things that really stand out to me is just going to be, if there's a couple of those changes in those first ones, but let's get ready to head on over to the panel, let them break down all the rest of the action.
I got some theories on solutions that Shopify should be looking at. Undying. Banning it. I think that's a good idea. Fear, have you refreshed the page since you last gave me your numbers?
No, I have not, but they have +1 win on it.
+1 win, so we were 80-something%, now we're, let's say, 90%.
Probably not, but
that's how numbers work. It's higher now, that's the important thing, because Spirit got their hands on it. They clearly know how to make it work very, very well.
Yeah, I mean, they had a dominant laning stage with it. They generally like playing this hero, to crush your lane, and teams try to do some wave pulling stuff. They tried to do it on crit. It didn't work out, and Saberlight just kind of got destroyed in the laning stage. You can't pick DP and have this bad of a laning stage, because it's going to transition into the carry being over farmed, and worse than that, he's playing into Drow, which naturally just hard counters the hero.
the carry was overfarmed and she wasn't even scared. That I saw Yutoro farming Arteezy safe lane. The Drow Ranger was on the bottom half of the map and then almost got ganked by a level 6 Phoenix and a level 5 Tusk, and she made it out just fine.
Yes, there was a lot of aggressive farming on the side of Spirit. I mean, they did the right thing, right? They have a Lycan. They have to utilize it. They take the bot tower, and then what he does is he plays through the jungle, farms through that, and then starts to pressure the mid tower, and that allows Yutoro to just farm all the way up to the tier 2 tower pretty safely, because you're pressuring a tower, so people are being forced to show, and then they're also forming a body in a line, so you can't smoke down to Yutoro. So they're just giving him really nice ways to farm the map nicely, while also taking mid tower.
Yeah, and then it cascades even worse than that, because then as the game continues, they miss that kill. Then they have to try to get kills in other places. They lose the puck in the enemy jungle, which means Laurel has gold advantage there. And in the ultra late game, you saw Crit going for initiations with Tusk. Normally you want to save him to allow the guy that gets gone on to jump. Instead, Crit jumps in, does snowballs, punches, dies immediately afterwards. That's not going to be conducive for a good team fight. That should be Saberlight having decent net worth, being able to frontline, and then they can react for that. So yeah, laning was a huge deal there.
Saberlight being able to initiate theoretically, but also Sven could have gone for a Blink Dagger earlier. Fear instead he was sitting around waiting for his BKB. You think that was the right call on this last pick, Sven?
I mean, I think it's very difficult to really choose like itemization in a lot of games, but one thing that was for sure though is that they waited for Sven to get too many items before they made a play as a team. Like we did see Obid's puck getting lassoed on some high ground, and the reason for that is because they were just buying space for Arteezy. He wasn't quite ready yet on the Sven. And Sven as a hero requires, you need your Mask of Madness, you need your Echo Saber, you need your BKB, you need your Blink, and then you're good to go. But by the time he had all those items, his cores that were doing well, all of a sudden didn't have a game. They weren't able to bring the Sven into the mid game, and then by the time he was ready, it felt like it was just far too late.
Yeah, I may be butchering the specifics, but during the group stage, you and I had a discussion on net worth distribution and how top-heavy net worth distributions have not been very, very successful. And the numbers behind it, Knoxville actually tweeted at us that I find that if you have second, third, and fourth top net worths, you at like 25 minutes, you have like a 67% chance of winning the game. So even though the most farmed hero is on the enemy team, it's in your best interest to make sure your other 3 cores are keeping up with each other.
It's really just resource management. It's just so much easier to know, like, okay, we just have to commit more heroes killing that guy once in a while. One target on the map, it's going to be easier to follow, whereas if it's 3 people split pushing, it feels like you need to deal with more problems at the same time, and it's harder to find those windows.
And especially against a Lycan. I think Collapse getting this last pick Lycan may have been the superior last pick Sheep compared to this last pick Sven.
It was really good. Even though they picked the Sven to counter it, he did just fine. I also really like, or it might even be a criticism of Shopify here, but Shopify decided to like push the bottom tier 1 tower pretty late on, like around 15 minutes, which gave Spirit a free Roshan. Like it went uncontested. They should have been aware of that. You're playing against a Lycan. They want to get into the pit as soon as they can. So I think giving that away sort of just sealed the coffin a little bit.
Yeah, and my eyes are glued to this Sven running around headless chicken. You were somewhat excited by the last pick Sven, Fear. Did you gain any new information about this hero, or it's just everything that you already knew?
It's pretty much everything I knew. The hero is really hard to make work. I was a little surprised that they picked it for the Lycan lane, right? It didn't really stop the Lycan. So I would like to see a response next time that can shut down the Lycan in the laning stage more so than just getting farm on the Sven. But I think overall for Shopify, it didn't go according to their game plan by picking this Sven.
And I think maybe part of the game plan was Puck having a better game. We heard from Lyrical the moment they got into the game. Usually, Abed gets his hand on Puck, Kevin, and the game is predetermined. The guy is a surgeon on the hero.
Yeah, but he can't do it by himself, and you do have some damage issues. Obviously, Batrider has a lot more single target. It was like 5 clips back, but that Dire Jungle fight was a big deal. They basically had 3 people in the jungle. They coiled the Batrider, they kind of half committed, and Spirit reacted really quickly and ended up getting 3 kills out of it. That killed his momentum a lot, then his net worth is lower. Like, Puck just doesn't farm super fast by himself, and he's had a really good win rate from the group stage, but it has to be into the right games, and you have to have some of the good outcomes. Your net worth ideally is in a good place. They just didn't have that.
Have the players been leaving the pods usually? Because they've actually, I feel like all the previous teams that we've seen have been leaving the pods.
Why would they? There's AC in there.
They are chilling, at least temperature-wise, but I don't think they're chilling mentality-wise if they're out here scoping the replay out.
Yeah, maybe like the replay would genuinely be pretty good to watch because I think Spirit dominated them in terms of vision this game.
Okay.
They had 3 wards that covered the top lane, their triangle, and then sort of the entrance to their base. On like this was the hard left side of the map, and these deep wards gave them every piece of vision they wanted, and not a single one of those 3 went de-warded by Shopify, I think. Meanwhile, their warding was pretty lackluster. I don't think they were seeing much. They also had a really deep ward down near the enemy base when they didn't even take the mid tier 1 tower. So it's like you're not using that vision, you're not using that ward, you're not getting rid of what Spirit's seeing. So how are you meant to play this game?
I don't really think that Shopify even crossed the river that often in this game. It feel like perpetually they were defensive. Usually I would feel like Puck's responsibility is to split push, be annoying, but I thought that the Puck was participating with like more team-oriented things as opposed to going off alone.
I mean, we did see him die a couple of times going alone, but like they did not as a team really want to make that move together, right? To go on the other side of the map. And I think that was the big part of like, they didn't really get Roche control at very many points of the times in this game. They weren't able to use their heroes. And plus they didn't really have a hero that can really take a tier 2 because DP had such a bad game. So that level 2 exorcism did not come online in time. So I just think overall, like, their lane's not going well. DP getting crushed in lane. Lycan getting total free farm. Sure, Sven still had a good game, but the tools are all there, and they were there faster for Spirit this game.
How about first phase picks then? Are you going to change your approach, Kevin? Because I think that Undying may need to go up the list a little bit against Team Spirit.
Yeah, that definitely hurt things. I mean, they picked their offlane duo first. They were confident in the DP and the Tusk on the EG side. So I think it's safe to say they felt confident in it, but whatever happened can't happen again. And whether or not, I mean, Undying was picked quite late in the draft too. Throw it in as a second round ban maybe, then it doesn't become a problem. But it was enough to deal with in that match.
Is that a duo that they've been commonly running? I find the synergy between Tusk and DP, if it's not that free that they weren't able to get it in this lane, why are they so confident in it?
Yeah, I don't think Crit even played Tusk in. Oh, I'm sorry, he played him one time in the group stage, so it's a little bit of a departure from their normal. Not that he's in any way uncomfortable on the hero. But yeah, maybe they had damage issues. This was another thing that it kind of happened because their lane went bad. Then he's like pairing with the Phoenix that wasted his ultimate. Then it was hard to like get this mid game kill with Puck. Puck's too active. Just really just a cascade of issues.
Why did Phoenix even have Supernova before Walrus Punch was online? What is going on there?
I think he's got the... Well, so basically when you play Phoenix and you have a Sven in your lane, your Sven is going to leave to go jungle right away.
Yeah.
So basically you just get to soak up free EXP, and that's kind of like the woes of being like a roaming type of hero. You don't get a lot of EXP until the tome's online, and sometimes even with the tome, if your roams aren't very successful, like this game they weren't very successful, you're not getting much EXP. So he was just a little under-leveled this game, unfortunately. I do want to see Crit maybe go back to like some of his DPC days where he was picking a lot more Rubik and Hoodwink and trying to win lanes for Saberlight, because like this roaming style he's been using for a while now, it feels very hit or miss, and it definitely missed this game.
Do you think his skill build is right though? He maxed tag team in this match. He didn't really have that many hitters on his team, so maybe like nukes could have been more effective, or maybe he could have used that to get levels by clearing creep waves.
I mean, in this game, I'm pretty sure he wishes he did, get those. But I think
Hindsight's 2020.
I think his plan was if you do a tag team and you go to your like dual lane and you have a tri lane, it could be really good. But it just never ended up happening, right? So like maybe he had a vision of the game that just didn't follow through. And I think that was just the story for Shopify Rebellion this game. Like they had an idea, they wanted things to go a certain way, but it just didn't. Phoenix got first blooded by getting lifted backwards. The Sven, he got good farm, but they didn't really deny him any creeps from the Lycan when they should have. It was just a rough game for them overall.
Yeah, I also think something that's really weird about this DP Tusk is that they don't flex it as a team.
That's true.
Like the Tusk, Abed hasn't played the DP or the Tusk in the entire of the DPC and the group stage. So I'm not sure, it just seems like a very forward-facing opening. When you look at Liquid, they pick this Tusk, it's because Nisha is happy to take it, and they can put it on Boxy too. So that's where I see the strength of that hero. In an opening like this for this team, I don't like it.
Yeah, and especially because in Spirit's draft, we saw flexibility being exhibited. The Bat Rider was picked, and Shopify wasn't 100% sure if it was going to be offlane or mid. And so Lycan comes out last pick. Chances are they were expecting it to be mid because they picked the Puck.
I'm stupid, sorry. Abed did play Tusk in the DPC.
You lied to me.
I lied to you, but he
At the
didn't
very
play
beginning,
DPC.
he shied away from it very quickly.
You knew that she was wrong and you didn't say anything?
It's okay.
So courteous.
I was actually looking something else up.
Sorry.
Okay, fine, but that was a whole month ago.
There's so many heroes on my screen. Like Arteezy's hero pool is just covering my entire screen. I lose a little.
Was
in the mix.
Sven on the list before this game? Had he played it in group stage? Because I think that one may need to go back into the archives. I was not enthusiastic.
He has not played it.
Okay,
but
then.
that's kind of his thing now. I don't know if he's played a single hero twice.
Oh, he's trying to go Yotoro mode
Yeah, he's
against
going
Yotoro?
the all-hero challenge.
Okay, I mean, he did whip out the Luna at the tail end of the group stage.
Well, he's played TB twice, naturally.
Oh,
the one
okay.
hero's
Right.
gonna.
Wow, here spamming heroes. I'm glad that Valve has banned that kind of behavior. Team Spirit definitely aren't going to ban it against them as they return to the arena because they did leave their pods. Team Spirit vibed out backstage, and okay, Fear, let's say that you're here.
I am here.
You are here, but let's say you're up there.
Yeah.
Let's say that you see that the enemy team are a little bit frazzled. I think that the typical behavior is to leave and go talk amongst yourselves backstage. Instead, they stuck around here. You get an impression on what their mental might be through that?
Well, some teams like to go outside and get a big breath of fresh air, if you know what I'm saying. Rebellion,
I wouldn't call it fresh air most of the time, but it's air.
There's a cigarette channel in some of it.
But Rebellion, they don't have any of those type of players,
Sure,
so
okay.
it's fine to stay in the booth. I just hope they're not like waiting for the replay to download, and sometimes it can be delayed, right? Like, we
Yeah,
really need this
true.
replay. They're just trying to look at every specific because they don't have enough time. They're a very veteran team. They've been to many, many lands together. I think they know what they want to do. I think it's probably going to be, as you mentioned, Fly is probably going to put higher priority on this Undying.
Okay.
I'm highly anticipating. And they're just talking through their game plan, and hopefully it's a constructive talk and it's not hindsight. Like, they go in there, you know, we need to do this better next game, this, inside of just macro gameplay, but
Sure.
more of like a grand scheme, like our strategy needed some work. Let's just start there.
I'm curious what they'll reevaluate in addition to maybe shutting down the Undying. I'm down to see the Spirit Breaker make a comeback again. No need for this Tusk, especially if they don't flex it, because they're not flexing Spirit
And the
Breaker
DP,
either.
right? Like, what was a little weird is they banned the NP, right? Like, Spirit can play it. It's pretty good for them, but, you know, their second pick, if they got that on some second pick with Arteezy being a great NP player, Saberlight also being a great NP player, that could be a tool for them, a really good one too, especially against a team that really likes Undying. So I think that just they got a bit outpicked here as far as comfort zone goes. I'm not saying their heroes are bad, but this is not their style.
Yeah, the other first phase bans were the Broodmother and the Enigma coming out from Team Spirit, so Saberlight did get targeted first phase, which one of you said should happen. Sheep, did you say that?
I thought the offlaners should take ban focus.
Which Spirit stayed true to. Shopify kind of targeted Yotoro instead with the Lina and the Nature's Prophet ban.
Look at that, the Enigma. Yeah, by design, I know everything that's going on here.
First phase ban, I mean, it's respect against Saberlight.
I think it's good. Yeah, I'm really surprised that Undying was the last pick of the first phase. I really thought that someone would get it, but it would be more prioritized. I thought they'd take it on 5 even.
Over the Rubik?
Yeah, instead of the Rubik. But I mean, it worked out for them. But I think maybe, I don't know who's going to get first pick this time, but I don't think if Shopify have second pick again, I don't think they will leave the Undying.
Fear, I have a project for you.
A project?
Yeah.
That sounds exciting. All right.
You've been whipping out some exciting trivia numbers. Could you research how first pick versus second pick are doing?
Yeah, I could do that.
Beginning of the group stage, so I think DPC overall favored second pick. No, it favored Dire. Dire had like a massive advantage in all regards. Whether you were first pick Dire, second pick Dire, it still had a pretty significant win rate advantage over Radiant. In this tournament, I'm curious if teams are favoring sides or picks. I would imagine that not much has changed since the DPC, and Dire is just still built different.
Wait, we have stats on teams' priority on coin toss?
Not specific teams, but overall in the entire tournament.
Oh, okay. I think I had this argument in groups because we were looking at second pick versus first pick, and I said that
bad teams were choosing things.
All right, anyways,
No.
Dire, you want a Dire win rate?
Give me a Dire win rate.
It's at 59%.
Okay, that still seems like it's pretty good, but there's also a Dire first pick and a Dire second pick.
I don't know if I can see those. I just know first pick right now is at 50%, so first and second pick.
I gotta do everything
Yeah,
around
where's the
here.
Dire first pick at?
these guys are just
first
fawning
pick
over
Dire.
their little
There's-
tablet.
First pick Dire is 63% win rate.
There you go.
And
Yeah.
second pick Dire is 56% win rate. Dire is just sick.
It's just built different.
It's just built different.
Yeah. Dire's so good. It's like people want to, when people take second pick, because I still think second pick's better. You take second pick, enemy just takes Dire, and then they're going to win anyway because they have Dire.
So you just choose Dire.
So just take Dire.
Statistically speaking, first pick Dire is the highest of the win rates. That one's massive. That one's 63% win rate.
Yeah, because the enemy
Oh,
takes
that's true.
second pick, and then the enemy get
Ah.
first pick and Dire.
Yeah.
That's what I mean.
Yes, that is a massive advantage.
I know, it's not, first pick's not got a higher advantage because it's first pick. It's got a higher advantage because it's Dire.
Yeah.
So it doesn't matter what pick you take. It's you got to take the side.
It's okay. Come March 6th, hopefully all of that goes out the window because a third side is going to be added.
Oh my God, no way.
No leak arena, but imagine that it's going to happen. But for
What's the
right
name?
now, I want to see You guys are useless.
All right.
Let's go to the draft then. It's Team Spirit versus Shopify Rebellion, game number 2.
Welcome one and all to the draft panel for game number 2 between Team Spirit and Shopify Rebellion. Game 1 went very resoundingly in the favor of Team Spirit. Felipe Estini, when we saw the draft coming out here from the side of Rebellion, we were worried about their potential in the laning phase. We said that Abed has to pretty much make everything happen for the squad. Unfortunately, they failed to do so. So what adjustments do you want to see them make now that they have second pick yet again for another game, but they have second pick and on Dire side? Is this going to be a little bit better for them in game 2?
I think it will be better because now they're banning the Batrider. They've seen it was a problem because it kind of closes Arteezy hero pool. It's like an anti-carry hero because you're going to lasso even through BKB and you can kill the carry. And the way they play, that they focus all the farm on Arteezy, you don't want to be playing against Batrider. So they had Puck, a good counter to Batrider, but still, Puck had no farm priority. Puck was trying to help the side lane, so he couldn't scale. That was the issue. So they made the best pick for Abed, but he didn't have the space in their playstyle. And now they go this Prophet, which I love, is a hero that's super great on the lane against Nina and also in the game against Nina. And they have Treant, a position 5 that's going to guarantee the lane for Arteezy. It's not going to be this Phoenix hero that has a terrible starting lane and really calls them to lose the lane. So it starts way better now.
On the side of Rebellion, yes, they did go for the Nature's Prophet Treant Protector. We've seen this opener come in winter from Liquid a lot, right? That was actually one of the reasons why Liquid didn't feel afraid of letting through the Lina, is because they'd always grab this duo together, then outpace the Lina, beat it up. I'm still, I don't know, because this is still a Lina, right? This is still Yatoro, who's still currently one of the best carry players in the tournament. Do you think it's a good idea to allow him to play Lina paired with the Rubik right now?
The Lina is not as strong if you don't have like a mid shield, like a Undying or some frontline hero. You know, I feel like the draft needs to be somewhat around him. I mean, but they're prioritizing getting the Rubik over those Undying. I think a lot of the teams will just go with Lina plus Undying. But we'll have to see. You know, like I feel like Lina is overall with the games I've seen. I feel like NP is actually stronger than Lina throughout the game.
Yes, yes. Welcome, Winter. Welcome to the hype train. Slowly but surely, I want to convert all of you to thinking that Nature's Prophet is the best. I started preaching this gospel in NADPC. Nobody was believing me, but now y'all are starting to see. Thank you, Winter.
And with the Primal ban, it seems like it's a Prophet carry. Yeah. Even though Prophet's amazing against Lina in lane, it seems like they want to play the Prophet as a carry. I would guess that because of the Primal ban, it's an offlaner that really can take NP out of the lane. So it kind of shows this priority towards the carry position. I would like to see the Undying ban, a hero that Winter mentioned would be really good with Lina. You really want to pair with this position 5 that's going to front line for you. It's going to build a wall, and Undying builds like 2 walls. It's like Undying plus a Tombstone, so you need to focus those heroes till you get into the Lina. So I would love to see this ban coming from Shopify.
That's
the one.
I mean, Winter was mentioning he wants a meat shield. I also like that Team Spirit are banning heroes that can reach the Lina, right? We see the Arbeid Storm Spirit being taken away. There's no crit Spirit Breaker, which has been... They started this trend on the side of Rebellion of just picking Spirit Breaker every single time you see one of these like squishy range heroes, whether it be Sniper, whether it be Lina, whatever the case might be. Just keep charging them forever and ever and ever. I like that that's gone. That does mean, Winter, that what other body heroes are left for the side of Team Spirit here? We have like Clockwork, I suppose, seems to be the only viable option.
They did one game in the group, Centaur support. Not sure if
That's true.
You caught that
Boschka played that one. Yeah.
Centaur 5. Tusk 5 also sounds good because it's also a block pick from Shopify. They love Tusk against Lina. It's a hero that has a BKB Pierce. They also do love the Lycan. Those two heroes are open still. And I feel Shopify is going to go this way of the Lycan because if Prophet's a carry, then with Lycan they can have a really fast tempo. Maybe a Lycan Hoodwink sort of lane would definitely crash this Lina.
We saw a couple of times Lycan plus Rubik as the response that you like, either like wasn't about like pressuring her too heavily, but making sure she doesn't really deal damage. But I do agree that having some pressure, Tiny is really good. You mentioned the Tusk hero just now, which is an option that Rebellion went primarily against Lina in the DPC. Their other option was Tiny, but they'll play this on the 4 position primarily. But it's nice, Winter, that they have some flex potential, that their draft isn't 100% locked in at this stage in time.
Yeah, they have this thing that they are doing most of their games. Like Creed likes to like roam around, and with the MP, can actually create a lot of pressure on the map. And not to mention that like if Lina doesn't have the body in the lane, it's very easy for Tiny to actually get a toss and you get a kill on the Lina. So I feel like they have to definitely respond to that. They need the right hero in the lane with the Lina.
Which one do you like most? I like Tide 5.
I like Dawnbreaker 5 though. Dawnbreaker is a position 5. Like it's pretty decent
Sounds
against. I think we've only seen it one time during the group stage. I can't remember who picked it, but I definitely saw one game. But it acts like a replacement to the Undying Treant hero. Like you are a body in the game, in the lane for the Lina, and in the game you can kind of protect her with your ultimate, and it's pretty decent. At like I think Astini likes to always talk about when you're playing against MP or Brute hero, you want a hero that can deal with the split push, the lane pressure, and at the same time you can join the fights as well. So Dawnbreaker definitely is perfect. It's perfect for that.
I just don't like Riki.
Oh, you just don't like Riki?
I was expecting.
All right. Why don't you like Riki? Do you not like Riki overall for the state of the game, or do you think it's just a disgusting hero?
I don't like the hero against... Because the idea is I'm going to get the Prophet when he's plating. So you're good against the split, but you're terrible against the 5-man, and I really think they want to go with the 5-man. So if they want to go like a Lycan here, or any other Zoo hero, I just think Lycan's open. Maybe Chen, but it's weird. So I think this can really counter the Riki, and Riki's not the real body for Lina.
I'm actually kind of worried about this, Winter, because who's actually playing the 4 and 5 here between the Rubik and the Riki? Because one of them is going to have to play the 5 position, right?
I mean, if you ask me, I would rather have Riki on the 4. But I know some teams do switch things up depending on the player. It's player preference who likes to play that particular hero more. Or it might also be lane preference. So I think it can be very team dependent. But the Zeus is very, very... I want to say unusual, but I'm trying to understand why they're actually picking the Zeus here. They have some sort of like global presence with Zeus. MP and Zeus is quite decent against the Riki. But is he really going to be good against the other heroes? I'm not that entirely sure.
You have Nimbus to cancel Snapfire. You have Vision against Riki. And feels like they want to poke Lina from like far away. They can use a Prophet ult, they can use Zeus ult, and just a jump of Tiny should be enough to kill her. So they don't want to full engage on the team fight. That's what looks like so far.
Also, like the Snapfire is going to be playing from the off lane for the side of Team Spirit. Collapse is the one going to be handling this hero. When he does play from the off lane, he tends to build the Guardian Greaves as usual, which a lot of these off laners do, but he does not build Pipe of Insight. So because they're not going to have any major magic resist, there's a lot of magical damage I'm seeing from the side of Rebellion right now.
It's too good this game. I feel like it's too good to not buy Pipe.
It's too good not to, but we have seen a lot of times that even though there's situations where there's something that's too good not to buy, the player doesn't do it because it's not in their comfort kit, right? That's not what they do game in, game out. I can find out if he has bought it before, but I don't think I've seen him when he's been playing this off-lane Snapfire ever buy the Pipe of Insight before.
But I see like Laur playing the Snap.
Yeah, he does.
And then they pick like a Tide sort of hero just to build auras. Because Snap looks weird on a side lane with the pairings. Because then they have like either Lina Rubik, Snap Riki, which Snap Riki would be fine, but then you have a Lina Rubik lane, which is weird.
How about Timber? Do you like Timber to do that role? Like Timber is pretty decent against MP and Treant in the lane, and they have 3 strength heroes, and you can build all the Mag Pipe.
It is definitely really good. It sounds like and it's like a Timber now is a burst hero with the pure damage. So you can dart the hero and you can burst with the Timber. Especially this sort of like Whisper Soul that Whisper does with the hero, that he does Aghanin's Dagger. I think like other players should copy him. So I'd be happy to see Collapse doing this Timber thing. And with the Ursa ban, it kind of leans toward this Timber, although it was Naga beforehand. But yeah, Timber would be amazing.
Does feel like Rebellion agrees with you guys about this because they are banning out offlane heroes. So they have they're anticipating that Lol is going to be the one rocking the Snapfire from the mid lane. What's that lane matchup look like to you, Winter? And if it is indeed Lol going mid, what do they need to do on Rebellion to shut him down?
Snapfire against Zeus feels like it's really dependent on the supports. I don't feel like the lane is going to be one-sided to any hero. I feel like it's going to be probably 50-50. Depends on how well the side lanes go. So whose support is more free to help you control the rune. And then obviously I might give the Zeus a little bit of an advantage because he has NP on his team that can help him.
You have like 2 supports plus a core that can join a fight. So if Snapfire messes up, Prophet can join on a catapult wave and do a lot of damage. Still a Prophet that can be carried and offlane, right?
Yeah. They're waiting for the 24, and we know that RTZ is normally the one that gets that priority at the end of the draft, and it's nice for them to have this freedom of movement. This draft really feels to me like a Team Liquid style draft because Team Liquid would do this all the time, right? We have flexibility between the 1 and the 3, we have flexibility between the 2 and the 4, we have flexibility. The Zeus obviously is a bit more locked in, but even that can be played in a 4 position. Mars.
His signature hero.
So this feels like a very Chinese opening or ending of this draft here. Mars Snapfire to give them a lot more team fight.
Very, very team fight focused.
Could go Spectre.
Yeah, Spectre's great.
Spectre's amazing.
Spectre's very good with their lineup, and it's very good against the Lina. It's very good against the other heroes as well, the Snapfire, the Riki. But wow, SF, more team fight.
All right, we just saw this, the Shadow Fiend going up against the Lina in a game, and it did not go the way of the Shadow Fiend Destiny. And unfortunately, I don't feel too positive about this one either. It feels like this hero can die, and they don't have that much salvation on the rest of Rebellion to ensure that the SF stays alive. On the bright side, though, the lane is very strong. SF tree does feel like a very powerful laning phase for the side of Rebellion.
I hate it. I can't like SF against Lina. It's such a terrible matchup. Either they win, they stomp the lanes, and the game is unplayable for Spirit, that they just stomp every step of the game, or otherwise they're gonna lose.
I agree. Like the SF is a very unstable hero, apart from the laning phase, which is gonna be very good.
Yeah.
But if they don't get that done, like the lane, they don't crush the lanes, the game is gonna be very, very hard to play. Like even Mars is very good against SF. I feel in the game itself, it's not that great in the lane, but later in the game it's very good.
It's a terrible SF game.
I feel like they're like all in on this laning phase, and I always when I look at the drafts, I feel like you need to have the right balance. I don't like the drafts tilt too much to team fight or tilts too much to laning or catch or something or split push. I feel like their draft right now just feels like it's very one-dimensional, and I don't feel like they have enough tools to win the game unless they just crush the lanes like 9-1.
Woo! 9-1.
Yeah.
Well, on the bright side, if they do need to find themselves in a position to crush the lanes, of all the teams that sailed here at the tournament, the team that has crafted their identity a lot around the laning has been a team like Rebellion, and they of course need to be able to crush these lanes. They've done so before. We don't know if they'll be able to do so again. However, this next game though for Spirits, if they take the 2-0, they move on in the upper bracket and get one step closer to the Lima Major Championship. To find out who gets closer to that step, or if one of these teams will drop down into the lower bracket, we send it over to our incredible duo. We have Lyrical, we have Fog, we have some of the best casters on the planet. So gentlemen, give us a game that's out of this world.
Oh my God, I feel so much pressure right now. Thank you so much, Snare. Fogged, we are ready. Dota fans out there all across the world, we got another solid one. Panel, they're very, very rough upon this last pick, Shadow Fiend. It is a staple, RTZ Shadow Fiend. A lot of history with that player combo. What do you think about it?
I'm just hopeful that we get a closer game because I think most of the games that we've had here on the main stage have kind of been one-sided. So I'm in agreement where they kind of have to come out ahead in their lanes. They do have the opportunity to do so with the NP and the Tiny to make these early rotations. I'm a bit worried for the SF versus the Lina matchup. And I mean, Collapse is playing his literal signature hero.
Yes.
So could be a little bit of a tough start for him, but once it gets to that mid game, if they're not super far behind, they have great ways to take fights, great way to control the map too with this Riki running around invis and being all pesky. So let's see if Shopify's able to do it. I'm really hopeful because I just want to see a closer game that goes super late game and there could be some crazy stuff going back and forth. But we did see that SF get kind of demolished by the Lina earlier today, too. So
Right,
let's
and
see if they have a different idea with it.
I would say the thing that feels different about this game is that you have their opener that they started with on the side of
Yes.
Shopify, which is this Nature's Prophet. I feel like that's what they're hoping is going to be the difference maker from what ended up happening in the Evil Geniuses game, where you can maybe, you know, obviously reveal where everybody is with Abed, and then immediately afterwards try and TP and get some control on her with that Nature's Prophet. But we'll see.
Yeah,
Could
we'll
be
see.
tough.
I think those three are the big three to look at. The Nature's Prophet, the Zeus, and the Tiny have to be pretty active to get that space going for Arteezy. He has to have this explosive game. He has had it here, and look at this, Laurel.
Oh, talk about explosive. Can they get him down? One last raise. Doesn't even need it.
Right clicks.
Arteezy draws the first blood, taking down Laurel. A very pivotal kill there.
Triple raise.
Pretty good.
Yep. Pretty damn good. Connects with it perfectly. We did see him have success on this SF in the group stages. And let's see if he's going to be able to, with the first blood, to start it off.
Yeah, looking to try and replicate that success. But as you said, it's interesting that it's those two heroes that feel like they're going to define a lot of this game, most likely. The Collapse Mars as well as that Arteezy SF facing off against each other. Top lane is where a lot of action is going to be decided. In the mid lane, you do have that little other dynamic there as a spear pushes and gets Fly away. Are they going to try and chase again? Poshke thought about going for a raise there, but won't do it.
Just trading hits. Yeah, I think mid, I'd give Zeus a slight edge in this matchup, just you have that little bit of higher base damage, but both heroes, I would say Snap has a slight higher kill threat when he has rotations, but both of them do have kill threat with any type of rotation. But yeah, like Winter was talking about, like 50-50, but a slight, maybe slight advantage for the Zeus.
Another spear for the pushback there. They're going to lift and try and get him away. You did see the Leech Seed used to try and give both of those heroes some nice regen in the laning stage. Can just throw that onto those creeps at random to sort of give them a little bit more of an edge. In the mid lane, taking a look at it, 8-1 versus the 5-1. Yep. Abed having a bit of a better time and trying to work his way towards that bottle on the Snapfire. And they already have it on Abed.
They should be able to have a successful lane. How much are they going to be able to pressure bottom is my question. Up to Crit if he's able to get angles. So far we've seen a lot of times the NP is a decent answer versus it, but in the laning phase, it can be a bit troublesome. Lina is very good at actually just killing off these treants early on. So you're seeing those last hits for Lina. I think your Toro's actually gotten 5 or 6 treants already.
That's pretty nice for him.
Yeah.
If he can get off to a hot start here, you do already see that they're leaving too. Crit already heading towards mid to try and ensure that that water rune doesn't go over the way of Snapfire.
That's a nice move.
Yeah.
Since Zeus finished the bottle first, he's able to go for this type of play so that Abed finishes, gets to fill up top, and he denies the way from Laurel. Yeah, nice move.
Stun connection now onto Saberlight.
A lot of damage.
Getting a little bit of body block there. Mira goes in for him, but just turns to fight. We'll get the tricks of the trade to escape, but already showing the power that you have in this very strong lane here. Up top, though, maybe a chance on the fly. They won't be able to go for him. Arteezy just trying to play strong in this one. Does have a couple creeps on him, but potentially another volatile lane with those lifts and spearbacks.
If Arteezy dies up here, honestly, like this game could get really, really complicated. They need to have a successful lane up here. They have a much stronger one with that tree and with that SF, with those multiple raises coming out and collapse. With Miposhka, this has been an interesting one too. If you look at the dynamic, they actually put Miposhka top. So Mira, he's playing as this like 5/4 Ricky from the safe lane, and Miposhka is playing the Rubik. But yeah, they have a lot of ways to counteract and prevent collapse from dying. So strong lane from both sides, but Arteezy ideally wanting to find some more kills for himself early game.
All right, needing to have that good start to it. He's pump faking a lot of these raises. The wave is gonna be pushing into him now after Miposhka eats through one of those raises. But just very back and forth and kind of on a knife's edge if we're gonna be honest about it. Need to watch for if there's more regen that's gonna be ferried out, and right then, yeah, Fly brings over another tango for him.
They're doing really well top, honestly. Even though the Mars is being slowed down a little bit, they are slowing down Arteezy and Lina. Your Toro's not getting slowed down whatsoever.
No.
I believe the Falcon Blade's already coming out on the Courier. So this Lina, successful laning phase, the Ricky making the moves, but Crit, looks like Crit is opting to not pressure the Lina and instead just look to shut down the Snapfire a little bit more with his moves in this early game.
Ooh,
Top.
misraised. They weren't going to be connected now. Arteezy potentially in some trouble himself after they kill off Fly. If he goes down here, that is really rough for him.
Oh, and Laurel was actually able to jump up and take the rune away.
Wow.
He actually takes it from Abed. He does leave the bottom water rune, though. Crit didn't end up taking it away, but a big move from Laurel. Two people, they're sacrificing the pressure that they're able to apply on Lina with Crit's movements, and they're actually not really shutting down Laurel whatsoever. Sure, he's like 6 or 7 last hits behind, but able to get that bottle fill up. And top's a big deal. Collapse, he has the same last hit so far as the Shadow Fiend, this dominant lane that Shopify was looking for.
Yaro just keeps on spamming out against these Treants too, so he's having the best time in the game. Granted, Abed is also, like you said, working up, and he's going to be able to be involved more quickly, likely, as he's getting close to level 6. Going to need to watch for those HP pools on the side of Team Spirit, although now Fly a bit far forward is going to try and run away, dodge out for the damage, turn now onto Maposhka, but Arteezy, I don't know if he's going to be able, well, turn,
good raise.
A couple more hits, they take down Fly, but Artur, he can't go in anymore.
Collapse just got one of the longest attacks I've ever seen. Is now
that was a missed raise into the spear, and now trying to control, see if they can run him down. Artur, the pause right beforehand.
Well, he's
4
dead.
HP. Oh, that is the look of a sad Shadow Fiend who is about to go down. PC lag Mira.
Oh boy. Gabe, this is tough. I mean, their top lane is losing versus the Mars and versus the Rubik. Collapse. He knows what he's doing versus this lane. If you look at his itemization, an item we don't get to see too often if he does come in for it. He's going Meteor Hammer. All right, this is interesting if he does go for it. Going to be able to pressure towers early, which they are lacking a little bit. And I cannot believe they're actually winning this top lane. This is insane. This is the lane that Shopify set up to be getting kills, to slow down this Mars. Uh-oh.
Team Spirit. You know, this team has looked so good in various different ways. Laurel has fit in quite well with them. I'm really impressed with the performances that we've been seeing at this tournament and continuing that momentum. Collapse, cheeky little smile at the moment.
I mean, it's such a timing right for the pause. It feels like the most BM pause on the planet, but PC crash, of course. Saberlight gives him the that's kind of sus.
Yeah.
I like it. But yeah, Arteezy going down in a second here. And if you look at Arteezy, the item build that he's gone for, he has raindrops. So this is them actually even trying to prevent this burst damage that's coming out from these two heroes, and it's not working. So a little bit of gold that's also being sacrificed and still not winning the lane. Phenomenal start coming out for the side of Team Spirit.
And the type of lineup, like you said, that can keep this type of momentum going too, right?
Yeah.
We talked about Abed and his level 6 and maybe being able to get a kill around the Thunder God's Wrath, but Snapfire rotating to either of these lanes, you find an LSA stun, but particularly a lift, a spear, Snapfire ulti, Arteezy's going to be dead again.
Yeah.
Because there's nothing that saves against that. There's nothing in this game that will stop that.
No, I mean, it'll be easy rotations for either of these mids, it does feel like. A little bit harder for Abed. He probably just wants to rotate when the Nature's Prophet hits 6 so they can just double ulti, so he doesn't actually have to move, maybe. But yeah, some concerns for sure looking into these next few moments here for Shopify. Very fragile heroes.
Right.
All three of their cores, kind of in a way, can become very fragile early on if they do not have the successful lanes. SF, Zeus, and Nature's Prophet can just be quite squishy versus all this burst damage.
The glass cannons.
Yeah.
That's what they are. And granted, you do also have a lot of like early tower taking potential with this Nature's Prophet often. If you can sort of find a chance to get a kill with the Shadow Fiend, maybe Crit makes a rotation up there, try and find a catch, that could very quickly turn into a tower taken with Shadow Fiend and with the Nature's Prophet rotating.
They're going to need Saberlight to make probably early moves to be able to at least help this Shadow Fiend a little bit. But then at the same time, also, you're just giving a free lane to your Toro. So, yeah, I mean, it's not easy.
I can't believe that PC crashed at that exact moment.
I mean, I can't believe that, but I more just cannot believe how this top lane is going.
Right.
I'm actually just astounded that the way the Team Spirit's been able to kind of play and Collapse just avoiding raises. Miposhka's the one who eats them and ends up being so beneficial. Just these little plays where they lift, pull someone back out of position, then spear them even further out of position. They can't get these raises and stuff, so.
Right now, Arteezy just all chatted, who will get the last hit, and Collapse said me.
It's definitely Collapse. Miposhka already attacked. He's got the next attack coming in.
Dude, this is the worst. He's just sitting there looking at his hero at 4 HP. He knows what's coming.
Rubik KS AFK. Go kill still, please.
Yeah, he's like, please, for the love of God, Mira.
He won't. He won't.
Oh my God.
Oh my
God.
Okay, well, I mean, that's Miposhka. Jesus.
Yeah,
Miposhka's probably going to have some words with this offlaner.
That's true. I mean, that's the sort of the support way, though. They know what's happening.
Oh, yeah, you cannot. I mean, this is like pub behavior here.
Oh, yeah.
All right, that's what someone in your pub would say to you. If you steal their kill, you probably will look to try to break your own.
Wow. A dangerous proposition, to be sure, but you can see for Team Spirit still feeling pretty good about it, and Shopify willing to play along in the moment as well. But yeah, the top lane, as we've talked about many, many times, incredibly strong at this point. And mid going pretty even as well. We'll just have to see sort of what it comes down to, these early rotations and where the runes are, where they spawn, what we see.
I can't believe I'm going to say that I'm excited to see a Meteor Hammer Mars.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. That was a Whisper Classic for a little bit,
wasn't it?
it?
For some time. I mean, they definitely do lack some type of ways of sieging towers early. Lina, of course, once she turns up but can struggle because of that overwhelming global potential. So I can understand the idea if he does fully commit for it. I mean, he is committed. He already has the Ring of Health and the Crown. So.
Right.
Yeah, cool. There's also, in some ways, there can be some limited ways of canceling the Meteor Hammer, right? When you look at it, it's like, yeah, Tiny has Avatos. Zeus can always be there, but the other three, it's not the easiest. Sure, Requiem, but it's gonna, you're gonna be the one that's stunned most of those times. So, yeah, cool.
And so correct me if I'm wrong in this too. I also kind of feel like if, somehow you're able to delay the game out, go super duper late, like the Meteor Hammer starts to feel weird in those situations as well, right?
Yeah, but it gives you great stats of like just being able to sit in lanes. You have constant like insane mana regen and HP regen, so you can just sit and occupy an area. So that's probably what Collapse is really looking for. Yes, it's going to give them the other benefits, but more so, he's just going to be able to park himself up here versus this Shadow Fiend. And it does get, he's mid-swing right now. You can see that menacing Mars right now. It gets really, really scary for a Shadow Fiend in these early games when you're playing versus these hard Locktines and hard burst, and that's exactly what Mars provides. So as soon as Mars is 6, which he's going to get before the Shadow Fiend, it's constant kill threat onto you and onto you. So.
And he's got the easiest setup of his life with this Rubik. As long as like Miposhka doesn't randomly throw him one direction or another, just keeping him in place or being able to sort of say what angle he's going to be brought back to. That should be a very simple spear setup.
Yeah.
I think Mars is one of those heroes that only a couple of people play it, but the people that are playing it, they play it a lot.
I mean, they're the gods.
Exactly.
They're the gods of Mars. I mean, it's Collapse, it's Wisp. I mean, I don't even know how much I saw him play this tournament, but either way, yeah, Collapse. I believe it was XXS a couple games too. It's like these guys that are just absolute monsters on it. If you're confident in it, sure. Spirit, very much so. It's a pretty long pause, so it seems like we're going to have some good time to fill.
We're chilling, man. We're hanging out. It's going to be a good one. Shopify Rebellion versus Team Spirit. I think that for this squad, at least, a lot of expectations coming in for day number 1. Rough result in game number 1. At least at like this juncture, that top lane feels a little bit bad, but there are some of those avenues back into it that we've talked about.
Yeah, I mean, the global threat's always going to be able to potentially just snipe kills and give all that space, but yeah, will be a slower catch-up, though, for RTZ with this type of start. Lots of tips coming out.
Look at the crowd there. Still hanging out here late into the evening.
It's cooled down a lot, though. It feels nice in here. I mean, it was quite warm for anyone who knows the Lima area, of course. It's very hot around here.
Right, and beautiful right by the ocean. We got a little breeze coming through.
Yep. It's looking lovely.
Happy. Mirror there. Very comfortable in this game. Crit gonna have to look on and watch. I just want to imagine what it was that went through his head there a moment when the pause happened as like the right click is coming
He's
in,
like, excuse me, right? Like, how dare you?
Yeah.
I mean, but they're used to it, right? They got question marked by emo some time ago, right?
That's
so
true.
They are used to getting those type of BM plays versus them at times.
It happens to the best of us. Absolutely. And Laurel there. For him, one of the first times up on the main stage. Got to be loving life right now. Feeling absolutely great about himself. He's fit into this team perfectly, it feels like.
I like when he's playing all these like constant playmakers, right? His Batrider, his Leshrac, stuff like this, super good. Snapfire, I'm not so keen on the mid Snapfire as much anymore, but he's really strong on it, and he is, we'll get there when we see. He's itemizing as like the support kind of Snapfire thing once we get to look back into the game, so I'll talk about it when we get there.
I mean,
bit of an
we
extended
could talk about it now if you wanted to.
I mean, he's going for mech. So he's kind of playing like the off lane from the mid lane in a way to support and be that bruiser, that front line as well with his Mars for his Lina. So it's cool. I like it.
It feels like it's going to be all those things sort of coalescing together.
Yeah.
A bunch of items that kind of hit this strong mid-game timing.
Oh boy,
and just devastate them.
Looks like it's a changing PC. Few minutes, everybody. So
here we go.
Might take a bit of minutes here. So teams are typing some XDs in the chat.
Type in XDs in the chat.
Well,
that sounds about right. You know, I think that for some of these teams, there's always that question of like mentally getting yourself back into the game after one of these really long pauses. I actually think this is going to help Shopify, you know?
Really?
Yeah, because
well,
you just forget everything, you know?
Well, the game unpauses and RTZ dies immediately.
All right, you know, that's a good point. Maybe it doesn't. Maybe that's actually a big problem. Okay, so it goes the other way this time.
Maybe the other way. So no, I don't know. I mean, who knows? I mean, they're both paused. They're both suffering through the same thing.
Yeah.
This is where like so much crazy theory crafting might even come out. Like Crit's like, all right, I'm level 3. I see that Ricky's level 2 right now. Like, I'm can maybe toss combo him or something like. Maybe I'm gonna make a rotation mid. Blah blah blah.
That's what he's looking at right now. Look at him. He's on that PC. He's gonna hop into an overthrow match real quick.
Yeah, they're probably talking about some. I mean, maybe they're keeping themselves warmed up. He's making the boxes.
Exactly. Oh, that's such a classic too.
Yeah, the unit selecting.
Yeah.
An old like StarCraft throwback, right, where you're selecting your units.
That's right.
Dota players do the same, of course. So.
A perfect thing. Waiting for that PC to get switched over, it looks like. And you can see that, of course, what's interesting to me is that Miposhka, it feels like he never stops talking, even during those like longer pauses sometimes, as he's not talking right now. But
I mean, the thing is about Miposhka, you know, very lovely guy. Sometimes can be a little trolly at times for what we've seen when he's done some of his interviews. Could maybe be having some fun with his squad too, even though it's a very serious moment, of course.
Right.
He does like to have some fun himself too.
I mean, Miposhka was sort of the interesting story that I feel like came out of that entire region. You know, he was sort of that second round of strong players out of Eastern Europe that was trying to find success with Empire.
Oh, yeah.
Played on that Resolution squad back in 2017, TI7. Went really far and deep in the tournament. That team exploded. And then he's like, you know what? I'm just going to get a bunch of young guys, and we're going to own. And hence, Team Spirit.
Yep. He's one of the, honestly, very lovable guy. I've known him for a long time. I know me and you have gotten to chat with him a good amount at some of these tournaments and stuff. Even before his English had gotten so much better, it's gotten way better. And yeah, he's a grinder. Like, he's the literal definition of grinding from kind of like the bottom with some of his teams now all the way to the top. It's always a treat to watch him.
And I think that element of his personality is probably part of why so much of the success has been found, because even though, you know, you're looking at him, they're, you know, 20s, mid-20s or so for him, starting to get a little bit older. To this younger generation, they look to him, they emulate his style of play, they grind as well. I think about that, like, the freaking crazy silent speech that they gave in the True Site there, right?
Oh, yeah.
The one when they're going up against LGD. And I think everybody talked about how cool the silent portion was, where he was like, they're the best team for this, they're the best team for this, they're the best team for that. But the point that stood out to me was, like, it felt like an anime moment where Miposhka comes in, but I want you to remember one thing. Remember one thing. They're human, and you can take them down. You know what I'm talking about?
That is
awesome.
that is ultimate anime kind of style, no, for sure. No, very lovable
I think
guys.
he likes anime, too.
I mean, probably. Didn't they have a bunch of anime pictures at some point? I'm pretty sure they did.
Probably.
I almost just clicked the unpause button. That would have been that wouldn't have been great. Would have been great for the viewers.
Yeah, exactly. Just get it underway. 4v5. Why not?
Yep.
I mean, he did say that if they stole the kill, it would be AFK.
He's not stealing it. Miposhka knows better. 1 minute, Collapse says. All right, we're getting an update. Collapse, thank you very much.
Love that guy.
Yep. Mr. Production Man Collapse himself. Who had his birthday recently as well,
He did.
too. And they got him a nice cake, and all the fans were very happy.
You know what's funny about
Lima
that
Major
cake?
A. Okay, thank you.
Yeah. It was really funny about that was that we saw, because they put the cake into the same refrigerator that all the waters were kept in and stuff that people would go and pick up. And I looked at it, and it was like, it was spelled Cholaps.
Cholaps. Yeah. Which I think maybe could be a reference towards something else in Spanish, which I won't say on.
No. Oh, did I just say something? Okay.
No, you're fine. You're fine. Don't worry. Don't worry.
I don't want to get fired here,
Peruvian
man.
people will know which word I'm looking
Okay,
at, so
fair
it's
enough.
fine. Don't worry about it.
Stay away, everybody.
No, it can be fine. It's fine.
But he was, they had a little ceremony for it, it looked like, when they were sitting outside, got to eat up some cake, and then, of course, get the birthday present of facing off against Shopify Rebellion here.
Yeah. The fans here have been great, honestly. Like, that's the picture that we saw on all the social medias with Collapse with all the fans that were outside. Yeah, it's always lovely to see that.
Yeah, a lot of, oh, look at him. He's staring. That was funny.
What is this? What are these hand signals?
Because first he gave like the little finger guns, right? And then he was just like, oh God, I can't. It looked like it was instant regret from the finger guns.
Camera's on me. Oh God, I was just trying to do it to Shopify across the ways, but
somebody needs to sort of isolate that one, because just the finger gun, that's like a pretty good gift to save there.
Did you see Stormstormers earlier when they cut the camera to? There was a really cute little eyebrow raise kind of thing that I liked a lot.
I don't know if that went out to the English major. So the thing that was that they had on screen briefly was like the entire crowd, they got upset about the pause that came out, and then there was a solo shot out to the entire crowd that was just Stormstormer, and then he just gave like a little half shrug and like a smirk, and the entire crowd was like, hey!
It was a good one. It looks great.
It was good.
All right, looks like settings. Fixing his settings and should be underway soon. Apologies for the delay, people at home. No problemo, says Saberlight.
No problemo. Very good. Well, getting ready to get back underway here in this game number 2. So just to restructure everybody, reminder what ended up happening. Arteezy's about to die. Collapse is going to kill him.
Collapse is going to kill him. Abed having a bit of a better success in the mid lane over that Snapfire by a good margin, actually. Snap is only 5 and change. Zeus is actually getting pretty close to 6. So Abed might be able to hit 6 on this next wave, and then they can actually get some type of kills elsewhere with a Wrath of Nature or some type of pressure. So they'll have the Wrath and they'll have the TP available for the Nature's Prophet. So let's see.
Right. So top lane not going the way that Shopify Rebellion were hoping it would, but Saberlight down bottom, he's been able to have a pretty decent time for himself. And as you said, the slight lead for Zeus right now. So those feel like they're going to have to be the heroes that really carry the torch here for them, getting out and making moves around the map and maybe even finding a kill onto that Mars. I feel like he is going to be somewhat susceptible to rotations if you can get in behind with crit maybe. That's pretty hard to do though.
You're going to have to probably get some toss-back plays, but yeah, could happen. I mean, yeah, I'll bet and crit, like I said earlier, usually the ones that I look at to be making a lot of these plays. Saberlight also in this game with the Nature's Prophet can look to pressure these towers early. And here we go. Looks like he's back in the game.
Let's go. They're going to get back into this one. Ricky has reconnected. Mira,
we're ready. Let's go.
To go. Woo! Fired up, game unpausing, and back into this. He does die. That's the double kill for Collapse and Maposhka. He had some time to think about it. Will end up denying himself to the tower.
I mean, I love it, right? You have so much time to talk. What's the most efficient play? And here we go. That rotation crit. He is 3.
Making the move.
Nice toss.
Gets it in. The toss back is there. Laura, one more tower shot, and it will be a kill.
Holy, I mean, he had a catapult on a range creep right next to him, and crit actually finds him anyway. And now with the PTP, with catapult, actually going to get some decent tower damage here. Miposhka, though, he's back, so he'll stop it.
They find him. The toss back very far. There is no follow-up that comes out afterwards. They really want to save that Thunder God's Wrath, and right now Abed doesn't have the mana. But, okay.
Rune, it's about to spawn.
Will he get lucky? And no, it's going to be spawning up top. Fly takes that one away. So no bottle refill for the Zeus. And Mira still getting chased now by crit. They do have Yadoro starting to make the move over. Is he just wanting to give up his life here?
Zeus ult in 30 mana if you'd like to pop it. Mira, will he pop the tricks of the trade at the same exact time as the Zeus ult?
Can you imagine? Can you even imagine? Is he just going to pop it or not?
Let's see, 4 mana. Does he want to go for it?
I think he doesn't die.
Doesn't die anymore now. Yeah. He's healed up enough around the flag bearer creep.
Okay. So Mira will be fine. But the good rotation mid to find that kill on Laurel, much needed.
Yeah, really like the rotation there from Crit. He saves his combo up top, Collapse, gets the spear away.
Slowed down a lot. Chasing after him right now is Arteezy, but can't get close enough in range. This spear has been just a saving grace for Collapse over and over again.
He literally has, yeah, he has it now. The Meteor Hammer is about to be done. One more creep.
That's pretty devastating. And there's nothing to break it up here.
No, this is super early. This could actually cause a lot of problems for Shopify in these next few moments.
What can they do? I mean, yeah, it feels like they're going to need maybe a rotation, or like, can SF even leave the lane at this point? I'm not even sure what they need to do.
Could be scary. If they don't see it, if he gets speared, he's likely just dead.
He's out of range right now. Collapse trying to hang off on the side for the moment. And Crit hanging out over there. Arteezy, this could be it. This could be really rough. The spear's going to be there. The Meteor Hammer follows immediately. Trying to get out of there. Can't get the raise off. Does hit the back away, though. And the heal, it's going to be enough. The Leech Seed, very, very valuable.
Okay, yeah. Raindrop plus that Leech Seed in combination does give him enough. Very close, though, to being brought down from the combo. And it's a lot of pressure, so
yeah,
sitting at half HP. Has to constantly get healed up from Fly. He's actually too scared. He's looking to back away.
Yeah, that was the
Abe.
reveal. They had to get out of there afterwards. Too scary otherwise.
Big survival, though. Now he's able to back away. It's not this big jolt of gold for the Mars or anything like that, hitting level 6 or anything too. Arteezy lives, and he can now freely go to the jungle.
Mira, they save the Avalanche. Still chasing for this Ricky. Nowhere left to go. And no tangos means that is going to be another kill. Crit
Nicely
hanging
done.
on to the Avalanche for a while. That was good.
Laurel's making this early move here into the jungle. Looking for Arteezy maybe, but more so maybe looking for a rune. Can't quite find it just yet. Maposhka, he's going for the wrap.
Nearby, they see that he's there. And Arteezy, maybe sensing danger, will back away. So people were gone from the lane for a while. He gets out of harm's way again.
And they've actually, Yotaro has now opted to go for just go to the jungle because it's a little scary. Sometimes sitting bottom versus this Nature's Prophet, they can't just surround you, get tossbacks and stuff. So far, Shopify looking good. Lanes, Mars looking very good. But the other 2 lanes looking pretty good for Shopify. Now they can start pushing down bottom. Wrath of Nature's back up. Are they going to look to make another move here? Crit.
They see him. Try to get the slowdown. Crit dodging, but won't be able to get away in soon enough time. Throws out an Avalanche. Mira toss away. Cookie out. Dodges, but in the end, it will be a cleanup from Yatoro.
Great play from Mira there. The double blink strike, the slow, allows that Lina stun to connect.
Well, and if it's any indication, you can see that tree armor being healed up, but if we didn't see it earlier, Arteezy has queued up the Midas at this point. So, feeling like that's where this game needs to go if they want to find success.
That will be very interesting if he goes back for a Midas after Mask of Madness. I don't think I'd like that at all, but we'll see if he does go for it. Collapse continuing to just drop the meter hammer on the top tower, just trying to get this push going versus this tree.
Wanted to move in there and see if he could get the flag bearer creep kill, but they move in, able to take that one away. Crit trying to buy what space he can. Does not have that many ways out of here. The cookie forward, and it will be enough. So Laurel finds himself another kill, but holy moly! That was so close to killing Laurel too, but a double kill, much needed for Abed.
Great combination, and Saberlight TP's in trying to find the kill afterwards, but that TP out from Laurel was heads up. Top tower looks like it will drop to collapse, but this double ulti, that global potential that comes in, it's huge. I think those were like last bounces from Saberlight. That did a crazy amount of damage.
That was very close. I mean, if that's a triple kill right there, that changes everything, but so much damage thrown out, and of course a little bit of it baited also along the way by Crit.
Nicely done.
Still yet to see an arena.
He's the tower taker.
And nope. Glyph this time around. They will get the deny.
Okay, nicely done from Fly.
And a simultaneous move in towards mid now. Team Spirit keeping some pressure on there, but they rotate. Want to find Collapse. Couple more spams coming out. They have the overgrowth, but keeping the vision onto him and no more spear means this is going to be an easy pickup. So Fly actually the one that gets that kill there.
Abed having a very successful early game. Getting that little bit of advantage for the Snapfire. He's actually able to make these rotations, and Collapse gets punished, and that's a big kill. He's worth a ton of money.
I mean, this game, it's looking a lot better for Shopify than it did a couple minutes ago.
Absolutely. Still some worries, perhaps, for Arteezy to be able to recover himself after a little bit of a rough lane. Still, he's top 2 net worth, but probably wanted to have a little bit better versus the lane up that he was against. But 2K lead, feeling good, and they've got global threat. They've got ways to hold towers with Tree. Looking pretty damn good. I think like a lot of them are queuing Midases, actually. I think I saw Crit also, so I don't know if those are real Midases, but we'll see.
Yeah. You know, sometimes it's contagious a little bit.
And Saberlight, he is not going to go for the Ags build that we've seen so many times in the off lane. He is going to just go for Gleipnir for his own type of scaling, so wanting that secondary scale. Each team has their own idea around it.
I mean, it's worth noting Shopify Rebellion here, up 2,000 net worth, and also holding on to that mid tower, obviously pivotal in any of these tree drafts. Has been, in a lot of ways, I feel like one of the main heroes of this tournament, this Treant, changing the way that teams are trying to play and defend these towers.
Smoke up. They're feeling strong. Zeus ult is up. Wrath of Nature is up. They can make this type of global threat again onto any of these lanes that they want to go to. Crit. Looking to go toward the Ancients right now. We're seeing the nice micro coming out from Saberlight, sending his Treants to block those camps that we've seen so often from all these MPs.
Oh, and a smoke through the jungle right there. Do they double back and go for Arteezy? Just TP top instead to look towards mid. Abed there, trying to hold on to this tower. They know he's in the area, but they're kind of wrapping around now, and they find him. Immediately on to Laurel. He is taking so much damage, going to die. And he jumps out! He gets away!
Gets it before the arena.
Oh, that was so clutch. And now Collapse, he's kind of in no man's land. Yadaro also need to be careful. Can they chase down and wrap around and find
Yadaro,
him?
he's got no TP.
He's gone. He's trying to get out of there. The toss connects. Avalanche. He's got the pig pull to run away, but they can see he doesn't have a TP. He's stuck. Eventually, they're going to run this guy down.
He's just going to farm the wave.
Yeah, wants to get a creep wave first as a couple more punches thrown out, and Arteezy, he gets that kill for himself.
That is absolutely huge. Getting Laurel, they find the ideal pickoff, and then Spirit's whole gank actually got themselves ganked because they were making that move and get trapped there. Lina, no TP. Arteezy, top of net worth, exactly what he needs to get enabled back toward that top. Really well played. Great rotation, Shopify.
As you can see that replay there, just barely in time before it created itself. Man, and you start to look around, you think about a couple of these items. Snapfire, going for the mechanism. You've got this Mars going into the Meteor Hammer and only now being able to go back for that Blink Dagger. His BKB is going to be very delayed. How worried are you for Team Spirit right now?
Definitely a bit worried with how Laurel's been slowed down, right? He's gone for early game item build, and it's not really working out for him. He gets caught. Now bottom. Can they get up for Saberlight? Do they have the damage?
Can they bring him down in time? Yes! Ooh. They find that kill. Mira is the one that picks it up in the end, and he also is getting close to Shard as we get this 15-minute mark approaching. Ava, toss back crit, still trying to play a little bit fast, but won't go for the all-in play with any of these global heroes.
The big thing about this for Shopify is that Arteezy getting these kills now is going to enable him towards this early BKB, which is crucial versus Spirit's lineup.
Yeah, he didn't go buy
Mars. He did buy it?
He didn't.
He didn't. Oh, I was like, what the hell? Are you serious? I was going to say, never mind everything I'm saying. No, it's enabling him to get that BKB timing because then he can always join the fights a lot easier and not be as worried of just getting killed in a chain stun combo. So huge stuff really for Shopify now as they complete more pressure here.
Avalanche, they try and turn this. Saberlight, he's in pretty far.
He gave Wrath of Nature. Okay. That's usually not something you want to give up.
That's a little scary, and they're still chasing, have the slowdown there. Saberlight will just be able to walk that one off. But yeah, Wrath of Nature, a very big steal. Maposhka. Okay, are they going to be able to defend this?
They've got Blink on the Mars too. With this Wrath of Nature, honestly, they could set up for kills on pretty much anybody if they find them.
A really scary moment right now when they get the Shard. They find him right at the start, the lift. They try and pull him in closer. Collapse, throws down that arena, catches in, gets the kill onto that Shadow Fiend, but the turn. Ricky Low gets away.
Oh, baby. They find the perfect catch themselves now, so
back
Spirit.
And forth. A very, very scary couple of minutes here. Collapse has already used the arena, though, but still has that Blink Meteor Hammer.
Yep, still can look to get those catches and pullbacks, and they do have, of course, the lift to follow up. He's going to continue to whittle the tower down. Arteezy did, I think, buy the Ogre Axe before he died, but now the BKB gets slowed down, and it's crucial for him to be able to join in. Spirit finding their footing back. As soon as they get the Ricky Shard, literally at the exact pretty much 15-minute mark, he makes it work.
And, you know, obviously you do have this Zeus that's great for scouting out, trying to find these Invis heroes that are pesky and annoying.
Saberlight.
The next couple of minutes are going to be really scary.
Bottom.
Can they get him? Oh. LSA. He TP's out again. Not going to happen. Not nearly soon enough. Was completely out of position there and gets punished hard. Team Spirit finding that pickoff.
Having this Blink Dagger on Collapse is opening up everything for them to get back after that, what, like 4K deficit or so. They reestablish the game for themselves. They have really easy ways to just pick targets off without having to commit too much. Maposhka's still hanging on to Wrath of Nature also.
Yeah.
So this next fight, they still could look to Collapse with his arena plus the Wrath of Nature combo to go for these early kills.
But this is a big one. They find him. Yadaro going to try and go for the toss back. I don't know what ended up happening there.
Oh.
He was too far out of range for the toss.
Something happened. Yeah,
that was very, very off. And Shopify miss out on a huge pivotal moment right there. You kill that Lina, changes things completely.
Yep, then Arteezy probably will be able to finish off BKB. And
instead, Saberlight, he's going to get caught. He is going to be brought down very low. Does he have enough to stay alive through all of this?
Nice
he's
start.
Still burning. And no, they won't keep him alive. And now Fly also could be in a little bit of trouble if he's not careful.
What a dart from Mira. Stops the Treant coming in, who can probably get the root and save this Nature's Prophet. Great play from this Ricky. I hate saying that because I hate seeing this dart, but it was a really good one. Spirit back in form. 10-9. Laurel has full Greaves now finished up. Level 12 also for level 2 Mortimer Kisses.
Shopify. They're going to try and make a move themselves. They find Miposhka.
Nice.
Not probably the kill that they were hoping for. Wanted that Lina, but still taking down the Rubik, taking away that Wrath of Nature, very valuable.
Yeah, I thought they would actually give Crit the kill because he was so close to the Blink Dagger. He's about 140 gold off, which will make it a lot easier for them to jump in and start these fights because their initiation is lackluster until he does have it to sleep. Abed, do they have anything to catch up to him? Not quite right now.
Very annoying hero. They realize he's over here, though, and, well, a couple raises, tries to connect onto it. Mira low, looking to get away. Another raise connects, and, well, they have enough. So Shopify finally able to bring down this pesky little Ricky.
Abed continuing to have a very explosive game. 6-0-1 on the Zeus. Very close to his Aghanims being finished up. Very close game we've got in our hands, so I guess we got what we wanted.
Absolutely.
So far. Gonna have a close one.
Back and forth, and Fly.
Bottom.
Spear is there. They connect, but Meteor Hammer TP's in. Staying alive a little bit longer. Collapse is going to be forced to TP away.
Laurel not wanting to use his kisses on a target like a Treant Protector. Wants to save it for a bigger kill. Arteezy soon to have BKB.
And those little low-cost commitment abilities being thrown out like that, it's maybe a sort of thing that we could be watching for further as Rubik has Heavenly Jump, where they could try and bait out these BKBs from Shopify. That's going to be something we have to watch for as well as Crit. Smoke, it's going to be broke onto him, but he gets the blink away. Nice reaction.
Ward on the high ground will likely get taken out. Spirit, Miposhka, he's still smoked. He wants to try to find something. They've got Arena, they've got the Snap Kisses. They want to force a fight.
They lay down another ward, immediately going to get taken away. Mira's right on top of it. Clean place. You saw right there,
he
too.
throws the spear. Like it.
You saw there as well, something that might come back to haunt him a little bit later, dropping down the Ricky smoke cloud on top of the tossback target.
Yeah.
If Crit's not careful, he might get baited into a bad situation there.
They both covered each other, right? It's a smoke screen and then a spear. It's like, we've got the double coverage in case Crit does go for it. Very smart stuff. But yeah, very even early game at the moment, and I believe Arteezy, yeah, he's about to have BKB. So for Shopify, they'll be able to force these fights a little bit easier with that, as long as he doesn't get hit from the initial stuns. If he gets hit from the initial stuns, we'll likely just die from 100-0.
Keeping him under control. And of course, the nice thing in this game will be, of course, Fly throwing out that living armor onto that Shadow Fiend, trying to keep him alive when Lina's isolating him.
And Fly, even though his early game was quite rough with those 2 deaths, he's actually getting close to a Blink Dagger himself. So he's going to be able to perhaps, like, when they get the whole jump on Spirit, when they're going for this Mars arena on top of the SF, he might be able to blink into the arena and go for this route to prevent a lot of the damage. So yeah, good on him to recover, because that lane was rough for this tree.
Like you can see, too, Gleipnir done on the Lina. And they will have those BKBs to be an answer for that tree route from the Blink. But he also could maybe find a way to bait those out earlier with, the Gleipnir coming out on the Nature's Prophet. And then, of course, you have the big answer, which is into those BKBs, Blink Overgrowth.
Shopify have a huge timing right now. They have 3 cores finishing up full items. It's time to go. They've got Blink on Crit to start the fights. I believe Aghanims is done for Zeus. BKB on SF. Let's see what they're going to look to happen with it. Probably looking for like a kill into trying to enable that Roshan. But let's see who they're able to find. Lina, the ideal target. She is 1,000 gold away from the BKB.
Very close on Collapse to his, too. So a nice window here, but they have to make something happen with this smoke, and immediately they'll find him.
It's a big
Laurel
one.
with the toss back. That is big. They try and turn to fight, actually, and get the stun. Good damage out. Laurel just trying to buy some space so Mir won't get caught, but he gets zapped.
Straight to Roche now. They get 2 ideal kills. Not the Lina, but it's a mid laner. And they can easily push Fortress. They didn't even have to pop BKB or anything. They just get that easy snipe.
Oh my god, look at the damage on that Zeus.
He's huge. Abed having a crazy game so far, 8-0.
Oh, look at this. Shopify, after the beginning, rough start, and then post-pause, everything looks great.
Yep.
They've been killing it. There was that one sort of miss-up that happened earlier on where the gold lead swung back the other direction, but still keeping it even here. And Shopify hitting their timings. See what Team Spirit answers is going to be when they get their BKBs, as we take a look at that replay there. Good chunk of damage.
Great replay. Great toss back really from Crit.
Easy.
His Blink Dagger, well, not reveal, but Blink Dagger to find one of those core heroes is absolutely amazing. And it's cool how they give the Zeus the Aegis. instead of that Shadow Fiend.
Yeah.
So really looking to just ensure that Abed has this incredible game as he has been having. He also has a big streak, so probably looking to try to protect that as long as possible. That monster kill streak could just turn the tides of things if like Alina is able to get it. Yotaro, BKB is at the ready. But the next 3 cores, it's all Shopify.
Collapse walks into vision here. Does he get scouted? There was a couple pings from Fly saying play around this area.
5 seconds on the blink. What can Crit
Saberlight,
find?
do they know that he's there? They have an inkling maybe, but no, Collapse is going to back away. Leipnir ready to throw out, but nobody's reacting to this really from the side of Team Spirit. Mira in the area as well as Collapse. They can TP if they want to, but it looks like Shopify don't feel confident going for the all-in play down bottom.
They don't want to fight under tier 2. The SF, sure, he's safe, but their Zeus is nowhere in the area, and if they get caught in arena with anybody else but the SF, they're just going to die. So diving tier 2 a little bit scary still. So Spirit, they're playing a little bit of that dodge versus this Aegis at the moment, but they're just parking the Mars in the proper position to be able to set up that defense. DD does spawn up top.
Need to be careful if they go for this one. Laurel.
He's trying to protect it here to give it to the Lina. They want to try fighting themselves back now.
Interesting. BKBs, yeah, their timing is also very strong.
18 on Lina.
Who can they find? Even though they've got this Aegis right now on Shopify, if they take a good fight with Lina DD, this could be devastating.
If they get the initiation, whoever they jump is going to die. Arteezy even likely to die unless he just gets an instant BKB off, is able to walk off. Let's see.
Saberlight, he's hiding behind the tower. It feels like they have an idea that this is going on.
Yeah, they definitely know. They see these lane positions.
Crit.
Bottom's pushing in hard. Crit.
There to break it. They think he's in that other grove of trees. He is not. He's by the tier 2. And that ensures that this smoke will not work. Mira still hunting for him, but won't quite get him. Playing just out of vision of where that Ricky was playing.
So close. I love that little position from Crit. Is like if somebody jumps him, then he gets tossed back under tier 2 himself. And now Shopify, they're looking to get the initiation themselves.
Saberlight, he gets caught by the dart for the jump in. Crit, have a toss, keeping him away from his Nature's Prophet. Yadro, though, doing a lot of damage. Arteezy has to be careful. Gleipnir right on top of him. Turns, punches. He's getting completely eviscerated. The blink in, finding him, but they do bring down that Lina. And now Collapse in a ton of trouble. Tries to go for the Meteor Hammer. Can they do enough damage? Arteezy kills him off. Everybody's falling. Thought about going for that Requiem. Won't need it. As Team Spirit, they catch him too. Laurel is going to get caught, going to get killed, and accept. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute now. Does he have a way out? No. Someone in the trees, he's gone. Godlike Abed, 4K gold lead, a huge win for Shopify.
Smart to give him that Aegis too, because he comes right back to life. There is no gold that's given away from his death there. Great jump. Crit gets the initial initiation, and then Saberlight actually does some pretty godly body blocks with his treants onto the Lina to keep him in range of Arteezy getting those right clicks off. Great fight for Shopify.
Retaking this side of the map now and wanting to get in for more. Saberlight, he finds him. Avalanche toss. Wow. Crit, he gets put to sleep, but Kamaposhka's sleeping with the fishes. And now a tier 2 tower gonna be hit. Mira, I don't know if he can really do anything to stop this. Maybe set up for something when Lina respawns, as they will pop that glyph and at least force back Shopify for the moment.
Crit is absolutely owning right now. Him and Abed popping off completely. This Tiny, he's getting every single one of the catches he needs to. He's making the space, making sure they can't get on top of Arteezy. Yeah, this is exactly what Shopify needs to happen. 6K gold lead now. Taking out potential tier 2 bottom, no glyph available. This one looks dead. Spirit, they need more downtime to be able to fight with this Mars ult. And Shopify, they end up winning the fight, even though it's Spirit who tries to get the initial go. Great re-smoke.
A very, very solid play. And now nursing this 6,000 gold lead. Team Spirit still have the strength with these BKBs to some extent, but we are seeing that big problem, that turnaround that we talked about of Fly with the blink overgrowth.
Yeah, he was, I mean, he got it toward the end. The Lina may have died anyway because the body blocks from Saberlight, but you can see the concept of what it is.
Jump, catches him, pushes him pretty far away. Do they have anything there? The lift afterwards, trying to get the control, but the BKB's out. Trying to walk away. Yadaro doing what damage he can. Saberlight is going to TP out. And Shopify, can they catch him on the Rego? The sleeping dart. Keeping eyes, Avalanche trying to buy some space, trying to get him away. That ward doing a lot of work. Crit getting lower and lower. Pochka able to hit him. They're trying to bring him down. Do they have him? And it looks like they just might. They catch him to that tree. Find the kill. Team Spirit not giving up yet.
Nice play. Great jump forward. The ward on the high ground there to be able to scout the Mar. Crit tries to save his buddy, but ends up giving Avalanche. And Miposhka's able to find the angle. Honestly, this is because he has Aether Lens and the Eye of Vizier. So that cast range you saw in that Avalanche, it was pretty nutty because he's got these 2 items to be able to get on top of RTZ.
6,000 gold leads. Not feeling great when you lose your Shadow Fiend like that. And when these BKB charges start getting lower and lower, we're seeing one of the issues. This Lina is going to outrange the SF. It's going to be a problem here.
Yeah, they're still in a very comfortable position, but they got slowed down a little bit. Every time these ults come out on Spirit, if Shopify or Arteezy in particular, they end up using their BKB too early, they can get chased out. This Riki, the dart, the potential of chase is insane. Able to find that big kill.
Well, and at least for now, there isn't an answer really to a BKB TP besides just kill him, which might have happened in that instance if they did go for it, as another couple of, rather, Sentry Ward is going to get taken down there. But Mira, you know, this Riki, it sets up all those things.
Yeah. Sets up for any of these type of chain stuns to get these kills, either pre-BKB or post-BKB when you get that crazy type of chase coming out here. Nutoro, now level 20, has Hurricane Pike, so even more range and an actual protection tool so he doesn't get like sprouted and stuff. Constantly holding Quelling Blade as well.
Right. I did also see there pop up for just a moment the Zeus finishing off the BKB, opting for that after the Aether Lens.
Cool.
Oh so, my God.
Sleeping Dart, so close.
It looked like it hit him. What the heck? That's crazy.
That did actually look like it hit him. So it looks like there are 3 cores, even though they can be traditionally looked at as a bit fragile, the triple BKBs are going to be the thing to protect them versus that Marzel, right? So cool that Abed actually goes for this, because he probably feels like at some point he will get caught, since there's so much wraparound, so much jump from Team Spirit, so having this hard way to protect himself could just pay the benefit off.
Right. The first time that it was protection, it was the Aegis. Now the BKB. Yeah. Maybe this next time around they can give that Aegis over to Arteezy if they can win the fight. Because Team Spirit, they've been getting good vision down with Mira. They've been able to set up for these engagements and take them on their terms. And another moment here where you find Saberlight and now going to smoke up with a bunch. If he sticks around like there, that smoke, they're running right at him. DD on Lina again.
Can they get the catch? Have to be careful where they play with this Riki. There was a gem, I believe, purchased up quite some time ago from the side of Shopify to control where this Riki is going to be able to go.
They ping. They know he's right there. Do they want to go for the all-in? It doesn't look like it. Hard to go under that tier 2 tower. And the rest of Shopify playing very close to each other. They're going to smoke on the other angle.
Great read. I mean, it seems like they just knew exactly where the positioning of Spirit's going to be.
Also, at this moment, they can scout out, see that Roche has not respawned. It's capable of it. Still going to be about 50 seconds. This could be that pivotal moment. Mira.
He's scouting.
They know. Do they see him? Yes, they do. Silence down, but gets 2-shot right there by the Shadow Fiend. And now the rest of Team Spirit, they got to run.
Mindbreaker silence hit, of course, coming into play there. Can't actually cast anything because he gets little mini hit. Also that, of course, reveal and mini stun from Lightning Bolt. Great read, honestly. Shopify, killer read, and now they put the gem on the courier for a couple seconds, and now they're bringing it back. Fly, he's been passing it back and forth between his courier to be able to control their jungle in particular. Waiting for that next Roche, 20 seconds.
Yeah, not wanting to give that up in the course of a fight. And sort of still play around the vision that you get both from their dusts and all the things that Zeus is throwing out in these ones to make sure that they can have that control ready for the Riki. But yeah, Roche going to be the next point of contention, going to look for that shard. You can see already Spirit setting up vision around this side of the map.
Arteezy's also found a big item, or not item time, but level timing. He's 20, so plus 60 damage. Whoa. And Roche is back.
And they just walk in.
Okay.
This is a bold move. They see all of this, though. Treants are there.
They kill it very, very fast.
I mean, they know that this is going on right now. Collapse is nearby. They throw out the spear. Roche and almost completely gone. And Mira, do they pop the BKB? They get it out in time, and he's just going to steal it. Saberlight on a killing spree, took down one. Now the turn has to get the hell out of there. Collapse also being chased after. Abed, he pops his BKB, wants to hunt, wants to find more. Collapse in no man's land is going to die. Wall, Yadaro low, the jump forward, the overgrowth. They find them all. Shopify Rebellion are going to take 4, take 5. Blow this game wide open.
What a play. I mean, again and again, getting these beautiful timings together, level 20 SF. They just force the fight. They just walk in. They're like, you actually have to blink on top of us and try to get a spear before we BKB. That's not going to happen. Great fight again from Shopify. Game is blown wide open. Shard for RTZ. They might even be able to push onto this high ground. No buyback for Lina.
And that is a very, very long time for her, as 50 seconds, nothing there. Mira throws out the sleeping dart to connect now onto Crit, but they're just ensuring that this is an entire set of racks that's coming out. Shopify Rebellion, after a devastating game number 1, a long pause contemplating RTZ's death, they come in and have just looked solid since.
Yep, the RTZ Shadow Fiend completely online, enabled by his honestly, Crit on the Tiny has found some unbelievable jumps to get these tossbacks, but enabled by his full team and beautifully.
You guys got to finish off that Rax, though.
Whoop.
They didn't quite get that one.
They'll go back for it. Looks like, yeah, they're going to invis back up on RTZ. Go for it.
Can they find anything here? It's 10 seconds until Lina. They get the lift, a couple misses, and eventually it does go down, but can they keep them here now?
Oh, he gave Wrath again.
Okay. That's scary.
Level 3 one.
But no, with Lina not up, it looks like Team Spirit won't be able to chase that.
They can't get the initial stuns onto any of the cores because they all 3 have BKB, so they can all just pop it, go golden, not get chain stunned or not get focus fired. And this Lina, although she does a lot of damage and she is tanky, I guess, on the health, she's very squishy versus how much damage that Shopify has at this point. RTZ rips her apart.
Well, and, you know, the BKB obviously really solid, but if you don't pop it, if you try and hold it, Zeus will bring it down pretty freaking low.
Yeah.
And at that point, you have enough damage with the right clicks to deal with it. And now going into that full refresher for Abed.
He is just having a completely flawless game. 12-0-9, 21 of the kills have gone toward his way. The fights are going to start, and it's potentially like the Lina's below half HP before that fight starts. Yeah, look at his damage.
Out of this world right now.
Wow.
Doing everything for them, finding the right moments to take those fights. And now for Team Spirit, they've got a lot of questions that need answers. Scotty done on the SF. They do have the Aghanim Scepter on Snapfire.
Okay. But can they get these initial, like we were saying earlier, they have to somehow like poke and force some BKBs or something and then get the follow-up jump, but it's just not easy with the way that Shopify is now able to just force fights. They can actually just force these engagements super hard as they're going to smoke. They're going to look to open up this game even more, try to get another Rax.
The exact same way that we saw them take the Roche, they might just try and take this game. Shard is done for Collapse, so if he does manage to find a couple heroes nearby, could be good. And yeah, Mira, he didn't stand a chance. He got completely destroyed. They know where the rest of the team is too. They want to chase onto him. They're doing a little bit of pump fake in there with the teleportation in.
I like how it's no hesitation from Abed. Yeah. He just literally, the smoke breaks and he just blows ult to be able to sure he finds the Ricky.
Yeah.
Pops refresher instantly too, so they do have a second round if something does happen.
And RTZ, that's still backdoor protected, but just starts hitting it. Creep wave coming in towards mid. It's going to take a little bit, but he hits incredibly hard.
Top creep wave is pushing in. Saberlight even going to force in it. The mid lane, it is available for them to go for the push, but now he's a little bit scared that heroes are starting to come back.
Wanted to force everybody back home.
Yatoro soon, he does have the Satanic finished.
Okay.
Strong in his own realm, but his other 2 cores have become quite fragile.
Right.
Laurel having the Aghanims, but it's not going to, I mean, he's going to have to throw like a Ricky in or something like that. And if he gets gone on himself, he will be just deleted.
And it does give him another one of those avenues to deal with this overgrowth coming out from the tree. So this is a pretty huge pickup right now for the side of Team Spirit. Also, next round of neutrals about to come and spawn in the next minute or so, but Shopify Rebellion, they're still holding on to this high ground, not allowing Team Spirit to come back in, but will that be their undoing?
20 seconds on Aegis. Spirit's trying to time the hit.
And they find him, though. RTZ is up here, up on the high ground, flying nearby with Abed and Crit, and of course Saberlight ready to TP in at a moment's notice. Mira, the first one forward, finds the catch. Can they bring him down? But able to interrupt. They find him right away. The stun onto 2. RTZ tries to do what he can. He's sprouted for the moment there, caught to the side, and well, Collapse. They try and pop the ultimate. Will force back the fear. Does so much damage there, and now the catch. Needs to run away on Yatoro. Cannot be stuck over to the side, but keeping vision onto him. The cookie, the chase. They try and get away. It's not going to happen. A double for Abed. Beyond godlike. They keep changing for more. Shopify looking so strong right here.
Looks like they've done it. Lilina just spent all her gold. They can probably just push now. I mean, they could either go tier 4s or they just look for going for the megas.
looking for whatever. It's either going to be kills or building. Something is dying, and it might be all of it, as Mira can only throw down the cloud, try and slow down this pressure. But as you said, no buyback available for these teams as Shopify head down to the third tower. And Mira, he's going to be found, finds the toss back, Abed out, does the damage needed. This is going to be mega creeps. Shopify Rebellion are going to win this second game, force us to a game number 3 off the back of a fabulous performance from Abed.
What an explosion of, kind of like after they get the Blink Dagger on the Tiny, they just end up finding these consecutive kill after kill onto these big targets. Yatoro, yeah, still farming pretty well, but never really able to get online. They're versus Megas, so it's quite an ask to see what Spirit's going to be able to do. Pretty much impossible.
It seems really tough. They're going to throw out a stun, get him somewhat low onto this Shadow Fiend, but a tier 4 tower goes down. They keep spamming out the sleep. Saberlight there, hitting the tier 4 tower. Avalanche, toss back, connects now onto the Rubik. Easy as pie as they find him down. They will get another buyback now. Fly, he's also caught. And Collapse jumps in immediately, the reaction. Didn't even get to get his PKB off. They turn now, hit him constantly. The tips are out after that pause up on the top lane. Shopify Rebellion getting a little bit of retribution here.
I like the crit tips Abed. I mean, they know where the heavy lifting was done from this game. 33,000 gold lead, closing it out soon.
Oh, a couple more hits. He is going to get caught there, but the overgrowth stopping all the damage coming in. He does die.
They got him.
They bring him down. Hold on, wait a minute. Fly also going to die. They chase forward and find Abed. Mira, they got him. You have got to be kidding me. They find all 3 of those heroes. Refresher hits the PKB in. Now he's going to TP out. No way to break that one. Abed not messing around. He doesn't want to give up his streak.
No. He's like, I want the flawless game. We got Megas. Game is essentially over. We just can't feed like 1,000 kills and then just get thrown by some weird stuff. Still in a very comfortable position, Spirit. They get a couple kills. But yeah, they're mega. So the access of them being able to try to win this game is still near impossible. Like probably 1%, if that.
It is one of those moments where Shopify Rebellion, they've played it clean. They've gone step A, step B constantly. Roche is going to respawn pretty soon. It's actually an instant respawn.
Okay. I mean, that maybe increases it to a 2% if Spirit's able to get that one, but likely not able to. They still have to fix their lanes.
Yeah, it's sitting right there at 0%. We'll see if they can go and check that Roche is actually going to spawn or not. If they're going to go check that one. Aghanim Scepter's there, but
wouldn't change. But who's going to get an Ags? It's going to be some like game change. No. Even if they get it, it doesn't feel like it's
flame cloak.
It's just it's just the denial away from the side of Shopify. But yeah, the
game feeling very tough at this point. And as they respawn on Arteezy and on Fly, likely will go and check out that area, control that area of the map, and get ready to run down another lane.
Yeah, they're also rich too because they get all these buildings. So 25 is finished up on Abed. Even Fly, he's got a refresher in a second too on this Train Protector. So yeah, they just have so many more outlets to be able to take any fights if it does come to them.
Well, it does appear that the pattern is going to continue. If nothing else, this tree, Nature's Prophet, has looked like a very good answer for these Linas that we've been seeing.
Absolutely.
And in this game, it's showing what's so strong about it. I mean, that paired together with Abed, obviously, but making sure that, you know, the Lina can't blow you up in just that one big hit with the tree armor keeping you alive.
Honestly, the global threat was incredible, right?
Yeah.
That triple kill turn, where well, it was a double kill, but almost a triple kill, where Abed's able to get that kind of setup was pretty crazy to enable him. Free Aghanims for Arteezy. And time to finish this one up.
Trying to go for the courier snipes. Cancels his TP, actually, and ensures that he takes away the refresher from Fly. That just seems mean.
Oh, but he's dying for it.
Yeah, he's going to pay for that one. So they move in, they take him down. 70 seconds, no Ricky, and a Blink Dagger bought for the Shadow Fiends, wanting to close this one out. They also finished off the MKB for Lina. So
it's all her.
Try and get what damage she can. Picks up the gem. Gets out of harm's way. But having to deal with Megas right now. Team Spirit completely stuck in their own base. They're going to double smoke now.
Maybe wanting to find the fight before it hits their base, because as soon as Shopify hits the base with the creeps, it's full panic. The fight's almost impossible, plus the creeps probably in the game. So maybe looking for the jump outside, but it's into Aegis. It's into so much tankiness. And Arteezy, he has actually the full Arcane Blink.
They jump in, the lift to answer it, they get him off. Already so much damage, but the BKBs were there. The Overgrowth comes out. They have stolen Overgrowth as well.
Okay.
Fly is going to die here. Still creeps on the base, doing a good amount of damage. Yadaro finding him now onto Saberlight. Well, starting to kill him off, but is eventually going to die. No buybacks on anybody. That's going to do it. GG is called. We're going to a game number 3. That is what this crowd wanted to see.
Thank God.
As Shopify Rebellion able to even up the series.
With some crisp plays. It's a little back and forth the first like 15, 20 minutes, but I feel as soon as Crit got Blink Dagger, they were able to just completely dictate pace. Saw Spirit get a couple of these catches, of course, like the Ricky Shard when they found Arteezy, but besides that, Crit and Abed, they completely owned this game. This was such a great display from the two of them.
Abed ends the game 19-0-14.
Wow.
Just an immaculate performance on this Zeus, a hero that we haven't seen a whole heck of a lot. And you can see after game number 1, Shopify Rebellion did not leave that booth. They stuck around. They said, we need to figure this out. Now they're going to take themselves on a quick little break as we get ready for game number 3, try and figure out what they need to do. But a really impressive performance from them. Team Spirit also going to need to go back to the drawing board here.
Yeah, I mean, they tried. I did mention like a little bit about this Laurel Snapfire. He really likes to play it. Sometimes can be a bit of a more volatile hero. We definitely saw him struggle this game. They put a lot of emphasis on him, but they also just found him. They kept finding this Snapfire, the jump crit, right? I think he got like, what, 3-4 tossbacks very early on in the game to be able to find this Snapfire and shut down any type of progression from him. So Shopify, really well played. And yeah, we're blessed with a game 3. Thank God.
That's what I wanted to see here. You know, this is the type of thing. We had 2-0s both of the previous series. They had put themselves in a really rough position in game number 1, and an incredibly solid draft from Team Spirit with that last pick. Like in this time around, Shopify Rebellion going to get greeted from the crowd, going to get a little bit of love as they get ready for game number 3 here. And again, an impressive performance from Shopify Rebellion. As we did see that, and I think the only other question that I kind of want to take a look at is there any other type of a thing that you need to be worried about in terms of the opening? Do you give up the Lina again, do you think?
People are starting to find more and more answers. They're starting to look at that Liquid playbook a little bit, right? I feel like teams are really starting to figure out what to do. This game, I just think that they shut down the other heroes so much, even though Collapse had a bit of an okay time, of course, in that like early game and stuff like that. The Snapfire was almost non-existent. Right. They completely shut down Laurel, and it didn't matter how good of a game Yotoro was having because everybody else was answered. And I think the shot calling really from Shopify was top tier this game. Just forcing that Roshan, forcing these type of fights, really, really smart with this Blink Dagger. They're pretty much just telling them like, hey, good luck coming onto us, good luck getting these stuns off onto us. When we have these BKBs, we can actually turn the tide every time. Well played.
Very, very well played. I think that the only other thing that I'm sort of keeping my eyes on into this game number 3, of course, after we saw the Lina get picked, after we saw the Nature's Prophet, is going to be that Broodmother, if maybe that one comes back again. Because that did get banned out a couple times. Maybe there's something that gets sneaked through as well. But let's get ready. We're going to go to a quick break as we get ready to head on back to that panel.
Shopify Rebellion gift us with our first 3-game series of the night, and I couldn't be more thrilled. They are able to prevail in this upper bracket, at least so far, and I think I may have been too harsh on them for not leaving the pod initially. It's possible that they were just avoiding not getting swarmed, because even though the other Evil Geniuses has already left the building for right now, it seems that the old Evil Geniuses still has a lot of fans. And I can cite that, Fear, you are also a recipient of much fandom right now in this arena.
I thought you said I was a fan of them.
Oh, you're also a fan of them.
That's true. That is true.
It's true. That's true.
I mean, a lot of passionate fans out here. They're out here. They want to get pictures with some of their favorite. The first event here in Peru, right?
Damn right.
It's trying to get some autographs and some signings.
Yeah, and perhaps you're more likely to get a happy picture with Arteezy after he gets a win.
Absolutely.
And that one he gets a win. And perhaps Abed may have had a big smile after that game, because compared to game 1, this was a night and day difference.
Hold on. Kevin, can I borrow your best Western pen?
Whoa, don't say the
Please.
brand.
Whoa. They're not sponsoring this tournament.
Hey,
We're
Fear.
not staying at that hotel.
Fear, can I have your autograph, please?
Oh my god. Wait, are you the
Fear?
free-to-play
I did not
Fear?
give you permission to put pen in someone's hand.
EGTR winner?
Anyway, to purge on Abed, was he good this game?
Yes.
That's a real question.
Magic damage is very good.
It is.
I really liked it because it made it not only it covers like so many bases. It's good against the Ricky,
Yep.
which was good. A lot of times they would smoke. As soon as smoke breaks, pop Zeus ult, you can spot him. So they got opportunities of that. I think it also dealt really well with the Snapfire as well, because Snapfire does this Greaves rush. It makes your HP survivability good, but all the magic damage just bursts through really quick. Laurel did not buy a cloak. I think I would have liked him to have Greaves and cloak. That way, when these burst moments happen, he survives through it a bit longer. And yeah, Abed's just really freaking good and got ahead.
Who's dealing damage then? Because there's magic damage dissipation, I suppose, if you build all these defensive things.
It's not. It's a cloak. It's like a bracer. It's like it's not. He had spaces. Greaves is like the most slot efficient item.
This is money that's not being spent on a day
slap
list,
it in
is what
there.
I'm hearing.
He didn't go for it anyway.
That's true. He didn't go for it anyway. And regardless, we once again saw what was echoed in game 1, where it was a top-heavy net worth distribution. Lina was number 1. Meanwhile, Zeus, Shadow Fiend, and Nature's Prophet were all cruising together in 2, 3, 4. Evil Geniuses with this more even net worth distribution. They let Abed carry things early on. Arteezy, he did his job. It was a team effort.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. I think this game compared to last game, he was given a better situation to thrive in. And I think when you do get in these situations like Spirit was in, you mentioned a distribution of having like 1 hero ahead, another 3. I think that just naturally happens a lot when you're losing, right? Because you can only afford to give 1 hero farm, and the others kind of have to give up that farm. Well, if you're winning, all your cores get to farm. And just back to that point, Abed, he was doing really well. Then Arteezy got a lot of farm on his Shadow Fiend. And compared to this last game, he was able to use it. He was able to use his ultimate in the team fights, got an early BKB, kind of showed like range carries are like why they're a bit superior here in this meta.
Though in this situation, Lina as a ranged carry was not as intimidating as we usually see.
But they had like one of the solutions. It's a Treant Protector, right? Armor's going to be on Arteezy, so normally he would just get out DPS. And they had Overgrowth to cover Lina BKB, which they used at least once or 2 fights. Like SF actually looked really effective there against Lina in that game. And if he doesn't have Tree Armor and he pops Mask of Madness or something, he's definitely vulnerable to physical burst. So like Tree really does cover those, like makes your BKB timing so strong at like the 20-minute mark with the armor and the Overgrowth.
Yeah, but on top of that though, it's like I feel like something that was really effective against Lina was the ability to sort of burst her down really quickly before she can react. Like some of these fights, she was getting hit by a Nature's Ult, a Gleipnir, and a Zeus Bolt before she's like, oh shit, and just like pops her BKB.
Or Avatos.
Yeah, like all these ways to start on her with massive magic nuke made it really difficult. She also didn't get a Satanic for a really long time. I remember a fight happening at around 34 minutes and noticing that she didn't have it, so she was only able to go in like 1 time. And as soon as her BKB was starting to wear down, she's like, oh, I gotta get out of here. And that put a lot of pressure on Lal on his Snapfire, who has like an Ether Lens or some shit, and he's playing on the and he's playing super backline as a mid laner, having to always just use his cookie to get her out, right? So he's losing effectiveness, Lal's losing effectiveness. They're all just like really struggling to play these fights because they can't extend them.
Listen, I'm all down to channel frustrations for Team Spirit. Why is Collapse memeing it up with a Meteor Hammer? What the hell is going on here, Fear?
I mean, because he realizes Mars is just not a good hero, so he's trying to find a way, any way in the playbook to try and be useful. And Okay, it did pretty well in the early game because he did buy the Ring of Health, which is something you can transition into a Meteor Hammer, which you might need to be able to lane versus a tree. And he did well in the laning stage. Like, they killed Fly early on. They killed RTZ after the pause, right? They conveniently timed
yes,
right
that's
before.
correct.
And then he got the Meteor Hammer, and they almost got more kills after that. And
Almost got more
yes,
kills.
but what they did get was really important is they killed the tier 1 tower against a tree.
That's true.
Because of the Meteor Hammer. And then later on, you've got the Ricky. You got the setup for the Meteor Hammer. Ricky's not going to be able to farm it. Have I sold you yet?
No.
There's a lot of things that had some value for you.
I think it was a really good idea for solving the problem that Mars has some issues early. Because, like, if it's just tree in the lane, armoring the tower, and Collapse is hitting creeps, like, he does not feel good. He's being offset by a 5. So that's what it did. It covered his lane, like he said, and then they took the towers. And yeah, sure, he got some combos later. Didn't necessarily transition perfectly. Maybe he would have preferred to have, like, the more traditional, like, Blink BKB Hex Refresher build or something. But for to counter the tree for the early game, it was actually really solid.
Okay,
cool.
Sheep, now it's your turn to sell, man.
I loved it. I love Meteor Hammer Mars. This is not a new build. It is something that was around ages ago, and I think Collapse was also a pioneer of it then too. And what I love about it is an item that helps solve his mana issues, because usually he has to buy like a Soul Ring or some stuff like that, so I think the Meteor Hammer helps with that. I really liked it, like you said, against the Treant, and it just provides really good early game pressure and damage that he otherwise doesn't really have. That being said, transitioning into the mid game, they had no damage. Their combo was like Snapfire, Kisses, and Arena. Otherwise, Mars was always playing with a Ricky. So I think that's probably one of the biggest reasons why it sort of failed, is because he didn't have a support with like high burst to help him get kills around the map.
And he didn't have one of these things early on.
Actually, he did. He did. He went Brown Boots, Meteor Hammer, Blink Dagger.
Okay, yeah, but the Meteor Hammer was still in between. Out there,
Sure.
Ricky hits the 15-minute mark and is like, I'm ready to party. And
he had a blink of 15 minutes.
This is the #1 game-losing item on Mars of all time. Never get this as your first item.
That's true.
That is true.
Yeah,
actually.
we hate our host. Our host is terrible at Dota.
I really
You
think
sold me. I love the build now.
I really think the issue, though, is that Lara was not tanky and survivable like he was supposed to be. In almost all the games where they play him Snapfire mid, he is like the front and center of the fight. He barely survives with some cookie play, stuff like that. But this game, he got bursted repeatedly. That was actually the issue. If he just survives longer, and then it's easy for him to cycle his skills at least 2 rounds in a team fight, then you don't have as many damage issues. But if he's sitting at 1,500 HP, and he can get bursted with like a tiny Avatos plus Zeus combo, then his game just kind of falls apart really quick. And then there's nobody else to like add damage, and then we're sitting like, oh, he's got a Meteor Hammer? That's a little weird.
Yes, I want to introduce you to my good friend Yopaj, who played the best Snapfire mid ever that I've ever seen. He would always get boosted travel, and he would just be all over the map making plays constantly. Right now, there's like this Snapfire Greaves meta, which is happening, and I don't like it so much from mid. And I especially don't like him going Greaves into Aetherlands and Force Staff, because you're playing as Nature's Prophet. He's itemizing like a support, and he played like a support.
I'm going to introduce you to my friend Crit real quick. Who
I don't know who that is.
Tell me more.
Who played Tiny this game, right?
I saw that.
And he made a rotation at 5 minutes into this game to the mid lane to shut down Laurel, killed him. You TP'd in with Saberlight as well. There's a catapult as well, and they pressured the tower. Dota's a game of momentum. As much as you might not like the hero, maybe at that point he decided, maybe I need a bit to be more supportive in this game.
I was there. I was the catapult.
Yeah, and so in Shopify's defense here, they played a really good game of Dota.
Yeah.
Outside of just draft alone, they made good rotations, and they just played a solid game.
I'll concede that to you, my good friend.
I love both these new people that you introduced me to. And one of the people that we were not introduced to also in terms of draft superiority, they banned out the Undying.
Yeah.
A big relief.
Well, actually, the cool thing about it that we saw was that they picked Nature's Prophet in the first phase, which can lane okay against Undying. Undying doesn't have AoE. Decay doesn't do damage at level 1 anymore. You run the trees at him. He doesn't deal with them well.
Yeah.
And then they basically got to ban it second phase instead, because then we didn't see Spirit feel comfortable to pick it in the first phase. So they got to offset it with a cool pick that allowed them to pivot. It kind of like solved 2 to 3 problems in the same time. So that was a really good solution to dealing with the Undying without having to ban it in the first phase.
And maybe the Snapfire pick was, and so you had mentioned Sheep at the very beginning, they used it as a flex pick.
Yeah.
But they picked it quite late in the draft. It was the last pick of the second phase. And so who were they really tricking at that point?
Well, so their biggest problem is they pick it on 16-17, which is not overall last pick of second phase, and then they get countered by the Zeus.
Ah, okay.
So back when like Yopaj would play it, for example, he would always pick it into stuff like Ember Spirit and abuse them really hard in lane. But Zeus, it wasn't that good, honestly. Zeus kind of slapped him a bit. I don't think he got exactly what he wanted. He kind of came back because you can just farm with your nukes, but you're not bullying the enemy mid, so you're not doing really what Snapfire mid is meant to do.
Also credit to this good friend that Fear introduced me to, Crit.
Yeah.
pretty good at moving across the map.
I'm much happier with the Tiny in this game than the Tusk he had previously.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think Tusk is a hero that we don't see very frequently in the support role. And when we do see it, it doesn't seem to have that punch. I mean, no pun intended there. It still has the punch, but it doesn't make the rotations very well.
Oh, fear. You slay me.
But like the toss back, as we saw it, 5 minutes you're already online. But like Crit's Tusk, he didn't even have like level 6 yet, and it was like past 10 minutes, right? And he couldn't make the rotations. I think that was definitely really big. I think Laurel, this game as well, maybe kicking himself a little bit for like committing to the Aghanim's Greaves build instead of like being, you know, like the Yopaj mid and just trying to carry the game hard, because I think that could have potentially worked. In Laurel's support role in this game, it's like they didn't have enough heroes to get on top of the Zeus this game. So if, you know, you didn't catch him with the Mars, which is pretty difficult as a Blink Dagger hero, who's going to get on top of Ovid? And they never did, really, and he just kind of took the game away.
Well, Ricky was desperately trying and failing on many occasions.
Because Zeus reveals Ricky.
Yeah, exactly.
It's sad.
Tsunami, they left the booth. They messed up.
I saw it, and there was an interesting dynamic with which players were willing to bounce. Oh, okay, they're sanitizing their hands. Okay. Well, then Fly has no excuse. Fly was literally keeping his arms within his body, refusing to participate.
He's got wide shoulders.
He's got wide shoulders. He was going to hurt everyone if he high-fived them.
Yeah.
Did Spirit stay in their booth?
No, they both left.
They both left? Okay, thank God. Whew.
Even game.
Looking back, I legitimately think that Shopify just did not want to leave and be like, we just lost a game. Everyone's wanting to take pictures with us. Not really in the mood right now. Let's just sit in the booth.
Maybe they should have done it again.
Yeah, maybe. Because if they got the win after that one...
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
Guys, they just had to pee. They were in there at a long time. Like it was
oh yeah, I forgot about that.
Just hold it.
Expectations now. We've seen 2 different drafts succeed. This is the first game 3. Any first phase bans trade? Will Broodmother finally make a way through?
No.
No.
But I do think Spirit, regardless of getting tricked by the NP, not picking Undying, just pick the Undying.
Yeah.
And sure, NP's good for Undying, but it's not unplayable. You're really good at Undying. It looked a lot better than, you know, the Ricky Rubik duo that they ran.
The Mars that
the
was
Mars
last picked.
I think they should just go back to the Undying if it's there.
Okay, I'm on board. What are you liking for Shopify Rebellion Purge?
Yeah, the tree felt really good.
Okay.
Put their lanes together well. It basically leaves them super flexible for their carry later on. It can be basically, because Tree kind of, anybody that's not like an agility carry, he solves their problems. They don't have super high armor, and maybe the BKB fight gets weird. So I feel like Tree, it can be paired with like a Leshrac. It can be paired with SF. It could be Lina itself. Like or even Nature's Prophet, slap some armor on that guy. He's even more formidable. So I think the Tree is just the best opening. It's one of the best things you can do to offset what Undying brings as well.
Okay, Sheep, give me some Game 3 exotic ideas that could come out. These teams have gone through an entire group stage together, and now is a chance to throw one another off balance in a Game 3 situation to stay in upper bracket, and loser plays Hellraisers.
Okay, I mean...
No, that's not right.
I don't know who
Loser
they
plays
play.
PSG LGD.
Yeah,
Thank
LGD.
you. Thank you, host. LGD, gosh, some fun ideas. I mean, maybe we could see another funny little Lock Warden man.
That is true. We saw Liquid whip that out.
Yeah.
It worked because they're Liquid.
Okay. And you're telling that these guys aren't as good as Liquid?
Well,
is that what you're saying?
Whoa. I just said they are
what
Liquid. I have concluded that this team is not Team Liquid.
I'm
not specifying.
that they weren't good enough
I feel
to play
like you're
on
drawing conclusions out of this thing.
feeling a little-
assuming
this is
makes
a
an
little
ass
hateful.
out of you and me. Give me another pick.
Okay.
Luna, maybe.
I would love to
Okay.
see some Marcy. Because I feel like she just disappeared after the group
for
stage.
good reason.
What do you mean good reason? I think it was cool, like you pointed out in groups, that people were starting to pick up Troll as an answer, but you could just, like ban it and then play with Marcy. Because I think Marcy's still cool. I think people are still wanting to pick Nature's Prophet and Lina. This was meant to be the answer to it. Why do you hate it?
Yeah, I mean, but Marcy was good against it because, like, if that guy's really tanky and difficult to kill, Marcy can kill any of those heroes, but she still has issues. Like, once her BKB's done, she feels really bad. She's kiteable if she doesn't get the right jump. Sometimes you just need to buy Blink Dagger so that she can ensure that she has the right jump. She can't even rely on her second skill to get the jump in the first place. It's like, yeah, okay, in that one specific situation, she's the best sword in the game, but it's just too dangerous, I feel like. There's just better heroes.
And
if you don't win your lane with Marcy, you don't farm very fast, and that is really terrible for carries in this meta. So, like, this hero is very contingent on a fast battle for retiming, Or, as we saw TSM do it, I mean, they got knocked out, but they looked good with it. They ran out of the IO and they were really active and fought with it, but that's not how most teams play. I think what most teams ran into is the Marcy lane didn't go as well as expected, and this hero does not flash farm. So if you're slow on your Battle Fury timing, the hero is a burden.
Okay.
Just don't buy a Battle Fury, just buy Armlet.
Okay, good talk.
Or just
Okay.
not pick it, or ban it, or find out what happens. Game number 3, Shopify Rebellion versus Team Spirit.
Welcome back, one and all, to the draft panel for game number 3 between Team Spirit and Shopify Rebellion. It has gone the distance, and now we are at a point where one game separates these squads from top 6 at the Lima Major and 200 all-important DPC points. My name is Snem, joined yet again by Estini and Winter. And Estini, deja vu? I feel like I've seen this movie before.
Yeah, so they're repeating. Maybe Team Spirit goes for the Undying that we said last time. There's also the chance they go Rubik again. But basically, that means Team Spirit, they are fine with the draft. They just think they need to adapt 1 or 2 heroes. And probably they made a mistake that they want to correct now. So yeah, they guaranteed Tiny. So Rubik goes through. Probably it's going to be a ban from either side because it's still a great Rubik game for both sides.
Winter, in your opinion, looking at what happened in game number 2, what do you think Team Spirit was lacking? What adjustment would you have made if you were their coach right now?
Itemizations. I didn't really like the itemizations on the Mars and the Snapfire. I felt like if they would have just went for simple Dota like Mac Pipe, group up with the BKB on the Lina, they would have been able to take the map and just control the game from there. But unfortunately, they went for the Meteor Hammer, and that delayed his Blink and BKB on the Mars, and the game became really, really slow.
Okay, so you want to see a little bit more dynamism, a bit more speed coming out of the side of Team Spirit. Fortunately, they already have this tiny hero, and that hero gives you that in space. It can move around the map fairly quickly, can rotate super heavily, and Team Spirit, you know, Miras is one of these players that does like to make big movements. Obviously, last game he wasn't necessarily positioned to do so on his hero, but with the tiny, it can be a lot easier to do so. What I find very intriguing though, Estini, is that looking at these bans for Spirit, well, Rebellion have literally stuck to the exact same script. They've changed pretty much nothing, but this Drow Ranger ban coming out from Spirit, does this suggest to us that we might see a Terrorblade later for your Toro?
Would be weird to have the Lina mid and a very greedy carry. So I think not. Maybe they think like Draw is a fast-paced hero to play together with the Prophet. So was the SF on that sense. But doesn't make so much sense, to be honest, in my opinion, this ban. Maybe they play the screens that we don't know and they know some strat there. Especially because Draw is usually first pick hero, so they would pick it blindly if it was like Spirit picking. And Shopify, I don't think they would draw on this second phase of draft. They need a support here, probably a melee 4, yeah. So this Tusk is still a flex, can be mid, but it looks like a 4 Tusk. Even though like we don't like that much this hero on 4, it's if it's a Prophet lane, Prophet 3, he wants a melee 4, and Tiny being stolen by Spirit, they go with the Tusk.
Yeah, based on the pick sequence, it's more likely that it's going to be a support Tusk for the MP lane because they want to keep the MP kind of like flex, but I'm not sure how flex is this MP. I feel like more or less they want an RTZ hero last, and we might just see another hero like a SF. Same kind of hero, you know, like someone that wins the lane. He wants to look at the draft and see his lane matchup and then pick another hero for that. That's what I feel that they're always very, very concerned about, you know, is the laning phase.
One hero that they could want because of the draw ban is Slash. I was thinking like which heroes would you protect with a draw ban? and are heroes that rely on healing, and maybe Slash with Bloodstone. I'm just trying to figure out this draw. Like, you triggered me with like, why would they ban draw? Maybe a Lash, because DP into Prophet seems bad. Okay.
Okay. I imagine that that's going to be the 5 position Sven, or rather, let me rephrase. I hope it's going to be the 5 position Sven, but it makes sense, right? Because if they do this, then it seems much more likely that Jotaro plays the Lina. He has this very strong body for him right now.
Yeah.
It's not going to be the Undying, but at the very least, you get that bonus armor. You have somebody that doesn't die that easily. Like, even though it's a Nature's Prophet lane, the bonus armor will make a huge difference in that kind of lane, Winter.
Yeah, but now that I see this Zeus here, I would strongly consider putting the Tusk mid. Like, Tusk is really good against Zeus in the game. You want a hero that can catch the Zeus and just eliminate the Zeus from the fights very, very early on. And the lane is also pretty decent for Tusk.
Do you think there's any possibility that they pick the Zeus to try and force that Tusk to go middle? Like, anticipating that?
Probably not. I feel like small, but they just have this plan and they want to have Zeus around it. And like you mentioned, the Sven is probably going to be like the body in the lane with the Lina, so the lane is very strong, double stun. And give aura to your team later in the game, the armor.
Oh, that's a new one here from Rebellion. They come up with this Templar Assassin. It is still possible, Estini, that this Templar is also flex, right? We've seen this hero being played in the mid lane. We've seen this hero being played in the safe lane. It's probably not going to be off lane this game, but they have that possibility and it hasn't locked in their draft just yet, right? It makes it very difficult for the side of Spirits, especially since Rebellion still have the 24 pick to respond and adjust their draft at the very end here.
Yeah, the thing is, they focus the farming to Arteezy. That would be weird that they play it on mid, on Abed. Although it's a good lane against Zeus, but I feel like TA is free win against Zeus. If you pick Zeus, you cannot do it with TA open. So if Arteezy master this hero, he should win this game.
Is there any possibility, Winter, that they do a young Geek slate and then instead put the tiny mid and force the Zeus into a support position?
I don't know. I feel like that's not very good either, you know, for this team. I feel like Geek Slate is probably the only team that would actually do that. I mean, the Zeus position 5, I'm not a very, very big fan of it, so I wouldn't suggest it. I wouldn't recommend it at all. I think the hero is pretty useless, you know, as a position 5. Like, you need the game to go so well for you to be useful. If the lanes are bad, you're so useless in the game.
Okay. Let's see here. So last phase of banning, Rebellion have already removed the Lycan from play. Ember Spirit's being taken out right now for Spirit. So Spirit have the read that Rebellion still need a mid laner for Abed. Rebellion have the read that an off-lane hero for Collapse is still required right now. Steenie, what do you think right now from the side of Team Spirit? What's lacking in their draft that should be fixed by a final pick?
They need to be able to deal with T8 and slow her down. The thing is, like, you have Venom, Viper sort of heroes. But they are terrible in the game against the Prophet.
Yeah.
So I don't know if you want to double down that. You could actually Darkseer here. It's decent with Tiny in lane. It's decent against the TA. It's an aura builder. That's the best option I see.
How about Underlord? You like Underlord?
It's decent. I just don't know the lane. Like Underlord, Tiny. But yeah, it's actually good. Especially against the NP in the game, right? You can deal with the split. Seems decent.
Yeah. I mean, their drafts have a lot of holes, I feel. It's pretty difficult to find a last hero. Like, the last hero needs to be like a... He needs to be like a frontline sort of team fight hero. Like maybe Tide kind of hero.
I was about to ask about Tide, actually. Yeah. That feels nice. Honestly, I just want an aura buyer. One thing that's going to buy Guardian Greaves and allow him to actually fight continually for a while. I feel like whenever I see these Linas, she does the absolute best when there is a way to elongate the team fight and allow her to dish out damage from afar and delay the BKB timing. Or delay her activating the BKB in the middle of the fight.
I mean, imagine if you have an offlaner that buys Greaves, you buy Wave Pack, and then you have the Shard on the support Sven. You have a lot of physical resistance against TA and NP.
I just think Darkseer is a better aura builder in that sense. Because you don't want to Tide into TA lane.
Yeah, the lane's like much better with Darkseer.
They've got 40 seconds of reserve time at this point in time, so a lot of decisions can still be made at the very end here for Team Spirit. They'll have learned from game number 1 that, well, if we play this high tempo style, we can beat Rebellion. They'll have learned from game number 2 not to try and delay themselves being able to do well, and not to allow TZ and Arbit to be able to scale. And Underlord, there we go. It's almost like y'all do this for a living.
I mean, he's going to probably build Crimson Guard early this game, like Greaves plus Crimson Guard. Yeah, with the aura, he's gonna mitigate so much of the physical damage from TA.
So, Astini, when you look at this draw from Rebellion now, it seems like an Abed hero is what's coming up here. What options do you think feel good for him? Potentially Bat Rider, that's a hero that I see open. Is this a decent bat game?
It's banned.
It's banned.
Yeah.
Oh, my eyesight's bad, my bad, first ban.
Having some trouble to find him a hero here. I was thinking Primal, but now it doesn't seem that good with the Underlord pick.
Can he play as Leshrac? We've seen him play this hero when paired with the Strian Protector before.
I need some magic hero.
The Zeus Lina, it's weird.
Puck?
I was thinking
Is Puck too bad?
Underlord, it's kind of good against these heroes. I was thinking heroes that can do like percent of HP damage, but I don't see any. Maybe like, I was thinking a Wyvern mid sort of hero. Maybe like a Quado also, because they don't have reach, you know?
Kunkka, how about Kunkka? You like Kunkka? It's pretty good against Zeus in the lane.
Yeah. Consider Zabad, Kunkka is the one that most makes sense from the hero that I pointed out. Like, I don't see him going like this Quado. It's too greedy for him.
He has played this Kunkka hero before, and he's fairly good at it. The hero itself is not having a good tournament, though. At this point in time, Kunkka is 1-9. So, astonishingly low win rate. It's been played quite a bunch of times. I don't know. I personally feel like this Kunkka hero doesn't necessarily suit the meta.
Can they Tusk mid then and pick some Hoodwink?
Yeah, that might also be a better option. Pick another position 4 hero.
Yeah, melee 4 is like, there's the Earth Spirit, but it's not a good Earth Spirit game, so I'm thinking like Hoodwink. Oh,
wait, isn't it?
Oh, Rubik's Band, sorry.
Alright, so it turns out, gentlemen, that we are going to be having either the TA or the Shadow Fiend ending up in the mid lane here. Not sure which one yet. Abed, yeah, so they did come back for the Abed Temper Assassin. So at this tournament thus far, they've played TA for Arteezy. They have not played it mid for Abed. But given the playstyle that Abed has, he can move around the map quite quickly. TA, when at her best winter, is a hero that you don't want to just sit back and farm forever. You actually want it to be dynamic early on in the game. So what do you make of this draft when you look at the side of Rebellion? Do you like what you see? Does it feel a bit too greedy, or do you think they'll be able to get away with it?
I think it makes a lot of sense. They need a hero that can deal magic damage because they have a lot of damage mitigation for physical damage, and SF does do really well in the lane against the Underlord, so he can bully. Underlord, you don't want to have a bad laning phase. The hero needs a very good start to be very useful in the game. So I kind of like the SF pick this game more than the previous game.
What about you, Astini? When you look at the draft on the other side for Team Spirit, they got Shopifyed in game number 2, as you like to say. This draft, what do you think? Is it a bit more cohesive that has allowed them to play a bit better and not get bottlenecked into the situation where you just sort of run out of damage and you're just relying solely on your hard carry?
I think it's easier to play this game. It's easier for Lina to hit her timings, although she's playing like into a Prophet lane again. But the 3 cores are super greedy on the other team now. So it was a Zeus mid, and now it's a TA that's going to be farming. So you have the space to get your BKB. You probably can get the first Roche by that, and then you create space. You actually like eat the map with the Lina, with Aegis. So your entire team is going to scale with you, helping them out. So they have an easier game on that sense, but if Shopify manages to get these 3 cores online, then they'll get Shopified.
We'll see whether or not the side of Team Spirit will get themselves Shopified, or if we're going to be having Rebellion proceeding into the top 6 and making the 2-1 comeback in this upper bracket series. To find out what this rumble in the jungle is actually going to look like, we need some beast level casters to bring you this action. And so to that end, I give you Fog the Fox and Lyrical the Lion. Gentlemen, take it away.
Roar! Roar! The lion. That's
I knew you were going to do it. I knew you were going to do it.
You got game 3, man.
Yeah. I was going to say, what does the fox say? Because I don't know what it does, but yeah, of course. Guys, to pause, so don't worry. You're not missing anything. You're just looking at us. Another pause underway. Interesting one. Definitely a bit of greed coming out from Shopify, but a lot of comfort heroes. They made it work last time with the Shadow Fiend. Let's see if they can do it again. Spirit. Let's see if they look to go for some better itemization. I liked what Winter talked about a lot there, talking about how they delayed their timings a little bit, hurt them a lot in the last game. But this time, Laurel playing more of a normal mid-hero rather than, sure, Snap is normal for him, but overall, it got very addressed in the game. This time he's playing the Tiny. This is a very strong hero versus all 3 cores. If he's able to have a good game, if they're able to have a good early game on Spirit, they could be the ones dictating the pace. However, if Shopify is able to slow pace of the game down, they have immense scaling, immense physical damage, and then I like they touched upon, you know, with this SF, you know, it's Arteezy, it's his most comfortable hero, but it's a mix. It's physical and it's magical, so it gives him that extra little oomph that they might need to bring down Underlord.
That was awesome. I love
Yeah,
that.
you know?
That was great.
Yeah.
No, I agree. I think that, you know, in talking about trying to slow down these games, what do they have? They've got the perfect hero for it. They've got Fly. He's going to be playing on this Treant again. Can spam out those lanes constantly with the Leech Seed, or rather with the Nature's Grasp, and then come on back with that Tree Armor to try and keep it alive, delay the game as long as possible, and a bunch of cores that clear through these waves very rapidly. Nature's Prophet's there for split pushing. By and large, it feels like Shopify Rebellion have built a pretty solid lineup with that regards, but what about the lanes? Is there any concerns there at all based upon what we're seeing? It is going to be a Mira Zeus, so switching things around.
Honestly, I like all three of their lanes quite a lot.
Really?
It's a TA versus the Tiny. Should be able to do a pretty decent job. Should be able to catch back up after maybe the lane goes like a slightly Tiny for the first couple levels, but then TA will do just fine because of that refraction damage. Bottom lane, it's Tusk NP, super strong lane, especially versus Lina that we've seen. And then top lane, SF Tree. I mean, it's an SF Tree. Sure, they didn't end up doing it the best last time, but either way, the RTZ SF did end up getting online. So yeah, looks very strong.
Well, we are getting into this. You can see right on over there that the game has still not started, but they did say go when ready. So Shopify Rebellion just about ready to go underway now. Underlord, a hero that looked really good in the previous series that we were taking a look at. I remember hearing Shippo talk about on the panel the sort of underrated aspect of this hero that we saw Gaming Gladiators run was the damage mitigation that you get out of the ulti. And if they try and play, you've now got a couple of like global entries into the fight that they can do. Maybe if they gank the Underlord, they can just ulti onto the Lina, let her run through it, and then she's suddenly in the fight too, or flip it around the other direction.
Yeah, and if they, with itemization, right, they'll have, well, without just itemization, but first they'll have Warcry, they'll have Atrophy Aura, then they'll have the damage reduction plus any of the Aura items that this Underlord buys. And it can be a little greedy from the side of Shopify. If they're able to just get on top of this SF, on top of this TA, on top of this NP pre-BKB, these heroes are likely to drop. So it can go either way depending on how these early games go. It's just if Shopify is able to delay, these three will scale super hard. And they also will guarantee get you at least quick Roshans.
Right.
Anytime they get a fight win, it's a Roshan threat. SF plus TA kill, it's unbelievably fast.
It's just any objective. Every objective on the map is going to die quickly, whether it be towers, whether it be Roche. It's just going to be a problem for them for sure. As we get some crowd shots here, some of the people staying up pretty late into the evenings watching that good Dota 2 that you love to see. And of course, the other teams that are in there very nervous. Okay, never mind. Mira's not nervous at all. He's super chill.
Because they're laughing. They're just like... it's like audio issues. Ha 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 ha. It's like I think everybody's going a little crazy, perhaps, with how long the day's been going. So,
yeah, it's staying in it till the very end, as
Look
you
at
would
this.
well imagine.
Even what is that? Yatoro with not an XD, but an DX, apparently being typed out completely. I think everyone's losing their mind a little bit.
This guy's doing it. He was having a good time.
Yeah.
I think he came over and said hi to us one time.
I believe so.
Bunch of real Dota 2 fans out here on this evening, late into the evening, and yeah, the players losing their mind just ever so slightly.
Oh, yeah.
Which you do love to see.
So I think what Spirit's gone for this game, since the Lina didn't end up working last time, they kind of lacked a bit of frontline. Sure, you had Collapse doing his best effort. He actually used Bulwark a lot in that last game to try to absorb hits and stuff like that, but they lacked any other frontline. It's like Snapfire, not a frontliner, just got tossed in. This time, they heavily emphasize the fact of frontline. Warcry from a it's a support Sven, you still kind of do the same thing, and then you have a Tiny and an Underlord to be those bruisers in between. So looks like they've tried to fix the issues at least of that frontline.
Right, and in a way, the front line, as we're going to get underway here, the front line that was there, it sort of was, or there wasn't one that was there, and even if there was something there, it would have been circumvented by just that global potential that they've got. A little bit less so this time for Shopify Rebellion. Obviously, they still have the Nature's Prophet, which is really solid, but in the other way, it's actually going to be Team Spirit that are the ones that have it.
Did you also see what Shopify's doing?
Yeah.
So they're buying boots. They're dropping it at their mid-tier 3 to pick it up with their couriers so they can run out and get these wards faster. We've seen a lot of teams adapting and doing these quicker plays to get these wards down, either buy boots and sell it at Secret Shop or doing this. I haven't seen that one.
Right.
Where they buy the boots, walk out, drop their boots in the lane, and then have couriers come pick it and sell it. That's cool.
Yeah.
I think they've been doing it a couple games now. That one is the first time I actually noticed it, though.
They, I think there was 1 or 2 games in the beginning where I don't remember if it was Tundra. It might have actually been Shopify again that was doing it, but that's why you keep on seeing the courier coming out with all the items afterwards.
Yeah, very cool stuff.
Yeah.
I've mostly only seen it where you buy boots and sell to Secret Shop and place your ward very quick, but very cool to get your mid ward down early to protect it so it doesn't get dewarded. And yeah, let's see how these lanes end up going. It looks like at the moment they're dodging.
Okay.
So it looks like Team Spirit, they're wanting to get the matchup of the Underlord perhaps versus the Nature's Prophet and having the Lina dodge away to play up toward the top lane. So pretty cool. See if it gets scouted out.
Right. So you can already see that Shopify, they have a ward over on this side of the map, but they only see Mira. And the Treant's going to head over now. Will it scout out, collapse? It doesn't quite look like it, but the Treant going in and actually hitting the tower a couple of times. That's kind of funny. Getting some early damage in there.
20 damage.
It's the turbo strats. He's been playing some turbo Dota, and I know how that one goes.
Okay, so let's see how these lanes end up going. I feel like I haven't seen teams do this in a very long time. Game and Gladiator is one of the big ones for a long time where they'd even run like some tri-lane kind of action maybe for a second and then swap. So this time, Spirit, they're getting the lanes they want, and let's see if it'll benefit them, having this lean up top versus the SF.
Now, the one thing and the reason that this has to be done right now, as Laurel's going to take that Meld Strike from Abed, is because you're playing against the Nature's Prophet.
Yeah.
So he is going to be able to transition across the map very rapidly. You need to start out in the right position, otherwise they'll outmaneuver you.
Yeah, I really like this lane setup. This is cool. Laurel should have he should win the mid lane until TA gets around like the level 5 where she's able to reestablish things. But those other lanes, now Spirit has switched the dynamic a little bit. So we did touch upon the lanes being dominant for Shopify, but the fact that Spirit gets these setups, now maybe going to change stuff up. I'm gonna have to see about top though. This one feels like it can go very quickly both ways.
Right. The big danger, of course, is that you're going to have that Miposhka stun into the LSA from Yadaro, and even just hitting him a little bit freehand here, Tree is going to be the main one that's at risk because Miposhka, he doesn't have to worry as much. He's sort of got some, like, you know, decent movement speed here. There isn't that follow-up stun. He can get slowed a little bit, but it's not the full control. Mira trying to come in here and contest Crit's pull that's coming out. Will be able to draw aggro there actually onto the range creep, not what he would have wanted, but Saberlight also messing around with this one and trying to manipulate the creep wave as much as possible and mess with Collapse's farm.
Really good harass on the fly up top. They got actually the initial LSA and then follow-up stun from Miposhka to bring him down low. This is all pre-Fiery Soul, so it does get better and better.
They are burning through a lot of regen here. Now, of course, you do have the Leech Seed, which you can abuse a little bit in the lane, spamming it out against these range creeps and melee creeps. But if they're going all in,
good stun.
It's dangerous. LSA, dodge away from that one, go for the double hit on it, or try and maybe get aggro. They force Yadaro back. Very well played.
They're just making sure, they're trying to make sure that they can secure the last hit on the range creep. Miposhka did a nice play there to try to body and stun off Arteezy to be able to get that deny, but unable to. Flying Arteezy on the same page.
Well, this is interesting. I have not seen this many numbers up relatively high and in the middle on the CS charts in a while. There's a lot of double CSing going on across the board, but it is the Underlord that's sitting top of the charts for it at the moment.
Yeah, and the SF is getting slowed down significantly. Miposhka has 4 denies.
Yeah.
Lina has 3, so they've actually got 7. Connecting on the Fly, 2-man stun.
Double LSA connects there, and Fly has to back out. Danger, danger, stun out there into mid. As the rest of the Avalanche was thrown out. At least in mid, it feels like things are going okay for TA here.
Yeah, it's actually pretty much dead even. I thought Lara would have a little bit more of an advantage in the first 3 levels, but not the case. Abed comfortable.
And look at this. They decide we don't want any more of this madness. We need Arteezy to have a good game. They're going to bring Crit up top and try and leave Nature's Prophet to his own devices.
I love that Spirit switched the dynamic of lanes, and now they're even going to bring the Zeus top. So Underlord is in a 1v1 now versus Nature's Prophet, where he's just going to absolutely free farm and slow down Saberlight. And now they've actually got the better tri-lane in a way because they've got this advantageous start.
They have to be really careful here on the next couple of minutes for Fly and Arteezy. With 3 heroes nearby, he only has the Heavenly Jump, but if that connects onto somebody, it's going to be death. Crit makes the move over, gets the bounty rune, and now is going to move in with boots. Scary state of affairs with a couple stuns in this one. Battling it out. They do have the Leech Seed. The slow is there, but the stun A 2v2 and a, well, 1v1, and, well, Crit backs away, getting lower, but they actually get the hit of the Heavenly Jump onto Fly, and Sid dodges away from it. Crit making some solid moves. Mira bringing him lower and lower. A couple more punches is all that he needs. They will get it. That's going to be first blood, and even a courier to go down. Mira is having a hell of a series.
And he's going to just waltz away. He's got Windlace.
Quicker, moving out of there.
Do they TP in the Nature's Profit for this? Do you, I don't know if you want to. I think they just sent him top. Oh no, they just TP'd Saberlight top, so they're switching the lanes themselves.
Okay.
They send Arteezy bottom. They want no more of this funny business.
It's Crit that's going to get him instead. Shards out, dodges away. They're double melee. They can't quite keep up with him. The Leech Seed comes out in time. Mira just making so much space here. Going to try and deny the Ancients. Crit's having none of that.
I mean, pretty massive moves, though. They're putting the pressure onto the SF. They get the first blood. Really well played by them. But now lane dynamic has changed. They're getting the NP matchup versus the Lina, and they're putting the SF versus the Underlord. Let's see how Shopify does recover things. The Lina is not farming that great. SF still actually has pretty good denies.
Arteezy's been able to make lemonade out of some lemons here, and Saberlight gives the tip over to Yadaro. Feeling pretty good about his ability to get these denies in the lane against Yadaro, who is, like you said, even though they changed up the lanes and it was better than it would have been, it's not going great for him.
No. But the Underlord is having an insanely good game. So Collapse, he's going to have some absurd item timings this time around. And it could be a similar one that we saw from earlier, where it was like the Guardian Greaves plus Crimson Guard. Pretty damn good Crimson Guard game versus NPTA and SF. Of course, SF will have some mixed magic, but if he does go down this route, it could be really nice for the side of Team Spirit.
Well, after a very kerfuffly full start to the laning stage, it's still only 1 kill apiece.
It's kind of dead even, honestly, net worth-wise, last hit-wise, and everything, too. Around the rune.
Avalanche. And they throw out the stun, trying to buy some time. It is a DD down bottom, which we'll see who ends up getting there in time. It looks
Mira.
like Mira's going to get there, yeah.
Jumps over the cliff, gets on top of it.
Kind of scary to be going up against Zeus with the DD. He has really good base damage.
Yeah, great attack animation as well. Yeah, Toro sitting very low up top. Definitely needs to get healed up a little bit, or he actually could get brought down. Lina, they will have tangos to pass over to him, so it should heal up. Now bottom.
Collapse.
Raises are getting prepped.
Gotta be careful here. The turn, he hits a good raise, but the damage coming from Mira. This Zeus is too strong. Collapse, they get the slowdown. They're not gonna be able to find him. Oh, the stun and the turn and the kill. Mira, he's too buff.
The DD Zeus.
You never expect it.
It actually matters so much. They get the kill. They can't kill Collapse because he dies so fast. They were prepping for the kill, but didn't expect this DD Zeus. What a play from Mira. And Vanguard now. Did he get? He got one of the kills, so yeah, Vanguard is totally finished up and does have HP regen to go. Are they going to try just again for Collapse right away? They're TPing the Tusk. I think they just probably immediately try.
Shards, good catch there by Crit, and that's going to be enough. That was needed. Well played by Shopify Rebellion. Spirit made the good first move, though, and then afterwards they're able to get that cleanup onto the Underlord.
Yeah, Saberlight hitting level 6 still very early in the game. Has that Wrath of Nature just in case to finish off Collapse also. Good hit back from Arteezy.
That's how this series has felt. It's been very punchy one way or the other, both in terms of the games that have been traded off, but also just the sort of mid-game battles, very much playing around each other's timings and not afraid to take the fight.
Yeah, both teams definitely having a really good understanding of all this. So even though all these lane swaps and stuff happen, did like the way that they set it up on the side of Spirit. Yotaro is 600 behind the Shadow Fiend at the moment. So is getting quite slowed down. And Saberlight, even though he was in that tough matchup versus the Underlord, he's getting a ton of denies, and he's actually top net worth after he makes the move toward top. So good recovery from Shopify after those lanes were what Spirit wanted to get.
Well, and I do kind of wonder how much Miposhka is going to be able to keep that Lina alive. Now, there will be a move in towards mid onto Abed. Laro can't get into range or make the move to go for the full toss back there. So they won't be able to connect onto the TA for the full finish.
And Abed now, he's got some space. He's got, what, a double or a triple ancient stack. He'll start to clean up himself. So he doesn't have to sit inside the mid lane to potentially get ganked. Shopify, it's a greedy type lineup, and right now, even though they didn't get the lanes they wanted, it's working really nice for them.
Ooh, and look at that, the step back. That would have been huge. Laro moving in and that sentry ward down. Not sure if that one clipped him or if he saw the rotation, but either way, good dodge.
Great move. It's an awkward position for Arteezy to be in the off lane because there's a constant kill threat maybe onto him, but if he's able to read the moves, it's very nice. Laurel.
Now seeing him now.
Abed.
Abba toss, and it doesn't really amount to that much. Saberlight, though, he's going to be in a little bit of trouble. Does have the tree armor, the rotation coming in, and Collapse says this isn't going to work. Heads back bottom.
Oh, boy.
And the tip comes out afterwards from Saberlight, and Arteezy's like, oh, maybe I'll go through, maybe they'll go through. Yeah, the player's losing their mind a little bit here and having a good time with it. I'm not exactly sure. There's deadpan face.
Nothing, no reaction whatsoever. I would imagine that's Shopify's feeling amazing right now.
Yeah.
They didn't, like we said, Spirit, they tried to do something with their lane swap ups, but the triple greed core from the side of Shopify, they are starting to get away with that free farm. Laurel also being slowed down significantly versus TA, and they're just constantly double checking these runes. Crit's always in the area. Laurel, he will get the arcane rune. Let's see if he's able to find anything with it, because right now Shopify feel, just very happy with game state. Sitting in their lanes now, going to be able to continue farming.
Well, and as much as this is something that I'm sure Shopify are very happy with, I also feel like for Spirit, there's going to be that sort of patience right now, trying to be holding out as you're waiting for that first item on the Lina, waiting for the Blink Dagger to be done on that Tiny before they really try and make a move together. And that's probably going to be the moment when they look for something.
Mm-hmm. Lina, usually just not in this position though, right? Like from the safe lane, usually just like, oh, Lina all the way at the top, and she's probably going to stay there, and we'll see how they're able to deal with this Lina. This is not the same type of Lina.
No.
It's very slowed down. Even the levels, she just hits level 7 at almost 11 minutes.
So many denies in this game coming out there in this matchup against Saberlight. It's been very rough. And now, Maposhka going to try and make another move with Laurel. It feels like one of these has to connect if they want to come out with the victory here. And Saberlight, does he play a little bit too far forward? 4 heroes in the area. He shows for a moment, looks for the chase, trying to get in range, and yeah, that guy's dead. But down bottom, can they get the return play? Collapse, throws out the pit, does have the ulti, but he is going to go down as well.
They got him. Good punch back from Shopify. Top, they do have a catapult wave, but there is tree armor. Bottom, is there a catapult for the side of Shopify? Not the case. Top tower likely to fall to Spirit. They get the slightly better hits.
Yeah, and Spirit also have a glyph at the ready, so they can defend that bottom one a little bit more effectively. If they even want to try and come back and defend it, that's a possibility for them.
And they make sure that Yotaro gets the last hit on the tower as well too. Did he get the last hit on the kill? He did not. So, but they are starting to boost up that Lina's net worth.
Look at that.
Mid. Easy kill.
Quick blow up there. So they do come back and defend this tower down bottom. And when you can just pop Collapse into a lane here mid, it feels pretty good. They're going to scout out these ancient stacks. And that's something that might be a little venture that they take on Shopify to try and find him.
They're looking to stay aggressive. Crit, he has your favorite item. He's got Medallion. They're looking for Collapse.
Look at that armor. It's going away. Collapse gets fish punch. The fear, it's there. Connection, a couple punches and gone.
Big kills.
Poshka, the stun's there, but tower not hitting him. So Shopify find a big kill in mid, and now can they take the tower? This would be huge if they can fully commit to this. Scary though.
I love that we're seeing Crit. He's going back for like the max tag team build because they saw Collapse. Yeah, he's tanky with Vanguard, but when you have this much overwhelming physical damage, he actually just gets shredded. The Medallion also too, a pretty interesting pickup, something we don't see too often. Really clever. And they're going to have an insane amount of minus armor when you look at it with their draft. Medallion, Deso TA, Meld, Shadow Fiend Aura, that's going to be like minus 20 plus on multiple different heroes.
Right, and obviously, great, you can build into this Vanguard, you can build into the mechanism, it's all mitigating the same thing, but if you have overwhelming amounts of it, that might not matter anymore.
Absolutely.
And particularly the Crimson Guard, against minus armor, it's not as effective.
No.
But Yatoro still farming up and trying to keep this Lina alive and build into some more of that defense for herself going into the Maelstrom next.
Scary.
Deso done.
Scary next few moments for the side of for the side of Spirit because this Deso is now done. Next fight, it's going to be crucial. They have to get the fight win on Spirit, or they're just going to lose Roche. So Laurel, he's got Blink Dagger up, has to make something big happen with it, or Shopify likely to just be able to walk in and get a free Roche very, very soon.
And Collapse, he's very close to finishing off that mechanism.
Okay, so pretty big items coming together for them.
Yeah.